Under Thevel Ninth Ghost Festival, the streets off Tebla planet will over a shrouded in inner atmosphere. The street lights flicker red intermittently, as if an unseen force were manipulating the current synth the dark, causing light and shadow to dance in disquieting alternation. The air was thick with the soft-burning guile paper, swirligantly in Thebres, reminiscent of departed souls wandering thirth lyrium in search of their way home. Hanjin guakada alone in the path back to school, Akil creeping into his art. He was not nito be a reckless liebald, especially on such a night it felt an inexplicable presence lurking in the shadows, watching him. His space quickened consciously, eyes darting around, anxious hat samathinge horrifying might spring forth from a darkened corner. After all, in this world, strange occurrences were in a tunkaman. Asha traversed a narrow wally, thedum light fainter, barely illuminated be through Aikman light. Hans Zankwart be quickened, and a light sheen of sweet formed on his palms. He hastened his steps, nearly breaking into a runto escape of the oppressive elm. Yet, just as she was about over Stoutoft Healy, a shadow sudden lie lunged from the nearby wall, accompanied by a low, mournful groan. Hanjin Shiart seized into her, and instinctive lie recoiled a few steps, pressing his back against the cold wall. Hust here? His voice trembled slightly, BT endeavored to sound resolute. The shadow waffered narrowly, merely advancing slowly toward him. Hanjin Shiar traced like hedrum, the sound off his own pulsar in Jinjin Heezers. Hecklin chet his fists, bracing himself for warn a potential threat. Then, unexpectedly, the shadow emitted a soft chuckle, followed by 12 familiar voices. Ha ha, Hanjung, wiry still sodomid. Tangren's voice emerged from the darkness. His figure gradually materializing, his handsome face illuminated by the moonlight, appearing particularly charming. Indeed, our Hanjing actually fears ghosts while believe a thought. Zhufuga's voice echoed. His plump silhouette emerging from an other corner, Adasing smile-leaderning his face. Hanjin exhaled a sigh of relief, Thetension dissipating in an instant duetathiantic soft he's a twirl. Heshhuka shade in exasperation and stepped forward, delivering gall light punch toak. You were rascals, honestly, Yaunir Liskerd meadowed. Do I not realize a thought frightening Gother scan led to direct consequences? Hanzang complained, Thoth histony betrayed in Tofelvidi. Hee, it's the ghost festival Amos creates a atmosphere. Tangren replied with a grin, is glyn ting with us delight. Exactly. We specifically wait here to surprise you, Zhu Fugui added. His soleil lay said with a hint of cunning. Tangren, nicknamed Tangren, was a sunny, handsome lad standing at 178 cm, notably blessed with. Striking Luke's butyl academically exceptional, consistent Lyran king among the top in his class. Huasi NASA model student Bidiaker Sand Paragon be his spears, possessing an indeniable charm that often left girls smitten, leading Hanzing and Zhu Fu Guido frequent lie, assist them with these troubles. His family background weighs equally enviable. His father owned the largest shopping center in Asmal County, while his mother weighs Sagentai as maker. His siblings worked in government positions, and as the youngest, he was dote dupont from a young age. However, Hanja knew that this fellow was quittetha prank stare in private, constant devising various mischiefs, and Thisra doubted the his idea. In contrasto Tangren's glamorous persona, Zhu Fugi appeared to me what different. He was the indispensable chubby companion in any trio, his rounded figure standing at 175 cm, nearly devoid of a visible neck, always sporting a warm small. Thoth he seemed madamia ba and inviting. He was, in fact, the most formidable among the three. Often letting the charge during brawls, with Tangren Yanling the verbal exchanges and Hansa providing support. Zhu Fuga was an onlochild, raised by his grandparents while his parents worked in distant locales. His grandmother lavished him with affection, nearly spoiling him. Accustomed to being treated with culinary lights from an early age, Zhu Fugui ultimate, developed a robust physique. As for Hanjung, standing at 174 cm, he was a fun remarkable appearance and mediocre academic performance, barely scraping by in the middle tier of his class. His family circumstances were modest. His father worked as a Safety officer in a coal mine, while his mother managed the household and occasionally to canoe jobs to supplement their income. Hehede Unger Zistrin Jr. hind a cousin Hohud vanished after entering a military academy years ago. This gauzen waste the dog tiro fiesinkel, but theme tire familihud tragically perished. In a previous disaster, with only his father escaping while cradling an infant cousin. Later, his Fathermatan married Hanzeng's mother, resulting in Hansengen disaster. As for with they still had Klassisynth Ghost Festival, it was duito thigh rimmen in transition to the senior year, necessitating gain earlier start to prepare for the college entrance examinations. Im not afraid of fo somewhere febizaire, Hanseng retorted, his voice sounding feebly against the night wind. After all, following the great disaster, strange occurrence shavjurged, and the Ghost Festival is renowned for Legensoft spectral soldiers crossing over. Tang Renan Zhu Fuggy exchange glances, fully aware of that Hanseng spoke the truth. In this post-quantum explosion world, the fabric of human understanding had been repeated, leishater bizarre phenomena. Just as the trio prepared depart, a peculiar sound suddenly echoed from the street they had just traversed. The sound was the pandalongated, reminiscent to financian tradition torajuments from another realm. Their hearts tightened simultaneously, and they instinctively halted, peering down the street under the feeble moonlight. A ominous premonition welled within, as if they were truly encountering the legender spectral soldiers. Before them, a process enough wraith semerged from the darkness, their figures indistinct, as if woven from fog and shadow. Themoved in unison, each accompanied beackling breezy and an indefinable cinch. The trio stood frozen, paralyzed with fear. Their breaths quickened, and their hearts pounded like a drums. The Schulzischen Saklasche Dansmanschen Thetin countering Sachentity Eskud Literatur outcomes. Iphane possessed sufficient strength and vitality, the cowled chargethrust, causing the spectral soldiers to retreat. Iphone were weak, it wash best hormone motionless and hope to be overlooked das insignificantia. Even then, being brushed be the spectral soldiers scood Leviona gravely weakened, or worse, dead, and flaying wooden lion vite them to pursue, guided by the disturbance. Colds wetrickle down Hanseng's forehead, his fists glinted involuntarily. Tang Ren's face a low stit usual composure, a flicker off crossing his eyes. Zhu Fugis breathed the gruel aboard, his shins trembling slightly, clearly gripped biffier. The procession of wraiths drew over closer, their forms becoming clear in the moonlight. Hanjin could discern their hollow Iazakit sandistorted faces, beings that did not belong to his world. A wavy officid reed surged from his feto hisht, causing a stiefter. What? What Dao Ito? Sholdwarun? Tang Ren's voice quivered with a hint of tears, his body instinctive lynching backward. Don't move, Hanseng hissed, his voice trembling yet salut. We cannot flay your styromos for them to pass. Tang Ren bit his lip, his fists clinchetly, nails nearly digging into his flesh. He understood that Hanseng was right, but their predicament was in denia bliperilis. The Fisezoft has spectral soldiers become clearer still, their skin palely sparchment tie a tremark a bly resilient thyrosocket swallow a light cracked lips revealed sharp teeth their bodies workled eye. Their vacant gazessimito search for something, and the sensation of being scrutinized sin chills down hespines off trio. The procession of wraiths dronar, alma stupenthum. A powerful sense of oppression angle fed Hanjung, hishiart threatening taliab fromishist. Has squeezed to see it, silent lie praying for these or delto conclude swiftly. At that moment, a gust off your swine swept through, carrying a nauseating goater. Hanjin felt himself envelop Hedby in his presents a thought, threatened to freeze Heim in place. Time seemed to stand still, his consciousness began to fade. His bow colder, his breath more shallow. He realized that if this continued, he might perish writer. Chapter 2. Teacher Hong to the rescue. The spectral procession drew ever closer, their silhouettes gradually becoming discernible beneath the moonlight. Han Zheng could perceive their hollow eye sockets and distorted visages. Entities that clearly did not belong to this realm. A chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head, causing his teeth to chatter uncontrollably to that moment. A commanding and resonant voice pierced through the stillness of the night. You little rascals, daring to wander about on the night of the Ghost Festival. What audacity! Has the school not informed you that you should not roam outside after dark? You truly know how to invite trouble. As the voice echoed, the procession of spirits, initially advancing towards the trio, abruptly faltered, some even seemingly retreating. The three turned to look in the direction from whence the voice came, and upon hearing it, they felt as though they had encountered a celestial melody. Emerging from the shadows was a formidable figure, his countenance resolute, beard unkempt, and eyes bleary, as if he had just awakened. Clad in a loose-fitting navy blue tracksuit, he stood with arms crossed, cradling a matte black longsword, and slowly approached the trio. Teacher Hong, please save us. the three implored, their gazes pleading, reminiscent of frightened chicks seeking their mother hen. A flicker of sternness crossed Teacher Hong's eyes, soon replaced by a gentler expression. His gaze swept over the trio before settling upon the gathering spirits. The corners of his mouth curled into a sardonic smile as he slowly unsheathed his long sword, producing a crisp metallic sound. "Do you wretched souls dare to wreak havoc on my territory?" Teacher Hong's voice boomed with authority, each step he took resonating with the very heartbeat of the earth. The spirits seemed to sense the formidable energy emanating from him, their movements becoming erratic. Some began to retreat, while others spun in place, as if lost. Approaching the trio, Teacher Hong's presence loomed like a mountain, shielding them from all fear and peril. His gaze was piercing, and the long sword in his hand radiated a faint crimson glow, a manifestation of a warrior's vitality. "Look at you, quaking in your boots. Merely lost souls, not true specters of the underworld." His voice was deep and resonant, filled with unwavering confidence. A warm surge of reassurance enveloped Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Zhu Fugui, gradually replacing their fear and anxiety with calm. Under Teacher Hong's intimidating presence, the spirits began to dissipate, vanishing into the nocturnal shadows. The street returned to tranquility, illuminated only by the flickering streetlights, as if the preceding events had been but a fleeting dream. The name Hongwu was well known throughout Linyi County High School. He was a specially appointed martial arts instructor, having joined the school the same year that Han Jing and his companions enrolled. Taking charge of the martial arts curriculum, rumor had it that he was a graduate of Wu University and had served in the military, making him one of the elite few in Linyi County. Hongwu's appearance matched the strength conveyed by his name. He was robustly built, with well-defined muscles and an imposing aura. His face bore a resolute expression, and his penetrating gaze seemed capable of seeing into the hearts of every student. Always sporting a scruffy beard, he gave off an air of unkemptness, yet his eyes often revealed an unfathomable depth. In the classroom, Hongwu rarely smiled, perpetually wearing a stern expression. Regardless of gender, students who failed to meet his standards faced his wrath. Many female students had been reduced to tears under his scorn, yet after their sobs, they invariably made significant progress under his guidance. Although his teaching methods were harsh, they proved extraordinarily effective, yielding numerous promising students from his martial arts training classes. With an increasing number of graduates gaining admission to Wu University over the past 2 years. However, before female teachers, Hongwu presented an entirely different demeanor. He was always exuberant and eager to assist with any laborious tasks requested by the female staff, particularly with their homeroom and Chinese teacher, Huang Wanting, rumored to be a graduate of Xiangnan Normal University and hailed as the gem of the Linyi County education system. Hongwu transformed into a sycophant in her presence. Huang Wanting was consistently graceful, her voice gentle and demeanor poised, bringing a refreshing breeze into the classroom, displaying immense enthusiasm for teaching and boundless patience for her students. Huang Wanting often commandeered Hongwu's martial arts class time for tutoring or exams, and he never dared to protest, instead smilingly yielding the podium to her. Consequently, behind closed doors, students at the school had coined numerous mocking nicknames for him, such as Two Dog, Sycophant, and Cold-Faced Yama, but the most renowned was the moniker bestowed by Tang Ren, Howling Celestial Hound, signifying that while a sycophant might only lick the boots of one goddess, Hongwu catered to an entire cadre of female teachers. Nevertheless, Hongwu's prowess and teaching ability were beyond reproach. Sheathing his long sword, he turned to the trio with a tone that was stern yet caring. "You three, refrain from wandering about at night in the future. Do you understand? This world is far more perilous than you can imagine. Fortunately, I was scheduled to patrol the streets tonight. Otherwise, you three little rascals would either be dead or severely injured." "Understood, Teacher Hong," the trio replied in unison, their voices filled with gratitude and reverence. "Humph. Usually, when I have you practicing, you all skimp on effort, and now your energy is all over the place. Once you manage to harness your vitality and step into the realm of warriors, such trivial matters will be a breeze. Tomorrow, you'll each complete 100 repetitions of the basic long fist. If you don't finish, there will be no sleep for you." Teacher Hong fixed them with an unyielding glare. 100 repetitions. Is that too much? Are you trying to bargain with me? No, it's just 100 repetitions. We will definitely complete it. Just as Hongwu and the trio were engaged in their negotiation, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept in, swirling mist and sending countless leaves and dust into the air. The four instinctively raised their elbows to shield their eyes from the debris. Abruptly, a multitude of spirits burst forth from the fog, hastily drifting towards the other end of the street, as if pursued by something terrifying. Han Zheng's heart raced, and he nervously glanced at Hong Wu, only to find no trace of panic on his face. A glimmer of vigilance flickered in Hong Wu's eyes, his gaze fixed intently on the fleeing spirits. "Stay calm," he commanded, his voice deep and authoritative, brimming with confidence. Yet, the spirits appeared oblivious to their presence, bypassing their location like water flowing around an obstruction. Fortunately, the main thoroughfares of the county town were 4 lanes wide, flanked by sidewalks, providing ample space for the spectral throng to glide through with the fluidity of a breeze. Han Zheng and his companions exhaled in relief as they watched the spirits vanish into the night, their minds swirling with questions. "Teacher Hong, what is going on with these spirits? Why are they fleeing so suddenly?" Han Zheng could not contain his curiosity. Hong Wu's gaze deepened, a hint of gravity in his expression. "These spirits may have sensed some formidable presence, compelling their retreat," he replied, uncertainty lacing his tone. Tang Ren and Zhu Fugui exchanged anxious glances, their hearts heavy with trepidation. "Teacher, what should we do? Should we hurry back to the school?" Tang Ren's voice quivered slightly. "It's too late." Suddenly, several sharp sounds rang out, reminiscent of ice cracking in the still night. Hong Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. These were attacks formed from concentrated malevolence. In an instant, he drew his longsword with blinding speed, executing a fluid series of strikes, slash, thrust, lift, and parry, effortlessly dispersing 4 waves of dark energy projectiles aimed at the quartet. "Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck tonight. Running into these ghastly apparitions, those islanders." Hong Wu muttered under his breath, his expression grave. "It seems I must call for reinforcements. You 3, hurry to the Martyrs' Cemetery and rouse old Mu. Have him prepare his weapons and await my arrival." Han Zheng, Tang Ren, and Zhu Fugui were momentarily taken aback. They had never witnessed Hong Wu in such a state of alarm. Yet, they understood that hesitation was not an option. They needed to act immediately. Go. Hong Wu's voice brooked no argument. The trio nodded and turned to flee, with Han Zheng and the plump boy glancing back occasionally. Nevertheless, they were all adolescents, and they ran swiftly, their legs steady. Watching them vanish into the night, Hong Wu took a deep breath, adjusting his grip on the longsword. A resolute glimmer shone in his eyes as he exuded an aura of tremendous strength. The wind howled more fiercely, the fog thickening, enveloping the entire street in a shroud of gray. Standing in the middle of the thoroughfare, Hong Wu resembled a lighthouse, casting a faint glow amidst the darkness. The silhouettes of Han Zheng, Tang Ren, and Zhu Fugui rapidly receded into the night, their footsteps echoing clearly in the empty street. Hong Wu's gaze remained fixed on their retreating forms until they vanished into the mist. At that moment, a more intense gust of malevolent wind surged forth, and from the fog emerged a battalion of figures clad in ancient yellow military uniforms, brandishing rifles with bayonets, each rifle adorned with a nauseating dogskin flag that emitted a foul stench. Their faces were twisted, eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, marching in unison, each step echoing like a heartbeat. The foreign entities from the island nation are truly revolting. They deserve to perish. A flicker of fury ignited in Hong Wu's eyes as a crimson aura erupted from his being. Grasping his sword, he leaped forward with tremendous force, shattering the tiles beneath him. The matte blade, forged from alloy, became enveloped in a layer of sanguine luminescence. Amidst the sharp crack of gunfire, a brilliant arc of light surged toward the earth-toned figures nearby. With swift and precise movements, Hong Wu wielded his sword, executing devastating slashes and thrusts as the blade sliced through the air. The figures began to contort and dissipate, and in mere moments, the squad of foreign fiends was obliterated beneath Hong Wu's relentless onslaught. With one hand still gripping the sword, he gingerly touched the spot where he had been struck by a sinister bullet, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, that stings quite a bit." His voice bore the weight of pain. Yet it was overshadowed by a profound anger and unyielding spirit. Before he could finish his tirade, a horde of earth-toned figures surged around the corner of the street, their numbers greater and their ferocity more intense than before. Hong Wu's brows knitted together in concern. He understood that this battle would prove far more arduous than he had anticipated. Drawing a deep breath, He steadied his grip on the sword, the sanguine glow intensifying. An aura of formidable might radiated from him, embodying the pride and courage of a warrior. "Come forth, you wretched spirits." Hongwu's voice resonated through the night, his silhouette shrouded in mist, resembling a deity of war. The figures in the fog emitted low growls, hastening their advance, their firearms unleashing a more fervent barrage of gunfire. Darting through the hail of bullets, Hongwu's sword flashed like lightning, claiming an enemy with each strike. With a resounding explosion, Hongwu, airborne, managed to block a cannonball-like orb of malevolent energy with both hands. As the orb detonated, he was propelled backwards several meters, landing on one knee, using his sword to support himself. T&D, using sheer numbers and artillery, devoid of martial ethics. Where has your so-called spirit of the samurai gone? Complaining under his breath, Hongwu swiftly turned to flee, muttering, "Outnumbered and outgunned. I must retreat to summon reinforcements." As he ran, he shouted indignantly, "Damn you, little devils! If you have the guts, come and face me one-on-one. Is your so-called spirit of the samurai merely a guise for your cowardice?" His taunts and hurried footsteps drew a throng of green-eyed foreign specters toward the Martyrs' Park. Chapter 3. Always prepared. The Martyrs' Cemetery of Liene County rests atop a modest hill, surrounded by lush pine and cypress, exuding an air of solemnity. Atop the hill lies the cemetery, where the heroic souls of countless martyrs are interred. Each gravestone narrating an immortal tale. In the middle of the hill is a small square adorned with lifelike sculptures of heroes, evoking deep reverence. At the foot of the hill lies a cultural plaza, typically filled with the laughter of children, yet on this night of the Ghost Festival, the empty square feels particularly desolate. Connecting the two plazas is a broad staircase, 5 to 6 meters wide, with over 300 steps, which tonight serves as a grueling trial for Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Zhu Fugui. The trio, nearly supporting each other, manages to ascend this daunting staircase. Breathless, they finally arrive at the management office at the foot of the cemetery, feeling as though they have sprinted at the highest speed of their lives. Upon reaching the office, the stout one collapses onto the ground, gasping for air like a dehydrated fish. Tang Ren leans against the wall, breathing heavily, his face pale, while Han Jing squats at the door, one hand on his knee for support, the other pounding on the door, gasping, "Open, open. Open the door." Before long, a frail old man emerges, holding a lunchbox, his face twisted in annoyance, grumbling about the disturbance to his dinner. His voice, though hoarse, carries a robust timbre, clearly irritated by their knocking. Upon recognizing old Mu, Han Jing's face lights up with desperation. He hurriedly exclaims, "Old Mu, it's bad. Teacher Hong sent us to find you. There, something strange, malevolent spirits are coming." Breathless, the three recount the previous events and Teacher Hong's instructions to old Mu. The old man's brow furrows, a glimmer of vigilance flashing in his eyes, but it quickly dissipates into calm. His weathered face, lined with wrinkles, seems to narrate untold stories of the past. His gaze sweeps over Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Zhu Fugui, finally resting on the night beyond the window. It appears that young Hong has encountered misfortune yet again, stumbling upon these vile entities. Perhaps it's time to treat him to a few bottles of fine wine to temper his insolence when he is in my presence. Acting all high and mighty, old Mu's words, laced with jest, nonetheless reveal his concern for Hongwu and disdain for the foreign specters. He turns back inside, retrieving a brass bugle from a wooden rack by his bedside. The instrument, though aged, gleams with a sheen, polished to a brilliance that suggests it can still issue forth a resounding call at any moment. "You three scamps, catch your breath quickly and follow this old man up the hill." Old Mu's voice carries an undeniable authority, his gaze resolute, the bugle glinting in the moonlight. The trio exchanges determined glances, knowing that what lies ahead will surpass their wildest imaginings. They nod, inhaling deeply to steady their breaths. The stout one rises, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Despite the fatigue etched on his face, a newfound resolve sparks in his eyes. Tang Ren and Han Jing straighten up as well. Leading the way, old Mu strides forth, the three trailing closely behind, as they embark on the path toward the cemetery. The night breeze brushes against them, carrying an unsettling chill and an ominous aura. The pines and cypress flanking the staircase sway in the wind, whispering of the impending conflict. Their footsteps echo heavily on the steps, each tread laden with gravity. Han Jing's heart races with anxiety. He glances back down the hill, fearful that the terrifying spirits might pursue them. Tang Ren's pallor deepens, gripping the railing tightly as if seeking solace. The stout one still gasps for breath, his strength not fully restored, yet his eyes gleam with an indomitable spirit. Old Mu leads with unwavering determination, the bugle firmly in his grasp, as if it is the source of his strength. At last, they reach the summit square. The heroic sculptures, illuminated by the moonlight, appear even more imposing, their gazes seemingly transcending time. Watching over these young souls, I in the center of the square, Old Mu takes a deep breath and raises the bugle high. The blare of the bugle shatters the night's stillness, resonating with clarity and power, exuding an air of inviolable authority. The sound reverberates through the cemetery, awakening the slumbering spirits, summoning their strength. Han Jing and his companions are struck by the call. Warmth flooding their hearts, a sensation of indescribable excitement and exhilaration. As the resonance fades, scattered curses arise. Who the hell is sounding the wake-up call at this hour? I just settled in after a hearty meal. Damn it, we have an enemy situation. Get up. Why blow a wake-up call instead of an emergency assembly? Is there a night operation underway? Old Mu chuckles softly, relishing the cacophony of complaints, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Han Jing, Tang Ren, and the stout one stand in stunned silence, witnessing figures rising from the graveyard, swiftly forming ranks at the sound of the assembly. A mix of young and old. Each figure appears lean and agile, clad in a variety of garments, some in tunics, others in vests or military uniforms, donning a spectrum of hues: earth gray, yellowish-brown, military green, camouflage green, and yellow. Their headgear is equally diverse, featuring straw hats, eight-sided caps, cloth hats, broad-brimmed hats, and steel helmets. The weapons they wield are equally varied, ranging from ancient sabers to semi-automatics, fully automatics, and rocket launchers. Modern weaponry in all its forms. Zhu Fuguei even spots tanks and armored vehicles emerging from the cemetery. Excitement bubbling within him as he jumps for joy. Tang Ren's eyes sparkle at the sight of helicopters soaring into the sky. Han Jing, wide-eyed, points at a missile launcher, rendered speechless by the spectacle. Though these weapons appear somewhat ethereal compared to the figures, they leave the three high school students, unaccustomed to such sights, utterly awestruck. Once the ranks are formed, two figures approach the quartet, one clad in gray military attire, the other in green with red epaulets. After rendering a salute, the duo inquires, "Old Mu, why are we sounding the wake-up call at this hour? Is there an after-dinner activity planned?" Old Mu grins, admitting that he had forgotten how to properly sound the emergency assembly call. So he resorted to a wake-up call, since the effect is essentially the same. However, I've indeed arranged a little activity for you, a chance to stretch your muscles and practice your skills. Knowing that you've been lounging for too long down there. Subsequently, the old man Mu and Han Jing, along with the three others, provided an overview of the situation. The two figures brightened at the news, their faces breaking into cheerful smiles as they set about organizing and deploying their plans. Clad in army green uniforms, one of them spoke with a hoarse yet powerful voice, his gaze radiating a resolute light as he faced the neatly assembled ranks. "We were once warriors, and now, we remain warriors." His words echoed through the cemetery, each syllable imbued with strength and determination. His voice deepened further, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of all present. "Are you ready? Always prepared. Always prepared. Always prepared. My blade has long thirsted for action." The resounding battle cry reverberated across the martyrs' cemetery, igniting the blood of Han Jing and his companions, stirring their spirits uncontrollably. They had never imagined that on such a night, they would find themselves in this company, engulfed in such fervor and passion. Old Man Mu glanced at the three, chuckling softly before swinging his signal horn. His earlier proclamation still ringing clear but now confined to the cemetery, reverberating endlessly. "Youth is a blessing, so full of vigor." His words carried a hint of satisfaction, combined with a touch of envy. Han Jing and his companions stood at the periphery, their eyes sweeping over the heroic spirits, their hearts filled with respect and curiosity. They observed the faces of these spirits, some marked by steadfastness, others by smiles, and yet others by anticipation. Yet, without exception, each pair of eyes sparkled with unwavering resolve. "You three, follow me," Old Man Mu's voice interrupted their contemplation, his figure appearing particularly imposing under the moonlight. Han Jing and the others nodded, trailing closely behind him to eye in the night breeze. The trees within the cemetery rustled, as if heralding the impending battle with a war song. Onward. Form battle lines. Conceal an ambush behind and flank from the sides. Under the cloak of night, the spirits of the martyrs had just completed their formation at the foot of the mountain when the sound of gunfire erupted nearby. These former warriors, drawing upon their instinctual tactical training, swiftly sought cover to conceal themselves. Their movements were brisk, as if they had returned to the battlefield of yesteryears. Old Man Mu and the four others stood frozen, momentarily dazed by the sudden turn of events. Then, a disheveled figure burst forth from the smoke at the street corner, cursing as he came. It could only be Teacher Hong Wu. Old Man Mu, hurry and rally the troops. These beasts are overwhelming us with their numbers. We must act quickly. Hong Wu's voice was laced with urgency and anger. No sooner had he spoken than a small tank from the island nation fired a shot at him, caught off guard. The beleaguered Teacher Hong Wu could only rely on his internal energy to shield himself, taking the brunt of the blast and being hurled to the ground near Old Man Mu. Grimacing in pain, Han Jing, Tang Ran, and the portly man rushed forward to assist the now tattered Teacher Hong Wu, inquiring about his injuries. Hong Wu waved his hand, signaling that he could still endure. But his pale complexion revealed the significant toll the blast had taken on him. Meanwhile, the enemy spirits ceased their fire, continuing to advance in formation, occupying most of the red cultural square, their numbers seemingly no fewer than 5,000. Their figures appeared eerie in the moonlight, the ochre uniforms fluttering in the night wind, their eyes gleaming with a menacing green light. Chapter 4. I hope you possess a will as strong as iron. In the woods flanking the steps, the night breeze carried a palpable air of foreboding, as if foretelling an approaching storm. Standing beneath an ancient pine tree, a martyr officer clad in green military attire surveyed the densely packed enemy spirits below. 2,000 against 5,000, the advantage is mine. We can certainly achieve a complete annihilation. His voice was firm and resolute, each word seemingly extracted from between clenched teeth, exuding an undeniable determination. Beside him, a spirit in gray military garb, adorned with leg bindings, smiled silently, choosing not to speak. He simply raised the signal gun representing the attack, pointing it skyward. His fingers were steady and strong, his eyes shimmering with anticipation for the impending battle. A decaying horse from the east, bearing a junior officer, surged forth from the crowd, its eyes glowing green, as if poised to devour. He halted 10 meters away from the five, casting a disdainful glance at the old man, the injured, and the three young students. With a sneer, the officer drew his command blade, raising it high above his head, preparing to signal the attack. However, before his blade could descend, a signal flare shot into the sky. The flare streaked across the night, like a shooting star, illuminating the entire cemetery. Immediately, various artillery roared, rockets screamed as they were launched, and helicopter blades whirred into action, not to mention the cacophony of gunfire from different firearms. The square was instantaneously transformed into a battlefield, flames soaring into the sky, smoke billowing, and cannon fire raining down like a tempest. Amidst the smoke and fire, the square became a hellish landscape, where the deafening artillery shattered the tranquility of the night, engulfing the enemy spirits in a storm of explosions and shadows of death. The island spirits, once marauding demons on the battlefield, now appeared utterly fragile beneath the wrath of the heroic spirits. One after another, they were tossed by the shock waves of explosions, their forms twisting and tearing in midair, ultimately dissolving into wisps of black smoke, carried away by the night wind, as if they had never existed. The small tank, once a source of terror, now seemed diminutive under the onslaught of the spirit's fire. Its armor, battered by the shells, resembled mere paper, easily overturned and shredded, ultimately transforming into tendrils of smoke against the backdrop of flames. The gunfire continued unabated, as the spirits unleashed vengeful bullets and artillery upon their foes. Their eyes bore no fear, only a profound remembrance of fallen comrades and deep-seated hatred for their enemies. They ceased only when every last round had been expended, then swiftly seized the opportunity amidst the lingering smoke to surround the enemy, as the heavy artillery on the mountaintop discharged its final rounds. They swiftly grabbed an assortment of weapons and charged down. The array of weapons was eclectic. Some wielded hammers, others shovels, some carried wooden sticks, and a few even brandished shell casings, while several others charged down the steps with gravestones hoisted upon their shoulders. As they rushed down, they cheered exuberantly, exclaiming how fortunate they were to partake in such a bountiful battle. A young spirit, adorned with leg bindings, playfully nudged another similarly clad comrade, laughing, "Oldly, if we had had these comrades back in the day, you might not have had to make that heroic sacrifice, carrying explosives to blow up the stronghold." He then turned to another companion, remarking, "Little Huang wouldn't have had to hug explosives to take down the little tanks of the enemy. And you too wouldn't have needed to lie beside me." Oldly chuckled, a glimmer of nostalgia in his gaze. "That was over 100 years ago. Even if I had survived, I would still be buried beside you." Old chap, his words seemed to trivialize a matter of historical significance. Little Huang chimed in with a laugh, "You think I want to lie beside you, with those stinky feet of yours?" His face bore a smile, but his eyes glistened with tears, a deep longing for comradeship. Oldly retorted, "Ah, is it that our bond has grown stale? Or is it simply that lying together for over a century has become tiresome? You dare to complain about us? Prepare to be thumped, you rascal." His tone carried a playful jest, yet it was imbued with the profound camaraderie shared between brothers and arms, as the smoke within the encircled area gradually dissipated. Unveiling the grim tableau of war, it revealed the harrowing scene in the cemetery square. Of the 5,000 enemy spirits, only 600 remained, robust in appearance yet reduced to a pitiful state. They bore no weaponry, clad in tattered white shirts resembling beggars, their lower halves draped in mere scraps of cloth. Most were missing limbs, their green eyes flickering within the haze, as if on the verge of extinguishment. Struggling to remain upright with mutual support like abandoned remnants of a defeated army, trembling before the ire of the heroic spirits. The only exception was the officer from the island nation, who remained half-kneeling on the ground, a broken command blade embedded in the earth, barely propping himself up. His eyes flickered with a green light, dim and uncertain, stripped of the previous ferocity and arrogance. Replaced instead by profound fear and despair, the heroic spirits stood amidst the smoke, their figures towering against the flames. Their eyes reflected no mercy, only a deep-seated enmity toward these invaders. As the smoke cleared, the scene upon the square became increasingly vivid. The two commanding spirits, clad in green and gray military attire, stepped forward, their strides resolute and smiles of victory gracing their lips. They understood that the triumph of this battle was assuredly theirs. The clever figure, Sugar Man, suddenly realized that they had arrived at the climactic moment for grand proclamations. How could he not showcase his own clever quips? However, as a mere foot soldier, he understood the need to temper his exuberance. Thus, he scampered over to the imposing figure in gray, whispering eagerly in his ear. The corner of the gray-clad soldier's mouth could not help but curl upwards, even his stern expression unable to suppress it. After the candy person withdrew, the gray-clad soldier stepped forward, gazing down at the remaining 600 or so malevolent spirits from the island nation. His voice resonated powerfully, cutting through the night sky. "Once you wielded aircraft and artillery while we possessed only an iron will. Now we too have acquired aircraft and artillery, and in this moment, I hope you can muster an iron will of your own." As this taunt landed, the spirits of the martyrs erupted in thunderous laughter. The half-kneeling commander of the island nation's malevolent spirits stood up in a fit of rage, the green light in his eyes reigniting. He pointed his broken command knife directly at the gray-clad martyr commander. As if ready to devour him whole, since his entrance, he emitted his first guttural cry. "Kill them all!" The gray-clad commander let out a cold snicker, his gaze betraying no hint of fear. Only a profound hatred for these invading spirits from the island nation. Just then, the silent wooden elders sounded the charge, the clarion call ringing out, igniting a fierce red glow in the eyes of the martyr spirits. As if they had been granted an ethereal battle buff, they charged at the remaining malevolent spirits from the island nation, each one more ferocious than the last, rushing forward with the ferocity of tigers leaping through streams or wolves entering the grasslands. An unstoppable force. Kill, charge, annihilate the malevolent spirits from the island nation. The island nation's malevolent spirits hastily reorganized, resembling a dull-edged katana thrusting forward, attempting to retaliate with their last ounce of strength. Meanwhile, the charge of the martyr spirits relentlessly shrank the encirclement, their movements swift and orderly, each step infused with power and resolve. Among them, several squads that surged ahead executed a pincer maneuver, their two flanking teams closing in like torrents of steel. Encircling the forward-thrusting katana, their eyes sparkled with indomitable spirit, their weapons gleaming with lethal intent. With swift and precise movements, each strike carried a deadly force. The malevolent spirits from the island nation attempted to resist, but their weapons lay shattered, their bodies battered. Under the onslaught of the martyr spirits, they disintegrated like fragile parchment, easily torn apart. The martyr spirits executing the pincer maneuver moved with a rapid and orderly grace. Their eyes devoid of mercy, only harboring deep-seated hatred for these invaders, as they wielded their weapons to slay the malevolent spirits one by one. As the pincer maneuver met with success, the main force struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the formation of the island nation's malevolent spirits. Their movements were swift and precise, each attack imbued with lethal power. The malevolent spirits crumbled under the assault of the martyr spirits, their bodies dissolving into wisps of black smoke. Scattered by the night wind, with the blare of the charge horn, Han Jing, the candy person, and the chubby one felt a surge of adrenaline, their feet instinctively moving forward, eager to plunge into battle and seize the glory that belonged to the warriors. However, Teacher Hong extended his sword, halting them. "You three little rascals, not a hair on your bodies has matured, and you dare to rush for the kills? Stand still and don't throw away your lives. Old Wood, keep an eye on them." There was a stern note in Teacher Hong's voice. With that, Teacher Hong let out a hearty laugh and charged ahead, brandishing his double-handed sword, his robust legs propelling him to the front of the line. In a single leap, he cleaved the commander of the island nation's malevolent spirits in two, obliterating him. He continued his relentless assault, cleaving and stabbing, provoking the ire of the martyr spirits behind him, who grumbled in frustration, cursing him under their breath. "You lot think you can overpower me with numbers? Come at me one-on-one." The trio left behind, Han Jing, the candy person, and the chubby one, watched Teacher Hong's ferocious charge, grumbling in complaint yet unable to tear their eyes from the unfolding battlefield. The chubby one observed the gray-clad martyrs wielding their large blades, forging ahead amidst the cacophony of battle, repeatedly cleaving with precision as if chopping through wooden stumps. His gaze followed every powerful swing, each strike executed flawlessly, imbued with lethal force. The candy person was captivated by the gray-clad leader he had whispered to earlier, executing a series of eye-gouging, groin-attacking, and knee-striking moves, effortlessly taking down one after another, exclaiming how much he had learned. Each attack was precise and deadly, the combos flowing seamlessly. Han Jing, on the other hand, watched a green-clad soldier brandishing a trident, striking with pinpoint accuracy as if piercing balloons. Each thrust finding its mark, either in the eye socket or the throat, swift and lethal. Han Jing couldn't help but murmur, red epaulets and green uniforms, the strongest solo warrior on the surface. Half crouched in stance, "I am called the God of War. Do not be arrogant." Nearby, two ferocious martyr spirits, each crashing down like wrecking balls, overwhelmed 3 to 5 of their foes, mercilessly smashing them to the ground like freshly made tofu splattering on the floor, leaving nothing but mush. Some even resorted to biting, wielding iron shovels and wooden clubs, their brutality exceeding that of slaughtering pigs, showcasing a plethora of techniques. After all, it took 3 or 4 of them to share a single kill. Yet some of the more ferocious ones, like Teacher Hong, single-handedly pierced through enemy lines. The trio of Han Jing felt a surge of restlessness, their mouths uttering chants. "Let us take them down," urged the candy person. "Annihilate them," shouted the chubby one. "Flatten the wheel," chimed in Han Jing, as the smoke of battle gradually dissipated. The 600 malevolent spirits from the island nation were swiftly swept away like autumn leaves in the wind under the relentless assault of the martyr spirits. Their wails and cries echoed in the night sky, eventually fading into silence. The remaining 20 or so malevolent spirits, paralyzed with fear, knelt down in surrender, their eyes brimming with terror and despair. The gray-clad leader whom Han Jing had whispered to stood with one hand on his hip, his tone dripping with disdain as he remarked, "It seems we have attained an iron will, Yet you now lack the same. His words carried a hint of sarcasm, a touch of the victor's pride. Chapter 5. Once again, stealing achievements after the laughter subsided, an incongruous voice broke through. Chief, shall we treat the captives kindly? The gray-clad soldier glared in the direction of the voice, remaining silent, though his expression shifted from resolute to hesitant. The green-clad commander, who had yet to score a single kill, cursed, "To hell with captives. The living are prisoners. These dead spirits do not deserve such treatment. Leave no one behind." His voice brimmed with anger and hatred. Each word squeezed out between clenched teeth, leaving no room for debate. The gray-clad political officer found himself in a dilemma. Not killing captives was a matter of discipline. He had adhered to discipline his entire life. And now that he was immortalized on a hero's monument, he couldn't violate that principle again. His brow furrowed as his gaze swept over the kneeling malevolent spirits, his heart filled with conflict. Han Jing, the candy person, and the chubby one, hearing the voice, approached like cats drawn to the scent of fish, each calling out eagerly, "Let us handle it. We're still students. If we take action, it won't violate discipline. Please, esteemed heroes, grant us this opportunity. I promise to extract the big rewards. I guarantee I'll deal critical damage. I promise to secure every kill." The three excitedly made a series of assurances, fearing they might miss this chance for glory. The gray-clad political officer looked at the youthful faces before him, his heart swelling with emotion. He took a deep breath and nodded. "Very well, then it's up to you three." His voice bore a hint of seriousness. And with that, he turned his gaze to the moon hanging high above, falling silent. Upon hearing the gray-clad officer's words, the martyr spirits surrounding the malevolent spirits from the island nation spontaneously grouped together, restraining the kneeling foes to prevent any escape. Their movements were swift and powerful, ensuring that Han Jing, the candy person, and the chubby one had ample space to act. The three approached excitedly, their blood boiling. Faces flushed as if intoxicated. The surrounding spirits observed these three youths with a glimmer of amusement in their eyes. They seemed to see their own youthful selves reflected in them, back when they too were so fervent yet so clueless. The spirits intensified their grip on the kneeling malevolent spirits, fearful that they might still have strength to struggle and injure the three inexperienced youths, leaving a blemish on this perfect battle. The encircling martyr spirits began to tease Han Jing, the chubby one, and the candy person. "Look at these kids, their hands are trembling. I remember you, little Li. You were just as cowardly on your first battlefield," teased an old soldier clad in tattered military garb, his voice hoarse yet laced with humor. "Ha ha, on my first battlefield. I trembled even more than he does," chimed in another spirit, pride evident in his tone. "Young lads, do not fret. These malevolent spirits are toothless now. Just think of it as playing whack-a-mole." An older spirit laughed, offering encouragement. The chubby one, hearing the jests, wore an embarrassed smile, waving his hand in an attempt to appear more composed. "I am not nervous. I'm just thinking about how to deal a heavy blow to them." The sugar figurine nodded incessantly beside him, a hint of unease creeping into his voice as he inquired of Teacher Hong. "Teacher, will diving in headfirst like this expose us to any negative energy? If we end up losing our lives to this, that would be truly shameful, wouldn't it?" His tone carried a trace of uncertainty. "Fear not, little one," a valiant spirit replied with a chuckle. "With our assistance, you shall be safeguarded. These half-damaged malevolent spirits cannot harm you. Rather, it is your own actions that may pose a threat." His words elicited a ripple of laughter from those around. Teacher Hong, wielding his sword with its tip dripping with dark, ominous energy, squinted at Han Jing, the chubby one, and the sugar figurine, though not worry. "With the aid of our heroic predecessors suppressing the negative energy, and considering you are currently in a phase of vigorous vitality, there is no need for concern regarding harm from the dark energy. Just practice the fundamental long fist a few times, focusing your mind and exerting control over your energy to ensure it reaches your extremities. We have been training you for 2 years. You are well versed in the theory. It now depends on whether you can seize this small opportunity." Teacher Hong's words were laced with encouragement and anticipation. Upon hearing their teacher's words, the three immediately sought out a malevolent spirit as their target, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, blows ranging from powerful strikes to intricate techniques. Although their movements were somewhat clumsy, each strike was imbued with strength and ferocity. Moderate your emotions. Control your strength. Master your energy, Teacher Hong reminded them from the sidelines. The surrounding heroic spirits observed the trio with amused expressions, occasionally offering advice to enhance their performance, cheering for commendable displays and critiquing the less impressive ones. Their gazes were so eager that one could almost sense their desire to demonstrate techniques themselves. The chubby one commenced his assault with a technique he called the meatball war machine, while several heroic spirits joined in, pinning a malevolent spirit in a star shape to the ground, facilitating the chubby one's execution of the Mount Tai press. The sugar figurine borrowed a shovel, adopting a whack-a-mole approach, while Han Jing obtained Teacher Hong's dual-handed sword, beginning to pierce at the malevolent spirit. Gradually, the trio's movements appeared more composed, their actions developing a rhythmic quality. Breathing, exerting force, and striking began to exhibit an unconventional aesthetic of harmony. Before long, over 20 malevolent spirits had been vanquished, dissipating into clouds of dark smoke. Subsequently, Teacher Hong guided them aside, instructing them to remember the sensations from their earlier strikes and to practice the fundamental long fist a few more times. As the battle drew to a close, the heroic spirits began to assemble in an orderly fashion within the cemetery. Their figures stood tall under the moonlight, each movement exuding the discipline and rigor of soldiers. Assemble. At the command, the spirits swiftly stood at attention. Their gazes resolute and their postures erect. Stand at attention. At ease. Count off. The voice of a commander clad in green echoed through the cemetery, a glimmer of seriousness in his gaze. 1, 2, 3. The counting reverberated, each number representing a courageous soul, an indomitable warrior. The sounds resonated throughout the cemetery, reminiscent of a battle hymn celebrating the glory of the spirits. Once the counting concluded, the commanders in green and gray approached the front of the ranks. The commander in green, his gaze sweeping across every heroic spirit, proclaimed with a booming voice, "Brothers, for tonight's post-dinner activity, 2,000 to 5,000, with a score of 0-5,000, our forces have achieved a complete victory." Instantly, a chorus of cheers erupted. The commander in gray raised a hand to quell the noise, taking over the conversation. "Comrades, we must not become arrogant or complacent. A thorough post-battle analysis is essential." His voice was steady and powerful, each word striking like a hammer on the hearts of the spirits. The previously exuberant atmosphere suddenly faltered, giving way to a cacophony of lamentations. Then, another voice chimed in, "Report to the political commissar. It has been suggested that we have an open forum. Perhaps we could indulge in a celebratory drink tonight." This request seemed feasible. "Then, Commissar, how about a bottle of Mutai? Is that acceptable? You have high standards." "As long as we have something to drink, that suffices. Is Mutai truly that good? Victory wine must surely be delightful. Shall we arrange for some? But it is quite late tonight. That may be challenging." Meanwhile, Teacher Hong, the old man, and the trio of Han Jing, the sugar figurine, and the chubby one overheard the heroic spirits expressing their desire for celebratory drinks. The sugar figurine's eyes sparkled with excitement. He abruptly halted his punches, stepping forward to address the commissar in gray, exclaiming, "Esteemed heroes, how about I take care of the drinks? My family owns a commercial establishment, and my father is quite the wine enthusiast. We have a stockpile of various wines, including some vintage Moutai. My mother has been urging him to quit drinking lately, so I could bring some over for everyone to celebrate, and it would also help clear out some inventory." Upon hearing this, the spirits turned their heads, curiosity and anticipation lighting up their eyes. The gray-clad commissar, a stern-looking middle-aged spirit, furrowed his brow, his voice steady and authoritative. "Comrade Tang Rian, we cannot accept offerings from the masses. It is our principle. Let us wait until tomorrow for Old Mu to resolve this with the armed forces." The sugar figurine, hearing this, grew anxious, waving his arms in an attempt to persuade the commissar. "Commissar, we fought side by side, and we've taken down a few malevolent spirits. We ought to express our respect in some manner. Besides, Han Jing and the chubby one can fetch the drinks right away. There's no need to wait until tomorrow. That would be such a buzzkill." Han Jing and the chubby one nodded in silent agreement. Sugar figurine is generous. Old Mu and Teacher Hong, both fond of wine, also expressed their approval. The commissar, observing the trio's resolute expressions and the eager gazes of the surrounding spirits, ultimately sighed and nodded. "Very well, since you are so considerate, I shall thank you on behalf of everyone." Let this be an exception. The spirits erupted into cheers upon hearing the commissar's words, their eyes glimmering with anticipation and excitement. As night descended, the lights of the cultural square gradually dimmed, leaving only a few street lamps casting a faint glow. The sugar figurine, Han Jing, and Zhu the Chubby One borrowed old Mu's dilapidated tricycle and, with Teacher Hong in a somewhat disheveled state, excitedly made their way to the sugar figurine's home to fetch the drinks. This vehicle is truly in poor condition. Old Mu is quite frugal, the sugar figurine complained while driving. Frugality is commendable. Despite its state, this tricycle still runs, Teacher Hong replied, reclining in the back, his sword firmly grasped. A hint of amusement in his voice. Just as they turned the corner past the cultural square, a sudden sound of chains dragging along the ground broke the silence. Teacher Hong, who had been reclining, immediately sat up, sword in hand, straining to catch snippets of peculiar conversation. We followed them for nothing, and our performance was snatched away. One voice lamented. Today's KPI is likely to look poor. Another added, forget it. It's better than last time when that group discovered us and dragged us off to perform marching drills. A third voice interjected. Teacher Hong frowned and quietly informed Han Jing and the others. Did you hear that? Yes, it seems someone is talking, Han Jing replied, a note of tension in his voice. Be cautious. We do not know who they are, Zhu the Chubby One added, his tone equally strained. Not long after, they encountered Wang Jiaqiang, a leader from the county's armed forces, accompanied by a dozen warriors and approximately 200 to 300 non-combatants, rushing toward them. These dozen warriors were the best from various departments across Linyi County, coincidentally meeting Han Jing and his companions head-on. Zhu the Chubby One recognized this leader Wang and greeted him warmly. Uncle Wang, where are you headed? To seek fortune? Why are you here? Hurry home. There's a situation at the cemetery, and I'm going to provide support. Wang Jiaqiang looked at Zhu the Chubby One with a puzzled and solemn expression. Teacher Hong leapt from the tricycle, greeting Leader Wang and briefly outlining the situation. Director Wang. The issue has been resolved. Wang Jiaqiang's face displayed surprise. Old Mu sounded the horn tonight? Yes, we will provide a detailed report upon our return. For now, the spirits wish to celebrate, and we are on our way to fetch some drinks. Teacher Hong's tone was relaxed. Wang Jiaqiang nodded, disbanding the group and sending most of them home to rest, while he and a few others continued toward the martyr cemetery. All right, we'll head to the cemetery first. You all carry on, Uncle Wang. We'll be leaving now. See you later. Zhu the Chubby One waved as the tricycle pressed onward. Be careful. Wang Jiaqiang's voice gradually faded into the night breeze. Chapter 6. The silent charge. The tricycle came to a halt at the entrance of the sugar figurine's home. He retrieved his keys, unlocked the gate, and drove the tricycle into the yard. Teacher Hong jumped down, his gaze sweeping across the 4-story self-built house and the yard, revealing a hint of admiration. Sugar figurine, your home appears quite splendid. You come from a well-off family, he remarked with a touch of nostalgia. The sugar figurine chuckled, a hint of pride on his face. Hee, all thanks to my parents' hard work. It has nothing to do with me. The yard was spacious, with 2 cars parked in one corner, while another corner boasted an array of flowering plants, roses, peonies, and chrysanthemums, all in full bloom, exuding a delicate fragrance. The flowers and plants were solely tended to by the mother of Tang Ren, a woman who possesses a profound love for life and has devoted considerable effort to nurturing these blossoms. Mom, I'm back, Tang Ren exclaimed loudly as he pushed open the iron gate of the courtyard. The self-built home of Tang Ren's family radiated a particularly warm ambience in the twilight, its 4 stories appearing to don a veil of silver under the moonlight. In the courtyard, various flowers swayed gently in the night breeze, emitting a faint, sweet fragrance. Tang Ren's mother, a gentle yet astute woman, stood at the entrance. Though she was nearing 50, she appeared to be in her 30s. As if time had been exceptionally kind to her, her figure remained graceful, devoid of the typical weight gain associated with middle age, maintaining a commendable physique. The delicate wrinkles at the corners of her eyes only enhanced her charm, bestowing upon her a more mature and intellectual allure. Clad in an elegant and understated attire, devoid of excessive adornments, she emanated a natural nobility and grace. With a warm smile, her eyes brimmed with love and warmth. She greeted Manzai. Aren't you supposed to be at school? Why have you returned so late? Han Jing and Fu Gue are here too. Come inside and sit. Good evening, Auntie. It was evident that Han Jing and the plump boy had visited Tang Ren's home before. Glancing at the raggedly dressed teacher Hong, she inquired, "And who might this be?" Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, evoking a sense of tranquility and comfort. She turned and glided into the house, her movements light and graceful, each step radiating an air of composure. "Mom, this is our martial arts teacher from school, Teacher Hong. He saved us tonight." After listening to Tang Ren's embellished recounting, his mother felt a surge of apprehension, casting a sharp glare at the trio of rascals before expressing her gratitude to Teacher Hong profusely. "Mom, aren't you worried about Dad being stuck with his wine cellar and unable to quit drinking? Since he is not home, why don't we clear out his stock? It would be convenient for all of us," Tang Ren suggested, his tone somewhat obsequious as he began to knead his mother's shoulders. Ultimately, the four successfully loaded a cart full of wine and headed towards the Martyrs Cemetery Square, with Teacher Hong relegated to sitting atop the wine crates in the truck, munching on the delicacies Tang Ren's mother had prepared. She had marinated a substantial amount of duck frames, chicken feet, duck feet, pig's head meat, lotus root, and edamame, all of which were packed for their journey. The flavors from Xiangnan province leaned towards the spicy, prompting Teacher Hong to exclaim repeatedly how delicious it was, even while gasping about the heat. Yet his hand continued to reach for more. Old Man Mu stood beside a massive water tank, wielding a wooden stick as he poured bottle after bottle of Maotai liquor into the tank, followed by a bowl of rooster blood for stirring. The roosters were ones he had raised himself, sacrificing two during the interval when Han Jing and the others were fetching the wine. "Old Man Mu, what are you up to?" Tang Ren inquired with curiosity. Old Man Mu looked up with a smile that hinted at mystery but refrained from elaborating. Han Jing and Zhu Fati also gathered around, their gazes fixed on the tank, which revealed an unusual crimson hue. The amount of liquor was limited, averaging merely a cup or so for each person. Teacher Hong glanced at the tank, declaring, "This is sufficient. The celebratory drink is not about quantity but rather the sentiment behind it." The voice of the gray-clad political commissar resonated from behind, his eyes shimmering with gratitude. The group led by Wang Ziqiang, who had arrived earlier, also shamelessly joined in the toast. Old Man Mu and Teacher Hong each lifted their glasses, and even Han Jing and the others discreetly poured themselves a little, merely to partake in the occasion, albeit their drinks were the ordinary liquor without the added rooster blood. "Let us raise our glasses to victory." The gray-clad commissar rose, his voice resonating powerfully. "To the Martyrs Cemetery. Let us drink this toast." Ha ha ha, the figure clad in green military attire, possessing a resolute visage and a playful glint in his eyes, approached the gray-clad spirit who had previously inquired about the taste of Maotai. Their glasses clinked gently as the green-clad spirit smiled and asked, "So, how does the Maotai fare?" The gray-clad spirit nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Indeed, the general's liquor is truly fragrant." Not far off, an elder spirit downed his drink in one go, his gaze landing upon a youthful spirit, appearing merely 14 or 15 years of age. The young spirit merely licked the liquor, his brow furrowing in distaste. Clearly unaccustomed to the flavor, the elder spirit chuckled softly, a hint of affection in his gaze. "Child, is the liquor not to your liking? Would you like uncle to assist you?" The young spirit shook his head firmly, his voice unwavering. "No, I can manage on my own." As the celebratory feast came to a close, the Martyrs Cemetery once again embraced its rightful tranquility. The figures of the spirits began to fade, seemingly merging with the night, returning to their respective resting places. Old Man Mu, Teacher Hong, Han Jing, and the group from the armed forces stood silently at the edge of the cemetery. Tang Ren suddenly broke the silence, his tone laced with jest and anticipation. "Old Man Mu, play another tune, would you?" His words resonated distinctly in the still night air. All eyes turned toward Old Man Mu, whose lips curled into a subtle smile. He remained silent, merely passing the trumpet. A witness to countless battles, to Tang Ren. With a look of surprise, Tang Ren accepted the instrument, his eyes sparkling with reverence for the trumpet and a passion for music. Taking a deep breath, he puffed his cheeks and blew into the trumpet with all his might. However, his efforts yielded only a few intermittent and feeble sounds, lacking any clarity and instead appearing somewhat comical. His face flushed crimson, and he ultimately had to touch his neck with one hand, while passing the trumpet to Han Jing and Zhu Fati, signaling them to give it a try. Teacher Hong observed them, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his eyes, yet he refrained from speaking, allowing the trio to attempt their hand at it. Han Jing and Zhu Fadi each took turns trying to sound the trumpet, producing similarly unimpressive noises, and after their attempts, they too were left clutching their necks to catch their breath. They opened their mouths as if to speak, yet no words emerged. Old Man Mu, witnessing the youngsters' predicament, finally could not suppress a smile. He stepped forward, gently reclaiming the trumpet from their hands, inhaled deeply, and aimed the trumpet at the night sky. The sound of the trumpet once again pierced the air, resonant and vibrant, cutting through the silence of the night, echoing throughout the cemetery. The sound was imbued with strength and resolve, as if declaring to the world that although these spirits had departed, their spirit and courage would forever endure. Lights out, time for bed. On the dimly lit street, the lamplights cast mottled shadows as Teacher Hong, holding a sword, strolled leisurely, his steps steady. Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Zhu Fadi surrounded him, their lips and throats moving, yet no sounds emerged. The trio wore expressions of distress, occasionally tugging at Teacher Hong's sleeve while pointing at their voiceless mouths, exuding urgency and helplessness. Teacher Hong chuckled throughout, a glint of amusement in his eyes. He did not immediately respond to their anxiety, but instead continued to speak to himself, seemingly relishing this rare moment of tranquility. You all know about taboo items, right? Teacher Hong suddenly spoke, his voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the street. The three nodded, their expressions betraying curiosity and tension. They had heard of taboo items, those that possessed wondrous powers yet came with significant risks. Teacher Hong continued, his tone calm and somber. While taboo items hold miraculous effects, they also entail various side effects upon usage. Old Man Mu's trumpet is one such taboo item, known as the silent charge horn. He paused, seemingly gauging their reactions. Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Zhu Fadi's faces reflected astonishment. They had not anticipated that the trumpet was a taboo item. Its function is to summon the spirits of the martyrs when blown. Teacher Hong revealed with an air of mystery, and the side effect is that one cannot speak for a period after use. Han Jing, Zhu Fadi, and Tang Ren exhaled in relief. They had initially feared they would become mute permanently, but it seemed to be merely temporary. Their anxiety dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease. You should be able to speak again in about 3 days. There's no need to fret, Teacher Hong reassured them. A hint of a smile in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the trio felt a weight lift from their shoulders, realizing their speechlessness was just a minor hiccup. Subsequently, Zhu Fadi and Han Jing exchanged glances, their expressions turning sour as they began to corner Tang Ren, blaming him for carelessly handing out the trumpet, dragging them into this predicament. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Tang Ren's instincts kicked in, and like a startled rabbit, he bolted away. Chapter 7. The morning sets the tone for the day as night descended. The sound of the evening study bell echoed throughout the campus of County No. 1 High School, heralding the imminent conclusion of another day of diligent study. Teacher Hong accompanied Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Fadi back to school, their figures elongated on the path, starkly contrasting with the clusters of students around them. Teacher Hong, preoccupied with his own thoughts, held his long sword and walked steadily towards the staff dormitory. His silhouette appeared somewhat solitary under the streetlights, and he spoke little. Han Jing and his companions merged into the throng of students, their hearts brimming with the urge to share their experiences. They yearned to boast about the night's adventure to their dorm mates, to recount those heart-stopping moments, yet the silent call to arms rendered them mute. Upon returning to the dormitory, curious inquiries arose about their whereabouts, for they had been conspicuously absent during evening study. Teacher Huang even asked where they had been, but the trio remained tight-lipped, engrossed in their evening rituals. Lying in bed and listening to their dorm mates discussing various topics, current affairs, bizarre news, basketball, girls, and the beautiful female teachers. They also overheard complaints about the firecrackers heard that night, lamenting the identity of the one who dared to set off fireworks so late. As the lights-out bell rang, the dormitory lights extinguished one by one, plunging the entire campus into tranquility. Han Jing and his friends lay in their beds, gazing at the ceiling, their minds turbulent. Tang Ren turned to look at Han Jing and Fadi. His face marked by helplessness, he wished to say something, yet every time he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. Thus, the night passed in silence, with the first rays of morning sunlight filtering through the curtains. The wake-up bell and the blaring music from the loudspeakers resonated in every corner of County Number 1 High School. This familiar melody felt like a gentle force, rousing the slumbering students one by one. They climbed out of bed, embarking on the busy day ahead. Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Fatty were no exceptions, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they began to make their beds and wash up in the cafeteria. Students gathered in small groups around the dining tables, savoring their breakfast. The aroma of steaming buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk filled the air, infusing vitality into the new day. Seated in a corner, the trio occupied a table, silently consuming their meal. Afterward, they braved the morning sun and stepped onto the playground. There, thousands of students had already congregated, preparing to commence their routine morning exercises. Sunlight bathed their faces, bestowing a golden sheen upon their skin. Teacher Hong stood on the high platform of the playground, his figure exuding an extraordinary authority in the morning light. His gaze swept over each student. And then he raised the megaphone. "Students, the morning sets the tone for the day. Please line up by class and commence today's morning exercises." Over 1,000 aspiring seniors assumed the stances of the basic long fist. And at Teacher Hong's command, they began their meticulous practice in the sunlight. Their movements were synchronized, brimming with strength and vitality. The basic long fist, a martial art promoted a decade ago, had become an integral part of their daily training. It served not only as a means to strengthen their bodies, but also as an introductory discipline for honing their physical prowess and vitality. This set of movements was crafted by a group of martial arts experts who referenced ancient manuals and integrated modern sports science. Refined through repeated iterations, the simplicity and accessibility of the movements made it ideal for widespread promotion, now a compulsory part of the students' morning routine. "Begin." Teacher Hong's voice reverberated across the playground, imbued with an undeniable authority. Following the command, students initiated the first movement of their exercises, having practiced these forms since elementary school, rendering them exceedingly familiar. However, attitudes varied. Diligent students executed the movements with vigor, while those lacking earnestness approached it with a lax demeanor. The sight of students in the morning sun created a captivating tableau. Their actions, though simple, emanated a youthful energy and anticipation for the future. Teacher Hong's movements were both simple and powerful, each gesture revealing profound skill. His body swayed in rhythm with the martial art, seemingly resonating with the surrounding air. Each punch carved through the air, every kick resonating with the sound of breaking through. After leading the practice, Teacher Hong ceased demonstrating and began issuing commands while closely observing the students. His gaze wandered, momentarily lingering on Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Fatty's class. Unlike their usual lackadaisical approach, today they exhibited an unusual synchronization. Their movements fluid and powerful, subtly radiating an aura of strength and grace. Teacher Hong felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that the previous night's experience had not been in vain, as the trio had grasped something of significance. Subsequently, Teacher Hong's gaze shifted, and he descended from the platform to offer guidance to students whose movements were lacking. He weaved through the ranks, frequently correcting their postures, his voice echoing across the playground. "Maintain your horse stance. Keep your center of gravity steady. Arms straight. Do not bend. Breathe evenly. Do not rush." Half an hour later, the morning exercises concluded, and the assembly dispersed as students returned to their classrooms. However, Han Jing, Fatty, and Tang Ren had yet to enter their classroom when Teacher Huang caught them and ushered them to her office. Morning light streamed through the windows of the Chinese language department office, illuminating Teacher Huang Wanting's desk. Her expression was stern, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes on Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Fatty, who stood before her desk. The atmosphere in the office was tense, as if the very air had solidified. "Now, speak up. Where did you go last night?" Teacher Huang Wanting's voice was calm yet commanding. The trio lowered their heads slightly before exchanging furtive glances with one another, none daring to lift their eyes to meet hers. Tang Ren opened his mouth as if to explain, yet ultimately no words escaped. "What's this? Have you lost your voice?" Teacher Huang's brows knitted together, her tone tinged with discontent. "I've never seen you behave this way. Were you up to no good? You vanished during evening study. Did you not hear the school announcement I made in class yesterday? Or did it go in one ear and out the other?" Seeing them remain silent, Teacher Huang rose, visibly irritated. Her shadow elongated in the morning light. Dressed in a light blue floral long dress that swayed gently with her movements, She complimented her 168-centimeter height and graceful figure, exuding elegance and poise. Her curves were not exaggerated but conveyed a sense of beauty that felt just right. Akin to a harmonious poem, her skin was delicate and fair, and without a trace of makeup, her refined features shone through even more, exuding an air of scholarly grace. Yet, when her expression turned serious, an aura of authority emerged, revealing a formidable presence. Guilt washed over Han Jing and his companions. Their clandestine exit from school last night had breached regulations, and they wished to explain, to apologize, yet the silent clarion call left them voiceless. Heads bowed in acceptance of their fate. Perhaps Teacher Huang would soften and let the matter slide after a scolding. Observing their silence, a wave of complex emotions surged within Teacher Huang. You sneaked out like this? What if something happened? What would your parents say? How am I supposed to explain this to your families? At that moment, a languid voice drifted in from outside the office. Hey, Teacher Huang is educating her students. What have these three little mutes done to upset her so early in the morning? Calm down, beautiful. Frowning can give you wrinkles. How about I step in and give these three rascals a bit of physical education? A figure appeared in the doorway, leaning casually against the frame, wearing a self-assured smile, none other than Teacher Hong Wu. Teacher Huang's attention shifted to his entrance, her brows slightly relaxing, though her seriousness lingered. Teacher Hong, what brings you here? The eyes of Han Jing and his friends brightened. They rushed forward as if they had found a savior. Nearly causing Teacher Hong to stumble, they gestured towards Teacher Huang and then to their mouths, silently pleading for him to explain their absence the previous night. Teacher Hong chuckled, his gaze sweeping over Han Jing and his friends before turning to Teacher Huang. I heard these three little rascals snuck out last night, and I thought I'd come and clarify what happened. Approaching Teacher Huang's desk, his smile diminished somewhat. Teacher Huang, these three were with me last night. We had to attend to some urgent matters at the Martyrs' Cemetery. Teacher Huang raised an eyebrow, her expression revealing a hint of skepticism. Urgent matters? What kind of situation? Teacher Huang took a deep breath. Then slowly elaborated, there was an unusual circumstance that required their assistance, which is why they were unable to return on time. A flicker of surprise crossed Teacher Huang's face as her gaze shifted between Han Jing and his friends, finally settling back on Teacher Huang. Really? You're not just covering for them, are you? Teacher Huang nodded, his eyes conveying a sense of determination. Indeed, observe their incoherent babbling. Their inability to articulate stems from the side effects of the forbidden items they encountered last night, and it will take a couple of days for them to recuperate. Huang Wanting fell silent for a moment and finally said, Very well, I trust you. However, you must not let this happen again. Do you understand? Han Jing and the others nodded vigorously, gratitude evident on their faces. They recognized that Teacher Hong had saved their lives. All right, return to your classes, and please close the door behind you. Huang Wanting's voice softened, revealing a hint of compassion in her gaze. The trio nodded appreciatively towards Teacher Hong before swiftly exiting the office. Once Han Jing and his companions departed, the atmosphere in the office shifted dramatically. Teacher Huang Wanting's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes fixated intently on Hong Wu. A glimmer of scrutiny and discontent reflected in her gaze. She remained silent, standing there in quiet contemplation, under the weight of her gaze. Hong Wu faltered within mere seconds. He dared not meet her eyes, his own wandering aimlessly. Avoiding her altogether, he glanced at the ceiling, then at his own shoelaces, his eyes darting around like marbles, and his unshaven face gradually turned a shade of crimson. Teacher Huang, Hong Wu stammered, attempting to explain, yet found his voice faltering under her piercing stare. Huang Wanting remained quiet, standing still as the awkward silence lingered until the school bell rang, shattering the tension. Seizing the moment like a lifeline, he hastily announced, The bell has rung. I have a class to attend, and with that, he hastily exited the office. Only after his figure faded from view did Huang Wanting's demeanor soften. A light huff escaped her lips as she turned to gather her teaching materials, preparing to head to class as the morning sun cast its gentle rays and a soft summer breeze wafted through the campus. Everything appeared serene and beautiful. Teacher Huang Wanting, cradling her teaching materials and lesson plans, strolled through the corridor of the teaching building. Her steps were light and steady, the delicate blue floral dress swaying gently with her movements, complementing her graceful figure. Teachers occasionally hurried past her, laden with books and teaching tools, each preparing for a new day's lessons. Whenever a teacher greeted Huang Wanting, she responded politely, her smile warm and inviting, enveloping those around her in a refreshing aura. "Good morning, Teacher Huang." A young female teacher greeted with a smile and a nod. "Good morning," Huang Wanting replied with a radiant smile, her voice soft and melodious, akin to morning dew dripping from verdant leaves. In the morning light, her silhouette appeared particularly elegant. A gentle summer breeze tousled her hair, a few strands playfully brushing against her face, which she gracefully tucked behind her ear. As the classroom doors began to open along the corridor, the chatter of students gradually filled the air. Whenever Huang Wanting passed by a classroom, students' gazes instinctively gravitated toward her presence. Whether male or female, admiration was evident in their eyes. "Look, it's Teacher Huang. I wish I could be like her one day," a female student whispered to her deskmate, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "What a lovely daydream," the deskmate, a boy, couldn't help but steal a few glances, a hint of bashfulness coloring his cheeks. Huang Wanting seemed oblivious to the attention. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating her lesson plans, golden rays dancing across the pages as if laying a radiant path before her. In that interplay of light and shadow, Huang Wanting's figure appeared almost divine. She embodied the most beautiful scenery of the campus, revered by her students, a symbol of youthful dreams. Upon entering the classroom of the third year, 1 class, the noise gradually subsided, and all eyes turned toward her. Huang Wanting placed her materials on the lectern and surveyed the room. "Please stand." "Good morning, everyone." "Good morning, teacher." The students chorused in response, their attention riveted on her. "Let us commence our lesson." Her voice resonated through the classroom, each word imbued with strength, every movement exuding confidence. "Let us begin with a quick review. Let us recite Ting Wanggu Su. Each person will recite one line, and I will call on you randomly. If you recite correctly, you may sit down. If not, you shall stand at the back of the classroom. Teacher, please don't." As expected, Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Pang Zi found themselves standing for an entire Chinese class. Chapter 8. The silent Zen sunlight streamed through the windows of County No. 1 Middle School's classroom. During the afternoon study period, Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Pang Zi remained mute, their frustration leading them to communicate solely through written notes. To avoid ridicule, the trio reached a consensus. For the next couple of days, if anyone inquired about their silence, they would claim it was due to a bet. Whoever spoke first would lose. Tang Ren, with a clever glint in his eye, quickly wrote in his notebook, "Let us make a bet. I want to speak a single word today. The loser must unconditionally fulfill a reasonable request from the winner." He then passed the notebook to a female classmate in front of him. She read his message with curiosity, raised an eyebrow, and then turned back to him with a mischievous smile, writing, "Deal? However, if I win, you must bring me breakfast for a week." She handed the notebook back to Tang Ren, who promptly wrote, "No problem," and proudly closed the notebook, giving her a thumbs up. Han Jing and Pang Zi observed this exchange and followed suit, passing notes to classmates around them to establish their own bets. The stakes mostly involved breakfast, drinks, fruits, or playful pranks. Han Jing wrote, "I bet you that I want tea speak all day. The loser treats the other to milk tea tomorrow." He passed the notebook to a girl behind him, who smiled at his note and replied, "Sounds good, but if you lose, you'll have to do my chores for a week." Han Jing nodded, responding, "Deal," before passing the notebook to Pang Zi. Thus, the three of them began their silent wager in the classroom, communicating through pen and paper, exchanging glances and gestures. Although they refrained from speaking, their interactions did not diminish. Rather, this unique mode of communication rendered their exchanges even more entertaining. During the break, classmates gathered around, chatting animatedly. As time wore on, news of the wager spread throughout the class, enticing more students to join the challenge. Eager to provoke the trio into breaking their silence, challenges and playful taunts echoed throughout the classroom, playground, and cafeteria. "Hey, Han Jing, can I borrow your math homework from yesterday?" A mischievous boy approached, deliberately adopting a provoking tone. Han Jing raised his head, his gaze calm. His lips moved slightly as if to say no, yet no sound emerged. He merely shook his head. "Tang Ren, didn't you say you liked me yesterday? Come confess your feelings. If you do, I'll accept you." A girl secretly infatuated with Tang Ren teased, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Tang Ren blinked, a smile tugging at his lips as if to say, "Do you think I'm blind?" But he remained silent, merely shrugging. "Pang Zi, Didn't you claim you wanted to lose weight? How will you tell the cafeteria lady to give you less food if you don't speak? Another boy patted Pang Zi on the shoulder, a teasing grin on his face. Pang Zi shot him a glare, his lips moving as if to say, with my figure, who needs to lose weight? But his voice remained silent, and no matter how much the classmates teased them, the trio steadfastly refused to utter a single word. Even when their mouths formed the shapes of speech, no sound emerged. As time quietly passed, 3 days slipped away in a haze. Although they had won numerous bets during this period, their inability to speak left them feeling rather frustrated. Taking advantage of a break during the evening study session, the three of them casually linked arms and headed to the restroom together. Zhou Qiang, a mere 12-year-old boy, had advanced through grades due to his exceptional intelligence and was now a high school senior. His academic performance had always been commendable, and due to his youth, eloquence, and adorable appearance, he had become the darling of the girls in his class and several nearby classrooms. Everyone sought him out for conversation or play, nurturing him like a younger brother. The boys also enjoyed teasing him, frequently engaging him in playful banter. In essence, Xiao Chong was the beloved figure of this teaching floor, affectionately referred to as Xiao Chong. During a break in the evening study session, he stood in front of the urinal, a childlike smile adorning his face. His eyes sparkled with mischief as he waved his hand, attempting to create a perfect figure eight with his stream. His attention was entirely focused on this game, completely oblivious to the few individuals nearby. Hey, you little brat, what the hell are you doing? A coarse voice interrupted Xiao Chong's fun. Startled, he turned to see several boys glaring at him. Their shoes and pants splattered with urine, their faces contorted with anger. I'm sorry, I cannot assist with that. Suddenly, two ruffians seized the opportunity when Teacher Hong was distracted, abruptly breaking free from the encirclement and fleeing. Their movements were swift, yet Teacher Hong's reaction was swifter still. In just a few strides, he closed the distance, delivering a kick to one, accompanied by two precise strikes, executing the actions with remarkable efficiency. The two ruffians fell to the ground, clutching their mouths and groaning in agony. To think they could escape in the presence of a martial artist. How naive could they be? Or perhaps they had simply never faced the harsh realities of society. A note of disdain laced Teacher Hong's voice, his gaze revealing a hint of contempt. The ruffians, covering their mouths, muttered, "You didn't mention you were a martial artist earlier, did you?" Their voices carried a blend of grievance and resignation. "Oh, I forgot. My apologies." The words dripped with sarcasm. Han Jing, Tang Ren, and the fatty observed this scene and couldn't help but chuckle ungraciously. Their laughter echoed through the night, tinged with a sense of ease and triumph. "Teacher Hong, you're impressive," Tang Ren remarked, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Moderate, moderate." Fatty clapped his hands, grinning. "Teacher Hong, your skills have truly opened our eyes." Han Jing nodded, his expression reflecting excitement. "Teacher Hong, if you have time, could you teach us a few moves?" Teacher Hong surveyed the three of them, a hint of approval in his gaze. "Sure, but first, let's take them to the campus security office." Upon hearing this, the three couldn't hide their exhilaration. Upon reaching the security office, Teacher Hong handed the ruffians over to the staff, providing a detailed account of the situation. The staff nodded, signifying that they would handle it and ensure the ruffians were delivered to the authorities for stringent measures. As they made their way back to the teaching building from the security office, the night breeze caressed them, and the stars twinkled sparsely. Teacher Hong's strides were steady, his gaze sweeping over Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Fatty. Suddenly, he inquired, "Have you three ever considered applying to the martial arts program and joining my specialized training class?" Upon hearing this, Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Fatty exchanged glances, astonished and puzzled by Teacher Hong's sudden question. Han Jing spoke up, "Teacher Hong, do you really think the three of us could get into a martial arts university?" His voice carried a note of uncertainty mixed with hope. Teacher Hong chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "How would you know unless you try?" His tone was infused with encouragement and challenge. "The martial arts program isn't as difficult as you imagine. It primarily consists of 5 major hurdles: physical examination, political scrutiny, physical fitness, blood vitality, and blood control. You should have no issues with the first 2, right? As for physical fitness, you only need to run 100 meters in under 10 seconds, which shouldn't be too challenging for you, though Fatty might need to put in some extra effort to shed some pounds." Teacher Hong's words contained a playful tease. Fatty scratched his head, a wry smile creeping onto his face. "Teacher Hong, What about blood vitality and blood control? Tang Ren inquired, curiosity evident in his tone, his eyes sparkling with desire. Teacher Hong halted, his gaze assessing the trio before he spoke slowly. Blood vitality and blood control are the two most crucial aspects of the martial arts examination. Blood vitality refers to the strength of your vitality. Teacher Hong elaborated as he walked. For example, prior to the Great Change, a healthy male who maintained a rigorous exercise regime and ensured adequate nutrition would reach his peak vitality around the age of 30. With a vitality strength of approximately 100. However, as you know, following the Great Change and the influx of unknown substances from other realms into Blue Star, the physical fitness and blood vitality of humanity have seen a substantial increase. Recent research indicates that the peak vitality strength of a normal male can now reach around 120, while last year's cutoff for martial arts program admission was 145. Upon hearing Teacher Hong's words, the trio felt slightly disheartened. Han Jing furrowed his brow. Wow, such high requirements. If the peak is 120, but the admission line is set at 145, we're only in our teens. It's unlikely we could even reach the peak of 120. Tang Ren and Fatty nodded in agreement, concern etched across their faces. Teacher Hong shook his head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Before the Great Change, men did typically peak around 30. But you are different. You belong to a generation that has grown up in the aftermath of the change, exposed from an early age to the unknown substances that have flowed into our world. Additionally, with the widespread promotion of basic long fist martial arts 10 years ago, you have been practicing since elementary school for nearly 8 years, all of which contributes to enhancing your blood vitality, allowing you to reach the peak of a normal person around the age of 18. So, are you saying we three still have hope? Fatty's eyes lit up, excitement evident in his voice. Teacher Hong did not respond directly but continued. Blood control pertains to your ability to manage your vitality. It's the most vital aspect of the martial arts examination, which I have previously described as the ability to manipulate vitality, allowing you to direct it to any part of your body at will. As they reached a streetlight, Teacher Hong suddenly stopped, turning to face Han Jing and the others. I can demonstrate for you. Pay close attention. His voice was low, imbued with a hint of mystery. Han Jing? Tang Ren and Fatty immediately gathered around, their eyes fixed intently on Teacher Hong's outstretched right hand. The back of his hand was dark and rough, bearing the marks of time, yet his palm was soft and rosy, standing in stark contrast, reminiscent of a woman's delicate hand. The trio couldn't help but murmur their observations. In an instant, Teacher Hong's palm flushed crimson, and miraculously, it expanded by a third. Within the next moment, the entire palm transformed into a deep purple-black hue, again enlarging by another third. Han Jing and the others watched in awe, exclaiming how astonishing it was. What a massive hand! If it were to slap someone, I can't even imagine how painful that would be. Why don't you give it a try, Tang Ren? No way. With my small frame, if Teacher Hong were to slap me, I'd be begging for mercy. Teacher Hong gradually relaxed his hand, which instantly returned to its original size. He observed their astonished expressions and smiled slightly. This is merely the surface of blood control. Retracting his hand, Teacher Hong continued walking, elaborating. Before the Great Change, a normal person's control over their vitality was around 5%, but now it has increased to 7 or 8%. However, for us martial artists, even a basic grasp of vitality requires over 10%. While last year's admission cutoff for the martial arts examination was 20%. Hearing this, the trio couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Is the requirement really that high? Their voices tinged with surprise and reverence. Hi. This is merely the starting point, Teacher Hong replied with a hint of amusement. However, you three are rather fortunate. 3 days ago, the spirits of those valiant predecessors bestowed upon you an opportunity, as you each shared in the defeat of several malevolent entities from the islands. At that moment, your blood was surging with vitality, and your spirits were invigorated, allowing you to absorb a significant amount of the unknown substance that emerged after their demise. These substances are beneficial for enhancing both blood vitality and control. A note of admiration sparkled in his eyes. You were likely on the cusp of grasping blood control at that time, and afterward, as I had you practice the basic long fist, you should have all attained a preliminary mastery of blood control. Haven't you noticed that your experience while practicing has felt distinctly different these past few days? The trio pondered, their expressions a mix of confusion and reflection. Now that you mention it, there does seem to be a difference. Han Jing replied, a look of epiphany dawning on his face. Tangren nodded, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Indeed, while practicing these past few days, I felt a flow of power within me, almost as if I could control it. Fatty chimed in, yes, I felt it too. It's as if there's a warm current flowing through my body with every punch I throw. Chapter 10. Effective Vitality Driven by Curiosity. Han Zheng pressed on with another question, his voice imbued with youthful innocence and an eagerness for strength. Teacher Hong, could you tell us what your blood vitality and control levels are? Teacher Hong laughed heartily, a twinkle of mischief in his gaze. I'll share that with you once you become martial artists. Knowing now wouldn't benefit you. Fatty posed another question. Teacher Hong, what are the standards for blood vitality and control to become a formal martial artist? Teacher Hong shook his head. While there is a relationship between becoming a formal martial artist and blood vitality and control, there are no absolute standards. His gaze swept over the trio before he continued. A martial artist at the refinement stage focuses on strengthening their bones, sinews, and skin. As long as one of these aspects is refined to a great degree, one qualifies as a formal martial artist. Thus, there are no stringent requirements regarding blood vitality and control for formal martial artists. However, there is a minimum standard for blood controllability, which is a preliminary grasp of 10%. If one falls below this threshold, they risk injury from their own vitality. Mild cases may result in chaos within their blood, while severe cases could lead to catastrophic consequences. Teacher Hong's voice carried a tone of warning. Tangren expressed his understanding, a hint of comprehension lacing his voice. Teacher Hong, is it not that our bodies resemble balloons? The vitality within us is akin to the air injected into a balloon, while our ability to control this vitality reflects our capacity to manage the flow of air, thereby reducing the pressure within the balloon. However, if our control falters below a certain threshold, leading to excessive pressure, the balloon is likely to burst, correct? Teacher Hong nodded, his gaze revealing approval. Though the analogy may not have been entirely apt, it conveyed a semblance of truth. Tangren pressed on, then, Teacher Hong, does it imply that a higher control of vitality is preferable, yet a greater intensity of vitality is not necessarily advantageous? Teacher Hong shook his head once more, a glimmer of profundity evident in his eyes. Indeed, while a higher control of vitality is beneficial, it naturally follows that with increased control, the intensity of vitality should also be elevated. The product of your control and vitality is what we refer to as effective vitality, while the remainder is deemed ineffective vitality. Ineffective vitality is not truly without merit. It still sustains your health and nourishes your body, albeit at a slower pace. He continued to elucidate, effective vitality, however, is that which you can wield with ease. Warriors fortify their bodies through external training bolstered by effective vitality. According to the principle of usage and disuse, as you have learned in your biology classes, the more effective vitality one possesses, the quicker the refinement and the stronger the physique, i.e. the stage of refining essence. The measure of one's genius is primarily based on the quantity of effective vitality one possesses. Han Zheng could not restrain himself from inquiring. Teacher Hong, how might we enhance our vitality, intensity, and control? His voice bore a tinge of urgency and anticipation. Teacher Hong chuckled heartily. That is precisely the curriculum of the martial arts special training class, which I cannot divulge at present, for these secret methods do carry certain risks. He paused momentarily, offering a caution to the trio. For now, focus on eating well, studying diligently, exercising properly, and resting adequately. Do not overthink other matters. Especially refrain from indiscriminately consuming tonics meant to boost vitality. If mishandled, it could lower your control, and you would have cause to lament. A note of warning tinged his voice. After all, while enhancing vitality intensity is relatively straightforward, achieving a foundational grasp of vitality control is quite challenging. Many who meet the vitality intensity criteria for the annual Martial Science University examination are often eliminated due to inadequate control. Teacher Hong's words were laced with a hint of sigh. This is one reason why true warriors are scarce. Their status is elevated, their rewards substantial, yet they frequently confront peril. Consider carefully whether you wish to pursue martial science and join my class. Of course, you may return home this weekend to discuss it with your families, as formal classes will commence in a few days. Upon hearing this, Han Zheng and his companions wore expressions of contemplation. They understood that this choice would mark a significant turning point in their lives. Teacher Hong, we shall deliberate thoroughly, Han Zheng declared with resolve. Tangren and the plump boy nodded in agreement, their eyes glimmering with aspiration. Teacher Hong acknowledged them with a nod of approval. Very well, you may return to the classroom and continue your self-study. Shortly thereafter, Han Jing, Tangren, and the plump boy returned to the classroom, where their classmates were already engrossed in their studies, the rustle of pages and occasional whispers intertwining in the air. Yet, the trio found it impossible to settle their minds, utterly preoccupied with thoughts beyond their textbooks. They exchanged glances, seemingly pondering the same question. Suddenly, Tangren mimicked Teacher Hong, spreading his right hand before him, holding his breath and staring intently at his palm, as though attempting to control his vitality through sheer will. The plump boy and Han Jing soon followed suit. Regrettably, aside from a slight reddening of their palms, there was no significant change. Rather, their faces flushed as if they were holding back from a pressing need. "It's not working," the plump boy murmured, a note of helplessness in his eyes. "Is Teacher Hong misleading us?" Han Jing queried. "Did he not say this was merely the surface? Have we not even grasped the basics?" Tangren furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat disheartened. Upon reflection, did we perhaps overlook some crucial step? The plump boy pondered, seeking the root of their predicament. We missed nothing. Did not Teacher Hong merely take a breath and spread his hand like this? Han Jing shook his head, his mind clouded with uncertainty. The plump boy flipped his palm, demonstrating a few motions, attempting to replicate Teacher Hong's actions, yet the results remained unchanged. That should not be the case. Could there be some secret method that Teacher Hong employed? Unbeknownst to us? Han Jing's voice conveyed a sense of futility. Let it be. After all, the martial arts class begins in a few days, and I intend to give it a try. A determined light flickered in Han Jing's eyes. Given my current grades, I doubt I could gain admission to a prestigious university through regular examinations. Thus, it is worth a gamble for martial science. Who knows, perhaps a bicycle could transform into a motorcycle. What about you two, plump boy and Tangren? What are your thoughts? The plump boy nodded. I too wish to take the chance, but I fear my grandmother may disagree. Tangren hesitated not. If both of you plan to attend? I cannot fall behind, though I wonder if my family will consent. I must discuss it with them, in a rush. This Friday is just around the corner, and I can return home to discuss it properly. Before long, Teacher Huang returned to the classroom with Xiao Chong, who emanated the scent of medicinal alcohol and carried a small plastic bag containing cotton swabs, iodine, and various medical supplies. Though Xiao Chong's steps were still somewhat unsteady, his eyes no longer reflected the fear and helplessness of before. Teacher Huang stood before the class, her gaze sweeping over the students before settling on Han Jing and his companions. Xiao Chong, standing aside, was the first to speak, his voice trembling slightly yet filled with gratitude. Thank you, classmates, especially Zhu Fugue, Han Jing, and Tang Run. Thank you for saving me. His gaze lingered on the trio, sincerity glimmering in his eyes. Instantly, the entire class focused on Han Jing, Tangren, and the plump boy, erupting into enthusiastic applause. Teacher Huang regarded them with encouraging eyes, a hint of approval evident. The trio rose, smiling bashfully, and Tangren waved his hand dismissively. We are merely classmates. It was a trivial matter, no need to dwell on it. His expression bore a trace of pride. The classmates responded with friendly smiles, creating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Ultimately, Teacher Huang raised her hand to quell the noise. Preparing to deliver a concluding statement, her voice was calm yet forceful. Today, I wish to especially commend Zhu Fugue, Han Jing, and Tang Run for their bravery in standing up against external bullies. Young people should possess such chivalric spirit. While we must not bully others, we must never allow ourselves to be bullied. I hope today's events remain etched in your memories. We should always assist one another. For we are a collective, and both the school and I stand as your support. The applause erupted once more. Throughout history, victory has always united hearts, tightening the bonds of a community. This was true for the senior class of 2023 as well. After a night of fervent discussion, news spread like wildfire across the campus. The heroic deeds of Han Jing, Tangren, and the plump boy quickly became the talk of the hallways, a popular topic among students. Xiao Chong, bullied by outsiders, was valiantly defended by Han Jing and his friends, who had decisively overturned 5 bullies, achieving a flawless victory. As the break bell rang, students poured out of the classrooms, the corridors buzzing with excitement. Classmates from adjacent classes seized the moment to gather around the plump boy, Tangren, and Han Jing, eager to hear their tales. The The trio found themselves at the center of attention, their faces adorned with proud smiles as they recounted their daring exploits with courage and wit. You should have seen it. When that yellow-haired thug charged at me, attempting a flying kick, I barely moved. After he struck me, I simply shuddered, and he flew backwards, knocking down his own comrades. I followed up with a decisive blow, proving that weight is the ultimate combat power. The plump boy gestured animatedly, his loud voice eliciting laughter from the surrounding students. Meanwhile, Xiao Chong, who had trailed behind Han Jing and his friends throughout the day, shared in the merriment, for admiration is a fundamental human emotion. Chapter 11. Returning home, the afternoon sun on Friday streamed through the classroom windows, casting dappled shadows on the desks. Relaxed and anticipatory atmosphere enveloped the room. As the final self-study session drew to a close, allowing students to return home and relish their weekend freedom, Teacher Huang Wenting entered the classroom, her steps light and assured, a gentle smile gracing her face. She scanned each student before clearing her throat, preparing to announce a few important notices. Class, may I have your attention for a moment as I share some school announcements? Her voice was soft yet clear, gradually silencing the chatter within the classroom. First, we shall be dismissed this afternoon. Please prioritize safety on your way home, and whenever possible, travel in groups. Huang Wenting's gaze held a hint of concern. Safety was always of paramount importance. Upon hearing this, the students displayed relaxed smiles, for they understood that this meant they could leave school early and commence their weekend. Secondly, as the school would reopen next Monday, everyone was reminded to bring their parents along for a parent-teacher meeting scheduled for 2:30 p.m. that very afternoon. The students nodded in acknowledgement. Thirdly, the martial arts training class would be established the day after school resumed. They were encouraged to discuss with their families whether to pursue the martial arts path. This year's class would accommodate up to 100 participants, and those interested could come to me to collect an application form. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became vibrant, as students began to whisper and discuss this unexpected announcement. The martial arts training class represented both an opportunity and a challenge for them. Fourthly, this weekend would likely be the last complete weekend for the students before the new semester, and Huang Wenting wished everyone a pleasant weekend in a tone tinged with nostalgia. She knew that with the commencement of the new term, the students' lives would undergo significant changes, entering a critical phase where even a single day off during the weekend would be a luxury. The students' expressions became complex, reflecting anticipation, anxiety, and a touch of reluctance. Following the announcement, the atmosphere in the classroom grew even livelier. Well then, I shall leave the remaining time to you. Feel free to discuss among yourselves. And if you have any questions, do not hesitate to come to my office, she concluded as the bell signaling the end of class rang. The students began to gather their belongings in preparation to head home. Han Jing, Tang Rin, and Pang Zi were no exceptions. Sunlight bathed the entrance of County No. 1 Middle School, the golden rays adding warmth to the afternoon dismissal. Han Jing, Pang Zi, Tang Rin, and Xiao Chong exited the school gate, their laughter echoing in the air, the essence of youth flowing freely among them. The four bid farewell at different intersections, each returning to their respective homes. On his way home, Han Jing felt a surge of excitement at the thought of returning to his family. He lived in an old-fashioned residential complex with only 7 or 8 floors, devoid of elevators. Climbing to the 6th floor, he retrieved his keys and opened the door, assuming that only his mother would be at home. However, upon entering the living room, he was surprised to find 3 people seated there, including both of his parents on the sofa. "Mom, Dad, you're both home?" he exclaimed, a note of astonishment in his voice. Upon closer inspection, he noticed another figure seated on the sofa, someone who appeared somewhat unfamiliar yet had strikingly familiar features. With a hint of confusion, he called out, "Sister?" The figure on the sofa rose, smiling at Han Jing. "What is the matter? Have you been away for so long that you no longer recognize me?" This figure was none other than Han Jing's cousin, Han Chan, who had vanished into the military academy, leaving behind a shadow from his childhood. There is a saying that those without sisters yearn for one, yet those blessed with a sister, particularly a strong-willed and opinionated one, often find themselves enduring the trials of childhood alone, unable to match her strength or wits, subjugated and made to obey. The evening sunlight streamed through the window into the cozy living room, and as Han Jing gazed at his beaming cousin Han Chan, he couldn't help but shiver slightly. Memories of his childhood surfaced, recalling how Han Chan always found clever ways to tease him, evoking a sense of trepidation within him. However, facing his sister's playful gaze, Han Jing forced a smile and feigned ease, saying, "How could I not? You are my dearest sister. I would recognize you even if you turned to ash. No, it's impossible for me to forget you." Han Shan regarded her brother with a more pronounced playful glint in her eyes. "Is that so?" Her tone dripped with teasing, as if to say, "You little rascal, don't think I'm oblivious to your hidden thoughts." Just then, a lively voice interjected, and a figure burst through the door. Han Jing's younger sister, Han Ting, who was currently in middle school. Her slightly chubby face glistened with sweat, whether from the heat or from climbing the stairs was uncertain. She held 2 large bottles of drinks in her hands, and upon spotting Han Jing, she exclaimed, "Brother, you're back." She placed the drinks on the dining table and dashed into the living room, leaping into Han Chan's embrace. "Sister, I'm back." Han Ting's voice brimmed with excitement, her eyes sparkling with admiration and longing for her elder sister. Han Shan warmly hugged Han Ting, gently patting her head. "Little Ting, why are you still so reckless? It's just 2 bottles of drinks. Look at you, all sweaty from running." Her tone was filled with affection. Since childhood, Han Ting had always been closest to her sister Han Shan, as the elder sister indulged her in everything. Whenever Han Jing, in moments of childishness, attempted to claim anything from his sister, be it fruit, snacks, or control over the television, he would invariably face the brutal suppression of their elder sister. This bloodline oppression was devoid of rationale, and it was not uncommon for Han Ting to end up in tears after being bullied. Observing his cousin Han Shan, whom he hadn't seen in 4 years, Han Jing felt a wave of complex emotions wash over him. The memory of his long-haired, gentle-smiling sister now seemed almost unrecognizable. Han Chan's long hair was gone, replaced by a chic bob that lent her an air of sharpness and efficiency. Her short hair shimmered with a healthy glow in the sunlight, swaying gently with her movements. The 4 years in the military academy had instilled in her a unique resolve characteristic of soldiers. Although her features remained largely unchanged, the rigors of military training had rendered her noticeably slimmer, giving her face a more defined and angular appearance. Despite the smile that adorned her lips, an undeniable aura of determination emanated from her. Han Jing set down his belongings and approached his sister Han Shan. "Sister, when did you come back?" Han Shan turned to face her brother, a flicker of tenderness crossing her eyes. "I just arrived home this afternoon, an hour before you." Her voice carried a hint of mirth. Han Shan observed her younger brother, noting how much he had grown in 4 years, now significantly taller than her. Standing at 168 centimeters, with a slender and well-proportioned figure, she appeared taller than many men over 170 centimeters. At that moment, Han Jing's mother cheerfully rose from her seat, saying, "I'm going to cook." Her voice was filled with joy. With both her son and niece home, it was indeed a rare family reunion. Han Jing's father also stood up, declaring, "I'll help you." With that, the two entered the kitchen, busying themselves. The sounds of pots and pans clanging, interspersed with their soft conversations, filled the home with warmth and happiness. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a golden aura over the cozy living room of Han Jing's home. Han Jing, along with his sister Han Shan and younger sister Han Ting, sat together, engaged in conversation. Primarily, it was a dialogue between Han Jing and Han Shan, with Han Shan asking questions and Han Jing responding. Han Ting occasionally interjected, creating a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. "Sister, what have you been doing at the military academy for 4 years?" Han Jing asked curiously, his eyes sparkling with interest in his sister's life. Han Shan chuckled, her gaze mysterious. "It's a secret." Her response was succinct and enigmatic, intensifying Han Jing's curiosity. Han Ting, eavesdropping, suddenly chimed in, "Sister, you won't believe it. One time, during his first year of high school, brother failed an exam and got a severe scolding from dad when he came home." Her tone carried a mischievous lilt. Han Jing shot a glare at his sister. "Han Ting, if you keep talking, no one will think you're mute." Han Shan watched the playful interaction with a hint of amusement. "Little Ting, how are your grades? Are they better than your brother's?" Han Ting perked up immediately. "Of course, my grades are far better than brother's." Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping her sister would commend her. "Then perhaps your sister will reward you," Han Shan teased. Han Ting's eyes lit up. "Really? You're the best, sister." Before they knew it, the conversation veered off course as Han Ting began enumerating Han Jing's transgressions over the past 4 years, such as stealing her chicken leg, swindling her pocket money during the new year, and not taking her along when going out to play. Her eager gaze was fixed on her sister, hoping she would help serve justice and reprimand Han Jing. Han Shan certainly wouldn't refuse. After 4 years away, she felt a bond with her younger sister, but a subtle distance had emerged with her brother. Despite being blood relatives, years apart had created a gap that was palpable. How dare you bully our Tingting? It's time to teach you a lesson and remind you of what bloodline oppression feels like. Han Ting watched eagerly, a spark of pride in her eyes. She knew that with her sister back, she had a solid ally. As Han Jing sat on the sofa, the tension in the air heightened at Han Chan's words. Instinctively, he felt the urge to escape this impending battlefield. Just as he attempted to rise from the sofa, a hand seized him by the neck. Han Chan's grip was firm yet not overly forceful, rendering Han Jing immobile. With a twist of her wrist, she gently but decisively pressed him back onto the sofa. Tingting, come here. Let us avenge the grievances. Han Chan's voice was playful, tinged with mischief. Hearing her sister's call, Han Ting eagerly crawled over, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Subsequently, a large and a small figure both mounted Han Jing's back, and the scenes of childhood began to replay. Are you convinced? Han Chan's voice carried a hint of triumph. Not convinced, Han Ting retorted defiantly, swiftly responding to her sister's challenge by tickling Han Jing's waist with her nimble fingers. Hold him down, don't let him get up. Amidst their playful banter, the slightest barrier of estrangement vanished in an instant. Under the relentless assault of his sister and younger sibling, Han Jing laughed so hard he could scarcely breathe, his pleas for mercy intertwining with his laughter, filling the living room with an atmosphere of sheer joy. All right, I give in, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with humiliation. Only then did Han Shan and Han Ting cease their playful torment, descending from Han Jing's back, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. That's more like it. It would have been better if you'd surrendered sooner, Han Ting remarked with a note of pride. Han Jing rose from the sofa, a look of resignation on his face. Realizing the overwhelming power of familial bonds, in the kitchen, their parents, busy with meal preparations, heard the sounds of laughter and frolic, peeking their heads out to observe the scene, sharing a knowing smile before returning to their tasks. Chapter 12. The first sequence, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow across Han Jing's living room, where the aroma of dinner mingled with the light, creating an ambience of comfort and happiness. Han father and Han mother emerged from the kitchen, each carrying a dish to place on the dining table, then calling out to the living room. Dinner's ready, come eat, stop the ruckus. The trio, engaged in playful antics, immediately halted upon hearing their parents' summons, scampering to the dinner table with alacrity. Wow, my favorite spiral chicken, Auntie, I adore you, exclaimed Han Jing, and my beloved braised pork. Kudos to Mom, Han Ting chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Amidst the praises of their culinary skills, the family settled down to enjoy dinner. As they dined, conversation flowed effortlessly, the atmosphere relaxed and joyful. After the meal, the family lounged on the sofa, engaging in light-hearted chatter. Han Jing cleared his throat. Mom, Dad, there's an announcement from school. A martial arts training class will be established the day after the semester begins, and I wish to join the martial arts program. Han father and Han mother exchanged glances. Zheng'er, is this your own decision? Yes, Dad, I want to give it a try, Han Jing responded with determination. Han mother nodded, her gaze filled with warmth. Zheng'er, whatever decision you make, our family will support you. We just hope you consider it carefully. Han Shan, seated on the sofa, displayed a flicker of concern. Little brother, the training in the martial arts program is quite grueling. Are you sure you can endure it? Han Jing nodded firmly. Sister, I'm aware it will be tough, but I want to seize this opportunity. Han Shan studied her brother's resolute expression, took a deep breath, and slowly replied, All right, little brother, I support you too, brother. I support you as well, Han Ting declared, refusing to be left out. Han Jing chuckled, Thank you all for your support. By the way, there's a parents' meeting next Monday at 2:30 in the afternoon. Mom and Dad, who can make it? I have to return to the mine tomorrow. Let your mother or sister attend. Han Jing's father, Han Chu, replied, a man of few words, embodying the essence of a humble citizen. Lacking in guile and sophistication. It's better for your sister to go. I don't understand anything, he added. Han Jing's mother, Li Xiaoping, concurred, and Han Shan had no objections either. As dawn broke, Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, bathing Han Zheng's room in warmth, making this tranquil space even more inviting. On an August morning, with temperatures just right, it was the perfect time for a leisurely sleep. With a resounding bang, Han Chan kicked open Han Zheng's door. A testament to her sisterly vigor, she appeared at the threshold, striding to the window and abruptly yanking the curtains open. Han Zheng, startled by the sudden noise, instinctively curled up, his bleary eyes opening to behold his sister's presence. A wave of resignation washing over him. Thankfully, he had no habit of sleeping in the nude. Though his upper body was bare, he still wore a pair of shorts. "Lazy pig, get up," Han Chan commanded. Han Zheng rolled over, squinting at her before attempting to drift back to sleep, mumbling, "Sister, it's a rare chance for a lie-in. Please let me be. Not getting up, are we? 3, 2, 1. Han Chan's voice carried a playful threat, her finger already poised to poke his side. Han Zheng yelped as he straightened up, his eyes wide with alarm, his face contorted in pain. "Get dressed and wash up, then come find me on the balcony." Truly, where's the humanity? Can't even enjoy a lazy morning, Han Zheng grumbled reluctantly, but knowing his sister's temperament, he ultimately rose to dress and freshen up. On the balcony, sunlight poured in, the air fresh and invigorating. As Han Zheng stepped outside, he found Han Chan already practicing her martial arts forms in the morning light. Her figure stretched and flowed gracefully, each movement imbued with a sense of vitality and mystery. Enhanced by the morning glow, before long, Han Chan concluded her routine, exhaling a long breath, and turned to her brother, who stood with wide eyes, slacking off like this. "How do you expect to qualify for the martial arts program?" Her tone carried a blend of teasing and anticipation. "Come here and show me your basic long fist form." "All right," Han Zheng replied, still somewhat dazed. It was no wonder he was caught off guard. After all, his sister had not pursued martial arts but had taken the conventional examination route to enter a military academy. 4 years had passed. Could it be that his sister had transformed into a martial artist? Setting aside his musings, Han Zheng took a deep breath and began his practice, gradually finding his rhythm. Han Chan observed from the side, her gaze filled with approval. Not bad. On the balcony, Han Zheng had just completed a set of basic long fist movements. Sweat trickling down his forehead, his breath slightly hurried. Han Chan approached, her expression one of scrutiny. "Extend your hands, palms up," she instructed calmly. Han Zheng complied, presenting his palms. Han Chan glanced at his hands, noting their flushed color, with beads of perspiration forming. She nodded, "Not bad. It seems your control over your vital energy has surpassed 10%. And no wonder you're contemplating the martial arts program. How did you deduce that, sis? By the way, are you a martial artist now?" Han Zheng inquired, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Han Chan cast another glance at his palms, indicating that was all it took to tell, then affirmed, "I indeed am a martial artist." Her tone was matter-of-fact. The clear sign of surpassing 10% in vital energy control is evident after completing a set of basic long fist movements. Your palms become red and warm, sweating as the energy concentrates there, what we call strength reaching the extremities, Han Chan explained, her eyes gleaming with approval. Han Zheng, intrigued, asked, "Sis, how did you become a martial artist?" "Once I entered the military academy, with guidance from instructors and access to resources. Becoming a martial artist is not difficult," she replied casually, as if it were an effortless feat that anyone could achieve. "You should know, there are hardly 20 official martial artists in the entire Lini County." Han Zheng's eyes brightened. "Then, dear sister, as your only brother, if you have any secret techniques or treasures, please send them my way. I would never say no." Han Chan rolled her eyes at her brother. "Secret techniques and treasures? Have you been reading too many wuxia novels? All right, let us get back to the matter at hand. I called you to the balcony not for frivolity." Han Chan's voice turned serious. Her gaze earnest. Two things. First, I wanted to see how well you've mastered your basic long fist. It seems there's hope for you in the martial arts program. Her tone was encouraging. Secondly, there are some matters I need to discuss with you privately, as it's not convenient to speak in front of our relatives. Will you answer me sincerely? Of course, sis, Han Zheng replied. Not so fast. I'm not old yet, Han Chan teased, giving her brother a pointed look. All right, my dear sister, Han Zheng quickly amended, fearing retribution. Have you firmly decided to pursue the martial arts path? The path of a martial artist is akin to walking a tightrope between towering buildings, each step fraught with peril. Based on your current performance, you still have a year in senior high. With diligence, you could aim for a prominent university, secure a stable job afterward, marry, and start a family. With my support, you could lead a peaceful life. Han Chan's voice bore a note of advice. As your sister, I do not wish for you to tread the path of a martial artist, for I understand its dangers. Once you embark on this journey, safety and stability will forever elude you, and danger and crisis will accompany you throughout your life. Worry laced her tone. The path of a martial artist is fraught with peril, where a moment's carelessness may lead to catastrophic consequences, even death by explosion or succumbing to madness. It is well understood that martial artists are at the forefront of danger, tasked with confronting crises head-on. Whether it be the myriad of bizarre occurrences on Blue Star, the invasion of otherworldly species, the disruption of interdimensional passages, or even delving into the depths of those realms, martial artists are invariably called to lead the charge. Bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable, and once one becomes a formal martial artist, they are ushered into this primary echelon. There exists no right to refuse the call, lest they be deemed a deserter under military law. In the current state of my family, I have embarked upon this path, and from the perspective of my loved ones, I wish for you to reconsider venturing down this road. Take a moment to ponder whether this is truly the path you wish to pursue. Han Chan's voice carried a hint of expectation and concern. Han Zheng fell into a contemplative silence, his gaze oscillating between determination and uncertainty. Ultimately, however, resolve triumphed over doubt. Sister, I still wish to enroll in the martial arts training program. Take the martial science examination and attend the martial university. A life of stability equates to one of mediocrity. Security signifies ordinariness. As for bloodshed and sacrifice, if you can endure it, others can too, and so can I. Moreover, the era we inhabit is one rife with crises. As an ordinary individual, even with your assistance, I cannot entirely evade all dangers nor navigate through life unscathed. We can never predict whether the future or peril will strike first. Subsequently, Han Zheng recounted to Han Chan the events he experienced during the Mid-Autumn Festival night, a tale he had not even shared with his parents, fearful of causing them distress. With both parents alive, it is better to rely on oneself. Only by becoming a martial artist can one truly possess the foundation to stand firm in this era. Now that I have this opportunity, if I fail to seize it, I shall regret it for the rest of my life. Thus, I am determined to take the martial science examination, attend the martial university, and become a martial artist. Even if danger looms in the future, I am willing to stand alongside you, dear sister, before our family, rather than cower behind you with my eyes closed, he added with a playful tone. So, my dear sister, if you possess any secret techniques, do share them with your beloved brother. I have no need for heavenly treasures or earthly delights. Han Chan gazed at her brother, who had once again adopted a playful demeanor, her emotions a complex blend of 3 parts relief, 3 parts concern, and the remainder a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Chapter 13. Confronting instinct. Standing upon the balcony, Han Zheng fixed an intense gaze upon his sister, awaiting her response. Han Chan offered a gentle smile, stating, "While I do not possess any secret techniques, I can certainly enlighten you on some fundamental knowledge regarding martial artists." She continued with pride, "Currently, the most scientifically recognized and systematic martial artist classification is that of Huagua, divided into 3 major tiers and 9 levels: refining essence, refining qi, and refining spirit, with each tier further subdivided into 3 levels. Refining qi and refining spirit may be too distant for you to consider at this stage, so I shall refrain from elaborating. If you gain admission to the martial university, instructors will provide you with further details." Her gaze swept over Han Zheng. Refining essence primarily focuses on enhancing vitality, specifically through the augmentation of one's physical constitution, honing the body, with emphasis on the 3 aspects of bones, sinews, and skin. This is the foundational level of martial artists. With a serious demeanor, she continued, "Achieving proficiency in any one of these aspects qualifies one as a formal martial artist." Han Zheng listened intently, his eyes reflecting a sense of longing and curiosity. The difficulty of refining varies. Bones refer to the skeletal structure and marrow, which presents the greatest challenge, while sinews pertain to ligaments and tendons, with moderate difficulty, and skin relates to muscle, which is the least demanding. Thus, it is common for individuals to opt for the easier path first, typically beginning with the refinement of skin. Her gaze remained fixed on Han Zheng. However, A rare few choose to tackle the challenge of refining bones first. As sunlight bathed the balcony in warmth and brightness, Han Chan continued, "You aspire to take the martial science examination and attend the martial university. The political review, physical examination, and fitness tests should pose no significant issues for you. The critical factors will be the strength and control of your vitality, particularly the latter. After all, while enhancing vitality strength may be straightforward, improving control over it is considerably more complex." Han Jing interjected. "Teacher Hong mentioned this as well. My classmates and I even inquired about methods to enhance vitality strength and control, but Teacher Hong merely advised us to maintain good nutrition, exercise reasonably, and rest well, particularly cautioning against consuming any supplements for boosting vitality until we enter the martial training program." His voice carried a note of curiosity. Han Chan nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "It seems your martial arts instructor is quite competent." Her tone was approving. "Indeed, enhancing vitality is accurate, but that applies to formal martial artists. You are still in the foundational stage of growth. The vitality-boosting supplements available on the market are unsuitable for you, as they may hinder your physical development and undermine your foundation, a risk not worth taking." Her tone conveyed a warning. Moreover, hastily increasing vitality strength can be detrimental, as it may compromise your control over it. The ability to manage vitality is not easily enhanced. Her expression turned serious as she elaborated. Control of vitality fundamentally reflects one's mental strength. Vitality strength can be likened to cargo within the body, while a person's spirit serves as the porter of this cargo. If vitality strength surges too rapidly without corresponding mental fortitude, it would be akin to a young ox attempting to pull a heavy cart, potentially overwhelming one's spirit. Excessive supplementation can lead to detrimental effects, ranging from minor issues like nosebleeds to severe disruptions of vitality, resulting in mental turmoil, rendering one utterly incapacitated. "Sister, as a martial artist now, can you teach me how to enhance both vitality strength and control? Are there any secret techniques or methods?" Han Zheng's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Han Chan offered a subtle smile, her gaze teasing. "Indeed, there are corresponding methods to enhance vitality strength and control. Sister, please, teach me," Han Zheng implored excitedly. "However, I cannot disclose them to you at this moment." "Why not?" Disappointment and confusion crossed Han Zheng's face. Han Chan inhaled deeply, a hint of resignation in her eyes. All who learn these methods sign confidentiality agreements, prohibiting the sharing of knowledge with others. Should anyone be discovered teaching these techniques privately, both the teacher and the student would face repercussions. After all, these methods were painstakingly developed by our predecessors, and it is incumbent upon all beneficiaries to respect their labor and intellectual property. A lack of respect may invoke the ire of enforcement agencies. Her voice bore a warning. "Oh, I see." A flicker of reverence appeared on Han Zheng's face. "Isn't your school about to commence the martial training program? Provided you meet the learning criteria and sign the relevant confidentiality agreements, your martial arts instructors will teach you. There's no need to risk my potentially violating teaching protocols." Han Chan's tone was comforting. "All right, then what are the learning criteria?" "Those criteria, you have already met them, with your control of vitality reaching 10%, indicating a rudimentary grasp of it. Furthermore, the methods differ slightly between genders. While the distinctions are minor, the initial attempt can still pose some risk. It would be prudent to let your martial arts instructors guide you through it. Nonetheless, I can share some foundational techniques that do not involve any secrets, such as stance exercises and basic breathing methods. Small tricks to enhance your control over vitality." Her tone was enticing. Han Zheng's eyes lit up once more. "Sister, teach me." "Let us begin with two fundamental stances, the circular stance and the horse stance." With that, Han Chan began to demonstrate. She bent her knees slightly, positioning her feet shoulder-width apart, toes pointed forward, head upright, chin slightly retracted, and arms raised to shoulder height, forming a circular embrace, breathing evenly and naturally. The essence of the circular stance lies in being relaxed and natural, ethereal yet upright, intricate yet harmonious. Embodying wholeness. Han Zheng mimicked her posture, and after a slight adjustment from Han Chan, she instructed, "Imagine yourself cradling a round log, occasionally exerting force as if attempting to lift it." After perfecting this posture, Han Chan transitioned to the horse stance. You should be familiar with this stance. She guided Han Zheng into the squat, adjusting his position while offering reminders. Feel as if your feet are rooting into the ground, as if your toes are gripping the earth. Your hips and waist should alternate between tension and relaxation, sensing the shifts in your center of gravity, much like riding a horse. Keep your upper body relaxed and your gaze directed into the distance. Employing abdominal breathing. These two stances can be practiced each morning after your foundational long fist training. After allowing Han Zheng to hold the stance for a while, Han Shan proceeded to teach him basic breathing techniques, focusing on pauses and rhythm variations during breathing, which he could practice every night before bed. "Sister, is there anything else?" Han Zheng inquired, his excitement evident. "Indeed. Starting today, during meals, refrain from using your right hand for chopsticks. Switch to your left. What is the reasoning behind this? Can this truly enhance vitality control?" Han Shan patiently explained, "Certainly. Haven't you heard that use it or lose it? The essence of enhancing one's vital energy lies in strengthening one's mental will. In our daily lives, the only method to hone our mental resilience is through a singular approach: confrontation, confronting our instincts and our subconscious. What does this imply? Literally speaking, if an individual possesses the physical capability to run no more than 5 kilometers, after which their body begins to manifest various discomforts such as fatigue, weakness, or even nausea and dizziness, this is the body's instinctive mechanism to prevent them from continuing. However, if this person can suppress these discomforts and continue running, even if just for an additional 10 or 20 meters, a struggle ensues between their mental will and bodily instincts, effectively sharpening their resolve and enhancing mental fortitude. This is what we refer to as confronting instinct and challenging physical limits. This method can lead to rapid improvement in mental resilience, yet it is equally perilous and requires the presence of a trained individual for safety. If I were to strike someone's eye socket, that person would instinctively close their eyes. But if they manage to resist that instinct, would that also be considered confronting instinct? Han Zheng inquired. Indeed, it would be, came the response. Such training does exist within military contexts. However, it is rather hazardous for you. I would not recommend engaging in such practices at this moment, as you might inadvertently injure yourself. Han Shan chided her brother with a knowing glance. In contrast, while confronting the subconscious may yield a more gradual enhancement of mental will, it excels in safety and sustainability, allowing for integration into daily life. For instance, using chopsticks with the left hand serves as a minor yet effective technique to challenge the subconscious. As a right-handed person, one typically reaches for objects with their dominant hand. However, consciously opting to use the left hand constitutes a form of confrontation. When hunger strikes and one must eat, the subconscious urges a swift consumption of food for digestion and energy. Yet, by deliberately using the less familiar left hand, this process is slowed, further exemplifying the confrontation. This small technique not only aids in the development of the right hemisphere of the brain, but also enhances dexterity in the left hand, truly a twofold benefit. In our daily routines, the majority of our movements, be it walking, sitting, or lying down, are predominantly governed by our subconscious. To bolster our mental will, we can actively confront our subconscious, allowing our conscious mind to dictate each action. For example, while walking, one must instruct their limbs to move through deliberate thought, rather than relying on ingrained habits. Curious, Han Zheng endeavored to walk as Han Shan suggested. Initially, he felt awkward, occasionally moving hands and feet in synchrony. Han Shan observed with a smile, choosing not to interrupt his attempts. The siblings engaged in conversation on the balcony for quite some time, followed by over an hour of morning exercises. Once the sun began to shine too brightly, they descended from the balcony and returned home. Their parents and sister Han Ting were already enjoying breakfast, a delightful concoction of sweet wine mixed with eggs and small pieces of glutinous rice cake. Fragrant and visually enticing, representing a local specialty of Lini County, seldom found elsewhere. Zheng'er, Chan'er, come and have breakfast, called their mother, Li Xiaoping, as she noticed their return. She rose to serve them from the kitchen, but Han Shan stopped her, insisting they could serve themselves. Each filled a large bowl, mindful of the considerable morning exertion. Han Shan, like their parents and sister Han Ting, picked up a ceramic spoon and began eating, while Han Zheng opted for chopsticks. Albeit with his less proficient left hand, he attempted to grasp a piece of glutinous rice cake, which proved slippery and elusive. "Zheng'er, why aren't you using a spoon?" "We have plenty," his mother questioned, puzzled. "Mom, I want to try using chopsticks." Han Zheng replied stubbornly. Han Shan observed her brother's struggle, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes. "Auntie, let him be." Undeterred, Han Zheng persisted, yet his efforts remained in vain. The glutinous rice cake, once boiled, became exceedingly slippery, making it a challenge to grasp even with the right hand. As he dropped piece after piece, Han Shan had already consumed half her bowl while he had yet to manage a single bite, splattering broth in the process. "Brother, have you become left-handed all of a sudden, using chopsticks with your left hand?" Han Ting remarked, having finally noticed. "Developing the skill to use my left hand aids in right brain development. You wouldn't understand. But I do understand that you won't be having breakfast at this rate. Is it true that you're not leaving this time, sister?" Han Chu and Li Xiuping looked up in response to Han Ting's question, turning their attention to Han Shan. "Indeed, I have a week's holiday this time, allowing me to spend a few days with you," she replied, wiping her mouth and affectionately ruffling Han Ting's hair. "But it's only a week. School starts in 3 or 4 days. Then let's make the most of this time before school begins. Where would you like to go? I shall take you anywhere you desire." Chapter 14. The Parent-Teacher Meeting on a sunny Monday morning. With gentle breezes caressing the campus of Lini County No. 1 High School, the tranquility of the morning was enlivened. First- and second-year students returned to school, busily registering, organizing their dormitories, and collecting textbooks. In contrast, the third-year students appeared particularly relaxed. Having commenced their studies earlier, they only needed to bring their parents to a class meeting before 2:30 p.m., with the remainder of the day free for personal arrangements. Just past 2 o'clock, under the blazing sun, Han Jing escorted his sister Han Shan to the senior building. At this moment, the corridors were filled with students, as most seats had been relinquished for parents, leaving them to either linger in the hallways or descend to other areas. Yet, this was the peak of the sun's intensity, and few were inclined to move. Han Jing led Han Shan to the classroom door, indicating his assigned seat. "Sister, my seat is in the 6th row by the window. You can go in and sit. I'll wait for you here." "All right," Han Shan responded with a smile, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, as it was her first time attending a parent-teacher meeting on behalf of someone else. Upon entering the classroom, Han Shan's presence instantly captivated the attention of numerous parents, most of whom were middle-aged, in their 30s or 40s. The sudden appearance of a vibrant young woman in her 20s was bound to draw interest. She moved gracefully and confidently into the classroom, her short hair gleaming and her casual summer athletic attire enhancing her spirited aura. Her arrival was akin to a breath of fresh air, instantly dispelling the classroom's oppressive atmosphere. Parents' gazes turned toward her, curiosity evident in their expressions, while hushed conversations began to emerge. "Who is that girl? She's stunning. Is she one of your classmates?" one parent whispered to their child standing nearby. Han Shan approached Han Jing's desk, her movements elegant and fluid. She seated herself, her gaze sweeping across the classroom, before lowering her head to examine Han Jing's desk. Han Jing waved at his seated sister, gesturing toward the hallway to indicate he would remain outside. Han Shan acknowledged him with a nod, and Han Jing then stepped into the corridor, where familiar faces awaited. Tang Rin, Pang Zi, Xiao Chong, and a few other acquaintances stood in a line, their expressions mischievous as they regarded Han Jing. Han Jing recognized their demeanor as a precursor to trouble. Sure enough, as he approached, Xiao Chong was pushed forward to serve as the scapegoat. "Bro, who is that stunning older sister you just came in with?" Han Jing retorted with irritation. "My sister." As expected, their eyes lit up at his response, and they began to bombard him with questions. "Does your sister have a boyfriend? How old is she? Are you looking for a brother-in-law?" A cacophony of teasing remarks erupted from the group. Han Jing understood this was merely the exuberance of youthful hormones finding an outlet. So he refrained from answering, simply stating, "If you have the courage, go ask her yourself. Just don't come crying to me if you end up hurt. Is it that ruthless?" They gasped in unison, even Xiao Chong joining in the act. Han Jing playfully seized Xiao Chong, ruffling his hair and exclaiming, "You little rascal, why are you following these fools?" Dissatisfied, Xiao Chong wriggled free from Han Jing's grasp, fixing his disheveled hair as he protested. "A head can be lost, but a hairstyle must not be ruined. What if your sister takes a liking to me?" His voice carried a hint of defiance and mischief. "To that point, I won't even need you to call me brother-in-law. We can each handle our own affairs," he declared before dashing away, causing the others to erupt in laughter. Han Jing, Tang Ren, and Pang Zi stood in the corridor, their shadows stretching long in the setting sun. Han Jing quietly inquired of them, "What are your thoughts on pursuing the martial arts program? Have you discussed it with your families?" Pang Zi scratched his head, excitement evident in his eyes. "Why grandfather supports me. But my grandmother is a bit hesitant. Nevertheless, I managed to persuade her. The expression on Tang Rin's face was somewhat troubled as he sighed. I truly wish to go, yet there are objections at home. My mother hopes for a more stable life, while my father is still upset with me and refuses to acknowledge my presence. Especially after I cleared out his liquor stock, I must engage in some earnest discussions with my family upon returning. A hint of helplessness laced his voice. Han Zheng listened to their conversation, a complex wave of emotions surging within him. He understood that everyone's family circumstances varied, and so did their choices. The three of them then deftly sidestepped the topic. Choosing not to discuss it further, at 2:30, the parents' meeting officially commenced. The homeroom teacher, Ms. Huang Wanting, entered the classroom, her face adorned with a warm and gentle smile. The parents promptly quieted down, their gazes fixated on Huang Wanting, transforming the previously raucous classroom into an atmosphere of solemnity. Esteemed parents, I sincerely thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this meeting. I am Huang Wanting, the homeroom teacher and Chinese language instructor for Class 3-1. Her voice resonated through the classroom, followed by a wave of enthusiastic applause, the parents' eyes reflecting a glimmer of respect. Today, our meeting primarily aims to report on the students' academic progress and discuss pertinent matters regarding this year's college entrance examinations, as well as to explore the future development paths for our children. Huang Wanting continued. The parents nodded, many displaying signs of anxiety. Huang Wanting began her detailed presentation, her voice calm yet powerful, each word imbued with significance. She meticulously outlined the overall performance of the class, the academic status of each student, their preparations for the college entrance exams, and offered suggestions for the children. The parents listened intently. Subsequently, Huang Wanting addressed the myriad questions raised by the parents. Their inquiries varied widely. Some were concerned about their children's academic performance, others about changes in examination policies, and some about their children's future prospects. Huang Wanting responded to each question with patience and professionalism, dispelling any doubts that lingered in the parents' minds. Once again, I thank all the parents for attending, and I hope we can work together for the future of our children. As the clock swiftly approached 5. The meeting concluded with Ms. Huang's expression of gratitude. Parents rose to express their thanks, with many extending invitations for dinner to Ms. Huang, all of which she graciously declined. After the meeting, parents filed out of the classroom, and Han Chan, alongside Tang Rin's mother, Li Yuhong, assisted the plump grandmother, the three of them chatting amiably as they emerged. Together, they perfectly embodied the charm of three generations, one spirited, one intellectual, and one benevolent. Han Zheng, the plump boy, and Tang Rin approached them, forming a jovial cluster, greeting each other with cheerful grandma, auntie, mom, sister. They then began a lively conversation as they walked. The plump boy's grandmother began to complain to Han Zheng and Tang Rin. You three haven't come to dine with me in ages. Have you grown weary of my cooking? Not at all. Your cooking is the best in the world, Grandma. It's just that we've been too busy with our studies lately. Tang Rin replied mischievously. Next weekend, little Han Zheng and little Tang Rin, you must come to Grandma's for dinner. No excuses. Little Chan and Tang Rin's mother should come too, the plump grandmother commanded firmly. All right, Grandma. The trio nodded in agreement, while Han Chan declined. No, Grandma. I have to return to school in a couple of days. At this moment, Tang Rin's mother suggested, how about we all go to my house for a casual dinner tonight? It's just a short walk from the school. The plump grandmother and Han Chan's refusals were met with a chorus of disagreement, with the plump grandmother cheerfully insisting on ignoring the old man, her husband, who could find his own meal if no one cooked for him. Eventually, they reached a consensus to dine at Tang Rin's home. The afternoon sun bathed them in warmth and brightness. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a lively glow on the streets of Lini County, infusing this tranquil afternoon with vitality. The group took bus number 11 and arrived at Tang Rin's home in less than 10 minutes. His yard remained vibrant and flourishing, with various flowers and plants arranged harmoniously, resembling a miniature botanical garden. The plump grandmother stood at the entrance, her eyes reflecting a sense of admiration, remarking, "This yard is beautifully maintained." Han Chan candidly praised Auntie, "You possess both taste and patience to manage your garden so elegantly. You all must come by more often." "I'm usually at home with nothing to do," she replied. Despite being situated in a bustling area, it felt almost like a countryside retreat, imparting a sense of tranquility and serenity. Upon entering the living room, Tang Rin's father emerged from the kitchen, welcoming them warmly. "Welcome, welcome. Please, come in." He ushered them inside. Han Jing and the plump boy, being regular visitors, felt more at ease here than in their own homes. Tang Ren introduced his father to his grandmother and Han Chan, as they were first-time visitors. "Please, make yourselves at home," he urged, as if you were in your own house. The guests settled into the living room while Tang Ren's mother remained to host them, while his father returned to the kitchen to continue preparing dinner. In the kitchen, Tang Ren's father expertly handled the cooking, each movement revealing a level of professionalism, as he had once trained as a chef in his youth. As night fell, the dinner officially commenced. The dining table was adorned with an array of sumptuous dishes, 9 dishes and a soup, all exuding delightful aromas. Tang Ren's parents emerged from the kitchen with the final dish. "Everyone, please take a seat. Dinner is served." Tang Ren's father warmly invited them. As they gathered around the table, he raised a drink, humorously noting, "I may not have fully showcased my culinary skills tonight as preparations were somewhat rushed. So please bear with me, it's already quite a feast." Han Chan and the plump grandmother chimed in unison. The evening unfolded amidst laughter and chatter, the atmosphere warm and joyous. Han Chan, Han Jing, and Fu Gue. "Do eat more," Tang Ren's father encouraged the younger generation, casting a glance at the plump boy, seemingly suppressing a remark about their thin frames. After the meal, Han Jing discreetly inquired of his sister. "Han Chan, sister, both Tang Ren and the plump boy are my close friends. They wish to apply to the martial arts academy with me. May I share the tips you taught me with them?" Han Chan nodded in approval. After a satisfying meal and a cup of tea, Han Chan escorted the plump grandmother home, while Han Jing, the plump boy, and Tang Ren returned to school. However, Tang Ren's exit from his home appeared somewhat awkward. On the way back to school, he explained to Han Jing and the plump boy, "The situation with my father's liquor stock has escalated. Why mother sold me out. She wanted to keep my father's supply for herself. For the past 2 days, I've dared not be in the same room with my father for over a minute. His gaze could cut through steel. I feared he might lash out at me in a fit of anger. Indeed, I am merely a casualty of circumstance." Tang Ren had often boasted to the plump boy and Han Jing about his resilience. Initially, his parents believed that after having Tang Ren's older siblings, they had achieved a complete family and thus took measures to prevent further pregnancies. However, years later, they did not anticipate that the DNA state of Tang Ren would break through all barriers, seizing the very essence of life. This led to a significant age gap between him and his siblings, who had already established their own families and typically did not stay overnight, only returning on weekends to gather for meals. Chapter 15. Registration for the Martial Arts Academy. Within the brightly lit high school building, the classroom of Class 3-1 buzzed with activity as students grappled with their studies amidst mountains of assignments. An atmosphere of tension permeated the air. Ms. Huang stood at the podium, holding a stack of application forms for the martial arts training program. She clapped her hands, capturing the attention of the entire class. "Tomorrow, the martial arts training program will officially commence. Those interested may come forward to collect the forms, fill in the required personal information, and submit them to my office before the end of evening study." Her voice echoed in the classroom, her serious gaze sweeping across the students. Upon hearing this announcement, the students began to murmur amongst themselves, many feeling a surge of interest. Before they could act, Ms. Huang doused their enthusiasm with a sobering reminder. "Please consider carefully. The martial arts training program requires a fee of 1,000 yuan, which is non-refundable once you enroll." The atmosphere in the classroom shifted to one of gravity. While 1,000 yuan might not be a significant sum for some families, it was still a considerable amount, sufficient to cover a student's living expenses for a semester, given the school's cost of living. Ms. Huang continued, "You are all aware of the challenges faced by the previous 2 cohorts of the martial arts training program. Many have enrolled, yet very few persist to the end. The majority withdraw midway." Her tone carried a note of caution and counsel. "I urge you all to carefully weigh your personal circumstances and family situations, as 1,000 yuan is not a trivial amount for an ordinary household. Do not approach this endeavor with a mere trial and error mindset. Although the martial arts training program permits withdrawal at any time, once enrolled, the commitment to early morning study, afternoon rest, and evening self-study sessions will undoubtedly demand a substantial investment of time and energy. If one cannot firmly resolve to proceed, it would be wiser to forego the opportunity altogether." Teacher Huang's gaze swept over each student. The notion of having both fish and bear's paw is not entirely unattainable. However, one must consider their own circumstances and reflect carefully on whether they can truly manage both. Her voice carried a hint of philosophy and contemplation. The wisdom of a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush is something you all comprehend, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. The forms are placed on the lectern. Please come forward to collect them. Should you have any uncertainties regarding how to fill them out, do not hesitate to inquire. Teacher Huang's voice gradually softened, as she harbored concerns not only about students choosing the wrong path, but also about them missing out on opportunities. In the classroom, discussions among classmates crescendoed. "Do you think this martial arts training program is truly worthwhile?" asked a student of average academic standing, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. "I am unsure. I've heard the training is quite grueling, but if one can indeed become a martial artist, that would be remarkable. High status and excellent benefits," replied another, his eyes gleaming with aspiration. "I have a cousin who got into the martial arts university and now, after graduating, effortlessly earns $1 million a year, has built a new house, drives a sports car, and has married into wealth, reaching the pinnacle of success in life, living in a big city. Each time he returns home, leaders and wealthy individuals from the village and town come to visit, eager to establish connections and offer gifts, which he often declines. However, he also confided in me that the path of a martial artist is indeed arduous in the beginning, more challenging than enduring bitter hardships. And even once officially recognized as a martial artist, danger lurks. Yet, the rewards are commensurate with the efforts invested. But 1,000 yuan in training fees is no small sum for my family," remarked another student with evident concern. "Indeed, and once you enroll, the fee is non-refundable. That sunk cost is quite significant," added another. "What I fear most is that if I fail the martial arts exam, my focus on the regular college entrance exam will also be compromised," voiced a student of average grades, anxiety evident in his expression. In the classroom, students exhibited varied expressions. Some shone with determination, while others displayed hesitation and worry. Han Zheng sat resolutely in his seat. He had long made the decision to join the martial arts training program with the full support of his family. Tang Ren and Pang Zi also occupied their seats, with Pang Zi appearing more resolute while Tang Ren wore an expression of indecision. "What do you intend to do?" Tang Ren inquired, seeking support and courage from his companions at this critical juncture. "I will register," Han Zheng replied naturally, his tone steady, and Pang Zi nodded in agreement. "Very well, if you all are going, I cannot fall behind." Tang Ren's tone shifted to one of determination, as if he had resolved himself. "Tang Ren, think it through. Do not act impulsively. Your grades are good. You have no trouble gaining admission to a prestigious university, and even the top institution, Huqing University, is within reach. There is no need to gamble alongside me and Pang Zi," Han Zheng advised. Pang Zi concurred. "Yes, Tang Ren, do not be hasty. With your grades, the teacher may not even be willing to let you join the martial arts training program. Consider it carefully, and it seems your parents are not very supportive of you pursuing this path. Enough. This is a decision I have made after much contemplation. You two should not try to hold me back. Besides, it's merely 1,000 yuan, a trifling amount for someone like me. Given this opportunity, I cannot let it slip away without at least trying. If it does not work out, I can always withdraw, and it should not significantly impact my grades. Furthermore, who knows if I, the tenacious Tang Ren, may not only be a genius in academics but also shine brilliantly in martial arts. Would this world not be deprived of a formidable martial arts master? True, I almost forgot. His Highness Tang Ren is not just an academic prodigy but also a local tycoon. Let us proceed to the podium to collect the forms." Han Zheng, Tang Ren, and Pang Zi stood up first, their eyes radiating determination. They approached the lectern and retrieved the application forms. Teacher Huang glanced at the three without speaking, silently handing over the forms. With their example set, 7 or 8 more students gradually approached the podium to collect forms, most of whom were those with average or below average grades in class. As night fell, the lights of Linyi County gradually illuminated the landscape, resembling stars scattered across the earth. Han Chan stepped onto the balcony alone, her gaze traversing the railing towards the distant nightscape. Although the county's night view lacked the vibrancy of a metropolis, it possessed a tranquil beauty. Han Chan retrieved her phone and dialed a familiar number. After a brief melody, the call connected. "Hello, teacher. Have you had dinner yet?" Han Chan's voice carried respect and familiarity. A female voice replied from the other end, tinged with amusement. "I have already eaten." "How has your time off at home been?" "Quite well," Han Chan affirmed with determination. "Teacher, I would like to redeem my achievement points for the latest foundational reagent." After a moment of silence, the voice on the phone replied, Is it for your cousin? Yes, Han Chan confirmed. All right, the package will be delivered to your home tomorrow. Remember to sign for it and keep it confidential. Thank you, teacher. Han Chan expressed her gratitude. After the call ended, she gazed once more at the distant nightscape. The gentle night breeze caressed the balcony, bringing a slight chill. Standing there, her silhouette appeared particularly solitary against the backdrop of night. She had already dedicated herself to the nation. Her family needed someone capable of shouldering responsibilities. In this era, the uncertainties of the future were manifold. She recalled Han Zheng's childhood, the little boy who always trailed behind her, now grown into a tall young man. Her eyes glimmered with tenderness and pride. Little Zheng, for now, I can only assist you to this extent. The rest depends on you, Han Chan murmured softly, her voice resolute. She understood the significance of this foundational reagent for Han Zheng. It represented an opportunity, a chance to alter his destiny. In the office of the senior year Chinese language group, teacher Hong Wu, idling about, either intentionally or not, found himself wandering into this office filled with several female teachers, engaging in light-hearted conversation. Amidst the banter, he playfully initiated a round of pun-based wordplay, eliciting laughter from the group of female teachers. At one point, he declared, I am a plate of sauerkraut fish, both sour and vegetable and superfluous. The game continued with various humorous phrases, each more amusing than the last. However, the chain of wordplay eventually stalled at teacher Hong Wu, as he found himself unable to conjure another phrase. Though teacher Huang was also present in the office, her focus was primarily on preparing teaching materials, unaffected by teacher Hong Wu's antics. Teacher Hong? You seem quite the seasoned driver, remarked a married female teacher with a teasing glint in her eye. Teacher Hong Wu chuckled. I merely saw how hard you all work and thought to lighten the atmosphere. Indeed, since teacher Hong's arrival, the office's ambience has become significantly more lively, another female teacher concurred. Teacher Hong, you visit our office daily. One might suspect your intentions lie beyond mere conviviality, another joked, glancing at teacher Huang, who was diligently preparing her lesson materials. Teacher Hong Wu laughed heartily, while the other female teachers exchanged knowing glances, amused but choosing not to comment further. His presence stood out in the office, frequently stealing glances at teacher Huang, who remained engrossed in her work. After evening study concluded, Han Zheng, Tang Ren, and Pang Zi approached teacher Huang's office, application forms in hand. Teacher Huang, we have come to submit our application forms. Teacher Huang looked up, instructing, placed them on the table. Just then, teacher Hong Wu strolled over, his gaze sweeping across the three. Have you three filled out forms as well? Yes, we all wish to join the martial arts training program. Han Zheng replied. Indeed, teacher Hong, we have made the decision to join your martial arts training program, Pang Zi added, excitement evident in his voice. Please be lenient with us, teacher Hong, Tang Ren chimed in playfully. Teacher Hong Wu nodded with a grin, his eyes reflecting approval. Excellent, rest assured, I will take special care of the three of you. Teacher Huang, how about I take these 3 application forms with me first? That way, you won't have to make another trip tomorrow to hand them over to me. Hong Wu picked up several application forms from the desk, but upon seeing teacher Huang glare at him, he reluctantly set them down and rubbed the back of his head. Chapter 16. Rewards and medals in teacher Hong Wu's office. Han Zheng, Fatty, and Tang Ren stood observing their surroundings, as this was their first visit to teacher Hong Wu's office. After submitting their application forms, they were led back to his office. The trio curiously examined the spacious single office, measuring approximately 20 to 30 square meters, lavishly decorated to the point of rivaling the principal's office. A mahogany desk occupied the center of the room, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the soft indoor lighting, adorned with exquisite miniature potted plants. In the corner, precious green plants added a touch of vitality to the room. A genuine leather sofa quietly sat in one corner, exuding a subtle sense of luxury with its soft and comfortable texture. The air conditioning and water dispenser were of high-end brands, and even the curtains were electric. With a gentle press of the remote, they would slowly draw back to reveal the night view outside. However, in stark contrast to these opulent facilities, the desk was cluttered with various documents, stationery, a computer, and miscellaneous items, reflecting teacher Hong Wu's disheveled style. Standing before the desk, Han Zheng, Fatty, and Tang Ren exchanged curious glances, wondering what teacher Hong Wu had in store for them, uncertain if he intended to provide them with special treatment. Teacher Hong Wu retrieved several thin envelopes from his drawer and handed them to the trio. Apart from their names, the envelopes bore no other markings. He gestured for them to open them, then took a sip from his cup, steam rising as he did so. Teacher Hongwu gulped down several mouthfuls of tea, seemingly trying to quench the thirst and fatigue accumulated throughout the day. The three of them inspected the envelopes, filled with confusion as they found nothing but their names on them. "Teacher Hong, what is this?" they inquired, curiosity reflecting in their eyes. Setting down his thermos, Teacher Hongwu, with a serious expression, explained, "This is the reward from the county's armed forces for the incident during the last Zhongyuan festival. Each of you will receive a check for 50,000 yuan, along with a small medal." His tone remained calm. "Tang Rin, your envelope contains an additional 300,000 yuan as reimbursement for the refreshments from that incident. Although it may seem a bit lacking, the county's armed forces are not a wealthy department and truly cannot provide more. Please do not take offense." A hint of apology lingered in his voice. Han Jing, Tang Rin, and Fatty exchanged astonished glances. "But we didn't do much, did we? The main efforts came from you, Teacher Mu, and the many valiant spirits of the martyrs. We merely took a few heads and gained quite a few benefits." Han Jing expressed bewilderment evident in his tone. "The refreshments were supposed to be my voluntary contribution on behalf of my father. How could they be reimbursed?" Tang Rin added, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Let's keep things clear. Don T tried to argue with me. Although Tang Rin comes from a well-off family and doesn't need this money, it is still a token of appreciation from the county's armed forces. It cannot all be given to you alone," Teacher Hongwu insisted, his gaze firm. "Now, I and old Mu have our share. You three little rascals should stop being so fussy. Accept it. You contributed at least a bit. If you have a heart, then this weekend, bring something to the Martyrs' Cemetery to pay respects to old Mu and honor those heroic spirits." His tone carried a commanding note. "Remember, keep the details of the Zhongyuan festival incident and this commendation confidential. At most, explain it to your families, but do not make a fuss about it to avoid causing panic or other negative repercussions," he warned, his voice laced with seriousness. "You should keep these safe. It would be best to take them home tomorrow and deposit them in the bank. Since you have decided to pursue the martial arts path, expenses will not be small. This money will help cover some costs, though. Of course, Tang Rin, your wealthy family is an exception." The trio nodded, gratitude shining in their eyes. "All right, that concludes our discussion. Don't just stand there staring at me. Off you go." Upon exiting Teacher Hongwu's office, Han Jing, Fatty, and Tang Rin found a secluded corner to huddle together, their emotions a mix of excitement and anxiety. They formed a circle, carefully inspecting the contents of the envelopes. Han Jing opened his envelope, tipping it into his palm, where a golden circular medal rested. He picked it up and examined it closely. The back featured a simple pin design, while the front prominently displayed the character for courage in seal script. Its strokes powerful and vigorous, as if imbued with tremendous strength. Within the brushwork of the character, each stroke appeared particularly profound, seemingly capable of penetrating the viewer's soul and awakening an inner courage. Below the character, two swords crossed each other, their designs simple yet sharp, glinting in the sunlight as if ready to be drawn at any moment to face challenges. These swords represented not only martial prowess but also protection and responsibility. Their intersecting angle was perfectly balanced, evoking harmony while maintaining vigilance, akin to warriors perpetually alert to danger. Surrounding the character and the crossed swords was a delicate floral pattern of plum blossoms, each bloom intricately outlined, appearing lifelike. The petals of the plum blossoms were arranged artfully on the metal, adding elegance and symbolizing resilience and noble integrity. The overall design of the medal was rich with meaning. It was not merely an ornamental piece but a recognition of the wearer's courage and spirit. Crafted from high-quality metal, the edges were meticulously polished, smooth and shiny, bestowing the medal with a solemn and noble appearance. Under varying light, the patterns and designs on the medal showcased different shadow effects, further highlighting its exquisite and unique nature. Setting the medal down, Han Zheng checked the envelope again and pulled out a check, which read 50,000 yuan in both characters and numerals. A flicker of surprise and joy crossed his face. He then glanced at the items in Fatty and Tang Rin's hands. All medals bore the same design, inscribed with the character for courage, but Tang Rin held two checks, one for 50,000 yuan and another for 300,000 yuan in reimbursement. The trio burst into laughter, with Tang Rin proudly donning the medal on his chest. "And we must keep it a secret, no boasting. While no one is around, let's revel a bit. Just look at how this medal complements my handsome face," he declared with a touch of pride and mischief. Han Jing and Fatty both feigned disgust, but soon imitated him, trying on their medals before stowing them back in their envelopes. With this, the expenses for the martial arts training class were settled, sparing them the need to ask their families for money. Han Jing patted the pocket containing the envelope, his voice light and excited. "Why, once barren little treasury finally has a deposit," Fatty chimed in, satisfaction evident in his tone. Tang Ren began to fantasize, "When I get home, if my dad dares to glare at me again, I'll just whip out the check and medal and slap them right on his face." His eyes sparkled with anticipation. "This weekend during the break, let's visit the Martyrs Cemetery to pay respects to Old Mu and honor the spirits of the martyrs," Han Jing suggested, his expression serious yet respectful. "We should bring Old Mu a couple of good bottles of wine and some snacks," Fatty added, excitement lacing his tone as he envisioned sharing drinks and stories with Old Mu. "But what should we prepare to honor the spirits of the martyrs? Flowers, incense, paper money, offerings? Seems a bit kitsch," Tang Ren pondered aloud, a hint of confusion in his voice. "How about you ask, Tang Ren?" Han Jing joked. "How can I ask?" Tang Ren responded helplessly. "Just borrow Old Mu's trumpet and play a wake-up call." Fatty teased. "TSK, Han Jing and Fatty, why don't you two go blow it instead?" "I see you've both learned some bad habits," Tang Ren retorted with a laugh. "Then how about we go tonight? Get Old Mu drunk and let him play it," Han Jing proposed, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "That's a brilliant idea," Fatty and Tang Ren echoed in unison, the only concern being that the three of them together may not be enough for Old Mu's drinking capacity. "Then let's cheat a little. Bring Old Mu some white liquor and we can stick to beer," Fatty suggested, both he and Tang Ren casting disapproving looks at Han Jing without saying a word. Chapter 17. Martial Arts Training Class. Sunlight streamed through the high windows of the gymnasium, illuminating the newly laid mats, while the air was infused with the scent of fresh paint and sweat. On Tuesday afternoon, during self-study time, the martial arts training class officially commenced in the gymnasium of County No. 1 Middle School. The former indoor basketball court had been transformed into a martial arts classroom, with ample space and high ceilings capable of accommodating hundreds of individuals eager to showcase their skills. Teacher Hong stood in a corner of the classroom, holding a list in his hand, seemingly verifying something. Beside him stood a tall female martial arts instructor with sharp eyes, attentively listening to Teacher Hong, occasionally nodding in response. She wore a fitted martial arts uniform, cinched at the waist with a black belt, exuding professionalism and authority. Han Jing, Fatty, and Tang Ren were among the earliest arrivals in the classroom. They stood at the entrance, surveying the classroom that had already gathered around 70 to 80 students, and couldn't help but exclaim, "There are indeed quite a few people. There must be more than 100. Indeed. But I wonder how many will persist until the end and qualify for the martial arts university." As time passed, more and more students entered the classroom in succession. Some were engaging in excited conversations, others were nervously glancing around, and a few had already begun to warm up, preparing for the challenges ahead. A piercing whistle sounded, followed by a robust voice commanding, "Assemble." Teacher Hong cleared his throat, his voice echoing in the gymnasium. "Hello, students, I am Hong Wu, the martial arts coach for the special training class." The female martial arts instructor stepped forward, her voice firm and powerful. "I am Lin Lin, the assistant coach and physician for the martial arts special training class. Today, we officially commence our training. I know many of you harbor dreams of entering the martial arts university through the martial arts examination to transform your lives. However, I must inform you that this journey is not an easy one. It requires your sweat, tears, and even blood." Teacher Hong's words rendered the previously noisy classroom instantly silent, with every student's gaze fixated on him. He continued, "Here, we will learn martial arts techniques, engage in special training, and prepare for next year's martial arts examination. More importantly, we will learn how to confront challenges and overcome difficulties. I hope each of you can discover your worth and realize your dreams here." Roll call will now commence. Those whose names are called should step forward and follow Teacher Lin for a photograph. Upon their return, they will affix their photos to the members' wall at the entrance. His words were succinct yet powerful, each syllable resonating clearly in the ears of every student. Han Jing, Tang Ren, Zhu Fuguida. As Teacher Hong called out the names, Han Jing, Fatty, and Tang Ren were the first to emerge from the crowd. Their footsteps lightly echoed on the gymnasium's wooden floor. Teacher Lin stood in one corner of the gymnasium, next to an old instant camera and a blue backdrop. Her gaze remained sharp, but at that moment, it softened slightly. "Come, stand here, closer," She instructed Han Jing and the others on their positioning, then adjusted the camera, focused, and pressed the shutter. The flash illuminated the space, causing Han Jing to squint slightly. Holding the photo, Tang Ren exaggeratedly sighed. Teacher Lin's photography skills are lacking. It doesn't even capture a fraction of my stunning beauty. This is simply too unflattering. His comment elicited a wave of light laughter, though it also prompted disdainful glances from Fatty and Han Jing. However, upon closer inspection of the photo, they had to concede that it was indeed rather mediocre. In Han Jing's photo, he appeared somewhat dazed, while Fatty's expression was overly serious. Fatty, bring over a stool. Let's place it higher. On the top row, distance creates beauty. Tang Ren's mischievous thoughts resurfaced as he pointed to the top of the members' wall. Fatty shook his head in resignation, but still went to fetch a stool. The three of them stood on the stool, carefully affixing their photos to the top of the members' wall. Tang Ren even adjusted the placement several times until he was satisfied. After completing the task, they stepped back a few paces to admire the three photos side by side. Not bad. It looks much better this way, Tang Ren nodded in satisfaction, a proud smile gracing his face. Han Jing and Fatty had to admit that although the photos were taken poorly, they appeared much more pleasing on the wall due to the distance and angle. Just then, Teacher Hong's voice rang out again. All right, those who have finished pasting the photos, hurry over to assemble, don't dawdle. In the gymnasium, after the photo session, the students rearranged themselves in order of height. Teacher Hong's voice echoed through the spacious venue as he stood at the front of the line, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized each student. Everyone remember your positions. In the future, assemble according to this lineup. His words were straightforward and powerful, resonating throughout the gymnasium, instilling a sense of seriousness and expectation in every student. Have all your photos been affixed? Teacher Hong inquired once more, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the students in the front row. Affixed, yes. Various responses arose in a cacophony, resembling 100 ducks quacking in disarray. Teacher Hong huffed in dissatisfaction, his expression sharpening. Answer me again. Have they been properly affixed? His voice rose slightly, carrying an undeniable authority. Yes. This time, the response was finally unanimous, a harmonious chorus echoing in the gymnasium. Teacher Hong nodded, seemingly satisfied with this answer, his gaze shifting to the members' wall at the entrance. This members' wall previously displayed the photos of your senior predecessors. Teacher Hong's voice took on a somber tone, tinged with nostalgia. Every year, many individuals post their photos when the martial arts special training class commences. Yet the number of photos that remain until the end is quite small, and even fewer make it to the school's honor room. He paused, allowing his words to settle in the students' minds. Because the martial arts special training class is arduous. Aspiring to enter the martial arts university is tough, extremely tough, and walking the path of a martial artist is even tougher and more perilous. The students listened in silence, Teacher Hong's words striking like a hammer upon each heart. I do not know how many of you will leave your photos behind this year. Teacher Hong's gaze once more swept over each student, his voice laced with challenge and anticipation. Currently, there are 138 individuals standing here. I wonder how many will still be here 3 days from now, a week from now. Taking a deep breath, he continued slowly. So when you feel you cannot endure any longer, look at the members' wall. If you truly cannot persist and wish to give up, you may take down your photo from the members' wall and leave without needing my permission. This is the first rule I established since coming to this school. As Teacher Hong's words fell, the gymnasium fell into a profound silence. Each student pondered his words. Some displayed newfound determination, while others hesitated as they glanced at the photos on the members' wall. Han Jing stood in line, his gaze fixed firmly on the members' wall, a wave of unprecedented resolve surging within him. He must persist until the end. He understood that this path would not be easy. But he also knew he would not give up easily. He intended to stay. Teacher Hong stood before the line, his gaze sweeping over each student, then spoke slowly. The second rule is that in my martial arts special training class, you may arrive late or leave early, and I will not inquire about the reasons. Upon hearing this, the students began to murmur among themselves, some displaying expressions of surprise, while others seemed relieved, as if this rule granted them a form of freedom. However, Teacher Hong's next words froze their expressions. As long as you can bear the consequences. The gymnasium fell silent once more, the students' eyes fixed again on Teacher Hong, awaiting his next statement. The first time you arrive late or leave early, you will run 10 laps around the playground. Teacher Hong's voice was calm, Yet every word struck the students' hearts like a hammer. The second time, it doubles, and so on. His words resonated like thunder in the gymnasium, leaving the students with expressions of shock and disbelief. They exchanged glances, seemingly confirming the veracity of what they had heard. Furthermore, Teacher Hong raised his voice slightly, his gaze intensifying. Even if you cannot bear it and wish to withdraw from my martial arts special training class, I will make you run the required laps unless you can defeat me. This declaration. A collective gasp echoed among the students. Many of them were hearing such a rule for the first time. Was this not a form of bullying? No one in Lini County would dare claim they could defeat Teacher Hong. Fatty wore a wry smile. Given his weight, running 10 laps would be a formidable challenge. He glanced at Tang Ren beside him, noticing Tang Ren deep in thought, as if calculating something. Tang Ren quietly remarked to Fatty and Han Jing, "This rule is a bit harsh, yet somewhat exhilarating. What do you think would happen if someone actually managed to defeat Teacher Hong?" Fatty shook his head, replying softly, "I don't want to find out, and even if we all rushed him together, I doubt we would stand a chance against Teacher Hong." Han Jing remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Teacher Hong. Teacher Hong continued, "I hope you understand that martial arts is not merely a contest of skills and strength, but also a battle of will and spirit. This rule is meant to teach you that every choice carries its price, and you must take responsibility for your decisions." Teacher Hong's words cast a more serious atmosphere over the gymnasium. Chapter 18. Commencement of training. My rules are simple and limited to 2. Of course, if anyone possesses a fist larger than mine, then that individual may disregard my regulations. If not, I kindly ask that you adhere to my rules. Now, let us invite Teacher Lin to introduce the course and schedule of our martial arts training class. With that, Teacher Hong stepped back a couple of paces, granting Teacher Lin the floor. Approaching the front, Teacher Lin's gaze was serene yet resolute, standing in stark contrast to Teacher Hong. Clearing her throat, she commenced her introduction of the martial arts training class's curriculum. Starting from tomorrow, the martial arts class will convene from Monday to Saturday this semester. Teacher Lin's voice resonated clearly and powerfully, each word striking the hearts of the students like a hammer. The primary hours will be from after morning exercises until the commencement of formal classes, with an hour during the lunch break from 1 to 2 in the afternoon, plus the last self-study session in the afternoon, and all evening study periods will be designated for martial arts instruction. I implore everyone to remember, do not be late or absent. Teacher Lin's gaze swept over each student, her tone laced with an undeniable seriousness. Teacher Hong's fists overshadow mine, hence I too must abide by his rules. This statement elicited a ripple of light laughter, albeit tinged with a hint of tension. During the remaining time, everyone will continue with classes according to their respective schedules, with Sundays designated as a day of rest. Teacher Lin added, her voice softened as if offering a measure of comfort to the students. The atmosphere within the gymnasium lightened slightly. Furthermore, I must inform you that tomorrow at noon, there will be an assessment of your vital energy intensity, energy control, and basic physical fitness. Teacher Lin continued, her tone imbued with anticipation. Teacher Hong and I will group you according to your physical data. This revelation once again heightened the tension in the gymnasium. The intensity of vital energy and its control are foundational to martial arts training, while the basic physical fitness test serves as a comprehensive evaluation of their physical capabilities. Each student understood that this assessment would dictate their starting point in the martial arts training class. Then, she continued, martial arts encompasses not merely a contest of skills and strength, but also a competition of will and spirit. This test is designed to illuminate your true capabilities, identify your weaknesses, and enable us to better assist you in your growth. Subsequently, Teacher Lin stepped back, relinquishing the speaking position to Teacher Hong. Teacher Hong advanced, his gaze sweeping over each student, before speaking in a deep voice. First, let us warm up, proceed to the playground in formation, and complete 10 laps. A chorus of groans erupted within the gymnasium, yet the line was still ushered outside to commence running laps. Teacher Hong led the way, his steps steady and powerful. The students followed, their strides gradually becoming laborious, breaths increasingly labored. Upon completing the 10 laps, aside from Teacher Hong, who appeared unfazed, nearly everyone was gasping for fresh air. Many of the girls collapsed onto the ground, their faces betraying extreme fatigue. Stand up, none of you are allowed to sit, nor lean or squat, assemble. Teacher Hong's voice echoed across the playground, his eyes devoid of compassion, only sternness. The students struggled to rise, their movements slow and painful. Yet they quickly formed up as commanded. Teacher Hong's gaze scanned each student, revealing a hint of satisfaction. The formation then transitioned into practicing the basic long fist routine. The students' movements varied greatly. Some executed the techniques with precision and vigor, while others faltered, their forms distorted due to exhaustion. Raise your spirits. Have you lost your strength after just 10 laps? Anyone who cannot endure may as well tear up their photo and leave. Teacher Hong's voice rose a notch, his eyes sharpening. The rigors of martial arts lie in the constant challenge of one's physical limits, the relentless pursuit of elevating those limits, and the confrontation with the body's self-protective mechanisms. Only through this can one forge a resilient will and a robust physique. As he elucidated, Teacher Hong corrected the students' erroneous stances. Han Zheng stood among the ranks, his movements standard and forceful, his gaze unwavering and focused. The chubby student appeared somewhat clumsy, his breathing rapid and face reflecting fatigue, yet determination shone in his eyes. The agile student, meanwhile, exhibited swift and nimble motions, his eyes glimmering with excitement. As the practice progressed, the students began to synchronize, their movements becoming increasingly standard and powerful, their gazes growing more resolute. As the final movement of the basic long fist routine concluded cleanly, Teacher Hong's voice resonated once more in the gymnasium, his gaze sweeping over each student before he solemnly declared, "After completing 3 rounds of the basic long fist, we will now commence the horse stance, requiring you to hold for 10 minutes. Anyone who falters will face a penalty of 10 push-ups for the first offense, doubling for each subsequent infraction." The students' faces registered tension and unease. They knew the challenge posed by 10 minutes in the horse stance, as well as the uncompromising nature of Teacher Hong's rules. They swiftly dispersed according to formation, assuming the horse stance, legs apart, knees slightly bent, arms raised, eyes fixed forward. Teacher Hong and Teacher Lin moved among the students, their gazes keen, frequently correcting any misaligned positions. "Keep your back straight." Teacher Lin's voice resonated near a girl's ear, prompting her to adjust her posture swiftly. "Bend your knees a bit more." Teacher Hong instructed a boy, who immediately complied, deepening the bend. As time ticked by, the students' legs began to tremble, sweat trickling down their foreheads. Their breaths grew increasingly rapid, and their expressions became more pained. Yet, not a single individual dared to relax, fully aware that succumbing would only result in greater punishment. Han Zheng remained motionless in the lineup, his body akin to a statue. His gaze remained resolute, breath steady, even though his legs quivered, yearning to collapse. However, he recognized this as a test of his will and a challenge to his endurance, a confrontation with instinct as his sister Han Chan had described. The chubby student's face contorted in pain, his legs trembling more violently, sweat soaking his clothes. He gritted his teeth, striving to persevere. He refused to fall here, unwilling to face additional penalties. The agile student too bore a pained expression, his body shaking. As the horse stance concluded, the bell signaling the end of class rang hurriedly throughout the school. Teacher Hong observed the students with a playful smile, his voice echoing in the gymnasium. "Do you wish to end class and rest for a meal?" "Yes." The students' voices, though fatigued, brimmed with anticipation. "Very well, we shall dismiss shortly. Upon my count of 5, you may leave the playground. However, if I catch anyone, they will be required to stay behind for an additional 10 rounds of the basic long fist." Teacher Hong's words once again intensified the atmosphere within the gymnasium. "Ready, dismiss." At the command, over 100 students surged forth like startled fish, racing toward the playground exit. Teacher Hong, wearing a mischievous grin, began his count, while Teacher Lin watched with a smile. The students rushed toward the playground's gate, their footsteps resonating and forming a unique symphony. Upon reaching 5, Teacher Hong commenced his pursuit, his steps light and swift, an air of excitement in his eyes. Han Zheng led the charge, with the chubby student and agile one hot on his heels, all desperately fleeing. Teacher Hong accelerated, his expression reflecting exhilaration. He relished this game of chase, delighting in the sight of his students sprinting with all their might. Ultimately, most students successfully escaped the playground, leaving only a few slower ones caught in Teacher Hong's grasp, resigned to their additional practice. Teacher Hong regarded those apprehended students with satisfaction. This game of chase served not merely as punishment, but as a lesson for these martial arts novices. Lagging behind results in consequences, and consequences demand discipline. My rules are absolute. The afternoon sun streamed through the cafeteria windows, casting light upon the bustling tables, the air filled with the aroma of food and the laughter of students. Han Jing, the agile one, and the chubby student occupied a corner, their legs unconsciously trembling, a natural response to the long run and prolonged horse stance. The trio awkwardly wielded their chopsticks in their left hands, conversing animatedly while stuffing their mouths full, their enthusiasm for banter unabated. "Oh, you think Teacher Hong did that on purpose? That chasing game after dismissal was rather extreme," the agile one mumbled with his mouth full. The chubby student chewed thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, when he chased us, he seemed so pleased." Those few who were caught truly had it rough, sympathy evident on his face. Han Zheng swallowed his food before speaking slowly. "Nevertheless, training under such pressure does indeed unleash potential." His tone was calm, yet his eyes reflected recognition of the training's effectiveness. "Potential is one thing, but Teacher Hong is quite ruthless," the agile student continued to jest. Glancing at Zhang Wei, a classmate who had been caught today, his face resembling that of someone who had tasted bitter melon. The rotund fellow chuckled softly, gesturing with his chopsticks towards a table not far away. "Look, Zhang Wei and his companions are over there. They're probably still feeling quite glum." Han Zheng turned his head to glance over and indeed spotted Zhang Wei seated with several classmates, their faces still bearing the marks of lingering disappointment. He smiled faintly and remarked to Tang Rian and the rotund one, "Should we not express a modicum of sympathy?" "Sympathy? More like schadenfreude," Tang Rian teased. Nevertheless, he rose from his seat, tray in hand, and made his way towards Zhang Wei and his group. The rotund fellow and Han Jing followed suit, and the trio stood before Zhang Wei's table. With a mock-serious expression, Tang Ren announced, "Comrades, well done. We have come to extend our condolences." Zhang Wei and his friends looked up, their expressions shifting from dejection to resignation. "Please, spare us the mockery. Today has been particularly unfortunate." The rotund fellow patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder, offering a comforting word. "It's all right. If we need to train more, we shall train more. Consider it additional practice." Zhang Wei was amused by the rotund fellow's words. Shaking his head, "You lot are incorrigible, but truth be told, being pursued today was rather humiliating. I'm the only male who got caught. The rest are all female classmates." Chapter 19. The advanced group as night descended. The gymnasium of County No. 1 High School was ablaze with light, and the students of the martial arts special training class began to file in, preparing for the evening's lessons. In the center of the gym stood Teacher Hong, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, scanning each student who entered, particularly noting two stragglers who arrived after the bell had rung. "It appeared some still did not take my rules to heart." Teacher Hong's voice echoed through the gym as his gaze fell upon the tardy students. "You two, 10 laps. You may return to class only after completing them, and I shall supervise you personally." His tone was devoid of any warmth. His words were commands. The two students grimaced but dared not defy him, trudging out of the gym to begin their laps under Teacher Hong's watchful eye. Meanwhile, Teacher Lin stood calmly at the lectern, her voice gentle yet resolute. Tonight's agenda consists of a theoretical lesson followed by a practical training session. She commenced her lecture on the history of martial arts. According to current classifications, martial arts can be divided into two eras, ancient and modern. Teacher Lin's voice resonated through the gym, the dividing line being the quantum transformation that occurred several decades prior. The students listened intently, their eyes brimming with curiosity and eagerness. Teacher Lin continued, "Ancient martial arts were techniques devised by our ancestors through farming, warfare, and hunting, evolving from initial mimicry of ferocious animals into various schools of thought." She elaborated, "There are schools stemming from mimicry martial arts, styles focusing on distance calculation, those that emphasize the unity of man and nature, and others that prioritize efficiency in practical combat. However, constrained by the prevailing environment. Historical texts indicate that these schools only attained the peak levels of what we now recognize as the refining martial artist stage, while the cultivation of qi and spirit remains largely theoretical. Conversely, modern martial arts emerged post-quantum transformation, developed collaboratively across all schools to combat the myriad anomalies that arose, further refined with the advent of otherworldly portals and the influx of unknown substances, elevating the limits of martial arts to make the cultivation of qi and spirit a tangible reality." Teacher Lin's voice carried a hint of excitement. She understood this marked a pivotal moment in the history of martial arts. These unknown substances are referred to by various names globally, but within the circles of martial artists in Huagua, the most common term is heaven and earth vital energy. To date, the elemental composition of this vital energy remains uncharacterized. Teacher Lin stood at the lectern, her gaze sweeping across every student as she continued her discourse. Her voice was calm and powerful, each word resonating clearly in the ears of her audience. To cultivate more martial artists to confront the crises arising from the emergence of otherworldly portals, the Huagua authorities issued a paramount directive, establishing martial arts academies to select talent from the younger generation. A note of gravity tinged Teacher Lin's voice. The atmosphere in the gym thickened, students' faces reflecting tension and anticipation. They understood that the Martial Arts Academy was not merely an examination. It represented their ticket to the path of a martial artist. With state funding, 100 martial arts universities were established nationwide, ensuring at least one such institution in every administrative region, hence the origins of the Martial Arts Academy and University. Teacher Lin explained, her eyes revealing respect for the nation and passion for martial arts. Han Zheng sat in the front row, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for knowledge. He recognized that the Martial Arts Academy was the first step toward realizing his dreams, and he must exert every effort. The Martial Arts Academy comprises 5 major hurdles: physical examination, political review, physical fitness, blood vitality strength, and blood vitality control. Teacher Lin raised her voice slightly, her gaze infused with anticipation. The first 3 hurdles should pose no significant challenge for any normal individual, but the latter 2 require considerable time and effort to master. This is also the primary objective of our martial arts special training class, to guide you in scientifically and effectively enhancing your blood vitality strength and control. Each year, the Martial Arts Academy begins a month earlier than the regular college entrance examinations, and if you achieve excellent results, receiving invitations from various martial arts universities, you may bypass the normal entrance exams entirely. However, if your scores merely meet the minimum threshold without an invitation, you will need to submit applications and participate in the regular exams, with martial arts universities selecting candidates based on their scores. Should one fail to gain admission to a martial arts university, other liberal arts institutions will also consider your entrance exam results. However, it is crucial to note that if one ultimately does not secure a place in a martial arts university, it is a regrettable circumstance. Each individual is afforded only a single opportunity to apply to the Martial Arts Academy, and even if one wishes to retake the exam, a second chance is not available. Teacher Lin's voice bore a hint of lament as she recognized the harsh reality facing her students. The atmosphere in the gym grew even more somber, with students displaying expressions of anxiety and unease. Therefore, my fellow students, please seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Teacher Lin's voice was imbued with a sense of hope. As night deepened, the gymnasium's lights shone especially bright. Teacher Lin stood at the lectern, her gaze resolute and profound, her voice echoing throughout the spacious gym. Tomorrow, following the foundational physical assessments, blood vitality strength, and control tests, the martial arts special training class will be divided into basic and advanced groups. Her words carried a weight of seriousness, each syllable striking like a hammer upon the hearts of the students. The atmosphere in the gym thickened with tension, students' faces revealing both anticipation and apprehension. This would serve as a watershed moment in their journey through the martial arts special training class. The criteria for classification primarily hinge on blood vitality control. Teacher Lin continued, her eyes glimmering with expectation. As long as your blood vitality control reaches 10%, you will qualify for the advanced group. Han Zheng, the rotund fellow, and Tang Ren exchanged relieved glances after hearing Teacher Lin's words, their lips curling into barely perceptible smiles. Teacher Hong had previously informed them that they had fortuitously achieved preliminary mastery over their blood vitality. With a control capacity reaching 10%, their place in the advanced group was all but assured. Students in the advanced group, Teacher Lin raised her voice a notch, her eyes sparkling with excitement. After signing a confidentiality agreement, you will be permitted to learn the secret techniques of blood refinement. Han Zheng's eyes lit up. He had finally received the news about the martial arts secrets his sister had mentioned. In the gym, Teacher Lin's voice rang clear and strong as she elaborated on blood vitality strength and control, echoing the sentiments previously expressed by Teacher Hong in private discussions with Han Zheng. The rotund fellow and Tang Ren. Teacher Lin continued, blood vitality strength and control are crucial metrics for gauging a martial artist's prowess. Blood vitality strength determines your potential, while blood vitality control dictates how much of that potential you can harness. However, she elevated her tone slightly, her eyes now serious. Do not be tempted to purchase those so-called supplements, potions, or elixirs that claim to enhance blood vitality strength. Blindly seeking to augment your vitality in such a manner can be perilous. This statement stirred a slight commotion within the gym as students exchanged murmurs, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. For one, the items available on the market often lack verifiable sources and authenticity. Teacher Lin's tone bore a cautionary note. She wished to prevent her students from straying down a misguided path fueled by momentary greed. She continued, "In 2 days, the martial arts cafeteria will be opened for you. The meals provided there will sufficiently meet your nutritional needs during intense training. Furthermore," she warned, "relying on pills to boost blood vitality strength will inevitably compromise your foundational health." Teacher Lin's voice carried an undertone of concern. She did not want her students to jeopardize their futures due to fleeting desires. She stated with gravity, "Unless you are in the final sprint towards the martial arts academy, I do not advise you to resort to such measures. Relying on medication to enhance blood vitality strength can diminish your control, resulting in a net loss." As Teacher Lin concluded her remarks, the students understood they must depend on their own diligence and training rather than resorting to shortcuts. At least for this stage of their journey, as Teacher Hong escorted the 2 tardy students back, the theoretical lesson finally drew to a close. The atmosphere within the gymnasium transitioned from a tense academic environment to one charged with the intensity of practical training. Teacher Hong's gaze was piercing, his voice resonating throughout the gym. "The theoretical class is over. We now commence the practical training." The students of the martial arts class sprang into action, engaging in basic long fist techniques. Shuttle runs, push-ups, sit-ups, wall handstands, and horse stance drills. The 2 instructors employed every conceivable method to extract the latent potential from their students, relentlessly urging them to approach, challenge, and ultimately surpass their limits. Han Jing, along with Pongzi and Tangren, stood in the line, their faces reflecting anguish, yet their eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. They had absorbed Han Chan's theory on instinctive combat, understanding that it was at the precipice of their limits that their growth would be most rapid. Though their expressions betrayed their discomfort, they bore it with a sense of grim satisfaction. "Shuttle runs, begin." Lin's voice echoed in the gym, prompting the students to immediately commence their runs. Their feet resonated on the gym's wooden floor, creating a unique symphony of sound. As the class bell rang hastily, a night devoid of conversation ensued, the kind of silence born from sheer exhaustion, leading them to collapse into bed without a word. Chapter 20. The test morning sunlight filtered through the sparse clouds, casting a warm glow upon the playground of County No. 1 Middle School, imbuing the tranquil campus with a hint of warmth. The students had just completed their morning exercises, yet those in the martial arts training class had no time to rest. They were compelled to plunge into even more rigorous training. At the entrance of the gym, Teacher Hong loomed like an iron tower, his sharp gaze sweeping over each arriving student. Most students arrived punctually, unwilling to challenge the prospect of running 10 laps again. However, at that moment, a hurried figure approached, Wang Yin, a female student from Class 2, known for her commendable academic performance, consistently ranking among the top 30 in her grade. Han Jing remembered her not for her looks, but because she had once harbored feelings for Tangren and had secretly asked Han Jing to deliver a love letter to him. Breathless, Wang Yin reached Teacher Hong's side, seemingly eager to explain her tardiness. Her voice carried a note of urgency. "Teacher Hong, I thought I was late due to discomfort from my menstrual cycle, so I overslept." Yet, Teacher Hong offered her no chance to elaborate, brusquely interrupting her, pointing towards the playground outside. "I do not require any explanation. Being late means 10 laps. Complete them before returning to class. If you find this injustice unbearable, feel free to tear up your photo, but you must still finish those 10 laps." Wang Yan's complexion turned pale in an instant, tears of grievance shimmering in her eyes. However, she ultimately suppressed her tears and dashed out to run her laps. Inside the gym, Han Jing nudged Pongzi with his shoulder, who in turn nudged Tangren. With a mischievous grin, Han Jing remarked, "Tangren, your old classmate and pursuer has been bullied to tears by Teacher Hong. Don't you have anything to say?" Pongzi chuckled wickedly, while Tangren shot them both a disdainful glance, coolly murmuring, "Women only slow down my blade's speed." Pongzi and Han Jing exchanged a secret thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly are a wolf among them, Ian." As the saying goes, some flowers yearn for the flowing water, while the water flows without regard for the flowers. The trio beneath the gym began to whisper among themselves, underestimating the martial artist's keen hearing. Suddenly, Teacher Hong's voice rang out. The three of you murmuring at the back, I am referring to you. Han Jing, Tangren, Zhu Fugui, step forward. Self-consciously roll out 10 laps. That should give you ample time to finish your gossip. Teacher Hong commanded, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. The three exchanged wry smiles as they obediently stepped out to run their laps. Han Jing was pursued by Tangren and Pongzi, who were quick to retaliate with a punch whenever they caught up, blaming him for his loose tongue. Aren't you two also talking? Han Jing retorted, an innocent tone lacing his words. Pongzi chuckled, his steps heavy yet each landing resonating with determination. Soon, they caught up with Wang Yin, who had just begun her laps. Han Jing and Pongzi surged past her, their pace unwavering. Tangren, however, slowed to match Wang Yan's rhythm, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. He knew Wang Yin had likely joined the martial arts training class after he had mentioned his own enrollment. He was aware of her affections for him, yet he found himself devoid of any feelings for her at present. Wang Yin, with tear-streaked cheeks, gazed downward, avoiding Tangren's eyes. Her breath was rapid, remnants of her earlier distress evident on her face. Though her steps faltered, she pressed on. Tangren remained silent, unsure of what to say, merely keeping pace with her, occasionally glancing at her with concern. As midday approached, the sun hung high in the sky. Inside the classroom, the mingled sounds of students' breaths and soft conversations created a tense yet expectant atmosphere. Lin stood at one corner of the room. Before her lay a device reminiscent of an electrocardiogram, specifically designed for testing the qi and blood levels of the martial arts training class students. Although somewhat outdated, the device was sufficient for County No. 1 middle school, despite its slight inaccuracies. Students were aware that the formal assessments in martial sciences employed a full-body scanning device, boasting precision to 6 decimal places. Yet such equipment was prohibitively expensive and far beyond the school's means. Teacher Hong stood at the front of the line, his voice echoing in the classroom. We shall now commence testing. Those whose names are called, step forward, perform a set of basic long fist techniques, then proceed to Lin for qi and blood intensity and control testing. Han Jing felt his heartbeat quicken as he stood in line. Han Jing. As Teacher Hong called his name, Han Jing hurriedly stepped out, moving to the side and beginning his practice. His palms warmed with each movement. After completing a set of basic long fist techniques, Teacher Hong approached, instructing Han Jing to open his palms. After a brief examination, he motioned for Han Jing to go to Lin. Following her instructions, Han Jing lay down while Lin attached sensor patches to his forehead and arms, instructing him to relax. Han Jing closed his eyes, taking deep breaths, striving for a steady heartbeat. After 10 seconds, Lin recorded a set of data, which he did not vocalize, but merely indicated to Han Jing upon his rising. Teacher Hong's voice resounded in the classroom. The results of this test will not be disclosed. However, confidentiality is not required. After you know your data, you may choose to keep it to yourself or share it as you wish. The atmosphere in the room relaxed slightly, a hint of relief evident in the students' expressions. The first to complete the test, Han Jing, Pongzi, and Tangren found a corner to converse quietly among themselves, their voices low enough for only them to hear. What did you get? Han Jing inquired. I achieved a qi intensity of 115, with control at 11%. How about you? Pongzi revealed first, a note of expectancy in his tone. Qi intensity at 113, control at 12%. Han Jing replied, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. And you, Tangren? Pongzi turned to him, curiosity evident. I scored a qi intensity of 117. With control matching Pongzi's, Tangren answered, his tone relaxed. Seems we're quite similar, then, Han Jing remarked with a smile. Nonsense, your control is clearly a point higher than ours. Teacher Hong mentioned that while qi intensity can be enhanced, control is far more challenging to improve, Tangren teased, pretending to choke Han Jing in jest. Come clean. Did sister secretly teach you any tricks to boost your qi control? Are you hiding something? Han Jing, unfazed, responded, not a chance. I have shared everything with you too. You didn't even call me a foster father. How could you betray me like this? The world has lost its sense of gratitude. His words elicited a chuckle from Pongzi, who stood nearby. That we're brothers. We share blessings and bear burdens together. You expect me to call you foster father? Pongzi, can you tolerate this? As the students took turns undergoing tests, their faces reflected a mixture of tension and anticipation. The results of this assessment would determine their eligibility for the advanced group and whether they could learn the secrets of martial arts. After completing their tests, students clustered in groups of 3 to 5, their voices rising and falling in a vibrant symphony within the classroom. "What did you score?" a voice chimed in, tinged with curiosity and eagerness. "Chi intensity at 112, control at 9%, another voice replied, laced with pride. Most students were forthcoming with their data. If someone inquired, they would readily share their results. Those boasting high scores or control rates exceeding 10% often raised their voices. Eager for others to acknowledge their achievements, "I achieved a chi intensity of 118, with 10% control." A male voice resonated amidst the crowd, imbued with a hint of pride. "Wow, you are truly remarkable. You can advance to the elite group and learn the secret techniques now," a nearby girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with envy. However, a few individuals remained quietly isolated, refraining from engaging with others. Han Zheng, Pongzi, and Tangren conversed in a corner, their faces adorned with faint smiles. Although their data was commendable, they did not boast about it loudly. Yet when approached by classmates or acquaintances, they did not conceal their results. "Look over there at Li Muqiang, with a vitality intensity of 120 and vitality control at 13%. He is truly impressive," Pongzi remarked, gesturing toward a tall boy with admiration in his voice. "Indeed, that's quite impressive. Our results are not lacking either. As long as we continue to strive, we will surely surpass them." The trio exchanged knowing smiles. On the opposite side of the classroom, Wang Yin sat quietly in a corner. Her gaze lowered, seemingly lost in thought. Her vitality test results were less than ideal, with a vitality intensity of merely 98 and a vitality control of 8%. "Wang Yin, how are your results?" a gentle voice inquired. It was her classmate, Su Ling. Wang Yin lifted her head, a faintly forced smile gracing her lips. "Not too well. Vitality intensity is 98, and vitality control is 8%. Su Ling's face reflected a tinge of sympathy as she gently patted Wang Yan's shoulder. "It's all right. We still have time, as long as we train diligently, we will surely improve." Wang Yin remained silent, casting a glance in the direction of Tangren and his companions, and let out a soft sigh. Once the vitality test concluded, the foundational physical assessments commenced. This segment bore no relevance to advancing to the elite group, resulting in a more relaxed atmosphere among the participants. The 100-meter and 3,000-meter tests were swiftly conducted in several groups. By the time they concluded, it was nearly 2:30, with the class bell set to ring imminently. Teacher Hong waved his hand, announcing the disbandment, this time omitting any troublesome games of tag. On their way back to the teaching building, Pongzi gazed at his own bulk with a mix of distress and frustration. Addressing Han Jing and Tangren, he lamented, "I didn't manage to complete the 100 meters in under 10 seconds. It seems I truly need to start losing weight. It pains me, as this is all my parents' hard-earned money and my grandmother's love." Han Zheng and Tangren exchanged eye rolls in unison. Chapter 21. Refining Essence and Transforming Blood in the Afternoon. As Han Zheng, Pongzi, and Tangren entered the classroom, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. Their attention was drawn to the member wall, where several classmates had gathered, engaged in animated discussion. The trio curiously approached, only to discover that a photo was suddenly missing from the center of the wall. Someone had withdrawn from the dance training program just a day after its establishment, casting a subtle gloom over the classroom. "I wonder who it was," Pongzi mused, scratching his head in confusion. "Does anyone recall whose photo occupied that spot?" Han Jing scanned the faces of their classmates, seeking answers. "To withdraw so soon. That 1,000 yuan seems wasted," a classmate muttered, prompting a ripple of hushed conversation. Tangren, sensing Han Jing and Pongzi's eagerness to speculate, pulled them aside and whispered, "Don't bother looking. I have a good idea of who it was." Pongzi quickly inquired, "Who?" his eyes glimmering with curiosity. Tangren sighed, "It's likely Wang Yin. She mentioned at noon that she felt she wasn't cut out for martial arts and decided to focus entirely on preparing for the regular college entrance examinations. That's quite all right. Her grades are commendable, and she should have no trouble getting into a key university through the standard route." Han Jing and Pongzi remarked disdainfully, with Pongzi adding, "Tangren, your face must have disrupted the youth of countless female classmates. Always hanging around you two has siphoned off our romantic fortunes. Don't you think you owe us a favor?" Han Jing jested, prompting an exasperated eye roll from Tangren. This face was bestowed upon me by my parents. What can I do? Tengren retorted innocently, rolling his eyes at the two sour companions. In fact, both Han and I think you and Wang Yin make quite the pair. You've known each other since childhood and are both academic achievers. He added with a chuckle, enough of that. Teacher Hong stood at the front of the line, his gaze sharp as an eagle, sweeping over each student before settling on the now empty spot. His expression revealed no emotion as he remained silent, merely gesturing for those behind to fill the gap. The students swiftly and orderly repositioned themselves, as though the vacancy had never existed. Subsequently, Teacher Hong announced the training plan for the afternoon, his voice echoing in the spacious gymnasium. This afternoon, we will continue our training, primarily focusing on basic long fist and horse stance. Upon the conclusion of training, Teacher Hong declared the session over, and the students were left utterly exhausted. All right, after dismissal, we'll resume the chase game as usual. Teacher Hong's voice rang out again, tinged with mischief. The students' faces reflected a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Dismissed? The students scattered like startled fish, fleeing the playground with all their might. Teacher Hong began to count. 1, 2, 3.5. His voice boomed as he sprang into action with the agility of a rabbit. As night fell, the martial arts classroom was illuminated as if it were day, casting light upon each student's face, revealing their anxious yet eager expressions. Teacher Hong stood at the lectern, his gaze sweeping across the room before he solemnly declared, "The individuals whose names are called will be selected for the elite group." The atmosphere in the classroom instantly stiffened, all students fixating on Teacher Hong, particularly those with vitality control at 9%, hoping he might lower the standards slightly. Han Zheng. Teacher Hong's voice echoed through the classroom, causing Han Zheng's heart to race. He stood up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Zhu Fuguade, a look of surprise spread across Pengzi's face as he stood up, nodding at his classmates. Tengren. Tengren rose, his expression calm yet revealing a hint of pride. Li Muqiang. Zhou Xianchu. Li Yue. Li Qingyue. Huang Yuqi. Huang Chuiying. 9 names were called, 6 boys and 3 girls, one after the other by Teacher Hong. Step forward. He commanded. The 9 students quickly formed a line, their expressions serious and eyes shining with determination. Boys, follow me. The girls will accompany Teacher Lin. The rest, do not slack off. Continue training, Teacher Hong instructed, leading Han Zheng and the others toward a side room. Upon entering the small chamber furnished with a long table and several chairs, Teacher Hong retrieved a few documents from a drawer and distributed them to the students, instructing them to review it and sign if there were no issues. Han Zheng took the document, quickly scanning its contents. It was a letter of commitment, primarily vowing not to disclose the learned martial arts secrets to others without authorization, or else face legal consequences. With the final responsibility resting with the national enforcement agencies. The other students also examined their documents, their faces growing serious. Teacher Hong looked at them, his tone grave and commanding. Do not entertain any misguided thoughts. There is no wall in this world that does not allow the wind to pass through. Until you obtain the qualifications to teach these secrets, those who genuinely require your guidance will not need it. Those who do are likely harboring ill intentions. Should you leak any secrets in the future, I, as your instructor, will also bear joint responsibility. After hearing Teacher Hong's words, the students' expressions turned even more solemn. Han Zheng was the first to sign the commitment letter, followed by the others, each displaying a sense of resolve and determination in their eyes. I promise to never disclose anything, Han Zheng declared with conviction, and the others echoed their assurances, their voices reverberating in the small room. Teacher Hong regarded them with a hint of satisfaction. Clearing his throat, he began his explanation. Today, I will impart to you the wisdom crystallized from the collective efforts of numerous warriors and researchers in the Martial Arts Association, refining essence and transforming blood. The minimum requirement for this technique is a vitality intensity of 100 and vitality control at 10%. You all have met the criteria. Refining essence and transforming blood, as the name implies, involves refining your life essence into vitality. The benefits of this practice are twofold. On one hand, it enhances your vitality intensity. On the other, it improves your control over vitality. Since life essence resides within oneself, unlike supplementary medications, compatibility issues do not arise. Furthermore, during the refining process, this vitality will become imprinted on your spirit, greatly increasing your mastery over this portion of vitality. The more vitality you accumulate, the greater your ability to control it will become. Mr. Hong paused momentarily, surveying the students to ensure they comprehended the concept at hand. Unable to contain his curiosity, Tang Ren inquired, "Mr. Hong, what exactly do you mean by life's essence?" Mr. Hong shot him a glare, though his tone lacked genuine ire. "Fool, haven't you all studied biology? Life's essence refers to sperm for males and eggs for females. These are the fundamental sources of life, the very basis upon which human existence is birthed, relying on the union of these two elements. The vitality contained within can be directly refined into energy and blood." Han Zheng suddenly grasped the concept. He had previously been puzzled as to why boys and girls were taught separately. He recalled how, just days ago, he had asked his sister, Han Shan, to instruct him, and she had felt somewhat embarrassed. Now, everything was clear. Mr. Hong continued, "Once a person's sexual organs mature, life essence will naturally be produced. This essence can either be expelled from the body or absorbed back into it, though the efficiency of natural absorption is rather low. This is why a normal person typically reaches their physical peak by the age of 30. The secret technique, refining essence into blood, essentially stimulates the body to accelerate the production of life essence while enhancing the absorption efficiency." The students listened intently, their expressions shifting from confusion to understanding. Mr. Hong cleared his throat and added, "Thus, you should all practice moderation and try to refrain from watching risque films, as such distractions can undermine your martial arts foundation." His words elicited knowing smiles among the boys, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Mr. Hong further elaborated, "Moreover, while this technique is highly beneficial, it does come with a side effect. It can impact fertility. This is manageable up until the third rank of martial artists. But beyond that, life essence will be extracted to nourish oneself. This explains why martial artists above the third rank tend to have few offspring, so if you wish to have children, you should do so before you advance to the third rank." Tang Ren's eyes sparkled with mischief as he posed a sensitive question. "Then, Mr. Hong, what about your—" Mr. Hong glared fiercely at Tang Ren, his voice tinged with undeniable authority and a hint of indignation. "Do not ask what should not be asked." The eyes of Han Jing, the chubby boy, Li Muqiang, Zhou Xianchu, and Liu darted between Mr. Hong and Tang Ren, each hesitant to speak, as the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. Meanwhile, Teacher Lin had also finished explaining to the three female students, Li Qingyue, Huang Yuqi, and Huang Chuiying, all of whom appeared slightly flushed. Chapter 22. Learning the Secret Techniques of Martial Arts Ahead. Mr. Hong's cough broke the earlier awkwardness as he began to demonstrate and explain the cultivation method of refining essence into blood. "Now, I will formally teach you refining essence into blood. Pay close attention as I demonstrate and explain. Focus and do not be distracted." The entire technique involved various movements, stimulation of energy and blood, breathing techniques, and vocalization. Mr. Hong declared, "We shall start with the standing posture." He demonstrated, feet shoulder-width apart, upper body relaxed, and glutes tightened, resembling a steadfast mountain. He concentrated on the energy and blood, striving to contain it in his lower abdomen. His voice resonated deeply, as if emanating from his core, carrying a unique resonance. Han Jing and the others emulated Mr. Hong's movements, their postures slightly awkward, yet they earnestly adjusted to meet the teacher's standards. "Mr. Hong continued, as you exhale with a shu sound, imagine it as the release after holding in your urine for an extended period, feeling that lingering sense of urgency as you push to extract a few more drops." This analogy drew laughter from the students, easing the atmosphere significantly, and even Mr. Hong cracked a faint smile, recognizing that a touch of humor could facilitate their relaxation and understanding. At this point, they employed a combined chest and abdominal breathing technique until the reflex zone behind the kidneys began to feel warm and tingly, while simultaneously, their palms and soles also grew warm and sweaty. Mr. Hong spoke as he demonstrated, then with clenched fists, gently struck the kidney reflex zone from behind and softly patted the lower abdomen with open palms. Each motion executed with grace and precision. The students followed suit, initially clumsy, but as time passed, their actions became increasingly fluid, tracing graceful arcs through the air with each rhythmic tap. They began to sense subtle changes in their lower abdomen, a gentle warmth rising within. The standing posture is primarily used to nourish and stimulate the body to produce life essence, Mr. Hong concluded, scanning each student to ensure they grasped the essence of the technique. "Now, you all come and give it a try." Mr. Hong stepped back, granting the students ample space to practice. He observed attentively, offering guidance and corrections as they progressed. As time went on, Han Jing and his peers grew more adept, gradually sensing the circulation of energy and blood within them. With each breath, it felt as though they were awakening latent potential deep within, stimulating the body to produce life essence. Before long, a rosy hue adorned their cheeks. Their breaths grew warm, and they experienced indescribable physiological reactions, as if pitching a small tent. Mr. Hong stood nearby, a knowing smirk on his face, his gaze mingling amusement with understanding. This was an essential phase in mastering refining essence into blood. A trial for the will and bodies of these young individuals. This standing practice is somewhat embarrassing. The chubby boy finally broke the silence, his voice laced with awkwardness and self-deprecation. With the sounds we have to make, one might think a caregiver is attending to a small child. Tang Ren could not resist chiming in. The kicker is that after practicing, one stands tall. Luckily, we are in a small room and not out in public. Otherwise, we would lose all dignity. Han Jing remained silent, finally comprehending why his sister, Han Chan, had been reluctant to teach him this martial arts secret. Li Muqiang and Zhou Xianchu exchanged knowing smiles, their expressions reflecting both embarrassment and resignation. Li Yu, on the other hand, kept his head down, clearly troubled by the physiological response. Mr. Hong chuckled softly, a hint of reassurance in his demeanor. You are mere novices. Once you master it, you won't need to make sounds. And you can control your physiological reactions. For now, practice in this small room. This space will henceforth be your training area. Practice 3 times a day, morning, noon, and night. Each session lasting about 10 minutes. Do not overexert yourselves. His words conveyed the care and guidance of an elder. If you experience any soreness or discomfort in your lower abdomen, cease practicing immediately. This is your body signaling a warning. You are still young, and overexertion is not beneficial for you. Do not sacrifice the greater good for the sake of minor gains. Han Jing and the others nodded earnestly in response to Mr. Hong's counsel. All right, next, I will teach you the sitting and lying postures. Mr. Hong's voice rang out again in the small room. Mr. Hong's voice echoed in the tranquil space as his gaze swept over the 6 students, each face reflecting a thirst for new knowledge. Both sitting and lying postures served to refine the life essence generated from the standing posture. Mr. Hong's tone was calm yet powerful. He first demonstrated the sitting posture, legs crossed, hands resting on his abdomen in a 5-heart position, then closed his eyes. Both sitting and lying postures require one to close their eyes and hold their breath. Concentrating to control their energy and blood, he inhaled deeply, yet did not exhale, controlling his energy and blood in the abdominal area, digesting and transforming the life essence into energy and blood through wrapping and oscillation. Han Jing and his peers watched intently, their eyes brimming with focused as for the lying posture. It was largely the same, except the body was reclined, maintaining the 5-heart position, allowing individuals to choose the posture they found most comfortable and relaxing. Having explained this, Mr. Hong lay down to demonstrate the lying posture, inviting the 6 students to take turns squatting down and placing their hands on their abdomens to feel the oscillation of the energy and blood. Afterward, Mr. Hong stood up, encouraging the others to give it a try. Han Jing and the others assumed the respective postures, holding their breaths and closing their eyes. They attempted to mimic Mr. Hong's movements, but soon encountered difficulties. Mr. Hong, where exactly should we focus the energy and blood? How do we create the oscillation? The chubby boy's voice bore a hint of confusion, echoing the perplexity of the others. You have all learned about energy. You need not have me explain the principles of oscillation again. Control the energy and blood into 2 streams, with the smaller stream continuously striking or colliding with the larger one. An MY roll is to help you find the sensation of energy oscillation. He had them all lie down, then squatted beside Han Jing, placing a finger 3 inches below his abdomen, gathering energy and blood there. Remember this spot. Han Jing followed suit, feeling a warm force coalesce in his abdomen. Mr. Hong gently pressed down, and Han Jing instantly felt his energy and blood tremble, his eyes widening in astonishment. Focus on this sensation. Take your time. Mr. Hong's voice was gentle and encouraging. Han Jing closed his eyes and attempted once more. Teacher Hong approached Tang Ren, Fatty, and the other 5, sequentially guiding them through the same exercises. Under Teacher Hong Wu's meticulous instruction, Han Jing, Fatty, Tang Ren, Li Muqiang, Zhou Xianchu, and Li Yu gradually began to sense the pulsation of their vital energy. The flush on their faces, initially brought on by their training, slowly faded, and the tension in their lower abdomens began to relax. After more than half an hour, Han Jing and the others started to rise one by one, each radiating vitality while suppressing their excitement. Teacher Hong scanned the faces of his students, a glimmer of satisfaction evident in his gaze. Well done. You all should have a basic grasp of this martial arts secret technique. Now comes the time for diligent practice. His voice carried the weight of a wise elder, steady and serious. For the next 3 days, do not practice privately. Each session must be conducted here in this training room under my supervision, lest you encounter mishaps due to inexperience. After 3 days, you should be well prepared. Teacher Hong's words conveyed his concern and protective instincts for his students. Mastering this secret technique was not an overnight endeavor. It required patience and time to refine. All right, that's enough for today. Return to the martial arts classroom and continue your training. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the students to leave. Han Jing and the others nodded in acknowledgement, their eyes reflecting respect and gratitude towards Teacher Hong. As they exited the training room, their steps were more resolute and vigorous than before. This refining essence into blood technique is truly remarkable. I feel significantly empowered after just one session, as if I possess boundless energy, Fatty exclaimed excitedly as they walked. Tang Ren chuckled, playfully draping an arm around Fatty's shoulder. I feel it too, but honestly, during the practice, there was a bit of embarrassment having to make his sounds. I almost burst out laughing. Han Jing nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Though it was a bit awkward at first, the sensation afterward is undeniably rewarding. I feel my vital energy surging, and I am much more spirited. Li Muqiang, Zhou Xianchu, and Li Yu also nodded in agreement. What did Teacher Hong teach you? Was it advanced martial arts techniques? A student from the basic group inquired curiously. Oh, can't say. Han Jing replied with a smile, a hint of regret in his eyes. Indeed, Teacher Hong instructed us to keep it confidential, Tang Ren chimed in mischievously. This response evidently did not satisfy the basic group students, who displayed signs of discontent. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, several girls and the figures of Teacher Lin and Teacher Hong appeared at the entrance of the martial arts auditorium. Teacher Hong's voice resonated within the classroom, imbued with an undeniable authority. Gather! At his command, the students swiftly assembled. Teacher Hong began his address, his gaze sweeping over each student, his tone calm yet powerful. Basic group students, do not linger on inquiries about what the advanced group has learned. If you train diligently and meet the standards, you will naturally advance to the advanced group. What they learn, you will also be able to learn. Knowing it now, when your strength is insufficient, serves no beneficial purpose. Teacher Hong's words silenced the basic group students. All right, let us commence today's training. With another wave of his hand, he signaled the start of the session. Chapter 23. Martial Arts Foundation Elixir. On Thursday morning, sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, illuminating Han Jing's desk. He was intently listening to the teacher explain complex mathematical formulas, his pen dancing swiftly across the pages of his notebook. Suddenly, a gentle knock sounded on the classroom door, and Han Chan's figure appeared at the entrance, her gaze scanning the room before settling on Han Jing. Teacher, I'm looking for Han Jing. I'm his sister. Han Chan's voice was soft yet sufficient to draw Han Jing's attention away from the sea of math problems. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Why was his sister Han Chan at school today? Han Jing, he stood, signaling to the teacher before stepping out of the classroom. This isn't the place for conversation. Come with me for a stroll to the back mountain. Han Chan turned first, and Han Jing hurried to follow in her wake. They walked along the school's green pathway, the small hill behind the teaching building of County No. 1 High School appearing particularly tranquil under the sunlight. The mid-hill caves, ponds, pavilions, and the winding path formed a picturesque tableau, and at that moment, save for the two siblings, there was not a soul in sight. Han Jing lagged half a step behind Han Chan, his eyes occasionally drifting to her silhouette. Her steps were light and steady, casting a long shadow along the path. Have you joined the martial arts training class yet? Han Chan suddenly broke the silence between them. Han Jing nodded, excitement lacing his voice. Not only did I join the martial arts training class, but I also made it into the advanced group. Last night, Teacher Hong taught us the secret technique of refining qi into blood. He eagerly shared the details of his experiences in the training class with his sister, from Teacher Hong's strictness to the arduous training, and finally to the wonders of the secret technique. Han Chan listened without interruption, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of affection and pride. Once Han Jing finished, he remembered to ask, Sister, what brings you to school today? Han Chan halted, turning to face Han Jing. her gaze imbued with a complex emotion. I'm leaving this afternoon, and I don't know when I'll be back. A flash of reluctance crossed Han Zheng's eyes. Sister, why must you leave so soon? You've already graduated. Where are you going? Han Shan smiled, uttering the same two words. It's a secret. Han Zheng's gaze lingered on his sister's face, trying to discern the answer from her expression, but all he found was her gentle smile. They continued along the green path, the scenery around them slowly receding. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them. They arrived at a pavilion, and Han Shan gestured for Han Zheng to take a seat. The pavilion, situated by the pond, reflected their figures on the clear water's surface. Han Zheng sat on a stone bench, his gaze fixed on the water. A swell of inexplicable emotions rising within him. Sister, take care of yourself out there. Remember to look after your health. You don't need to worry about home. I'm here. Han Zheng's voice was resolute, his eyes sparkling with determination. Han Shan gently patted his shoulder, her tone soft yet firm. All right. She reached into her bag, producing a black cloth pouch and slowly unveiling it, revealing a metallic box. Her movements were delicate and deliberate, exuding a sense of solemnity. Han Zheng's curiosity piqued as he gazed at the vial within, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. Inside the box lay a potion of red and blue hues, resting upon a gray shock-absorbing sponge. Its brilliance enhanced by the sunlight. The potion's color resembled flowing flames, akin to a gem from the deep sea, mysterious and alluring. What is this? Han Zheng couldn't help but inquire, his voice tinged with curiosity and bewilderment. Han Shan offered no immediate answer, instead picking up the vial, opening it, and then handing it to Han Zheng. Drink this. Her voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Without hesitation, Han Zheng accepted it and took a swig. The potion had a somewhat bitter taste, but soon a sweetness spread across his tongue. He could feel the elixir swiftly diffusing through his body, a warm yet not overwhelming force enveloping him. While his mind felt refreshingly clear and comfortable, Han Shan watched her brother with a mischievous smile, a hint of playfulness in her gaze. Aren't you worried I might have given you poison? You just drank it down without a second thought. Han Zheng licked his lips as if savoring the lingering taste of the potion, his expression relaxed and devoid of any concern. You're my sister. Why would you harm me? His voice resonated with trust and reliance, convinced that it was beneficial for him. Did your martial arts teachers not instruct you that at your stage, you should not consume any potions that enhance vital energy? They did mention it, but since it's you who asked me to drink it, you must have considered that. A glimmer of appreciation shone in Han Chan's eyes as she gently patted Han Zheng's shoulder. This is a specially formulated martial arts foundation elixir. It will enhance your physique, gradually boost your vital energy and spirit, and it has no side effects. It will greatly assist you in your martial arts training. For the next month, you can gradually increase your training intensity. Han Zheng's eyes lit up, feeling the power within him steadily intensifying. Sister, how did you come by this? Do you have more? Give one to Tang Ran and Fatty as well. His voice carried a mix of surprise and curiosity. Han Shan chuckled, her eyes glinting with mystery. I only have this one. As for how I acquired it, that's for you to keep to yourself. Remember, do not disclose that you have consumed this elixir to anyone, not even to uncle, aunt, or Ting Ting. Keep it a secret. Han Zheng nodded, refraining from making any promises. Since consuming the vividly colored martial arts foundation potion bestowed upon him by his sister, Han Zheng has experienced an unprecedented clarity of mind and an abundance of energy. During the morning mathematics class, he found himself swiftly grasping the concepts presented by the teacher, even demonstrating an ability to draw inferences and make connections. His body, which had felt slightly fatigued after several days of training, not only fully recovered but also felt invigorated, as if he had been given a surge of vitality, brimming with boundless energy. At noon, in the training room, 6 individuals commenced their practice of refining essence into blood. Tang Ren, Pang Zi, and a few others began in a standing position for 10 minutes before transitioning to a sitting posture to refine their life essence into vital energy. However, Han Zheng felt that he had yet to reach his limits, and he had barely tapped into half of his potential. A new force seemed to be surging within him, propelling him to continue training. Teacher Hong, I wish to practice a while longer, Han Zheng declared with conviction, his eyes gleaming with determination. Tang Ren and Pang Zi exchanged astonished glances. Teacher Hong Wu's gaze settled on Han Zheng, scrutinizing him with a hint of concern. Are you certain? Do not push yourself. If you feel any soreness or discomfort, cease immediately. His tone was calm yet underscored with care. Han Jing nodded, his voice resolute. I am certain I feel perfectly capable of continuing. After a moment of silence, Teacher Hong acquiesced. He understood that there are indeed individuals with extraordinary talents and seemingly limitless energy who can train in refining essence into blood far beyond the expectations of the average person. Such individuals accumulate vital energy more rapidly, advancing through the ranks of martial practitioners at an accelerated pace. Yet, he had not anticipated discovering such a person among his own students, though he remained cautious and wished to observe further. Very well, but pay attention to your body's responses. If you experience any discomfort, stop immediately, Teacher Hong cautioned. Han Jing resumed his standing practice, emitting rhythmic breaths and gently striking his back and abdomen. Time passed gradually, and it was only after 15 minutes that Teacher Hong called a halt to his training. Han Jing, please stop. Have you felt any discomfort? Teacher Hong's tone was serious. Han Jing came to a halt, intently attuning himself to his body. No, I feel excellent, he replied with a hint of excitement. Teacher Hong nodded but did not permit him to continue further. He recognized the importance of moderation and a gradual approach to training. All right, please sit down and continue refining your life essence. Obediently, Han Jing transitioned to a seated position, closed his eyes, and began to refine his life essence into vital energy. Throughout the process, he distinctly sensed an ease in controlling the vital energy, as it differentiated and oscillated with greater simplicity. Upon completion, he realized that the vital energy he had refined this time was not only more abundant than that of the morning session, but had also increased by more than double. Whereas he had accumulated 0.1 units earlier, he now possessed 0.25 units. Under Teacher Hong's watchful eye, Han Jing's standing practice durations gradually lengthened, each session extending by 5 minutes, until one occasion, when he reached 32 minutes. He sensed a slight discomfort, leading Teacher Hong to establish a maximum standing practice time of 30 minutes for him. Peng Zi, Tang Rin, Li Muqiang, Zhou Xianchu, and Li Yu were also diligently training, yet their progress did not match Han Jing's rapid advancement. Although some among them did express a desire to extend their standing practice time, Peng Zi, Tang Rin, Zhou Xianchu, and Li Yu could not endure beyond 15 minutes before experiencing discomfort. Only Li Muqiang fared slightly better, managing to sustain his practice for 15 minutes before feeling soreness. Ultimately, the standing practice durations for Peng Zi, Tang Rin, Zhou Xianchu, and Li Yu remained unchanged, while Li Muqiang's time was elevated to 15 minutes. Han Jing, you are simply a beast, Peng Zi remarked, his eyes reflecting a mix of envy and resignation. Tang Rin echoed, indeed, we never noticed before. How is it that your physique is so robust, old Han? Teacher Hong, seeking to comfort Peng Zi and the others, reminded them, there will always be individuals with extraordinary talents and vitality who can produce greater life essence. Such individuals will progress more swiftly during the martial practitioner stage. And Han Jing may well belong to this category. In truth, some possess an innate ability to control their vital energy effectively, allowing them to recklessly enhance their strength during the refining phase. Han Jing chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. He was well aware that his prowess stemmed not from innate talent, but rather from the martial arts foundation potion provided by his sister. Han Chan, each individual possesses different constitutions and potential. There is no need for undue envy towards Han Jing. Teacher Hong's voice was calm yet encouraging. As long as you all commit to diligent practice and persistence, you too will achieve success. Fleeting speed does not equate to true progress. Upon hearing Teacher Hong's words, Peng Zi, Tang Rin, and the others nodded, albeit still somewhat begrudgingly. They understood that martial arts training was not a matter of a day or two. Swift progress does not signify lasting achievement. Chapter 24. A good idea, a smooth process, a disastrous outcome on Saturday evening, as the bells signaling the end of the final self-study class resonated. The senior students burst forth from the classroom like liberated birds, instantly filling the campus with a lively atmosphere. Han Jing, Peng Zi, and Tang Rin were no exception. Having completed their routine evening training, they prepared to leave the school. Let us go visit Old Mu, Han Jing suggested, patting his backside as he stood. Peng Zi and Tang Rin exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with a hint of exasperation. As they packed their belongings, they began to jest about Han Jing. I say, Han Jing, your training sessions are far too long. We've been waiting so long that the flowers have wilted, Peng Zi grumbled. a playful yet disgruntled tone in his voice. Tang Ren chimed in, "Indeed, you relentless beast, your training never seems to end, wasting our time." His words carried a teasing tone, yet his eyes shimmered with admiration for Han Zheng. Han Zheng smiled, opting not to retort. He understood that Pang Zi and Tang Ren were merely engaging in their usual banter. The three of them strode out of the school gate, arms draped over each other's shoulders. As night descended, the streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm glow that elongated their shadows. Their footsteps echoed in the tranquil night. Breaking the surrounding silence, as darkness enveloped the sky and the lights began to twinkle, Han Zheng, Pang Zi, and Tang Ren walked along the path leading to the martyr cemetery. Han Zheng cradled 2 boxes of chilled beer purchased at the foot of the mountain, droplets of condensation sliding down the sides, bringing a refreshing coolness. Pang Zi carried 2 bags of marinated delicacies bought nearby, their enticing aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing the senses. Tang Ren held 2 bottles of liquor from his family's store, along with some health supplements. Though their hands were heavy with goods, their faces radiated joy. Since the last reward issued by the county's armed forces, each of them had accumulated a small fortune, no longer needing to rely on Tang Ren, the wealthy one, to foot the bill. Upon arriving at the management office of the martyr cemetery, they found Old Moo seated by the window, savoring peanuts and sipping erguatu. Seemingly lost in the music, his demeanor suggesting that the worldly hustle and bustle held no interest for him. Even if offered the throne, he would be disinclined to accept. "Old Moo," Han Zheng greeted first, his voice tinged with respect. "Good evening, Old Moo." Pang Zi followed suit, his tone somewhat ingratiating. "Old Moo, are you drinking alone? Teacher Hung sent us to check on you," Tang Ren added. After exchanging pleasantries, they began to set down their provisions. Old Moo turned his head, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "Ah, it's you 3 little rascals. That scoundrel Hong Wu actually sent you to visit me. I hope he isn't coveting my possessions again." "Old Moo, you jest. After you saved our lives last time, even if Teacher Hung hadn't asked us to come, we would still visit you," Han Zheng replied with a warm smile, sincerity evident in his gaze. All right, you lot go fetch some stools from behind the door and sit with this old man. Let us share a drink and chat." Old Moo waved his hand, his tone lighthearted. The 3 exchanged knowing smiles and retrieved a few stools from behind the door. Gathering around Old Moo, Han Zheng opened a box of chilled beer, while Pang Zi and Tang Ren unpacked their marinated snacks and liquor, filling the small table. "Old Moo, we have brought plenty of food and drink today. Let us enjoy a couple of rounds together," Pang Zi said, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Old Moo accepted the bottle of liquor, uncapped it, and took a deep whiff. "Good. This is fine liquor, Old Moo. We are still students, so the liquor is for you, while we shall drink beer, if that is acceptable," Tang Ren said, his expression a mix of flattery and shyness. Old Moo regarded the 3 of them with a knowing look. "Very well." Tang Ren eagerly filled Old Moo's glass, while Han Zheng and Pang Zi opened their beers and poured for each other. "We shall toast to you first, in gratitude for saving our lives." "Cheers," Tang Ren proclaimed, raising his cup. The 3 of them downed their beers in one go, their faces alight with mirth as they looked at Old Moo. Old Moo glanced at the 2 ounces of liquor in his cup and then at the 3 pairs of eager eyes fixed on him. Without a word, he raised his glass and drank it all in one go, a sly glimmer flickering in his eyes that Han Zheng and his companions could not perceive, as they witnessed Old Moo down the liquor in one gulp. The 3 erupted in cheers. "Old Moo has a great capacity. Old Moo is impressive. Old Moo is magnanimous." Subsequently, the 3 individuals exhibited remarkable attentiveness, bordering on obsequiousness, as they poured wine and served dishes with great enthusiasm. A gentle night breeze wafted through, carrying the distant sounds of chirping insects and the rustling of leaves. The 4 of them sat together, indulging in food, drink, and conversation, as the atmosphere gradually grew more lively. They transitioned from discussing their recent circumstances to reminiscing about the past and contemplating the future, from their own lives to the esteemed Teacher Hong, the recent peculiar events, and the martial artists. The conversation spiraled like an endless abyss, delving deeper and expanding wider with each exchange. Han Zheng raised his beer bottle in a toast to Grandpa Moo. "Grandpa Moo, allow me to toast to you once more." Grandpa Moo chuckled heartily, raising his glass to clink with Han Zheng's. The fatty and sugar man, not to be outdone, also raised their glasses to join in. The fatty, while gnawing on a marinated chicken wing, Mumbled indistinctly, Grandpa Moo, your capacity for alcohol is truly impressive. Sugarman, with a serious demeanor, added, indeed, Grandpa Moo, do enlighten us. Just how much can you truly drink? Grandpa Moo waved his hand dismissively. We're nearly at the limit. Let's pace ourselves. The conversation flowed freely, accompanied by an endless stream of drinks. As for Han Jing, the fatty, and Sugarman's plan to intoxicate the old man, one could only say their intentions were commendable. The process smooth, but the outcome less than satisfactory. Grandpa Moo polished off 2 bottles of white liquor brought by Sugarman, in addition to his own half bottle of erguatu, yet he appeared no different from how he was before they sat down, his face neither flushed nor breathless, and his murky gaze conveyed a sense of clarity, in stark contrast. The 3, Han Jing, Fatty, and Sugarman, who had consumed 2 crates of beer, began to show signs of inebriation, their eyes growing hazy, their grip on chopsticks faltering. They each made several trips to the restroom in the interim. Grandpa Moo, your capacity for alcohol is truly unfathomable, Fatty burped, his eyes already clouded. Grandpa Moo, skillfully picking peanuts, chuckled and shook his head. You little rascals. Still scheming to get me drunk? You have a long way to go. Now, be honest. What are you 3 plotting? Sugarman rubbed his temples, attempting to regain some clarity. Grandpa Moo, you have seen through us, and yet you have turned the tables on us, bringing us all down. Actually, we came today not only to visit and express our gratitude, but for another matter. Han Jing's tone suddenly turned serious. Sincerity glimmering in his eyes, Grandpa Moo set down his glass, his gaze sharpening as he looked at Han Jing. Oh? What is it? Fatty and Sugarman also watched Han Jing with bated breath, knowing that the moment had finally arrived. Regarding the bizarre incident on the night of the Ghost Festival, the county's armed forces awarded us medals and rewards. Holding these rewards, we feel somewhat embarrassed. As we did not contribute much, Han Jing paused before continuing. We also wish to pay our respects and express gratitude to the spirits of the martyrs, but we are unsure of what they would appreciate. We thought perhaps flowers, incense, and paper money, but that seems rather trite. A flicker of understanding crossed Grandpa Moo's face. So what do you wish to do? Sugarman interjected. We hope you could sound the forgotten charge horn once more. To awaken them, allowing us to converse and express our thanks directly, Fatty added. And perhaps inquire about their wishes. We want to show our respect. Grandpa Moo fell silent for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Do you understand the side effects of blowing the charge horn? His voice was low and grave. Han Jing nodded. We know. Teacher Hung mentioned it. 3 days of silence, quite unbearable, Sugarman echoed. Thus, we thought, if we could get you drunk, perhaps you would consent to blow the charge horn. Grandpa Moo regarded the 3, a smile creeping onto his face, and then swiftly delivered a playful smack to each of their heads. One could not underestimate the strength behind Grandpa Moo's hand. Ouch! They exclaimed in unison, clutching their heads and hissing in surprise. You little rascals are quite clever, aren't you? Grandpa Moo chuckled at the sight of the 3 grimacing like mischievous monkeys. A teasing smile gracing his lips, 2 monkeys and a plump pig. Han Jing and Sugarman exchanged glances. Though they felt a bit aggrieved, they couldn't help but laugh. Grandpa Moo, please don't say such things. I am not fat, I'm robust. All this weight comes from my parents' hard work and my grandmother's love, the fatty protested, feigning indignation while holding his head. Grandpa Moo shook his head, laughing. Now, I cannot awaken them. The battle on the night of the Ghost Festival drained them too much, and they have fallen into a deep slumber. Han Jing, Fatty, and Sugarman felt a twinge of regret upon hearing this. As for the incense and paper money you mentioned, they hold little significance for them, Grandpa Moo continued. If you truly wish to honor them, why not bring some good wine and dishes to visit this old man on the weekend? Accompany me to tend to their graves, clean the stones, and have a chat. This was indeed feasible. Han Jing, Fatty, and Sugarman nodded in agreement. As for their wishes, the old man is aware. Grandpa Moo's voice was steady and profound. The first is simply a desire for their descendants to lead peaceful and joyful lives, and for the country to prosper. And the second? Fatty asked curiously, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The second, well, is something you cannot fulfill at present. A cunning glint danced in Grandpa Moo's eyes. They all wished to take a stroll in Tokyo. To gallop through Tokyo and admire the cherry blossoms. Ah, it seems our aspirations are rather modest. The martyrs aim high. We shall certainly pay our respects to them. Ultimately, the inebriated trio of Han Jing, Fatty, and Sugarman stumbled along the stone path of the cemetery, their steps unsteady, at times supporting one another, at others colliding clumsily as they bowed before each gravestone in turn, eventually collapsing in a heap, sound asleep in the cemetery's passageway. After bowing, they slumped down, the effects of their intoxication deepening, their eyelids growing heavier, until they succumbed to a profound slumber amidst the tranquility. The moonlight draped over them, as if bestowing a warm glow. Grandpa Moo observed this scene from the side, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He approached, calling out to the three, who remained in slumber. Shaking his head, he noted that the temperature was quite warm that night, and the three would not catch a chill, therefore, he left them be, turning back toward the management office to rest. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, its warm rays filtered through the treetops, illuminating every corner of the cemetery, while birds chirped merrily in the branches. And the air was suffused with freshness. At that moment, a resounding charge horn echoed, piercing the stillness. Han Jing, Fatty, and Sugarman were jolted awake by the unexpected sound, their eyes fluttering open in confusion. The sunlight painfully bright, their heads pounding, the remnants of last night's intoxication still lingering. What is that sound? Fatty rubbed his eyes, struggling to regain his senses. It's the charge horn, Han Jing exclaimed, surprise lacing his voice as he sat up. Scanning his surroundings and realizing they were indeed in the martyrs' cemetery, a wave of panic washing over him. How did we end up sleeping here? Sugarman queried in alarm, his expression one of bewilderment. We must have drunk too much last night and simply dozed off. Han Jing scratched his head, trying to recollect the events of the previous night. The three of them leaned on one another for support as they slowly stood up, making their way toward the sound of the charge horn. Upon reaching the center of the cemetery, they spotted Grandpa Moo standing before a tall gravestone, holding the forgotten charge horn and sounding the wake-up call. Chapter 25. A warm family routine. The three returned home, their silhouettes elongated in the morning light. Han Jing pushed open the door, and a familiar aroma enveloped him, the essence of home. He inhaled deeply, feeling as though the weariness of the night had been dispelled. Mom, I'm back, his voice echoed in the quiet house, imbued with a sense of ease and joy. The gentle clinking of pots and pans came from the kitchen, where Li Xiaoping was busily preparing breakfast. Upon hearing her son's voice, she hurriedly set aside her tasks, wiped her hands, and stepped out of the kitchen. Have you eaten breakfast? Her gaze fell tenderly upon Han Jing. Her eyes filled with concern. Not yet. Han Jing shook his head, a smile gracing his lips. You always know when to serve meals. Go wake your sister for breakfast. Li Xiaoping smiled, gesturing toward Han Ting's room, her eyes reflecting a hint of fondness. Han Jing nodded and walked toward his sister's room. He gently knocked on the door. Lazy pig, get up for breakfast. The sun's already shining on your backside. His voice carried a teasing tone, as if it could reach Han Ting's ears through the door. After calling 3 times without a response, Han Jing's patience began to wear thin. He opened the door and stepped inside, pulling back the curtains to let sunlight flood the room. The sunlight danced within, like a playful sprite, dispelling the last remnants of sleep. Bro, please spare me. It's the weekend, and I finally have a chance to sleep in. Let me snooze a little longer. I'll eat breakfast later, Han Ting mumbled, her voice laced with drowsiness and reluctance, her eyes half open, clearly still not fully awake. Haha, you might as well get up and ask Mom yourself if she'll let you sleep in. Hurry up and rise. Han Jing's tone left little room for argument. He understood his sister's temperament well. If he didn't take a firm stance, she might very well remain in bed until noon. With that, he turned and exited the room, heading for breakfast. Behind him, a reluctant figure climbed out of bed, grumbling, Damn Han Jing, annoying brother. She rubbed her eyes, still somewhat unwilling. Han Jing sat at the dining table, watching his mother bustling about, and a warm current surged within him. He cleared his throat, preparing to share his delightful news. Mom, I have something to tell you. A note of excitement tinged his voice. Li Xiaoping turned around, a smile gracing her face. What is it? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. I've advanced to the elite group in the martial arts training class and received a reward of 50,000 yuan. Han Jing's voice carried a hint of pride. He understood the significance of this for their family. Really? My son is amazing. Li Xiaoping's face illuminated with a proud smile. Her son always brought her joy and surprises. I paid 1,000 for the martial arts training class, and now I have 49,000 left in my account. Han Zheng continued, determination gleaming in his eyes. Please provide me with an account number so I can transfer the money to you. Li Xiaoping waved her hand dismissively. No need to transfer. Keep it for yourself. Buy whatever you need. Her gaze reflected a sense of insistence, as she wished to alleviate any burden from her son. Acknowledging his hard work and efforts to no, this money belongs to the family, Han Zheng replied firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Ultimately, he transferred 30,000 to his mother, retaining just over 10,000 for himself. As he observed his mother's contented smile, his heart swelled with satisfaction. He resolved not to mention the events of the night of the Zhongyuan festival, wishing to spare his family any worry. Meanwhile, the chubby boy trudged heavily as he pushed open the door to his home. Grandma, I'm back. His voice echoed in the quiet house, imbued with a sense of ease and joy. Upon hearing her grandson's voice, his grandmother set aside her chores and rushed out, her gaze softening as it fell upon him, filled with concern. Why, precious grandson, what has happened to you? Her voice carried a note of astonishment as she noticed how much weight he had lost. Enough to see his neck. A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within her, as if she could sense her grandson had endured hardships outside. Feeling her scrutinizing gaze, the chubby boy became slightly embarrassed and scratched his head. Chuckling, Grandma, I recently joined the martial arts training class, and the training has been intense, so I lost a bit of weight. Yet, his grandmother paid no heed to this explanation. She enveloped him in a warm embrace. Her voice thick with emotion, My dear grandson, how much suffering have you endured to become so thin? I must quickly prepare some nourishing dishes for you. Grandma, I'm really fine. Please don't worry. He gently reassured her. It's good to be a bit thinner. Look at how you've spoiled your grandson. His grandfather grumbled discontentedly. Why, grandson and I are perfectly happy. Do you have any say in this? His grandmother retorted, Today, there's no meal prepared for you. You can fend for yourself, as I'm cooking for my eldest grandson. She shot her husband an exasperated glance. Grandma, come on, eldest grandson, let us ignore your grandfather. I'll make you something delicious. It's her words. The chubby boy cast a helpless glance at his grandfather, who sat on the sofa in the living room, letting out a long sigh. When Tang Ren returned home, he found his father amusing his granddaughter while carrying her on his back, playfully engaging with his grandson. The children's laughter rang out, clear and melodious, like a joyful melody resonating in the air. As Tang Ren stepped into the yard, his nephew noticed him and bounded over like a lively little deer, excitedly exclaiming, Uncle, Uncle, I want to ride on your shoulders like my sister. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, his small hands clutching Tang Ren's shirt tightly. Tang Ren's father glanced at him but quickly turned away, carrying his granddaughter inside. Amused yet slightly exasperated, Tang Ren chuckled to himself, realizing that his father was still miffed about the drinking incident from before. All right, Uncle will take you high up, he said, lifting his nephew and placing him gently on his shoulders, securely supporting his little legs with both hands. The boy squealed in delight, gripping Tang Ren's hair tightly. Fearful of falling, they made their way into the house. Inside, his siblings and their families had already gathered, seated in the living room, chatting merrily amidst a lively atmosphere. Mom, brother, sister-in-law, sister, brother-in-law, I'm back, Tang Ren announced as he set his nephew down, greeting his family while intentionally omitting his father. Old Tang, sitting in a rocking chair across the room with a newspaper in hand, occasionally stole glances at Tang Ren from the corner of his eye. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ren pulled out an envelope from his pocket containing his medal and a check. He placed it on the table, the corner of the envelope lightly brushing against the surface, producing a soft sound. With a casual demeanor, he addressed his father, Old Tang, it was just a bit of wine. Is it really necessary to hold a grudge for so long? Here, take this as compensation. His voice was light, attempting to ease the tension in the air. He pushed the envelope towards his father. Old Tang set down the newspaper, his gaze falling upon the envelope, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered. That was a treasured collection of mine, and you squandered it just like that. How could I not be upset? His tone bore a hint of reproach, but more so, it conveyed the regret of losing something cherished. Tang Ren smiled knowingly, aware of his father's temperament. It wasn't squandered. You know who drank the wine. You should feel honored that your treasured collection made it to their lips. His voice carried a playful teasing. Old Tang, still seated in the rocking chair with the envelope in hand, wore a complicated expression. Looking at Tang Run, he replied with a hint of resignation. Honored. Yes, but if only you had left me a little. I wouldn't have remained angry until now. Listening from the side, Tang Ren's mother wore a satisfied smile. Old Tang's drinking habit had always been a source of concern for her, and the previous incident had effectively put a stop to it. Tang Ren's siblings soon caught on, realizing that their father was truly upset about being restricted from drinking. They quickly shifted their stance to persuade their father. Dad, you see, brother is doing this for your own good. Tang Ren's brother said with a smile. Exactly, Dad. Don't you always say health is most important? His sister chimed in, her voice gentle and caring. Old Tang looked at his children, aware they meant well. Yet he felt a twinge of reluctance. Another of his life's pleasures was being taken away. He opened the envelope to find a check for 300,000 and a golden medal inscribed with the character for courage. Tang Ren explained, the 300,000 is a subsidy from the county's armed forces. Don't think it's too little. The medal is for me, but if you like it, you can have it. Old Tang set the check aside and picked up the medal, admiring it fondly that a friend of his had one, and he treated it like a treasure, never allowing anyone to touch it, always boasting that it represented honor and courage. However, having such a medal displayed on one's chest allowed for respectful and equal conversations with all who recognized it, which Old Tang envied the most. All right, you keep the 300,000, and I'll take the medal. Let us put this matter to rest, he said, his voice now carrying a sense of relief, his eyes devoid of previous resentment. Chapter 26. Significant Progress. Han Zheng, the chubby boy, and Tang Ren stood before the members' wall, gazing at the vast expanse of empty space that had emerged. The wall, once crowded with photographs, now bore a sparse collection, revealing more than half of its surface. When the martial arts training class was first established, 138 passionate individuals had joined, all driven by their dreams of martial arts. Now, fewer than half remained. Just that morning, their classmate Zhang Wei had also succumbed and withdrawn. Originally, there were 7 from their senior class. Now, only the 3 of them remained. The act of giving up has always followed this pattern. Once the first person takes the plunge, the psychological pressure dissipates for those who follow. This sentiment spread like a silent virus through the ranks, eroding everyone's resolve. Do you think we can hold on until the end? Han Zheng's voice was slightly hoarse as he shifted his gaze from the wall to his companions. The chubby boy scratched his head, a wry smile on his face. Who knows? We've come this far. We owe it to ourselves to see it through to the end. While his words were light-hearted, a flicker of determination shone in his eyes. Everyone has their reasons for their choices. All we can do is respect their decisions and continue on our own path, Tang Ren remarked calmly. The 3 stood in silence before the members' wall for a long while, acutely aware that each departure carried its own rationale. However, for those who remained, every departure served as a poignant reminder, a test of their willpower. Let us not dwell on it. We have another physical test at noon. I wonder how much we've progressed this past month. As noon approached, teachers Hong and Lin were ready, and students began entering the testing room, awaiting a new round of energy and blood strength tests. Teacher Hong stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping over every student present, his voice steady and commanding. Today, we will conduct a new round of energy tests. Unlike the last time, all personal data from this test will be made public. He paused for a moment before continuing, stating that the students in the foundational group now aspired to advance to the intermediate group, contingent upon whether this round of testing could demonstrate adequate control over their vitality and energy levels. Consequently, many students in the foundational group felt a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. Even among the 9 individuals in the intermediate group, there was a palpable sense of expectation and nervousness as they pondered the extent of their progress over the past month of training. As customary, Teacher Hong was the first to call out Han Zheng's name. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Han Zheng adjusted his mental state before stepping into the testing area. He proceeded to perform the foundational long fist routine before lying down at Teacher Lin's station. 10 seconds later, Teacher Lin operated the apparatus and announced Han Zheng's personal data in a loud voice. Vitality intensity at 138, vitality control at 22%. Upon hearing these figures, a smile broke across Han Zheng's face, clearly pleased with the progress he had made over the past month. His vitality intensity had increased by 25, and his control had improved by 10 percentage points. surpassing last year's minimum admission standard for martial arts studies, which was 20%. Han Jing mentally calculated that last year's lowest admission standard for vitality intensity was 145, meaning he still fell short by 7 points. Given his current performance, as long as he remained diligent and faced no unforeseen circumstances, admission to martial arts studies was assured. However, which martial arts university he could attend would depend on the extent of his training over the next half a year. After all, martial arts universities have rankings. The difference in treatment between the top-ranked institution and one ranked 100 is stark. Even within the same university, the opportunities for those invited versus those admitted through regular channels are worlds apart. Once Han Jing's data was revealed, both Teacher Hong and Teacher Lin expressed their satisfaction with nods of approval. Yet, the students present erupted into a flurry of chatter. Their reactions varied. Just a brute. One remarked, "Sugar Man," covering his face. Another chimed in, "Can we still enjoy this together?" A chubby student gazed skyward in disbelief. "Wow, Han Jing's data is astonishing." An astounded foundational student exclaimed. "Indeed, his control exceeds last year's admission line by 2 points." Another student concurred. "He has the martial arts program firmly in his grasp." A male classmate added enviously. The students in the intermediate group could not help but glance over, some feeling a twinge of pressure. The testing continued, with Teacher Lin continuously announcing a series of results. Zhu Fugui, Vitality Intensity 125, Vitality Control 15%. Sugarman, Vitality Intensity 127, Vitality Control 15%. Li Muqiang, Vitality Intensity 130. Vitality Control 17%. Zhou Xianchu, Vitality Intensity 123, Vitality Control 13%. Liu, Vitality Intensity 120, Vitality Control 12%. Li Qingyue, Vitality Intensity 120, Vitality Control 14%. Huang Yuqi, Vitality Intensity 122. Vitality Control 13%. Huang Chuiying, Vitality Intensity 118, Vitality Control 13%. Upon completion of the intermediate group's testing, each of the 9 individuals demonstrated notable progress compared to the previous month. Though Han Jing had made the most significant strides, thanks to the Martial Foundation elixir his sister Han Chan provided, he had devoted 2 to 3 times the amount of training time compared to the other 8 members of the intermediate group, yielding results that were similarly superior. In terms of increased vitality intensity, Han Jing had averaged an increase of approximately 0.81 per day over the month, while the others remained around 0.3. The 8 students encircled Han Jing, their gazes filled with curiosity and envy. The girls, Li Qingyue, Huang Yuqi, and Huang Chuiying, wondered how Han Jing achieved such high numbers and rapid progress, eager for any training tips he might share. Meanwhile, the boys in the intermediate group jokingly called him a brute, teasingly demanding that Han Jing treat them to alleviate their wounded spirits. Standing at the center of the crowd, Han Jing felt the weight of his companions' gazes, some filled with admiration, others tinged with jealousy. "Your progress is rather extraordinary, Han Jing. Do you have any secrets to share?" Li Qingyue inquired, moving closer, her voice laced with curiosity. Han Jing smiled, knowing he could not disclose the elixir's details and instead attributed his success to the innate talent Teacher Hong often spoke of. "There's no real secret. I just train for a bit longer each time. While you practice standing for 10 minutes, I usually go for half an hour. Standing for that long, don't you feel any discomfort?" Huang Yuqi gasped, clearly taken aback. The thought of enduring half an hour of standing practice exceeded her expectations. She could hardly manage 10 minutes before experiencing discomfort in her lower back and abdomen. "What do you expect? That's why we call Lao Han a brute, a freak. Teacher Hong has certified that Lao Han possesses extraordinary talent." Sugarman chimed in, draping an arm around Han Jing's shoulder while explaining to the 3 girls. The chubby student and Sugarman led the charge, playfully demanding, "Lao Han, you must treat us today to soothe our injured spirits." The other 6 students eagerly chimed in, their eyes glinting with mischief. All right, I'll cover dinner at the martial arts cafeteria tonight." Han Jing chuckled in agreement. The members of the intermediate group declared their intention to train a bit more that afternoon to make room for a hearty meal. And the girls were no exception. At present, the martial arts cafeteria had opened its doors to students in the martial arts special training class, where a satisfying meal could be enjoyed for just 4 to 5 yuan. In contrast, a meal at the martial arts cafeteria would cost at least 10 to 20 yuan. The cafeteria offered better nutritional balance, superior ingredients, and more delicious flavors. although the prices were higher than those at the student cafeteria. For students in the martial arts special training program, dining there was the norm as long as their finances permitted. On the other side, the foundational group continued with their testing. Zhou Xing, Vitality Intensity 112, Vitality Control 8%. Hu Haiping, Vitality Intensity 115, Vitality Control 9%. Zhou Jing, Vitality Intensity 112, Vitality Control 10%. As Teacher Lin continued to announce various results, some students whose data met the standards for moving into the intermediate group felt a surge of excitement, while others whose control still fell short sighed deeply. All of their efforts and sweat over the past month would be put to the test today. Ultimately, once all students had completed their assessments, Teacher Hong reviewed the data sheets and prepared to address the assembled group. His expression carried a hint of seriousness, yet it was largely filled with anticipation for the students. First and foremost, I wish to congratulate the students of the martial arts special training class. You have successfully persevered through the most grueling month of specialized training, and each of you has made commendable progress. Teacher Hong's voice was steady and powerful, laced with encouragement. Hearing this, the students' faces brightened with a touch of pride. Teacher Hong continued, I hope you will carry this momentum forward. Additionally, I am pleased to announce that 6 students have qualified to advance to the intermediate group and learn the secrets of martial arts. His gaze swept over each student, sensing their emotional responses. Upon hearing this news, students in the foundational group displayed expressions of envy, while others wore determined looks, resolute in their commitment to achieve better results in the next assessment and join the intermediate group. Finally, I announce that there will be at least one test every month moving forward, with results made public. As long as the test scores are satisfactory, students will be eligible for advancement to the intermediate group. Teacher Hong's voice held a note of resolution. While such public testing might impose pressure on the students, it would also ignite their competitive spirit, motivating them to train even harder. As Teacher Hong's words resonated, the foundational group of students began to disperse, some gathering in small clusters to discuss their results, while others quietly departed, silently resolving to achieve better outcomes in the next assessment. All right, disperse and continue training. Teacher Hong instructed, still engaged in discussion with Teacher Lin regarding the data sheets. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow painted the sky in hues reminiscent of burning flames, illuminating the vast expanse above. Chapter 27. Changes of a semester. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow over the training room of the martial arts special training class, where a serene yet tense atmosphere lingered in the air. Han Jing stood in one corner of the training room, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead, his posture erect like a steadfast pine tree. The effects of the Martial Foundation elixir had waned, and he had anticipated a return to his previous limitations. Believing he would only manage to endure standing practice for 10 minutes like the chubby student and sugar man taking a deep breath, Han Jing began his training. His body gradually relaxed, and his breathing became calm and deep. 10 minutes passed, and he remained stable, experiencing no discomfort. 15 minutes, then 20. A slight discomfort began to surface, though it was not overwhelming. Ultimately, he persevered for 22 minutes before feeling a pronounced sense of stiffness and discomfort. This revelation filled Han Jing with delight. Although he could not sustain half an hour of practice as he had previously, being able to endure 22 minutes indicated that he could maintain standing practice for a solid 20 minutes. Han Jing slowly opened his eyes, a satisfied smile gracing his face. His training had not regressed too significantly due to the elixir's effects wearing off, instilling him with confidence about his future. At that moment, Teacher Hong noticed Han Jing's transformation and approached him with concern, asking, Han Jing, why have you suddenly reduced your training time? Is this a sign of complacency? Have you started looking for a girlfriend again? Teacher Hong's gaze held a hint of amusement, aware that 17 or 18-year-olds are often brimming with hormones yet lack a channel for their release. Han Jing smiled awkwardly, cognizant that his training time had indeed diminished. But not due to complacency or negligence, nor because he had found a girlfriend. Teacher Hong, I have neither been complacent nor have I sought a girlfriend. Teacher Hong nodded, his eyes reflecting a measure of understanding. Exercise moderation, he warned Han Jing before turning to depart. After Teacher Hong left, Fatty and Sugar rushed over. Sugar, curious, asked, Old Han, it seems your resources are still insufficient. Your stamina appears lacking. Is it true that after just 1 month, you couldn't hold on? Fatty was equally inquisitive. Teacher Hong mentioned you have a girlfriend, and you didn't even tell us? Who is it? Li Qingyue, Huang Yuqi, or Huang Chuiying? Aside from them, We haven't seen you interact with any other girl. Han Jing chuckled helplessly, aware that his two friends relished teasing him. Get lost? I've been with you two fools all this time. How could you not know whether I have a girlfriend? Fatty and Sugar laughed merrily, each raising their right hands to wave in front of Han Jing. Who knows? You sleep in the same bed as us. Your girlfriend might not even be human. She could be Wu Gunyang. They joked, bursting into laughter. Sugar then began to mock. Exactly. Old Han, you must exercise restraint. If you happen to stumble upon any enticing little films and can't control yourself, feel free to share. We can assist you in critiquing them together. Indeed, Old Han, good things should be shared. A joy, once shared, multiplies. Fatty continued to jest. Han Jing shook his head in resignation, fully aware that his friends thrived on jesting at his expense. Get lost, he laughed, pushing the two away as he resumed his training. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a tranquil and harmonious glow over the campus of County No. 1 High School. As the final examinations approached, the atmosphere on campus grew tense. This semester, Han Jing had primarily rotated between 4 locations: the martial arts classroom, his class, the dormitory, and the cafeteria. His life was simple yet fulfilling, each day brimming with purpose and motivation. Not only had he made significant progress in martial arts, but his academic performance had also improved, consistently ranking within the top 100 in his senior year monthly assessments. During weekends, Han Jing either joined Fatty and Sugar to weed and clean the soldiers' cemetery, shared drinks and conversations with Old Wood, or practiced intensively in the martial arts classroom, rarely staying overnight at home. However, occasionally, the three would crash at one another's homes for a meal. The sunlight bathed the playground, filling the air with the vitality of youth. Han Jing, Fatty, and Sugar stood at one corner of the playground, their shadows elongated in the sunlight. Compared to the beginning of the semester, they had all undergone notable transformations. Han Jing stood tall and strong on the playground. A semester of martial arts training had elevated his height to 178 centimeters, surpassing Fatty's 176 centimeters, no longer the shortest among the trio. His skin had darkened from prolonged outdoor training, yet he appeared more robust. His facial contours were sharp, as if chiseled, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. Old Han, you've changed tremendously this semester. You look even more handsome than I do now. Fatty exclaimed, a tinge of envy in his voice. I can't believe people are even passing you love letters now. Here we are, and I'm the only one who hasn't received one, Izzy lamented. Han Jing chuckled. If I were to stab your heart again, you'd still be the shortest among us. That hurts. Let us not speak such harsh truths. We can still remain good friends. Fatty feigned a dramatic reaction. Sugar nodded in agreement, noting, indeed, Old Han's results in the martial arts training class have been publicized. Admission to Wuke University is almost certain, and your looks have certainly received an upgrade. But you still fall a little short compared to me, Han Jing acknowledged. Sugar, standing beside them, had also changed significantly. He had grown to 181 centimeters, yet his complexion remained fair despite the martial arts training, still embodying that delicate, refined appearance, a little wolf dog rather than a little puppy. His features were exquisite, and with the vitality from his training, he had firmly established himself as the campus heartthrob. Each day, not only did girls from his grade send him love letters, but even first and second-year students did, and during weekends, numerous young women from outside the school would sneak in to catch a glimpse of Sugar. Standing beside you two, I feel immense pressure. Could you both step aside a bit? Fatty lamented, pushing his two friends away. Yet, the most remarkable transformation belonged to Fatty. Though he had only grown an inch, he had shed dozens of pounds. Previously, his neck was barely visible, but now, not only was his neck exposed, but his double chin had vanished as well. With a physique that was now muscular and robust, coupled with a sun-kissed complexion from martial arts training, Fatty had become the epitome of vigor. Each time he returned home, his grandmother looked at him with concern, lamenting, "My dear grandson, why have you become so thin again? What hardships have you endured? Perhaps we should reconsider your martial arts training. It pains me to see you like this." Meanwhile, Fatty's grandfather would cheerfully give him a thumbs up, only to be scolded by Fatty's grandmother when she discovered it, resulting in Fatty's grandfather losing his meal privileges that day. Inside the martial arts classroom of the gymnasium, sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the once bustling member wall. The wall, which had been adorned with photographs showcasing each member's prowess in the martial arts training class. Now displayed only 31 scattered photos, bearing witness to the evolution of the training class and the growth of its members. The martial arts training class no longer distinguished between basic and advanced groups. All remaining members had surpassed 10% in blood control capability and had mastered the martial arts secret technique, refining essence into blood. Teacher Hong and Teacher Lin stood before the students as usual. Teacher Hong's voice was steady and powerful as he surveyed each student. "Today, I have 2 announcements," he declared, his words resonating within the room, capturing everyone's attention. "First, we will proceed with this semester's final test tonight as scheduled. Second, the school will officially commence its holiday tomorrow. However, our martial arts classroom will remain open as usual. Teacher Lin and I will take turns coming to the classroom to provide guidance until the day before New Year's Eve, when the classroom will close, reopening on the 5th day." Teacher Hong continued, "Once the holiday begins, you are free to choose whether to stay on campus for additional training. We do not oppose those who wish to return home to practice on their own, and we welcome those who wish to remain on campus." His voice carried a note of encouragement. "However, some of you live in the county and can come to school at any time, while others reside in townships where commuting may not be convenient. Therefore, if anyone wishes to continue training on campus and needs to apply to stay in the student dormitory, please register with Teacher Lin later. Teacher Lin will coordinate with the school to open the dormitory and the martial arts cafeteria for you." Teacher Hong's announcement sparked a glimmer of surprise in the eyes of students from townships, leading them to exchange whispers about this unexpected news. "All right, let us begin the test," Teacher Hong announced, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. Following the usual testing procedure, the 31 students completed the assessments promptly. Fatty achieved a blood intensity of 158, with blood control at 21%. Sugar matched this with a blood intensity of 159, also maintaining 21% control. Li Muki reached a blood intensity of 165, with blood control at 25%, making him the second strongest among the group, just behind Han Zheng. Han Zheng's blood intensity reached an impressive 202, with a remarkable blood control of 49%, a unique presence within the entire martial arts training class. Returning to the ranks, his gaze fell upon Teacher Hong. He recalled Teacher Hong mentioning in class that once a person's blood intensity exceeds 150 and blood control surpasses 20%, they may begin practicing the next stage of the martial arts secret technique, blood tempering body. However, most individuals would typically refrain from doing so, especially high school students preparing for university. This was because the effective blood during this period was limited, and the results of body tempering were generally subpar, consuming a considerable amount of effective blood, which hindered the accumulation of increased blood intensity. After all, the university entrance examination primarily assessed blood intensity and blood control. Hastily engaging in body tempering during this time would not swiftly transform one into a martial artist and could adversely affect university exam results. For students preparing for the university entrance examination, the most cost-effective phase to learn blood tempering body was when blood intensity exceeded 200 and blood control was above 30%. This was because completing a cycle of blood tempering body training required at least 60 effective blood. Furthermore, for an ordinary individual, without undergoing secret techniques to temper their body, reaching a blood intensity of 200 was already near the limit. Exceeding 210 could lead to discomfort, with capillaries occasionally bursting. Surpassing 230 would cause a sensation of blood surging uncontrollably, and exceeding 250 could result in explosive demise. Certainly, this is merely the perspective of ordinary individuals. The world invariably harbors exceptional beings, those exceptional prodigies destined to defy convention. Teacher Hongwu once conveyed to Han Zheng that he would impart the secret technique of blood refinement of the body once his blood vitality surpassed 200. At long last, he has attained this benchmark, and his heart brims with anticipation. Chapter 28. The secret technique of blood refinement of the body. As night descended, the atmosphere in the martial arts training class remained fervent. Han Zheng, follow me to the training room. Teacher Hongwu's figure appeared particularly solemn under the illumination. The door to the training room creaked open, and Han Zheng stepped inside. Teacher Hongwu gestured for Han Zheng to take a seat, retrieving a document from his drawer and handing it to him. "Before we commence the teaching of the blood refinement of the body secret technique, you must sign this commitment letter, ensuring absolute confidentiality." Han Zheng accepted the document and scrutinized its contents. The pages were densely packed with stringent confidentiality clauses, and after thorough consideration, he unhesitatingly affixed his signature. Teacher Hongwu nodded in satisfaction as he collected the commitment letter. He began to elucidate the blood refinement of the body technique. As the name suggests, this technique primarily involves controlling blood vitality to refine the body, encompassing skin, muscle, fascia, and bones, all of which essentially follow a path of destruction followed by reconstruction. His voice resonated deeply, each word striking Han Zheng's heart like a hammer. Teacher Hongwu continued, "The first step is nourishment, the second is destruction, and the third is reconstruction. This cycle must be repeated until one reaches a relatively ideal state of completion." Han Zheng listened intently as Teacher Hongwu further clarified. Successfully refining any one of the muscles, bones, or skin qualifies you as a first-tier martial artist. However, the difficulty of refinement escalates from skin to muscle to bone. Regardless of the order in which you choose to refine, the final distinctions are minimal. However, the most widely acknowledged approach is to start with the easier tasks, progressing to the more challenging, as each completed refinement of muscle, bone, or skin will reciprocally enhance blood vitality, causing a substantial surge in internal blood vitality strength. The greater the effective blood vitality you can harness, the swifter your subsequent refinements will be. Han Zheng pondered for a moment before voicing his inquiry. "Teacher Hong, what if one attempts to refine muscles, bones, and skin simultaneously? Would there be any differences?" Teacher Hongwu smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated this question from Han Zheng. He replied, "Indeed, such a method exists. It is a unique refinement approach reserved for geniuses. The advantage lies in simultaneously refining muscles, bones, and skin to a state of completion, allowing them to resonate together. Following this resonance, the body's strength is significantly enhanced, with fewer flaws, converting 3 instances of blood vitality surges into one, resulting in a more substantial increase in blood vitality strength. This could enable one to transform from a preliminary martial artist into a third-tier accomplished martial artist in a single leap." Han Zheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, but Teacher Hongwu's tone shifted as he continued. "However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. Firstly, the process is slow. For an average preliminary martial artist, achieving simultaneous refinement of all 3 to completion could take 2 to 3 decades. With that time, a normal training regimen might already lead one into the qi cultivation stage." Han Zheng's brow furrowed slightly, realizing the arduous nature of this refinement method. Teacher Hongwu continued, "Secondly, it is weaker. A preliminary martial artist who has not yet fully refined muscles, bones, and skin will perform at a level inferior to one who has solely completed the refinement of skin." Han Zheng fell silent. Internally weighing the pros and cons, Teacher Hongwu observed him, a glimmer of expectation in his gaze. "Han Zheng, if you are one of those rare prodigies whose blood vitality can reach 400 to 500 during the preliminary martial artist phase, or if you possess an innate ability to control blood vitality, allowing you to continuously replenish it with medicinal aids during that stage, I would wholeheartedly support your choice to pursue simultaneous refinement of muscles, bones, and skin. However, if you are not, I urge you to deliberate carefully. Of course, your current blood vitality strength has yet to reach its limit, so there is no rush to decide. Take your time to contemplate." "I understand, Teacher Hong, I will think it over." Han Zheng nodded. Teacher Hongwu's voice resonated with gravitas as he began to elaborate on the intricacies of the blood refinement of the body technique. The essence of this technique lies in the mastery of blood vitality, encompassing oscillation, penetration, friction, and stretching, among other techniques. These skills will guide your blood vitality to refine your body, achieving unprecedented strength. Han Zheng listened attentively, acutely aware of the significance of these techniques. Teacher Hongwu continued, "Nourishment of blood vitality is fundamental. Destruction is the process and reconstruction is the result. All 3 are indispensable, cycling continuously until completion." Teacher Hongwu proceeded to demonstrate each technique one by one, and Han Zheng focused intently on every movement, striving to capture every detail. After the demonstrations, Teacher Hongwu encouraged Han Zheng to try it for himself. Han Zheng took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and attempted to mobilize his blood vitality according to Teacher Hongwu's guidance. The blood vitality began to flow in accordance with his will. "Oscillation," Teacher Hongwu suddenly commanded. With prior experience of the refining essence into blood technique, Han Zheng managed to control the oscillation of his blood vitality. He immediately followed the instructions, inducing oscillation within his body. Far from enough, increase the frequency and decrease the amplitude. Teacher Hongwu continued to instruct. Han Zheng adjusted as directed, feeling a surge of warmth coursing through him. As if THRE time swiftly passes during training, AS Han Jing finally masters all 108 refining movements. The martial arts classroom is set to close for the new year. After all, the festive season is approaching. Teacher Hongwu gazes at Han Jing with anticipation, saying, Han Jing, be sure to continue your training during the new year. Do not let your diligence wane. Han Jing nods in acknowledgement, replying, thank you, teacher. I will. Subsequently, the students begin to pack their belongings in preparation to return home for the holiday. Teacher Hong and Teacher Lin are no exceptions, also tidying up to celebrate the new year with their families. Chapter 29. New Year's call. The winter sun streams through the window, casting a warm glow in the Han family's cozy dining room. The table is adorned with an array of delectable dishes, filling the air with delightful aromas. The 4 members of the Han family gather around the table, their faces radiating the joy of the festive occasion. It is New Year's Eve, and the warmth of home envelopes every corner. At the table, Han Chu, as the head of the family, raises his glass with a contented smile, proclaiming, today is our reunion dinner. Though Chon'er could not return, we shall still celebrate joyfully. Cheers. Han Jing and his sister Han Ting lift their glasses as well, their cups clinking together with a crisp sound. Han Ting's eyes sparkle with excitement as she eagerly grabs a piece of braised pork and savors it with delight. At that moment, Han Chu's phone rings. It is a video call from Han Chan. Upon answering, her smiling face appears on the screen. Chon'er, are you having reunion dinner at school? Not yet. We have to wait until the evening here. Han Chan replies, is the family already enjoying the meal? She inquires. Han Ting, not waiting for Han Chu to respond, snatches the phone and holds it up to herself, saying, sister, why aren't you home for the new year? I told you there's so much delicious food at home. Braised pork, stuffed tofu, lamb. All my favorites. Han Chan listens with amusement, her eyes filled with affection. Then little Ting should eat plenty. The phone is passed around among the family, first returning to Han Chu, who exchanges a few words. Then to Han Jing's mother, Li Xiaoping, who shares pleasantries before finally reaching Han Jing. As he takes the phone, his familial standing becomes evident as he teases, sister, when will you come home for the new year and bring me a brother-in-law? Han Chan chuckles on the other end, just wait patiently. How is your martial arts training at school going? Han Jing steps away from the table, moving to the balcony. He gazes outside, inhaling deeply. It's going well. IVE reached the current limit of vitality at 211, with vitality control at 51%. The teacher just taught me the secret method of body refinement, but I'm still torn. Sister, as a formal martial artist, do you have any good suggestions? Torn about what? Whether to refine flesh first or to harmonize muscles and bones. Han Chan's voice carries a hint of jest. Yes, Han Jing replies, his eyes revealing a trace of confusion. After a brief silence, Han Chan continues, you seem quite ambitious. Neither of these methods may suit you. One is too ordinary, the other too challenging. Wait a moment, I have something to attend to. I'll call you later. All right, sister, I'll await your call. After hanging up, Han Jing returns to the dining table, where his family continues to enjoy their reunion dinner, laughter and conversation echoing around them. Following the video call with her family, Han Chan sits alone at her desk. She retrieves an old fountain pen from the drawer and a piece of yellow draft paper. Taking a deep breath, she closes her eyes, recalling every detail of the blood refinement method and her own cultivation journey, particularly the fleeting sensation she experienced during her recent advancement from a second-tier to a third-tier martial artist. Moments later, she opens her eyes, and the aged fountain pen begins to dance across the slightly yellowed paper. Leaving behind ink marks, it seems as if the pen has a life of its own, leaping and swirling on the paper, each letter infused with vigor. After a few minutes, Han Chan pauses her writing, placing her hands crossed on the table. Strangely, the fountain pen remains upright, continuing to inscribe on the yellow paper, leaving traces of ink. Occasionally, certain words or passages suddenly vanish, as if absorbed and erased by the paper itself. Time ticks away as Han Chan becomes fully engrossed in the content on the yellow paper, her expression fluctuating between seriousness and relaxation. After nearly half an hour, the pen completes its final stroke and gradually loses its momentum. Falling onto the yellowed paper, Han Chan picks up the draft paper, scrutinizing each word and symbol. Yes, this is the idea, she murmurs to herself, her voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. She rises, dons a white lab coat, and carries the yellow draft paper out of her room. The corridor is brightly lit, and her footsteps echo in the silence. She traverses the lengthy hallway until she reaches the elevator and presses the button to descend. The elevator doors open slowly, and she steps inside as it begins to descend. Han-chan walks through the empty corridor and arrives at Teacher Yu's office. She gently knocks on the door, and a warm voice beckons her to enter. Pushing the door open, she finds the office warm and quiet, filled with various research books and materials on the shelves, and several anatomical charts hanging on the walls, depicting muscles, bones, and veins. Teacher Yu, a woman appearing to be in her 60s, sits behind her desk. Her short, neat hair gives her a spirited and vibrant appearance. Han-chan, she greets respectfully. What brings you here? Come, have a seat. Teacher Yu waves her hand invitingly. The two sit facing each other across the desk, with Teacher Yu's eyes radiating kindness and expectation. Han-chan takes a deep breath and begins, Teacher Yu, I have decided on my next research topic, which will focus on the resonance of muscles and bones during the body refinement stage for martial artists, as well as how to induce resonance between muscles and bones under different refining methods. She then hands the yellow draft paper across the desk to Teacher Yu. As she searches for her glasses, Teacher Yu comments, just a few days ago, didn't you say you only had a spark of inspiration and no concrete ideas? How is it that you've come to a conclusion so swiftly? With her glasses on, Teacher Yu furrows her brow as she examines the yellow draft paper, noticing the distinct differences in handwriting between the two sections. She removes her glasses and stares at Han-chan. Han-chan, why have you resorted to the lonely fountain pen and crazy draft paper again? I regret giving you these peculiar items for research. Han-chan smiles slightly as Teacher Yu continues. While these items can provide inspiration and complete ideas, they should not be overused. After all, they have side effects. You used the Martial Arts Foundation elixir 3 times, and since then, you haven't returned home for the new year. Confined to this research building without even stepping out of the campus, let alone enjoying shopping or dating like other girls. Teacher Yu's tone carries a hint of reproach and concern. You spend all your time in this lab. You seem less lively than I, an old lady. Teacher Yu sighs, adding, there are plenty of young talents at school interested in you. If you remain cooped up here, others might think I've hidden away this precious flower of yours. With a teasing tone, she continues, now you've used them again, confining yourself for another year in this building. You are already a third-tier martial artist. It is time to find someone to settle down with. Once you advance to the Qi refinement stage, it will be even more challenging. Please take this to heart. I'll need you to return the lonely fountain pen and crazy draft paper. You cannot continue using them, or you'll end up like me, an old maid, which would be quite regrettable. Teacher Yu's words are filled with genuine concern. Han-chan listens with a smile, not disputing Teacher Yu's playful admonishments. The lonely fountain pen and crazy draft paper are indeed curious items. The former enhances the user's inspiration while the latter validates and corrects ideas. However, as extraordinary items, they also bear their own side effect. The crazy draft paper confines its user to a 500-meter radius of the location used for 1 year, while the lonely fountain pen leads to a year of being misunderstood by one's partner, resulting in blame and cold treatment, thus cursing any romantic endeavors during this period. As Teacher Yu's mood finally settles, a hint of helplessness and fondness appears in her gaze. Recognizing the opportune moment, Han-chan gently interjects, I'm still young, and my studies aren't complete yet. I'm not considering relationships at this time. Besides, such matters cannot be rushed. It's all about fate, isn't it? Her voice is soft, laced with a hint of playfulness. Han-chan stands and approaches Teacher Yu, lightly shaking the older woman's arm. Continuing, Teacher, those peculiar items were promised to me for research. You cannot go back on your word. I'm not as disciplined or wise as you, and those items are quite beneficial for me. They not only refine my ideas but also help me resist distractions and maintain focus. Teacher Yu gently tapped Han-chan's forehead and sighed. Oh, you are mistaking the side effects of that peculiar item for its benefits. If you truly end up as an old maid, there will be no remedy for regret. Han-chan chuckled, her eyes sparkling with determination. I won't regret it. My goal is to become the second teacher, not taking my husband's surname and establishing my own lineage. Teacher Yu couldn't help but laugh at her words. You really know how to make me smile. Seizing the opportunity, Han-chan shifted the topic. By the way, teacher, after my project is approved, could you grant me a volunteer slot? Teacher Yu's eyes twinkled knowingly, and with a playful smile, she replied, Is this volunteer slot meant for your brother? Han Chan readily admitted. Yes. He has reached the limit of his physical prowess and has also taken our research group's martial arts foundational elixir. Calling him over as a test subject would be a win-win situation. Wouldn't it? Teacher Yu regarded her thoughtfully, nodding. It seems it would be a triple win for you. Your little scheme is loud enough to be heard from 10 miles away. However, your brother is indeed an excellent candidate for our research, allowing us to conveniently track data on users of the foundational elixir while also advancing your new project. The dozen or so elixirs produced by our research lab, aside from those for experiments, have all been claimed by various factions, given to some prodigious talents who certainly want to cooperate for data collection. Only your brother is the most suitable. Very well, I agree. Han Chan joyfully embraced the elderly teacher's face and planted a kiss on her cheek. Thank you, teacher. I'll call him over in a couple of days. I never realized you were such a schemer. With an elder sister like you, even a fool could rise to greatness, Teacher Yu teased. Han Chan giggled without responding, and Teacher Yu continued. I'm hungry. Let's go to the cafeteria for a reunion dinner. In the cafeteria, the aroma of food wafted through the air as Teacher Yu and Han Chan settled in a corner. The table laden with a variety of delicacies. Teacher, in the new year, I hope our research achieves new breakthroughs, Han Chan remarked while enjoying her meal. Chapter 30. The family cabbage draws attention as night fell. The county town was aglow with lights, the air filled with festive cheer. Han Zheng and his sister Han Ting were downstairs setting off fireworks, the vibrant colors illuminating their joyful faces. Han Zheng pressed a lighter, sparks leaping as he ignited the fireworks fuse, retreating swiftly to admire the magnificent display. His phone rang. It was a call from his sister Han Chan. He smiled at Han Ting. You keep playing. I'll take this call. After handing the lighter to her, he stepped aside to answer. Sister, Happy New Year. Han Zheng's voice was filled with festive joy. Happy New Year. On the other end, Han Chan's tone was calm yet serious. Come to Xing City the day after tomorrow. Be my test subject for the blood refining body technique, and you'd best refrain from practicing it beforehand. Taken aback, Han Zheng chuckled. What do you mean by test subject? Sure, no problem. I'll hang up now. Han Chan's voice remained devoid of much emotion. Hey, sister, clarify that a bit. Han Zheng exclaimed, but the line had already gone dead. He looked at his phone helplessly, muttering, test subject? She wouldn't be planning to slice me up for research, would she? Returning home with a dazed expression, Han Zheng approached his parents, saying, Dad, Mom, I need to go to Xing City the day after tomorrow. My sister asked me to come. Han Chu and Li Xiuping exchanged glances, not probing further. After a moment, Li Xiuping suggested, when you go, take some things from home for Chaner. Han Ting, overhearing, brightened up, Brother, I want to go to Xing City to visit sister too. Take me along. Han Zheng shook his head with a smile. Not this time. I'll take you next opportunity. Han Ting persisted, tugging at his arm. No, I want to go. Han Zheng, feeling defeated, finally handed her 200 yuan of New Year's money. Be good, wait for the next time. Though Han Ting reluctantly accepted the money, a hint of dissatisfaction lingered. The next morning, Han Zheng indeed received the travel information from his sister. On New Year's Day, the Han family had no plans for visiting. They either stayed home or went out to have fun. Finding it dull to stay at home, Han Zheng invited Fatty and Sugar to visit each other's houses. He also informed them of his trip to Xing City to find Han Chan and asked them to cover for him with Teacher Hong if he didn't return promptly. Fatty and Sugar, hearing this, were tempted to tag along, but remembering they had to visit others the next day, they ultimately decided against it. Fatty clapped Han Zheng on the shoulder. Make sure to give my regards to your sister. Sugar chimed in, and pass along my wishes too. If she gives a red envelope, remember to bring it back for me. Morning sunlight streamed through the curtain slits, warming Han Zheng's bed as he awoke and stretched. Sitting up, he began organizing his belongings. He opened the large bag prepared by his mother, Li Xiuping, filled with local specialties and delicacies. Fragrant cured meats, crispy fried fish, stuffed tofu, and homemade sweet rice wine. All favorites of Han Chan. He packed these items along with his own belongings into his backpack and suitcase. After breakfast, Han Zheng bid farewell to his parents and sister, shouldering his backpack and suitcase as he stepped out the door. His father, Han Chu, patted his shoulder and earnestly advised, Son, be careful on the road and follow your sister's arrangements. Han Zheng nodded. Dad, I will. Li Xiuping added, stay safe on the road, and call us when you arrive. At the high-speed train station in the city, Han Zheng navigated through the bustling crowd to the waiting hall. alive with chatter from travelers rushing home for the new year and those like him preparing to depart. He found his boarding gate and awaited the train's arrival. Soon, the announcement echoed through the hall, signaling the train's imminent arrival. Han Zheng gathered his belongings and followed the crowd to the platform. The train glided into view, and Han Zheng located his carriage and seat, stowing his luggage before settling down to gaze out at the passing scenery. The train gradually departed, and in an hour, he would reach Xing City.in, the dormitory area of Xing City Military Academy. Morning sunlight filtered through the curtain slits, illuminating Su Guanwen's desk. He was deeply engrossed in a pile of complex data and experimental reports, his brow furrowed in concentration. Suddenly, a rapid knock at the door disrupted his focus. Old Su, old Su. A voice called from outside, tinged with excitement. Su Guanwen raised his head, his brows arching slightly, standing up to look at the door. What's all this shouting early in the morning? Don't you fear a beating? What has got you so worked up? The door swung open to reveal Wei Yuan, his expression mischievous. You covered my smokes and drinks this month. I've got some news for you. Are you interested? Su Guanwen, also a graduate student under Teacher Yu, was a year above Han Shan and had secretly harbored feelings for her, a fact known by all her peers, including Teacher Yu. That comes at a cost. You need to tell me what kind of news this is first, Su Guanwen replied warily. Wei Yuan grinned, fully aware of Su's weakness. It's news about Han Shan, specifically about her family. Without hesitation, Su Guanwen agreed. Deal. Wei Yuan's smile widened. I knew you wouldn't let me make a wasted trip. Enough chit-chat, just spill the news, Su Guanwen urged, a hint of impatience in his tone. Your future brother-in-law is coming to join us for Han Shan's new project as a volunteer. I'm heading to pick him up shortly. Aren't I a good friend? Many at our school fancy Han Shan. But I'm the first to come to you. His words dripped with jest. Su Guanwen's eyes glinted with intrigue. He promptly made up his mind. All right, Wei, take me along, and I'll cover your meals this month too. Wei Yuan clapped Su Guanwen on the shoulder, and they exchanged knowing smiles. Let us go. The duo swiftly prepared and arrived at the high-speed train station's exit, waiting for Han Zheng's arrival. As time ticked by, Su Guanwen grew increasingly anxious. Finally, the station's announcement echoed, signaling the train's arrival. Su Guanwen and Wei Yuan perked up, their eyes fixed on the exit, eagerly anticipating Han Zheng's appearance. Soon, a young man appeared. Dragging a suitcase and carrying a backpack, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation as he scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. Wei Yuan glanced at the photos on his phone for comparison, and immediately raised the sign in his hand, on which the name Han Zheng was inscribed. Upon seeing the sign, Han Zheng also spotted Wei Yuan and Su Guanwen, and he approached them. Are you Han Zheng? Wei Yuan inquired with a smile. I am Wei Yuan, and this is Su Guanwen. We are both classmates of Han Shan, and your sister sent us to pick you up. Han Zheng nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Hello, I am Han Zheng. Thank you for coming to get me. Su Guanwen extended his hand, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation. Hello, Han Zheng, I am Su Guanwen. Welcome to Star City. Han Zheng shook hands with Su Guanwen, after which Su Guanwen took Han Zheng's luggage from him. The three of them exited the high-speed railway station and got into a car, with Wei Yuan driving and Su Guanwen sitting in the passenger seat while Han Zheng occupied the backseat alone. The vehicle glided smoothly along the road leading to the Star City Military Academy, with the scenery outside rapidly receding, yet the atmosphere inside the car began to enliven. Seated in the back, Han Zheng found himself flanked by Wei Yuan and Su Guanwen, and they began to engage in casual conversation. Wei Yuan, a gregarious individual, was the first to break the ice. Han Zheng, are you currently in your third year of high school? Are you planning to take the military examination this year? Han Zheng nodded affirmatively. Yes, I have joined the martial arts special training class at school and am preparing for this year's military examination. Wei Yuan encouraged him. That's great. Both Guanwen and I entered the military academy through the military examination. If you have any questions, feel free to ask us anytime. Su Guanwen, however, appeared somewhat distracted, his gaze occasionally darting towards Han Zheng as if seeking a topic of conversation. Finally, he spoke up. Han Zheng, does your sister have any particular hobbies? For instance, does she have favorite foods or activities? Han Zheng was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Su Guanwen would pose such a question. Yet he responded, my sister doesn't seem to have any specific interests or hobbies, but she quite enjoys eating the sweet rice cakes, spiral chicken, and cured meats that my mother makes. Su Guanwen nodded and continued. Does she have a favorite color or any gifts she particularly likes? Han Jing furrowed his brow, beginning to sense something amiss. He stared at Su Guanwen in silence, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Wei Yuan noticed the shift in mood within the car. He cleared his throat and took the initiative to address the uncomfortable tension. Ahem, Guanwen. There's no need to beat around the bush, Han Jing. In fact, Guanwen has harbored a crush on your sister for several years now. He is quite determined to become your brother-in-law, and now it all hinges on whether your sister agrees. Han Jing scrutinized Su Guanwen anew, then playfully remarked, "Hee, as long as my sister consents, I have no objections." To be honest, Han Jing felt entirely unprepared. He never imagined that someone would be fond of a person like his sister. Su Guanwen's face flushed slightly, and he awkwardly stammered, Han Jing. Chapter 31. A new route for body refinement. The car gradually approached the gates of the Star City Military Academy, and Han Jing's gaze wandered curiously through the car window. Taking in the new world he was about to explore, the imposing gates of the military academy exuded a solemn grandeur, flanked by sentinels clad in crisp military uniforms, their sharp gazes and upright postures conveying an air of unassailable authority. Wei Yuan and Su Guanwen escorted Han Jing as they approached the guardhouse for registration. Inside the guardhouse, a middle-aged officer scrutinized the three of them, particularly focusing on the unfamiliar face of Han Jing. Wei Yuan stepped forward, smiling as he explained, "Sergeant, we are members of Professor Yu's research group. This is Han Jing, who will be participating in one of our new research projects. Here are the application materials. Please issue him a temporary pass." The officer nodded, his gaze once again settling on Han Jing as if to verify his identity. After a brief moment, he handed Han Jing a temporary pass. "Do not wander around once inside, and adhere to the confidentiality regulations." Han Jing accepted the pass with a nod of gratitude. The trio exited the guardhouse, officially stepping into the inner sanctum of the Star City Military Academy. The scene within the academy was markedly different from Han Jing's expectations. He had anticipated a strictly militaristic environment, but instead, he found a blend of rigorous military training grounds and academic research buildings. Lush trees lined the pathways, flanking a series of architecturally diverse structures. They first passed a spacious training field where a group of cadets clad in athletic wear were engaged in physical training, their movements synchronized and their chants resounding, with sweat glistening in the sunlight. Next, they traversed a tree-lined avenue, the towering trees forming a dense canopy, allowing sunlight to filter through in dappled patterns. Han Jing inhaled deeply, the air infused with the refreshing sense of earth and foliage, which calmed his spirit. "This is our laboratory building." Wei Yuan indicated a modern structure ahead. "Professor Yu's lab is inside, and all our research activities take place here." Han Jing's gaze fell upon the building, its sleek and contemporary design featuring a vast glass facade that shimmered in the sunlight. They entered the research area, passing through several security doors, ultimately arriving at the laboratory. The entrance bore an electronic lock, which Wei Yuan accessed using a password, causing the door to open slowly. The laboratory was spacious and well-lit, with an array of advanced instruments neatly arranged. Su Guanwen remained at the threshold. Refraining from stepping inside, as he was not a member of the research group, he maintained a smile, his gaze fixed on Han Jing. "You should go check in with your sister first. I'll come by tonight to treat you both to dinner," Su Guanwen said gently. Han Jing nodded. "All right, Brother Su. See you tonight." Su Guanwen waved farewell and turned to leave the laboratory, his figure gradually disappearing down the corridor, while Han Jing followed Wei Yuan into the lab. Wei Yuan walked at an easy pace, simultaneously introducing Han Jing to the layout and regulations of the laboratory. "This is our main laboratory. Over there is the data analysis area, and further in is the sample storage room." Wei Yuan pointed out various sections, and Han Jing's gaze followed accordingly. Inside the laboratory, several individuals donned in white lab coats were gathered around a large display screen, their expressions serious and focused as they discussed complex data and charts. Among them was Han Chan, her gaze occasionally drifting from the screen towards the entrance, as if she were awaiting someone. Wei Yuan led Han Jing to stand behind Han Chan, speaking softly, "Team Leader Han. IVE delivered the person to you, sister," Han Jing called out. Han Chan turned her head, her eyes resting on Han Jing for a moment. Rather than the excitement of a long-lost reunion, she merely nodded slightly. "Yes, we can talk later. Wei Yuan, please take Han Jing to sign the confidentiality agreement first. After that, take him for a comprehensive health assessment. I need all his detailed data." Han Jing was taken aback. He hadn't expected his sister to be so direct. Wei Yuan patted Han Zheng's shoulder, signaling him to follow. No problem, team leader Han. Han Zheng, follow me. Han Zheng trailed behind Wei Yuan as they crossed the laboratory, arriving at a small office furnished with a desk and several chairs. Wei Yuan retrieved a document from a drawer and handed it to Han Zheng. This is the confidentiality agreement. Please read it carefully. If you find everything satisfactory, sign at the bottom. Han Zheng accepted the document, quickly scanning its contents. It detailed various confidentiality clauses, including prohibitions against disclosing any information about the laboratory or removing any materials from it. Having signed similar agreements before, Han Zheng felt experienced. After reviewing the document, he found no issues and affixed his signature at the end. All right, next we'll proceed with your comprehensive health assessment. You don't have claustrophobia? Do you? Wei Yuan inquired as they exited the office. I shouldn't, right? Han Zheng replied, scratching his head, slightly uncertain. They arrived at the other side of the laboratory, where a well-equipped examination room awaited. Wei Yuan instructed Han Zheng to remove his clothing and lie down in the examination chamber, advising him to relax, avoid tension, and remain still as he activated the examination equipment. The chamber door closed, and various mechanical arms equipped with sensors gently pressed against different parts of Han Zheng's body. This examination will collect your physical data, including basic metrics like height, weight, and blood pressure, as well as more detailed physiological data such as blood composition, muscle density, and strength, along with your vitality, control of energy, and mental capacity, Wei Yuan explained. The entire process will take about 10 minutes. Just lie still and endure it. If it becomes unbearable, let me know in advance, and I will terminate the examination. Han Zheng sat quietly. Feeling the slight pressure of the sensors against his skin, he took a deep breath, attempting to relax his body. The examination commenced, with various instruments emitting soft operational sounds as the data on the screen began to fluctuate. Once the examination concluded, Wei Yuan printed and organized all the data before leading Han Zheng back to Han Shan. Team leader Han. The health assessment data for Han Zheng has been successfully recorded. Here is the printed document. Would you like to review it? All right, thank you for your hard work, Han Shan replied, taking the data and swiftly scanning through it. Han Zheng stood beside her, his gaze fixed on his sister. Filled with curiosity, he noted how commanding her presence was in the lab. She exuded an aura of authority unlike the one he saw at home. Gather all the volunteers in the conference room. We need to hold a meeting. More than 30 volunteers were crowded into a modest conference room. Han Zheng sat in one corner, surveying the surroundings and realizing that everyone else present were military academy students. Clad in impeccably neat uniforms, they stood tall, their eyes radiating determination and confidence. The door swung open, and Han Shan entered. Dressed in a white lab coat, her short hair impeccably styled, she possessed the distinctive sparkle of a dedicated researcher. Standing at the helm, she cast her gaze over every individual in attendance, cleared her throat, and commenced her introduction. Each volunteer present had reached their respective limits of vitality and blood energy, poised to cultivate the secret technique of blood refinement body to become warriors. Han Shan's voice was calm yet powerful, exuding confidence in her research and respect for the volunteers. She continued, stating that during the body refining process, if one chose to simultaneously refine bones, muscles, and skin to perfection, not only would they instantly become third-tier warriors, but the moment of achieving this perfection would also trigger a remarkable resonance state among the bones, muscles, and skin. This would significantly enhance both vitality and physical strength, laying a solid foundation for entering the Qi refinement stage. However, this method of refinement was too slow and arduous, typically chosen only by prodigious talents. For ordinary individuals, the most cost-effective approach was to first tackle one of these three components, making it easier to become a warrior. Han Shan paused momentarily before revealing groundbreaking news. In our recent research, we discovered a new refinement pathway that allows ordinary people to also enter a resonance state during the body refining process. Although this effect is somewhat inferior to simultaneous refinement of all three components, it is less difficult and time-consuming, serving as a compromise in the body refining route. The volunteers exchanged glances, their eyes alight with curiosity and anticipation. Han Zheng was no exception. He leaned forward slightly, attentively absorbing every word spoken by his sister, AT present. Our proposal has been validated through data modeling and is deemed successful. What remains is for everyone present to collaborate with our research team to pave the way for this new body refining route. Han Shan's voice held a hint of excitement. She took a deep breath and asked, "Do you all have confidence?" The other volunteers responded in unison. Yes. Their voices rang out, resounding with determination and conviction. Han Jing felt the atmosphere envelop him, and though his voice emerged alone, it carried an equal measure of resolve. Yes. His response shattered the previously serious ambience, eliciting a wave of light laughter. Han Shan could not help but smile. After this brief interlude, she cleared her throat and continued her explanation, her voice resonating clearly and powerfully within the conference room. If we designate the value of perfecting any one of an individual's bones, muscles, or skin as one, then the path of simultaneous refinement of all three, after experiencing resonance, could elevate that value to 2, resulting in a total of 6, she elaborated further. However, if only one component is refined to perfection, that value remains 1, leading to a total of 3 for all three. Our new pathway involves refining 2 of the 3 components simultaneously to achieve resonance. The key to achieving this resonance lies in the proportional relationship between the 2 components, which must conform to the golden ratio. The volunteers listened intently, aware of the miraculous nature of the golden ratio, yet never having considered its application in martial arts cultivation. Han Shan continued, as everyone knows, the golden ratio is crucial to the success of our project. She detailed, for example, if you refine the skin to 0.999, you must then cease refining the skin and shift to refining the fascia to 0.618. Only upon completing the skin refinement at a value of 1 will resonance be triggered, causing the skin value to rise to 1.5 and the fascia to 0.927. Subsequently, the fascia and bones will be refined together in resonance. And upon completion, the skin and fascia will each attain a value of 1.5, while the bones will be 1, summing to a total of 4. Do you all understand? At last, Han Zheng's voice melded with the collective response. Understood. Han Shan nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. The key to a successful experiment is to continuously and accurately monitor your refinement progress. She continued, in the next 3 days, we will divide you into 3 groups, each group selecting 2 of the 3 components for simultaneous refinement. However, for the duration of the experiment, you must refine the blood refinement body technique under the supervision of our research team, so we can keep track of your refinement progress and quantify it. The volunteers listened attentively, aware that this would be a rigorous experiment where even the slightest error could lead to failure. 3 days from now, we will provide you with specialized monitoring equipment to track your refinement progress. As you approach critical values, we will notify you to return to the laboratory for breakthroughs. In the meantime, you may continue your daily lives, as long as you wear our monitoring devices. Han Shan's gaze swept over everyone. Are there any questions? She asked at last. No, the volunteers replied in unison. After the meeting concluded, the volunteers left the conference room in clusters, evidently brimming with anticipation for the research. Han Zheng stood up and approached his sister, a hint of curiosity and inquiry in his eyes. Sister, will this new body refining route truly succeed? His voice bore a tinge of uncertainty and excitement. Han Shan nodded, her eyes sparkling with determination. We have validated it countless times using data modeling. Although there are still theoretical uncertainties, I believe that as long as we work together, we will surely succeed. Chapter 32. Contrast. After the meeting, Han Shan led Han Zheng through the corridors of the laboratory and upstairs to her dormitory. This accommodation, a 2-bedroom apartment within the research building, had been specially approved by Professor Yu. Due to the side effects of her intense research, she could not leave the building's 500-meter radius for the past few years and the upcoming year. Han Zheng followed closely behind, his curiosity about the dormitory piqued. Sister, your living conditions are quite nice. The dormitory was simply yet warmly decorated. Han Shan instructed Han Zheng to stay in her study for the next few days, and together they began unpacking Han Zheng's belongings. Upon opening the backpack and suitcase, the majority of the contents consisted of local delicacies sent by their mother, Li Xiaoping, with Han Zheng's personal items limited to a few changes of clothes. Nearly filling one backpack, Han Shan, undeterred by the mess, sat on the floor, eagerly unpacking and chuckling to herself. Auntie really loves me the most. Once Han Zheng finished organizing his essentials, he attempted to help, but was pushed aside as Han Shan shot him a stern glare. Get away and keep your distance from my food. Don't interrupt my unpacking bliss. Han Zheng, resigned, retreated to a distant chair, observing his sister's enthusiastic unpacking spree. She eagerly uncovered a bag of her favorite snacks, nearly losing her composure. I haven't had this in ages. It's so tempting. Dongjiang small fish? Auntie truly understands me. Han Zheng mused, bemused by the stark contrast of his sister's demeanor. Just moments ago, she had been the fierce and commanding female lead in the laboratory, yet upon entering her living space, she transformed into a whimsical character. Unable to resist teasing her, Han Zheng remarked, "Sister, your transformation is quite dramatic. You were so serious in the lab, and now you seem just like Han Ting." Han Chan shot him a playful glare, continuing to rummage through her snacks in the laboratory. "One must maintain seriousness. Now that I'm home, relaxation is essential. Besides, these are the flavors of my hometown that I've missed dearly. How can I not be excited?" Eventually, Han Chan found herself in a quandary. "Holding 2 bags of cured meats, but I can't cook in this room. It seems I'll have to take them to the cafeteria and share with others." Once the unpacking was completed, Han Chan brought Han Zheng back to the laboratory. Inside, the volunteers had already gathered, their expressions a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Standing at the front, Han Chan swept her gaze over each individual, cleared her throat, and began explaining the grouping. "Everyone, we will divide the 36 of you into 3 groups based on your current physical data." Her voice echoed throughout the lab, firm and resolute, as she detailed that each group would select 2 of the 3 components for refinement. The volunteers nodded in acknowledgement. Han Zheng was assigned to the group focusing on muscle and bone refinement, starting with the fascia, followed by the bones. Completing a skin refinement required 60 units of effective vitality. A fascia refinement demanded 100 units, while a bone refinement necessitated 180 units. Simultaneous refinement of all 3 components required a staggering 340 units of effective vitality, which is why this path was typically suited only for those with naturally robust vitality and exceptional control over it. Han Zheng's assignment to the muscle and bone group was due to his effective vitality exceeding 100, but it was also influenced by Han Chan's personal considerations. After all, the significance of muscle and bone refinement far outweighed that of skin. And focusing the resonance enhancement on these 2 components would yield far greater benefits than for the other 2 groups. As the groups were separated, each took turns undergoing the blood refinement body technique under the large testing apparatus. Standing before the device, Han Zheng took a deep breath and gradually closed his eyes. He could feel the subtle energy fluctuations emanating from the equipment, resonating in harmony with his own vitality. He commenced the operation of the blood refinement body secret technique, allowing his vital energy and blood to flow gradually within his fascia under his control. Initially, the flow was somewhat awkward, yet as time progressed, it became increasingly smooth. He could perceive that, nourished by the vital energy and blood, his fascia was steadily becoming more resilient. Within the laboratory, the other volunteers were also engaged in their respective refining processes. Their expressions were focused and serious, each person exerting themselves fully in their refinement, occasionally donning a mask of pain. For indeed, body refinement is a process of destruction followed by reconstruction. Han Chan stood in a corner of the laboratory, her gaze fixated on the data displayed on the monitoring equipment. She was able to monitor the refining progress of each volunteer in real time, which was crucial for ensuring the success of the refinement. As the seconds ticked by, Han Zheng's refining gradually reached a state of flow. He could feel his fascia becoming increasingly resilient under the nourishment of the vital energy and blood. Subsequently, Han Zheng practiced the 36 movements corresponding to the fascia refinement within the blood refinement body secret technique. Employing various control methods such as pulsation, piercing, friction, and stretching to both destroy and reconstruct the fascia. As the refinement deepened, the pain began to intensify. Veins bulged on Han Zheng's forehead, pulsating incessantly as if a force were rampaging within him. His skin turned a bright red, reminiscent of shrimp just pulled from boiling water, and he was drenched in sweat, quickly saturating his previously dry hair. His body temperature seemed to be rising continuously, and Han Zheng felt as though every pore was ablaze, with sweat cascading down his forehead and dripping onto the ground, producing a faint patter. His breathing became rapid, each inhalation akin to drawing in flames that scorched his lungs. "Ah!" Han Zheng could not help but emit a low groan, his knuckles turning pale from exertion. Time passed agonizingly slowly, and the pain seemed endless. During this time, Han Zheng contemplated giving up more than once. Yet he persisted through self-hypnosis, cycling through the mantra of holding on for 3 more seconds, until he ultimately endured. His fascia was repeatedly destroyed under the onslaught of vital energy and blood, only to be reconstructed through their nourishment. This process was both painful and protracted, seemingly without end. Once the 36 movements were completed, the effective vital energy he could control was nearly depleted, marking the conclusion of his fascia refinement. Han Jing collapsed to the ground, his limbs twitching sporadically, sweat and tears mingling uncontrollably on his face. Gasping for breath, he detected a strong metallic taste in his mouth, realizing he had bitten his tongue and the corners of his mouth at some point. Han Jing was assisted to the side by a fellow volunteer to rest, simultaneously making room for others to continue their body refinement. Han Shan monitored each group's data from the control station, occasionally glancing in Han Jing's direction, revealing a hint of concern. As night descended, the laboratory at Xingqing Military Academy remained brightly lit. Su Guanwan arrived as promised, standing at the entrance and smiling as he peered inside. Han Jing and Wei Yuan were engaged in lighthearted conversation while Han Shan focused on the data samples from the afternoon's tests. Han Jing and Wei Yuan approached the door. Wei Yuan looked up. Beaming broadly, "Old Su, you arrived just in time. We just finished ITS mealtime. So let us call Han Shan and I'll treat you both to dinner." Han Jing chuckled. "Hey, Su Gu, you seem quite eager to rush over at mealtime." Su Guanwan nodded and turned to Han Shan. "Please call your sister. I've already reserved dinner. Let us go eat together." Han Jing called out to his sister. "Sister, Su Gu is treating us. Let us go have dinner together." Su Guanwan waved to Han Shan from behind. Han Shan lifted her gaze, a hint of fatigue in her eyes, then walked to the entrance. "You and Wei Yuan go ahead. I'll just grab something light at the cafeteria later." "Sister, they're treating us, mainly because they're looking forward to seeing you. At least show them some courtesy." She shot a glare at her brother before finally conceding. "All right. But we're not going out. We'll eat at the cafeteria next door at I'll treat. As thanks to Wei Yuan and Su Shuizhong for helping me pick someone up." Su Guanwan smiled and nodded. "No problem. But let me treat you. Its as I said. I'll treat, or else I want to go." Han Shan's tone was resolute, and in the end, Su Guanwan acquiesced. Han Shan instructed Han Jing to go upstairs to her dormitory to fetch a package of cured meat and sausages, and the four of them made their way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was brightly lit, and the aroma of the food wafted through the air, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. Han Shan proactively ordered several dishes, then specifically instructed the chef to prepare the cured meat and sausages as 2 separate dishes, while the rest would be contributed to enhance the meals for the other students and teachers dining in the cafeteria. The chef agreed with a smile, confident that the cured meat and sausages would be delicious. The four of them found a cozy corner to sit, and the atmosphere in the cafeteria was relaxed and joyful. Before long, the dishes were served. The enticing aroma of the cured meat and sausages made everyone's mouths water. Su Guanwan and Wei Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This cured meat and sausage smells incredible." Ultimately, at least half of the 2 plates of cured meat and sausage ended up in Han Shan's stomach. After the meal, Wei Yuan excused himself, while Han Jing claimed he needed a shower and returned to the dormitory in the experimental building alone. Casting his sister a peculiar glance before leaving, Su Guanwan invited Han Shan for a stroll downstairs, and she didn't refuse. "Su Shuizhong, I understand your intentions, but I'm not in the right mindset to consider such matters at the moment. Moreover, I recently used a lonely pen and frenzy draft paper, 2 intentionally chosen items. Su Shuizhong, perhaps you should consider others. With your qualifications, there should be no shortage of admirers." Han Shan then halted, fixing her gaze on Su Guanwan. Falling silent, Su Guanwan's face flushed red, and after a moment of hesitation, he managed to utter, "I can wait for you." As night deepened, the laboratory building at Xingqing Military Academy gradually quieted, with only Han Shan's dormitory still illuminated. Han Jing sat at his desk, his brow furrowed, his gaze seemingly transcending time and space, lost in contemplation. He unconsciously twirled a pen in his hand, a habitual action when pondering matters. Han Shan gently pushed the door open. Her footsteps light, making almost no sound as she approached Han Jing and tapped the desk. The sound was soft yet sufficient to rouse Han Jing from his reverie. "Sister, how come you walk without making a sound?" Han Jing exclaimed, surprised to see his sister, his heart racing from the sudden scare. Han Shan raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Is it my fault then? You didn't hear the loud sound when I opened the door? What were you so engrossed in thinking about?" Han Jing scratched his head, a bit sheepishly smiling. "I was just pondering, if I refine my fascia to 1, my bones to 0.618, and my flesh to 0.382, Will the flesh also resonate and enhance? Han Chan's eyes widened in surprise, and after a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. That should not be possible. Without further ado, she dashed out of the room. Her movements swift and decisive. "Sister, where are you going?" Han Jing called out, hastily following her as they both raced towards the laboratory. Inside, the super quantum computer stood quietly in the center of the room, its surface shimmering with a faint blue light. Han Chan quickly entered parameters and began her simulations. The data on the screen flickered rapidly, each number representing a potential future. Han Jing stood by, his heart racing in tandem with the data's fluctuations. Finally, the simulation results emerged. The data displayed on the screen sparked a glimmer of excitement in Han Chan's eyes. The outcome was feasible, though the resonance effect of the third item left much to be desired. Not quite ideal. Han Chan, in a fit of excitement, playfully slapped the back of Han Jing's head, causing him to bump into the control panel. "Sister, are you trying to murder me?" Han Jing protested, rubbing his head and looking at her with a hint of grievance. "I'm sorry. I got a bit too excited and didn't control my strength well." Han Chan replied, her tone laced with a hint of apology as she playfully blew on his forehead. "It seems we'll need to add a control group among your volunteers tomorrow." The next day, Han Chan made some adjustments to the 3 volunteer groups, randomly selecting 3 individuals from each group to serve as a control group while refining the fascia, bones, and flesh in a ratio of 1:618. 0.382. Naturally, Han Jing was particularly favored in this adjusted group. Over the following 2 days, Han Jing and the other volunteers dedicated the majority of their time either to practicing the blood refinement body or the refining essence into blood secret techniques, filling the entire laboratory building with their anguished cries during practice. During these 2 days, Su Guanwen occasionally dropped by, inviting Wei Yuan and Han Jing to partake in experiences that were not easily accessible elsewhere. Such as shooting, and no young man could resist such a thrill, and Han Jing was no exception, following closely behind the two. Relishing in the joy of steel and fire, Su Guanwen and Wei Yuan led Han Jing through rows of neatly arranged shooting positions to the center of the shooting range. The air here is permeated with the acrid scent of gunpowder, while in the distance, targets dance rhythmically in response to the gunfire. Su Guanwen gestures toward a row of various firearms and says to Han Jing, "These are the commonly used firearms in military academies. Today, we shall afford you the opportunity to experience them all." Wei Yuan interjects, "In a military academy, marksmanship is one of the fundamental skills. Whether in combat or training, precise shooting capability is indispensable." Excitement glimmers in Han Jing's eyes. He has never been so close to these authentic weapons before. "Remember to maintain steady breathing and focus while aiming." Su Guanwen's voice resonates in Han Jing's ears. Laced with encouragement, Han Jing nods, inhaling deeply as he cautiously picks up a handgun, meticulously checking the magazine and taking aim as instructed by Su Guanwen. He then gently squeezes the trigger. The gunfire erupts, and the bullet strikes the target. A triumphant smile spreads across Han Jing's face. Wei Yuan claps Han Jing on the shoulder, chuckling, "Not bad at all. You hit the target on your first try. When I first handled the gun, I completely missed." After the shooting session, the 3 of them sit in the rest area beside the shooting range, savoring a moment of tranquility. Wei Yuan hands each of them a bottle of water before sitting down. "Han Jing, what do you think of the military academy?" Wei Yuan inquires, his gaze tinged with anticipation. Han Jing ponders for a moment before responding, "It's fulfilling and exhilarating." Wei Yuan continues, "The military academy also offers a military technology major, enrolling students from the annual college entrance examination. If you are interested, you can apply to our Xingqing Military Academy. Here, your sister and we will look after you. Think about it." Han Jing remains silent for a while and then replies, "I will consider it thoroughly." Su Guanwen and Wei Yuan exchange knowing smiles. Time quietly slips by amidst their busy activities, and soon it is the 5th day of the new year in Han Chan's office. She is diligently organizing a collection of compact monitoring devices, specially tailored for the volunteers. Resembling wristwatches, these devices can monitor the wearer's physical conditioning progress, blood vitality strength, and blood control data, while also featuring communication and weather display functions. In the laboratory, the volunteers gather, their attention fixated on the watch in Han Chan's hand. She rises, scanning the room with her gaze before clearing her throat to begin her explanation. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the monitoring watch we have specially designed for the experiment. Han Chan's voice is calm yet powerful as she holds up a watch for all to see. It not only tracks your conditioning progress in real time, but also provides communication support in critical moments. Han Chan continues, these watches are military-grade, waterproof, shockproof, and boast long battery life, ensuring absolute reliability. She demonstrates the watch's functions, explaining every detail from reading monitoring data to setting up communication calls, capturing the volunteers' rapt attention. Upon the successful completion of the experiment, this watch will be gifted to you. Han Chan's words illuminate the eyes of the volunteers. However, her tone suddenly turns serious. But during the experiment, you must wear these watches at all times. Should you receive a notification or be on the verge of breaking through to a martial artist level, you must return to the laboratory promptly. Otherwise, we will revoke your volunteer status and reclaim the monitoring watch. The volunteers nod in understanding, while Han Zheng stands among them, holding a watch in his hand. From today onwards, you need not come to the laboratory daily, unless you receive a notification or are about to break through. As night falls, the dormitory area of Xingqing Military Academy is aglow with lights, and Han Chan's dormitory is filled with a warm yet slightly melancholic atmosphere. Han Chan is helping Han Zheng pack his luggage. Her movements gentle as she neatly folds each article of clothing and places it into the suitcase. Sister, you really don't need to go through all this trouble. I can pack by myself? Han Zheng says, observing his sister's busy figure. Han Chan does not pause in her task, softly replying, you are leaving tomorrow. It is only right that I assist you. There is a hint of reluctance in her voice. She produces a train ticket from her pocket and hands it to Han Zheng. I have already purchased your ticket for tomorrow. Wei Yuan will take you to the station. Be sure to travel safely. And remember to let me know when you arrive home. Han Zheng accepts the ticket, feeling the warmth of his sister's touch lingering on it. I will, sister. Han Chan continues also, please extend my regards to our parents. And remember to keep the matters regarding the military academy confidential. Do not mention them to anyone, including our family. A note of seriousness lingers in her eyes. Han Zheng pauses, slightly hesitant, yet he eventually asks, Sister, may I tell my close friends Tang Ran and Pang Zi about this conditioning route? Expectation flickers in his gaze. Han Chan halts her movements, gazing earnestly at Han Zheng. Be aware, you have signed a confidentiality agreement. I do not wish to have to run back home to check on things. Her words carry a mix of jest and gravity as she adds, moreover, once this experiment concludes successfully, the corresponding results will be made public. Tang Ren and Pang Zi likely won't reach the blood vitality limit that quickly. Han Zheng nods, recognizing the truth in his sister's words. He takes a deep breath and responds, I understand, sister. Satisfied, Han Chan continues to pack Han Zheng's belongings. Once finished, they sit together on the sofa in the living room, engaging in casual conversation. Han Chan inquires about Han Zheng's school life, and he shares amusing stories about his adventures with Tang Ran and Pang Zi. Their laughter fills the small space, imbuing it with the warmth of home. As the night deepens, Han Chan and Han Zheng bid each other good night before retreating to their respective rooms to rest. The following morning, Han Zheng, accompanied by Wei Yuan, embarks on his journey home. During the drive to the station, Wei Yuan, glancing at the occasional fender bender, laments the weather. This dreadful weather not only brought freezing rain but also fog. Let us hope nothing goes awry during the festive season. Ultimately, Wei Yuan safely delivers Han Zheng to the station, accompanying him inside. Next time you come to Xingqing, remember to visit us. Of course, I will. They wave goodbye, and Han Zheng sets off on his journey home. Chapter 34. The Gate of Realms. Seated on the train, Han Zheng watches as the scenery outside the window gradually recedes with the train's departure. He fiddles with the military-grade monitoring watch in his hand, its surface glimmering softly under the cabin lights. The train slowly pulls away from Xingqing Station, and the familiar sounds of vendors fill the air. Peanuts, sunflower seeds, instant noodles, chips, drinks, bottled water. A stewardess navigates the narrow aisle with a cart, her voice echoing in the cabin, adding a touch of everyday life to the journey. Please tuck your feet away to make room, she says, skillfully avoiding passengers' feet, her movements adept and swift, clearly accustomed to her duties. Meanwhile, on the monitoring screen of the Xingqing Meteorological Station, the frozen rain clouds that had lingered above Xingqing begin to drift southward. With the emergence of thick fog, meteorological experts furrow their brows, anticipating a significant drop in temperature in the southern part of Xiangnan Province over the coming days. The meteorological station urgently broadcasts alerts regarding the unusual weather and advises travelers to exercise caution. Major terminal platforms also start distributing warnings about the weather anomalies. Not only is the train making announcements, but Hanzheng's monitoring watch also receives notifications. Shortly after leaving the urban area of Xingqing, a sudden burst of lightning illuminates the sky to the left of the train's direction, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. The abrupt thunderclap sends infants on the train into fits of tears, and many passengers begin to grumble about the bizarre weather. This strange weather. Not only do we have rain and fog during the new year, but now there's thunder in winter, a middle-aged man complains. Frowning at the sky, Han Zheng feels a twinge of unease. He looks out the window and notices the lightning intensifying and the thunder growing louder. A wave of worry washes over him. At the Global Disaster Monitoring Systems Hub, Zijin Station, the colossal screen displays meteorological data and energy fluctuation graphs from around the world. This is the core of global disaster warnings, where every data point holds the fate of global safety. In the control room, analysts anxiously scrutinize the screens, their attention captured by a set of anomalous data. A large-scale energy accumulation has been detected in the southern part of Xingqing, where the meteorological map indicates not only extreme weather conditions of frozen rain and thick fog, but also a clash between the southward-moving cold air mass and warm air mass, leading to localized thunderstorms. This is not normal, a senior analyst remarks, fixating on the screen with a furrowed brow. Indeed, this large-scale energy disturbance must be reported immediately. Another analyst swiftly types on the keyboard, compiling the data for submission. The head of Zijin Station, a stern middle-aged man, promptly issues orders. Prioritize this report and instruct the Xingqing branch to intensify monitoring of the thunderstorm area for any energy fluctuations indicative of interdimensional gates. His voice resonates within the control room, each word imbued with urgency. The heightened reporting from Zijin Station signifies that the Global Disaster Monitoring System is entering a state of heightened alert. At the Star City substation, the blaring alarm suddenly pierced through the routine activities of the staff. They swiftly congregated in the command center, where the large screen displayed an urgent message transmitted from the Zijin Station. The order was given to the Star City First Sequence to immediately enter a state of readiness, prepared to respond at a moment's notice. The voice of Station Chief Li Feng was resolute and commanding. Though a flicker of tension glinted in his eyes, the personnel sprang into action, adjusting the surveillance systems to ensure they could monitor every detail of the thunderstorm area in real time. Since the global quantum upheaval, the Blue Star world has witnessed the emergence of two entirely new disaster domains, the anomalies and the gates to other worlds. Following the quantum transformation, anomalous phenomena manifested first, resembling invisible specters that insidiously eroded humanity's tranquility. In the initial stages, these bizarre events and objects inflicted tremendous harm upon humanity worldwide, instilling a sense of panic and helplessness in the populace, who found these inexplicable occurrences beyond the bounds of rational comprehension. However, as time progressed, humanity gradually began to grasp the essence of these anomalies and discovered methods to combat them. In the ancient realm of Huagua, a cadre of extraordinary warriors known as the Refiners emerged during this calamity. Their vitality was formidable, endowing them with an innate ability to counter these anomalies. The authorities commenced organizing these vital warriors to contain and study anomalous objects, suppressing or circumventing bizarre incidents, thereby gradually mitigating the threat posed by the anomalies. Among them were figures like Teacher Hongwu and Old Mu from Linyi County, who, aside from their primary duties, undertook the covert mission of quelling local anomalies. Yet, before humanity could catch its breath following the suppression of anomalies, a new disaster, gates to other worlds, quietly emerged. These mysterious portals connected Blue Star to a vast realm of high martial prowess known as the Shanhai Realm. Whenever significant natural disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, storms, volcanic eruptions, or thunderstorms occurred on Blue Star, or when great waves of energy amassed and became tumultuous, the passage between the two worlds, the gates to other worlds, could potentially manifest. Each appearance of these gates would result in a multitude of beings from the Shanhai realm flooding into Blue Star. These creatures, diverse in form, birds and beasts, flora and fauna, shared a singular trait. They were overwhelmingly powerful. The formidable beasts of Blue Star, such as lions, tigers, bears, and leopards, were merely prey in the face of these otherworldly beings. Initially, the inhabitants of Blue Star could only rely on the advantages of modern weaponry to eliminate the invading entities. To avert future calamities, a global disaster monitoring system was established, specifically tasked with tracking major disasters and the emergence of otherworldly portals. As creatures from the Shanhai realm poured in, vast amounts of unidentified substances from the otherworld also infiltrated through the gates. These substances were verified to significantly enhance the physical qualities of carbon-based life forms. Humanity began to assimilate these materials, and it was during this period that the martial system of Huagua was formally refined. Following the refinement of vitality, the doors to the refinement of qi and the refinement of spirit gradually opened. With these mysterious substances referred to as heaven and earth vital energy within the martial circles of Huagua, at the outset of each appearance of a gate to otherworlds, it manifested as a hemispherical shape inverted upon the surface, expanding its coverage over time. During this phase, the gates functioned as one-way passages. Beings from the Shanhai realm could traverse into Blue Star but could not return, while Blue Star's inhabitants could venture into the otherworld but were unable to come back. The early one-way gates were categorized into 3 levels based on their diameters. Those under 10 zhang were classified as level 1, those within 20 zhang as level 2, and those within 30 zhang as level 3. Once a gate's diameter exceeded 30 zhang, its form would shift into a cube, transforming into a two-way passage allowing free movement for beings of both realms at this stage. The gates were also classified into levels based on their edge lengths, with every 100 zhang representing level 1. Gates of level 6 and below could be closed by human effort, though at a significant cost. Corresponding levels of the Huagua martial system were required to shut these gates. To close a level 1 gate, it would take over 100 level 1 warriors, or tens of thousands of ordinary individuals to enter the Shanhai realm, gradually dissipating the passage. However, those warriors who closed the gate would find themselves unable to return, becoming lost in the Shanhai realm. The gravity of the Shanhai realm was extraordinary. Ordinary people entering the otherworld would be instantly crushed to the ground, rendered immobile, and become fodder for the realm's creatures. While only warriors could navigate within it, level 1 warriors would stumble about in the Shanhai realm, while level 2 warriors could walk normally as they would on Blue Star, and level 3 warriors could move with ease. Yet, when faced with the creatures of the Shanhai realm, even refiners were mere prey. Only those who had reached the refinement of qi could embark on a team mission, possessing a slim chance of survival. Thus, each time a gate to otherworlds was sealed, it was typically led by several qi refiners, striving for that fleeting glimmer of hope. Refiners primarily dealt with suppressing anomalies within Blue Star, as both qi refiners and refiners could only use their vitality to counter these anomalies. The distinction between the two was negligible. Deploying qi refiners for anomaly suppression was deemed a waste of resources unless dealing with particularly troublesome anomalies. Consequently, a division of labor emerged within the Huagua martial community. Refiners combat anomalies, while qi refiners form teams to seal the gates. This also elucidates why warriors were classified as the first sequence, as both anomalies and gates to otherworlds required their resolute engagement. The Shanhai realm is vast and boundless, with the locations of the gates appearing at random. Bound by the rules of the Shanhai realm, Blue Star's advanced technology and modern weaponry become ineffective upon entry, and to this day, the extent of the Shanhai realm remains unexplored, let alone its specific topography and geography. Those stranded in the Shanhai realm wishing to return must rely on fortune, for only by discovering the next level 3 gate or higher could they hope to return to Blue Star. Should the diameter of a gate exceed 300 zhang, its form would again transform, becoming a cylindrical shaped. At this stage, humanity has attempted various methods to close the gate, all to no avail. Such gates are universally termed permanent gates and are classified into levels based on their diameters. Those measuring 1,000 zhang or more are level 1, and those exceeding 10,000 zhang also fall under level 1. Currently, there are 9 known permanent gates throughout Blue Star, with one located within the borders of Huagua. In the monitoring room of the Star City substation, the atmosphere was taut as a tightly strung bowstring. The clock on the wall ticked audibly, each second stretching into eternity. Analysts fixated on their screens, their eyes betraying no hint of complacency. Suddenly, a shrill alarm shattered the stillness of the room. Alarm, alarm, energy fluctuations detected at the gate, echoed the electronic synthesized voice, cold and urgent. Chief Li Feng sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixated on the red that had suddenly appeared on the large screen. The dot flickered on the map, pulsating like a heartbeat, heralding an impending storm. Location, coordinates. East longitude XXX, north latitude XXX. AN analyst swiftly reported the coordinates, his voice tinged with tension yet clear. Without a moment's hesitation, Chief Li Feng declared with unwavering authority, proceed according to the contingency plan. Star City first sequence, first team, mobilize immediately. All other departments provide support and coordination. With the order given, the command center of the Star City substation efficiently transitioned into emergency operation mode. Commands were rapidly disseminated, and members of various departments sprang into action, their eyes reflecting determination and resolve. The first team of the Star City first sequence, numbering over 100, swiftly gathered. All were Chi refiners. Clad in specially designed combat gear, equipped with a variety of monitoring devices and weapons, encompassing both modern armaments and traditional melee weapons. Listen up. Our mission is to eliminate the invading creatures and secure the gate. The voice of team leader Zhang Wei reverberated through the ranks, imbued with an undeniable firmness. The team members nodded, gripping their weapons tightly, poised to confront any potential danger, as the command was issued. The first sequence team swiftly boarded their transport, en route to the site of the gate's emergence. The roar of the helicopter's rotor blades shattered the tranquility of the night sky. Chapter 35. Pomegranate Girl at the airport. Two large drones codenamed Pomegranate Girl stood silently on the runway, their metallic bodies gleaming under the lights, akin to warriors preparing for battle. Inside the airport's control tower, the commander's voice rang out. Firm and resolute. Gate emergence confirmed. Repeat. Gate emergence confirmed. Pomegranate Girl 01 and 02, take off immediately, proceed to designated coordinates. His commands were brief yet unequivocal, each word laden with urgency. On the runway, the drone operators deftly completed the final checks before takeoff. Pomegranate Girl 1, ready for launch. Pomegranate Girl 2, ready for launch. The commander nodded, his voice resonating through the intercom. Received. Take off immediately. With the order given, the engines of the two drones roared to life. Slowly taxiing down the runway, their speed gradually increasing. After a brief roll, the drones ascended swiftly, their bodies tilting as they soared into the night sky. The roar of the engines echoed through the air, disrupting the serenity of Star City. The lights of the drones flickered in the night, resembling two meteors streaking across the heavens, heading straight for the site of the gate's emergence. Within the cockpit, the pilot's eyes were glued to the screens ahead, their fingers dancing rapidly across the control panel, adjusting flight posture and speed. 01. Reached designated altitude, speed stable, estimated arrival at designated location in 3 minutes, came the pilot's voice through the intercom. 02, same here. Another pilot promptly reported in the command tower. The commander fixated his gaze upon the flight trajectories displayed on the screen, his voice resonating through the communicator. Remain vigilant and be prepared to respond to any potential incursions from the creatures of the Mountain Sea realm. After a prolonged cacophony of winter thunder that reverberated for several minutes, silence finally descended. Han Zheng sat in his train seat, lost in thought as he gazed out the window. A thick fog enveloped the outside world, reducing visibility to less than 50 meters, as if a white curtain had draped itself over everything. The freezing rain dripped from the sky, cascading down the slanted window and leaving behind serpentine trails. Peering outside, he discerned that the vegetation flanking the train tracks was encased in ice, forming a mesmerizing rime-like spectacle, dressed in silver and utterly enchanting. The soft glow of the carriage lights mingled with the murmur of conversations and the laughter of children, creating a warm ambience amidst the journey. Suddenly, the lights within the train began to flicker, and moments later, they extinguished entirely. As the emergency lights flickered to life, an announcement filled the air. Dear passengers, an incident has occurred ahead. This train will come to an emergency stop. Please brace yourselves and ensure the safety of the elderly and children. The voice echoed through the carriage, shattering the previous tranquility. As the train began to decelerate, the inertia caused many passengers to lurch forward, resulting in several standing individuals tumbling down. The carriage erupted into chaos, with the sounds of children crying and adults shouting and cursing blending into a cacophony. After what felt like an eternity, the train halted, yet the lights remained dim. The announcement resumed. An accident has occurred ahead. Please remain calm and be patient. The passengers' expressions varied widely, some grumbling while others remained silent. Han Zheng clutched his monitoring watch, feeling it vibrate as if to remind him of something, yet he paid it no heed, lost in his own thoughts. Moments later, another announcement crackled through the speakers. All martial artists, military personnel, and medical staff on board, please proceed to carriage number 1 for assembly. Assistance is needed. As the announcement echoed, individuals began to rise from their seats, hurrying toward carriage number 1. Panic ensued among the remaining passengers, who clutched at the attendants, inquiring about the unfolding situation. The attendants, lacking specific information, could only offer standardized reassurances to maintain calm and prevent a stampede. Amidst the dense fog, the train loomed like a solitary island, and the atmosphere grew tense once more with the renewed announcement, as everyone feared the potential for grim news. The electrical circuits ahead have been damaged by a thunderstorm. Repairs are required. Please remain patient. This announcement prompted many to exhale in relief, calming the atmosphere somewhat. Han Jing continued to gaze through the window, observing the world outside. The light rain had ceased, yet the fog continued to swirl, rapidly flowing toward the train's left front. Within a minute, he could discern the outlines of buildings in a village about a kilometer away from the left side of the train. That moment. A voice from within the carriage broke the tension. "Look, what is that glowing object to the left front of the train?" The voice was tinged with a mix of panic and curiosity. Instantly, numerous passengers crowded by the window to glimpse the spectacle, and Han Jing, seated by the window, turned his attention to the radiant phenomenon. His vision was keen. It appeared to be a hemispherical light wall, as if an inverted bowl had been placed upon the ground, drawing in the swirling fog around it. Estimating its distance, he surmised it was approximately 1,800 meters away, relatively close to the village, which was about 1,000 meters distant. A flicker of unease stirred within him. What could that be? Could it be a portal to another realm? A tremor of fear laced the voice of a passenger. "I've seen this in the news. It's hemispherical. This must be a portal to another realm." A wave of tension swept through the carriage, amplified by the passenger's words. That moment, the diverse spectrum of human emotion unfolded vividly. A young mother clutched her child tightly, tears welling in her eyes as she reassured him. "Don't be afraid, darling. Mommy is here." Nearby, a young man displayed remarkable composure, snapping photos of the light wall, treating it as a mere tourist attraction. "What a rare sight this is. It will surely become a sensation on social media," he mused to himself. On the other side, an elderly man anxiously dialed emergency services, attempting to report the anomaly. "Hello, is this the disaster monitoring center? We are on a train, and a strange light wall has appeared ahead. You must come quickly." At the far end of the carriage, a group of young individuals animatedly discussed the phenomenon, their eyes sparkling with a thirst for adventure. "This has to be a portal to another realm. Let us get off the train and investigate. We might discover something extraordinary and strike it rich." Their voices brimmed with a longing for the unknown. Meanwhile, the train staff mobilized to maintain order and soothe the passengers' frayed nerves. "Please remain calm and do not panic. We are in contact with the relevant authorities and will clarify the situation as soon as possible." In carriage number 1, a small group comprised of several martial artists, military personnel, 5 medical workers, the train conductor, and a few security officers gathered at the front, forming a circle. Their expressions were grave, eyes reflecting determination and resolve. Conductor Chen Qi stood at the center, his voice low yet powerful. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing a critical situation. The cables ahead have sustained damage, rendering us immobile, and a portal has manifested before us. We have received orders from higher-ups to remain stationary, consolidating all efforts to ensure the safety of our passengers." He paused, surveying the faces of those present, and continued. "We are not far from Star City. Assistance will arrive shortly. In the meantime, we must remain calm and prepare for any eventualities." The atmosphere in carriage number 1 grew palpably tense. The conductor's voice reverberated through the carriage, his gaze steady and authoritative. "I would like each of you to introduce yourselves, along with your martial artist rank." His words carried an undeniable weight of authority. The martial artists and military personnel stood tall, their eyes gleaming with resolve. The first to step forward was a burly man whose voice boomed. "Zhao Zhu." Second-rank martial artist. His introduction was succinct yet powerful. Following him, a uniformed soldier stepped up, his eyes sharp. Fang Hongjun, third-rank martial artist. Subsequently, the others followed suit, introducing themselves in turn. Once the introductions concluded, the conductor nodded with a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. "We have a total of 16 martial artists present, 9 first-rank, 6 second-rank, and 1 third-rank, including myself." He paused before continuing. "I now require 2 groups of martial artists. The first group will approach the portal to scout for any interdimensional creatures. If any are spotted, Immediate warning and evacuation protocols must be enacted. Fang Hongjun and I will undertake this task. His gaze swept across the assembly before settling on Zhao Zhu. The second group, led by Zhao Zhu, will take 2 swift individuals to the village on the left side of the train to warn them to steer clear of the portal and, if possible, organize a swift evacuation. Zhao Zhu nodded. Determination etched upon his features. Understood. We will complete the task. The conductor continued. Medical personnel, accompany the train attendant to retrieve medical supplies and prepare for potential injuries. His gaze shifted to the medical staff. Security personnel, please patrol the carriages to maintain order. The conductor's voice bore an unmistakable command. Finally, he surveyed the remaining individuals. The rest will remain on standby in carriage number 1. Once Fang Hongjun and I depart, the deputy conductor will assume command. Action. As the train doors swung open, a frigid gust rushed into the carriage, causing a few individuals at the entrance to shiver involuntarily, their breaths forming clouds of mist in the cold air. Conductor Chen Qi, Fang Hongjun, Zhao Zhu, and 2 other second-rank martial artists swiftly leaped from the train, splitting into 2 groups and dashing in opposite directions. With their martial prowess, even in the wild, they could traverse 100 meters in under 7 seconds. Within a minute, Zhao Zhu and his companions reached the village. Simultaneously, Chen Qi and Fang Hongjun sprinted toward a small hill situated 300 meters from the portal. Upon reaching the hill, they quickly crouched down to observe the portal from a distance. Both Chen Qi and Fang Hongjun employed their keen observational skills to gauge the portal's diameter. After a brief assessment, they reached a consensus that the portal measured approximately 20 meters in diameter. With no interdimensional creatures currently in sight, Chen Qi promptly relayed this information, his voice calm and resolute over the communicator. Star City Substation, this is Train No XXXX, Conductor Chen Qi. We have established an observation point 300 meters from the portal. The diameter is approximately 20 meters, and no creatures from the Mountain Sea realm have been detected. The Star City Substation received a report, and the station master Li Feng's voice resonated through the communicator. Received. Approximately 20 meters away, Level 1 gate. No creatures from the Mountain Sea realm have yet emerged. Please continue to observe. The drone will arrive in 1 minute, and the first sequence troops will arrive in 5 minutes. Once the drone arrives, you are to swiftly withdraw the train and ensure the safety of the passengers. The rest will be handled by the drone and the subsequent first sequence. Understood. As Chen Qi's words fell, a disturbance arose at the gate. Suddenly, a peculiar creature burst forth from within the gate. Its entire body was a vivid orange, devoid of wings yet capable of flight. It had a slightly curved conical shape, measuring about 40 to 50 centimeters in length, with 5 or 6 short, retractable appendages at its tail. The overall appearance resembled a budding pomegranate flower. The footage was rapidly transmitted back to the Star City substation. What is this thing? Fang Hongjun whispered, a hint of wariness evident in his gaze. Chen Qi fixated on the screen, his brow furrowed. I don't know. Upon the footage's return to the Star City substation, it was promptly identified as a creature known as the bomb bird from the Mountain Sea realm. This creature is considered one of the weakest and most common beings in the Mountain Sea realm, yet it possesses a fierce martial spirit. Should anyone dare to attack it, it would immediately self-destruct, with explosive power rivaling that of a hand grenade. Furthermore, these creatures are social. Once one detonates, a swarm will follow suit. The Star City substation relayed the information about the bomb birds to Chen Qi, cautioning them to maintain distance and refrain from attacking the bomb birds. Indeed, before long, one bomb bird after another emerged from the luminous barrier, circling in the air while emitting sharp cries. Chen Qi and Fang Hongjun lay low on a small hillock, their bodies pressed against the ground, striving to minimize their presence. Time ticked by, and the number of bomb birds swelled. Their flight was not swift. Rather, they appeared to float, forming a cloud of orange in the sky. At that moment, the roar of the drones pierced the air. 2 large drones, codenamed Pomegranate Girl, swiftly approached. Chen Qi, the drones have arrived. Your mission is complete. Please withdraw the train immediately. The drones are here. Fang Hongjun's voice held a note of relief. Chen Qi nodded in affirmation. Withdraw. The 2 Pomegranate Girl drones circled above the gate, their rotors emitting a low rumble. The drone operators in the command center monitored the screens with tension, their gazes fixed on the gate's movements. The 2 drones received new instructions, initiating a docking procedure, merging into a single unit that hovered above the side of the gate. Pomegranate Girl 1, docking successful, came the operator's voice through the communicator. Pomegranate Girl 2, docking successful, another operator reported promptly. Li Feng, the station master of the Star City substation, stood in the command center, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Deploy the small reconnaissance drones. The Pomegranate Girl began to lay its eggs, several small black dots dropping from its belly, which then activated in midair, swiftly darting around the perimeter of the gate, either circling or hovering, providing the Star City substation with enhanced visual coverage. The drone's movements seemed to agitate the bomb bird swarm, which circled in the air. Emitting sharp cries, the bomb birds appeared startled and restless, careening toward the luminous barrier in an attempt to return to the Mountain Sea realm, only to be thwarted by the barrier and comically slide to the ground. Li Feng stood resolutely at the command station, his gaze sharp and unwavering as he scrutinized the real-time footage on the large screen. The gate's radiance shone brilliantly against the night sky. While the bomb bird's agitation furrowed his brow, Pomegranate Girl, the first sequence will arrive in 1 minute. Release the first batch of venomous bee drones in 30 seconds to clear the bomb birds. Creating a passage for the first sequence's entry. Li Feng's voice resonated through the communicator, calm yet powerful. Pomegranate Girl acknowledged, replied the drone operator succinctly. 30 seconds later, the bottom hatch of the Pomegranate Girl drone slowly opened, and a swarm of venomous bee drones surged forth like a swarm of bees, swiftly forming formations in the air before diving in waves toward the bomb birds. These venomous bee drones were compact and incredibly fast, tracing elegant arcs in the sky as they sped toward their targets. Upon nearing the bomb bird swarm, the venomous bee drones detonated, triggering a chain reaction of self-detonations among the bomb birds. An orchestration of explosions filled the air, illuminating the night sky around the gate with fiery brilliance, akin to a spectacular fireworks display. Some of the bomb birds, startled, charged toward the luminous barrier in a desperate bid to escape the Mountain Sea realm, but were intercepted by the barrier, finding their path blocked. They then veered away, attempting to flee to safety, but their sluggish flight speed made them easy prey for the venomous bee drones, resulting in more detonations. Pomegranate Girl, report your status. Li Feng's voice rang out once more. The operators remained fixated on the screen, their voices tinged with tension. The venomous bee drones have successfully detonated the bomb bird swarm. The area around the gate has been cleared. Li Feng nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. Excellent. Maintain surveillance. The first sequence is about to arrive. The drone operators continued to monitor the gate situation, their eyes glued to the screens, prepared to respond to any emerging developments. The whir of helicopter rotors heralded the arrival of the first sequence troops. First sequence, prepare for landing. The leader's voice echoed through the communicator. Firm and resolute. The helicopters hovered approximately 10 meters above the ground, their powerful downdrafts stirring up clouds of dust. From the doors of the helicopters, figures burdened with hefty backpacks leaped out, landing steadily on the ground, quickly orienting themselves, forming ranks, and establishing defensive lines. First squad, defensive line established, one team member reported, his voice resonating through the communicator. Second squad, defensive line established, another team member echoed, equally resolute. 3 defensive lines were formed, one in front of the village, another in front of the train, and the last across the opposite side of the gate, creating a triangular formation that encircled the area 500 meters from the gate. Both teams were in position, their eyes alert, ready to confront any potential crises. The sound of helicopter rotors continued to reverberate in the air. All personnel, remain vigilant, called out squad leader Zhang Wei, his voice commanding. On the train, Han Zheng and the other passengers anxiously peered out the windows. Rest assured, the first sequence troops have arrived. They will ensure our safety, the train conductor reassured over the intercom, his voice echoing through the carriage. Inside the train carriage, Han Zheng's gaze was fixed on the monitoring watch on his wrist, which displayed real-time footage of the luminous gate. Ever since the appearance of the gate, he had established communication with his sister Han Chan through this watch, providing her with updates on the situation. Sis, I see the helicopters have arrived. The first sequence troops are establishing defensive lines. Han Zheng's voice transmitted through the watch's communication feature reached Han Chan's ears. Han Chan listened, a note of relief evident in her voice as her anxieties subsided. What luck you have. Encountering such an event. Well, it should be safe now. Hurry and find a place to cultivate. Either refining essence into blood or blood tempering the body will do. With the emergence of the gate, a surge of natural energy flooded in, transforming the area within a 10-mile radius into a martial arts training paradise. The closer one trained to the gate, the more effective the results, though the risks increased correspondingly. However, the optimal training range was actually within 500 to 1,000 meters behind the first sequence troops' defensive line, as it provided the best balance of safety and efficacy. Where you are now, most people would need connections and at least 100,000 to secure such a position. Training at this moment is akin to picking up money, Han Chan continued. Although the train Han Jing occupied was situated beyond the 1,000-meter range, it still represented a prime location. Such an opportunity was rare. Time spent training was indeed equivalent to wealth. Shortly, the Star City Military Academy would likely receive notification to organize personnel to the area, though it was uncertain which batch would be dispatched. Make the most of your training. I'm hanging up, all right, sis, I understand. Han Jing's voice was resolute. He glanced around the carriage, filled with people, the aisle even crammed with individuals, making it unlikely to find a place to sit. Fortunately, the seating space was ample enough that he could manage to stand and train in front of his seat. Thus, Han Jing turned to the young woman beside him, introducing himself. Hello, I'm a martial artist and need to train for a bit. Could you please keep an eye out and ensure no one disturbs me? The girl seated next to him regarded Han Jing with curiosity but soon readily agreed. No problem. Han Jing nodded. Assuming a training stance, closing his eyes and commencing to regulate his breathing, he began to operate the secret method of refining essence into blood, standing tall in practice. With the influx of natural energy, Han Jing felt that this time, he could sustain his standing practice far beyond the usual 20 minutes. After completing his standing meditation, Han Jing seated himself to begin his sitting meditation, refining the essence of life. Once his vitality reached its zenith, he commenced practicing blood refinement technique, honing his fascia and bones. However, the confined space proved somewhat restrictive, necessitating that he occasionally remove his shoes and stand on his seat to assume the requisite postures. Synchronizing with the flow of his vital energy, upon finishing a session of cultivation, Han Jing glanced at the data on his monitoring watch, noting a significant enhancement. The improvement from this session felt greater than that of numerous prior practices. Truly a golden period for cultivation akin to finding money. As his training deepened, Han Jing gradually entered a state of self-forgetfulness. During this process, he could sense the battles occurring near the boundary gate, with the sounds of explosions and the clamor of weaponry intermittently reaching him, yet his focus remained unwavering, undisturbed by external distractions. Chapter 37. Surrounding the point to strike reinforcements, all teams remain vigilant. There are movements at the boundary gate. The voice of Captain Zhang Wei from the first squad of the first sequence of Star City echoed through the communicator, his gaze fixated on the gate, gripping the walkie-talkie tightly. Suddenly, the light of the gate flickered, and a dozen or so earth-skinned creatures burst forth, their bodies slimy and viscous, resembling mucus, with a thickness of merely several centimeters, yet varying greatly in size, from the size of a blanket to that of a room. These creatures crawled along the ground, their bodies undulating like ocean waves, moving with remarkable speed as they ensnared their prey in their gelatinous forms, suffocating them to feed. The bodies of the earth-skinned creatures were semi-liquid, capable of deforming and combining at will. Ordinary strikes or cuts posed no harm to them. Essentially, they were immune to physical damage. The earth-skinned creatures. All units prepare for combat. Commander Zhang Wei's voice rang out once more. Flamethrowers and incendiary devices ready. He issued a new command. Attack. At the command of Commander Zhang Wei, the flamethrowers unleashed torrents of fire, hurtling towards the earth-skinned creatures. The flames traced arcs across the night sky before accurately striking their targets. Dozens of incendiary devices were also launched overhead. Ignitai Han Jing disembarked from the vehicle, his footsteps feeling exceptionally light upon the familiar ground. He inhaled deeply, realizing just how heartwarming it was to return to a place he knew so well. As he walked along the path home, the trees and buildings by the roadside appeared particularly endearing. Regardless of how tumultuous the outside world might be, this place would forever remain his sanctuary. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Han Jing exclaimed as he opened the front door. Hearing the sound of the door, Han's father and mother emerged from the living room, while Han Ting remained engrossed in the television. Oblivious to the commotion, it's good that you're back. Have you eaten dinner? I'll go boil some noodles for you, his mother, Li Xiaoping, quickly offered, taking the luggage from Han Jing's hands. No need, Mom. I had something on the way, he replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Well, have a little more. It's cold outside, and a full stomach will keep you warm while you sleep. Mom, I want noodles too. I'm hungry. Han Ting piped up from the living room. All right, I'll make extra, their mother replied. Your sister called to say you'd be home later, but I didn't expect you to arrive so late. It's nearly 10 o'clock. Han Chu also watched his son with a fond gaze. Chapter 38. The joys of life. Morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow on Han Jing's bed and heralding the arrival of a new day. He opened his eyes, stretched lazily, and prepared to embrace the day ahead. The fatigue from yesterday's journey had not completely dissipated, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation. Han Jing quickly rose, freshened up briefly, and hurried to school. Except for himself, nearly all the students in the martial arts special training class had already arrived. Tang Ren and Pang Zi spotted Han Jing and immediately surrounded him, with one of them delivering a playful punch. So, how was your trip to Star City? Did you get lost in the splendor of the big city? Tang Ren inquired with a grin. Did my sister give me a red envelope? Hand it over. Pang Zi chimed in, eager for his share. The three engaged in playful banter, and a long-lost smile graced Han Jing's face. While he couldn't disclose what transpired at the Star City Military Academy, he could certainly share his encounter with the Boundary Gate on his journey home, focusing on embellishing his tale. Did you know? I stumbled upon a Boundary Gate on my way back. Han Jing excitedly recounted the extraordinary event to Pang Zi and Tang Ren, describing the bizarre phenomena surrounding the gate, the overwhelming firepower, and how cultivating nearby felt akin to striking gold. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as if the scenes he described were vividly unfolding before him. Was the Boundary Gate really that magical? Tang Ren asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Indeed, Han Jing, was the cultivation effect near the Boundary Gate truly that remarkable? Pang Zi added, his eyes filled with envy. Han Jing nodded affirmatively. I should have joined you on that trip to Star City, Pang Zi lamented, thumping his thigh in regret. Just as Han Jing was caught up in his storytelling, Teacher Hong entered the room. Han Jing, when did you return? His voice was calm yet powerful. Last night. Han Jing immediately straightened up, a hint of respect in his gaze. Teacher Hong nodded, surveying each student present before clearing his throat to commence the day's instructional guidance. Today, we will continue our respective cultivation practices. Should you have any questions, feel free to approach me in the adjoining training room. His voice resonated through the classroom. Han Jing, come with me. Sunlight filtered through the training room's windows, casting dappled shadows on the smooth floor. Teacher Hong stood in the center of the room, his gaze scrutinizing as he observed Han Jing, who greeted him respectfully. Have you begun your training for blood refining the body? Teacher Hong inquired. Han Jing nodded, his voice firm and resolute. Yes, Teacher Hong. I have commenced the training. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Teacher Hong's eyes. Which refining route have you chosen? Will you refine bones, tendons, and skin together, or begin with the skin and flesh? Han Jing hesitated for a moment before responding. Teacher Hong, I will start with the skin and flesh. Teacher Hong nodded approvingly. Excellent choice. It is a prudent approach. You cannot fathom the sheer intensity of the scene when the drone swarm, meticulously orchestrated in the sky, approaches its target only to self-detonate. Han Jing's voice carried a hint of excitement, his eyes sparkling with the light of cherished memories. The boy's eyes brightened, as if they could vividly envision that moment. The drone swarm resembled meteors streaking across the night sky, hurtling toward those creatures of the mountains and seas. The explosions were deafening, flames soaring high into the air, illuminating the entire night. The force of the blasts was akin to that of a cinematic spectacle. And those ground suits, you have no idea. They were utterly slimy, reminiscent of mucus. Han Jing continued his description, a note of distaste lacing his voice. The girls frowned at this, shivers crawling up their spines. Huang Yuqi covered her mouth, looking as if she might retch. Oh dear. Stop it. Just hearing about it makes me nauseous. Huang Chuiying also wore a face of disdain. Those things sound utterly revolting. After a display of boasting, Han Jing felt invigorated. He reveled in the envious and admiring gazes of his classmates, reflecting on how delightful it was to boast. Han Jing, your experiences are far more thrilling than our mundane New Year celebrations at home, Li Muqi remarked enviously. Zhou Xianchu nodded in agreement. Indeed, our time at home is merely about eating and drinking. We have nothing like what you've experienced. Han Jing, slightly embarrassed by the accolades, scratched his head. It's just good luck, a mere coincidence. Chapter 39. Tang Ren's withdrawal. As dusk descended, the Tang family's living room was bathed in the soft glow of a lamp, warmly illuminating every corner. Tang Ren's father, Tang Guoqiang, sat on a recliner, absently rubbing two smooth walnuts, his brow furrowed in deep thought. His wife, Tang Ren's mother, Li Yuheng, sat on a nearby couch, knitting a sweater, the needles clicking softly as they intertwined. The atmosphere in the home was exceptionally tranquil, punctuated only by the ticking of the clock. Yuheng, I spoke with Old Qian and his friends today and learned some matters regarding martial artists. Tang Guoqiang's voice shattered the night stillness, his gaze revealing a flicker of concern. Li Yuheng paused her work, turning to him with a questioning expression. What did Old Qian say? Tang Guoqiang sighed, placing the walnuts on the table, his tone somber. He mentioned quite a bit about martial artists. I used to support Man's Eye pursuing martial arts, but now I wonder if I was mistaken. Li Yuheng's fingers hesitated momentarily, and she looked up at her husband, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. I have always hoped Man's Eye would not take the martial arts path. Not because of the hardships, but due to the inherent dangers. As a martial artist, despite the glamour, high status, and benefits, one must constantly face peril. In the refining essence stage, one confronts the bizarre. In the refining chi stage, one faces the boundary gates, and only upon reaching the refining spirit stage does one truly not know what dangers lie ahead. A flicker of struggle crossed Tang Guoqiang's eyes. He understood his wife's concerns were not unfounded, but now? Man's Eye has already entered the martial arts training class, and his grades are quite decent. He is spending every day with Han Zheng and Fu Guwei, his two best friends in the martial arts class, all eager to become official martial artists by tomorrow. If we rigidly prevent him from pursuing martial arts, he surely will not be pleased. Li Yuheng set down her knitting, her gaze steady yet gentle. I do not expect Man's Eye to achieve great success. Compared to him becoming a martial artist, I would rather he remain aimless and dependent on us. For even then, we can support him, allowing him to live a stable life. A complex emotion surged within Tang Guoqiang. He recognized his wife's words stemmed from love for their youngest son, yet he also understood their son's yearning for the martial arts. He inhaled deeply, attempting to calm his emotions. Yuheng, I know you worry for Man's Eye, but Li Yuheng interrupted him, her voice soft yet resolute. I only wish for him to live a safe and sound life, marrying and having children like a normal person, happily living out his days. As the gentle winds of May, infused with the warmth of early summer, caressed the campus of County No. 1 High School. The students of the martial arts training class had long since accustomed themselves to spending each day in the martial arts classroom or training room. Since October, they had ceased attending regular classes in the teaching building, diligently preparing for the upcoming martial arts college entrance examination. Their figures danced in the morning light, sweat glistening under the afternoon sun. In 10 days, the martial arts examination would take place, marking a crucial turning point in their lives. Tang Ren stood in a corner of the training room, his gaze fixated on the vitality testing device before him. The numbers on the screen fluctuated before finally settling at 198. His vitality strength had been on the rise, which should have been a cause for celebration. However, Tang Ren's brow furrowed deeper. His vitality control, which had been at 23% earlier this year, had now plummeted to 19%, a figure that fell below last year's minimum admission line for the martial arts university. Tang Ren's emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. Plummeting from a peak to a trough, he had sought out Teacher Hong Wu previously, but this time, faced with Tang Ren's confusion, Teacher Hong could only shake his head, expressing that he had never encountered such a situation, advising Tang Ren to continue training and observe further. Tang Ren felt the weight of despair. He realized that if this trend continued, his dream of becoming a martial artist might shatter. He took a deep breath. Attempting to steady his feelings, at that moment, Han Zheng and Fatty approached. Tang Ren looked at his two friends, warmth swelling in his heart. He shook his head and forced a smile. All right, spare me your clumsy attempts at consolation. I am not weak enough to need it. He paused before continuing. If worst comes to worst, I'll just return to take the regular college entrance examination. Getting into a key university is still within reach. You two keep pushing forward. My dream of being a martial artist may now depend on you. Once you become martial artists, don't forget about me. Han Zheng and Fatty were at a loss for words upon hearing Tang Ren's statement. They could only pat his shoulder and chant in unison. Once you become wealthy, don't forget your friends. Tang Ren forced a grin. I'll go find Teacher Hong in Teacher Hong's office. Tang Ren knocked on the door before stepping inside. Teacher Hong, I'm back. Tang Rin's voice carried a note of resignation. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the martial arts classroom, casting dappled shadows across Teacher Hong's office. Seated behind a large desk, Teacher Hong wore a furrowed brow, surrounded by stacks of martial arts research books and materials. Tang Rin stood before him, his eyes reflecting a mix of hope and anxiety. Teacher Hong lifted his head, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. Tang Rin, during this time, I consulted some friends and seniors involved in martial arts research. There have been records of cases like yours, where vitality strength increases while vitality control declines. Tang Rin felt a heavy weight settle in his chest, his fists clenched tightly as he awaited Teacher Hong's next words. The first possibility is the excessive consumption of drugs, leading to a loss of control over vitality, but based on your account, it is clearly not that. The second possibility concerns inherent bone structure. A very small number of individuals are born with deficiencies. Forcefully practicing martial arts can lead to your situation, making them less suited for the martial arts path. Teacher Hong's words struck Tang Rin like a heavy blow, causing him to tremble slightly, his complexion paling. You might. Teacher Hong's statement trailed off, yet his eyes revealed the answer, and at that moment, an inexplicable shadow flashed through Teacher Hong's mind. Tang Rin inhaled deeply, his voice firm. Teacher Hong? I understand. Perhaps I am one of those second type of individuals. I wish to withdraw from the martial arts training class and will not participate in the martial arts entrance examination. I will return to take the regular college entrance examination. Teacher Hong regarded Tang Rin, a flicker of regret in his eyes. Tang Rin, I'm sorry I couldn't assist you. Tang Rin waved his hand, a hint of relief in his voice. Teacher Hong, this is my own issue, not your fault, and no one can help me. I must accept reality. Exiting the office, Tang Rin returned to the martial arts classroom. Han Jing and Fatty were training. Upon seeing Tang Rin return, they immediately gathered around him. Tang Rin, how did it go? Did Teacher Hong have any solutions? Han Jing inquired with concern. Tang Rin shook his head, his voice tinged with bitterness. No, I may truly not be suited for the martial arts path. Fatty's expression shifted, his tone filled with reluctance. How can that be? Tang Rin, you've worked so hard. How could you not be suited? Tang Rin offered a wry smile. Perhaps this is just fate. I've decided to withdraw from the martial arts training class and will return to take the regular college entrance examination. Han Jing and Fatty fell silent, unsure of what to say. All right, don't look so glum. It's my choice to withdraw, not yours. Han Jing and Fatty patted Tang Rin's shoulder. A subtle sadness hung in the air. As if even the wind had grown silent, the three of them stood before the member wall of the martial arts training class. The wall displayed photographs of each current member of the martial arts training class. Tang Rin's gaze lingered on the wall, finally resting on his own slightly youthful photograph. He let out a soft sigh, then fetched a stool, carefully standing atop it. Han Jing and Fatty stood quietly beside him. Their eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. The sugar man reached out to retrieve his photograph, carefully scrutinizing eye in the image. His radiant smile illuminated his face, and his eyes sparkled with boundless aspirations for the future. How ugly, he suddenly chuckled, shaking his head in self-deprecation. He tucked the photograph into his pocket, then leaped off the stool and turned to Han Jing and Pongzi, saying, I'm off to class now. You two should hurry back to your training. Han Jing and Pongzi exchanged glances, nodding in agreement without uttering a word, merely patting the sugar man's shoulder in silence. I'll be waiting for good news from both of you in 10 days. The sugar man said with a smile. With that, he turned and walked away, his figure gradually fading at the end of the corridor. Han Jing and Pongzi remained standing, their gazes returning to the member wall, which now bore only 30 photographs. The 3 images that once occupied the top had left a void in the center. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a slight chill. Neither spoke. They simply stood in quiet contemplation, absorbing the heaviness in the air. Finally, Han Jing broke the silence, his voice hoarse. Pongzi, give it your all. Pongzi nodded in response. They cast one last glance at the member wall before turning back toward the martial arts classroom. The next 10 days would be the most crucial of their lives, and they had to give it their utmost effort. The sugar man arrived at the classroom door, his emotions in disarray. He observed his classmates, who were diligently engrossed in their studies, striving for the impending college entrance examination. Taking a deep breath, he quietly returned to his seat, opened his drawer, retrieved his textbook, and began to review. Glancing at the 2 empty seats beside him, He felt a pang of reluctance, but knew he must let go of the past and face reality and the future with courage. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and the 10 days vanished in an instant. Today was a day filled with both tension and excitement for the students of the martial arts training class at County No. 1 High School. Teacher Hong would lead them to Lin City, preparing for the official martial arts examination to be held the following day. The morning sun bathed the campus in warmth and hope, illuminating every corner. The students of the martial arts training class gathered early in front of the teaching building, their bags slung over their shoulders, ready to embark on their journey to Lin City. The examination bus stood quietly beside the teaching building, adorned with the words "Dedicated Bus for Martial Arts Examination," exuding an air of solemnity. Under the guidance of their teachers, the students boarded the bus in succession. The sugar man's gaze followed every classmate as they climbed aboard, his heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. He had once been one of them, sweating alongside them in the martial arts classroom. Pushing his limits together in the training room, now, he could only stand there, bidding them farewell. The sugar man and Xiao Chong stood in the corridor of the teaching building, watching Han Zheng and Peng Zi as they waved their hands. Silently wishing them well. At the back of the line, Han Zheng and Peng Zi glanced toward the classroom of Class 3. Isn't that the sugar man and Xiao Chong waving? They wondered, slightly uncertain. It is indeed the sugar man and Xiao Chong. Those two scamps didn't even come down to see us off, Sweat Steamer remarked, seemingly with a hint of complaint. The two waved back toward the classroom and then boarded the bus. The last rays of the setting sun disappeared beyond the horizon. The dedicated martial arts examination bus from County No. 1 High School came to a gentle halt in front of a hotel in Lin City. Teachers Hong and Lin stood at the entrance of the bus. As students disembarked one after another, their faces reflecting varying degrees of excitement, tension, and anticipation. Inside the lobby, the soft lighting illuminated the youthful faces of the 30 students gathered in a corner. Teacher Hong stood at the forefront of the line, his voice steady and powerful, resonating in the hearts of every student. The martial arts examination will officially commence tomorrow, with the examination center located 1 kilometer away at the Lin City Armed Forces Department. Tomorrow will primarily involve health checks and physical tests. The day after will focus on assessing stamina and energy control. Everyone should rest well tonight, relax your minds, avoid stress, and certainly do not stay up late, as it may affect your performance tomorrow. The students listened attentively. Teacher Lin stood beside him, her gaze gentle, her voice soothing. Now, please hand your identification documents to me for check-in. Once the procedures are completed, I will keep them safe for you, and tomorrow morning I will return your IDs and admission tickets. After putting down your luggage in your rooms, we will all head to the 3rd floor for dinner. After dining, you may relax in your rooms or take a stroll within the hotel, but refrain from going outside. Should you need to step out for any urgent reason, please inform me or Teacher Hong. You will be sharing rooms 2 to a room, so look out for one another. Do you understand? Understood. The students chorused, nodding as they lined up to hand their IDs to Teacher Lin. The atmosphere in the lobby gradually lightened, smiles breaking across the students' faces as they began to converse with one another. Teacher Hong watched them with a heart full of emotions. As time passed, the check-in process was completed, and room keys were distributed. The group made their way to the elevator. Han Jing and Peng Zi found themselves assigned to the same room, as all students were placed in twin rooms, 30 students in total, evenly split between genders, resulting in 15 rooms on the same floor. Teacher Hong and Teacher Lin each had a single room. After dinner, all students opted to return to their rooms. Han Jing and Peng Zi also returned together, going through their usual training routine before showering and turning in for the night, without a word exchanged. The hotel's lights gradually dimmed, and the entire city fell into tranquility. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the cracks in the curtains, gently caressing every corner of the room. Teachers Hong and Lin rose early, beginning to knock on the doors of their students until they heard responses from within. After enjoying breakfast, which the hotel had meticulously prepared, featuring steaming porridge, fresh bread, and a variety of fruits and vegetables, they gathered and walked to the Lin City Armed Forces Department. The building of the Armed Forces Department loomed solemnly, and the square in front was already bustling with candidates from various schools. Teachers Hong and Lin guided their students into the waiting hall, which was spacious and bright, with rows of chairs neatly arranged. They found a section to sit and await their turn, the students' faces reflecting varying degrees of tension and anticipation. Han Jing surveyed the surroundings. Most of the waiting hall was organized by school, with some groups consisting of a dozen students, while others numbered 30 or more, either seated or standing, some conversing, others resting with their eyes closed. It seems our group from County Number 1 High School, with over 30 members, is quite a sizable contingent, Han Jing whispered to Pongzi beside him. His words resonated with their classmates, who nodded in agreement, their expressions brightening with confidence. Teacher Hong stood at the front of the line, his gaze sweeping over each student, his voice steady and authoritative. Today marks the first day of the examination, primarily focusing on health checks and physical assessments. Remember, stay calm and maintain a composed mindset. You all will do just fine. Teacher Lin stood to one side, her gaze warm and reassuring, her voice gentle and friendly. Students, please remember to keep your IDs and admission tickets safe. Do not misplace them. If you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to come to me. The students checked their pockets to ensure their IDs and admission tickets were secure. The announcement rang out, signaling the commencement of the martial arts health checks. Candidates, please listen for your numbers and follow the staff's instructions as you line up to enter the health check hall. Candidate number 431022000001, Wang Guowei. Candidate number 431022000002, Yang Liping.as. Names and candidate numbers were called. The central display screen illuminated with the names and details of each student, and candidates periodically stood to enter the health check hall. The afternoon physical assessments followed a similar pattern, with the testing venue shifted to the athletics field, featuring standard tests such as the 100 meters, 3,000 meters, and standing long jump. Han Jing sprinted the 100 meters in under 9 seconds. His speed akin to an arrow released from a bow, drawing the admiration of his fellow candidates. Pongzi, having recently shed some weight, also clocked in under 10 seconds, though not at the top tier. It was sufficient for him to pass the test. In the 3,000-meter race, Han Jing completed the distance in 5 minutes and 20 seconds, while Pongzi followed closely behind with a time of 6 minutes and 41 seconds. The entire martial arts class from County Number 1 High School nearly all surpassed the physical testing threshold. Among the martial arts candidates in the city, only 1 or 2 unfortunate souls who had fallen ill the night before failed to meet the standards. The following day, the test for stamina and energy control would be the true challenges that could distinguish the candidates. Following the same protocol as the previous day, they would queue to enter the energy test chamber. In contrast to the tension surrounding others, Han Jing felt relatively relaxed, as his monitoring device continuously displayed his stamina and energy levels, which had already surpassed the admission thresholds of most martial arts universities. On the other hand, Pongzi seemed a bit anxious. Han Jing squeezed his shoulder, ramping up the intensity, causing Pongzi to grimace in pain and turn around to punch Han Jing playfully. This playful banter eased Pongzi's nerves, at least enough that he no longer fidgeted in his seat. Candidate number 431022000110, Han Jing. Candidate number 431022000111, Zhu Fuguai.as. The announcement echoed. Han Jing and Pongzi exchanged a glance and rose to their feet. After a thorough identity verification, Han Jing stepped forward towards the qi and blood detection chamber, subsequently entering the facility as directed by the staff. The interior of the chamber was spacious and brightly illuminated, adorned with rows of intricate instruments embedded in the walls. At its center lay a transparent glass platform emanating a soft blue glow. The staff member, a middle-aged man clad in a white laboratory coat, bore a serious expression. He gestured towards the center of the platform, instructing, "Stand there, relax your body, and allow your qi and blood to flow freely." Heeding the advice, Han Jing positioned himself at the designated spot, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Attuning himself to the flow of qi and blood within, he felt as though streams of energy meandered through his body, converging into a river that surged forth, circulating freely. 30 seconds later, the screen inside the chamber illuminated with a set of figures. Qi strength 2, 43.15. Qi control at 62.37%. Please proceed to another qi and blood chamber for a repeat assessment. The staff's voice betrayed no emotion as he pointed towards another detection unit nearby. Han Jing nodded, understanding that this precaution was to prevent any malfunctions during the testing process that could compromise the accuracy of the results. Entering the second chamber, he repeated the prior steps. After another 30 seconds, the numbers reappeared on the screen. Qi strength 2, 43.14, Qi control at 62.37%. Upon completing the 2 assessments, the staff requested Han Jing to confirm his results and sign the document. As he gazed at the 2 numbers, a surge of indescribable emotion welled within him. These figures represented not merely data, but the culmination of over a decade of morning exercises, a year of intensive martial arts training in his senior year, and the countless sweat and pain endured along the way. Confirmed, Han Zheng's voice resonated with conviction. The data matched that displayed on his monitoring watch, and he inscribed his name with determination. The staff nodded and recorded the results in the database. Concluding the testing process, Han Zheng exited the detection chamber, his steps composed as he returned to the waiting hall, where Teacher Hong, Teacher Lin, and other classmates immediately surrounded him, faces alight with concern and anticipation. "So, how did it go, Han Zheng? What were your results?" Han Zheng smiled, a hint of ease in his voice. "Not bad, quite similar to my previous school test. Qi strength 243.14, Qi control at 62.37%. Upon hearing his results, both Teacher Hong and Teacher Lin sighed with relief, their faces breaking into gratified smiles. The other classmates expressed envy. Although they were already aware of Han Zheng's testing data, it was merely a routine evaluation compared to the significance of today's martial arts entrance examination. Teacher Hong patted Han Zheng's shoulder, his tone imbued with admiration. "With these results, you should receive invitations from several top-ranking martial arts universities." Teacher Lin nodded in agreement, her voice gentle yet affirming. "Indeed, Han Zheng, you have brought glory to our school." The group of classmates erupted in admiration, familiar faces like Li Muqiang, Zhou Xianchu, Li Yu, Li Qingyue, Huang Yiqi, and Huang Chuiying extended their congratulations, insisting that Han Zheng treat them upon their return, threatening not to let him off the hook otherwise. Li Muqiang was the first to speak, his tone playful. "Han Zheng, with your results, you'd better treat us to a meal when we get back, or we won't let you off the hook." Zhou Xianchu joined in, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Yes, Han Zheng. Your performance has brought honor to Linyi County No. 1 High School. We must celebrate accordingly." Liu chimed in, their voices tinged with envy. "Han Zheng, treat us, treat us, treat us." The three girls, Li Qingyue, Huang Yiqi, and Huang Chuiying, playfully added, "Han Zheng, you must treat us to bubble tea when you get back." Han Zheng laughed heartily, readily agreeing. His words sparked a chorus of cheers, joy illuminating the faces of his classmates. Not long after, the portly student emerged, wearing a beaming smile. His arrival immediately drew a crowd of classmates, eager to inquire about his results. "How did it go, Fatty? What were your scores?" Li Muqiang asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The portly student, not one to withhold, straightforwardly revealed his results. Qi strength 192.36, Qi control at 34.45%. While this score did not shine as brightly as Han Zheng's, it was sufficient for him to gain admission to a respectable martial arts university. A wave of congratulations ensued, followed by playful demands for a celebratory treat. The portly student, grinning, agreed, a trace of pride in his smile. "No problem. When we get back, I'll treat you all to a feast to celebrate." As time passed, students were called one by one for their assessments, each emerging with their results. If anyone surpassed last year's admission threshold, they were met with a chorus of congratulations and requests for celebratory treats. This exuberance knew no bounds, as every student, even those with the lowest scores, exceeded last year's minimum admission criteria for martial arts universities. Teachers Hong Wu and Lin Lin could hardly contain their joy, as this year marked a remarkable surge in results. Having spent 3 years at Linyi County No. 1 High School, Teacher Hong had seen 8 students gain admission to martial arts universities in his first year, 11 in the second, and this year, the number might reach 30. In a corner of the hall, Teacher Hong stood, his gaze filled with pride and anticipation. Teacher Lin stood beside him, her expression warm and gentle as she watched the students, acknowledging their hard work and sweat finally bearing fruit. As the clock struck 4, the final testing session of the martial arts entrance examination concluded successfully. The students of Linyi County No. 1 High School streamed out of the Municipal Armed Forces building, their faces radiating relief and excitement. After a day of rigorous testing, it was time to unwind and celebrate. "Tonight, let us skip the hotel and head straight back to school. Then find a place to celebrate," someone proposed, and the suggestion was met with immediate enthusiasm. Everyone longed to return to their familiar campus, eager to share their joy with classmates, friends, and family. "I'll cover tonight's expenses." Li Muqiang's voice rang out in the crowd, confidently waving his hand, a broad smile on his face. "My family owns a restaurant, so we'll celebrate at my place tonight, fulfilling my promise to treat you all." With that, Li Muqiang pulled out his phone and called his family, speaking with undeniable authority. "Dad, I just finished the martial arts entrance exam and want to bring my classmates to our restaurant for a celebration. Could you reserve a large private room? On the other end, upon hearing his son's voice, Li Muqiang's father perked up. Sure, I'll arrange it right away, Li Muqiang continued. By the way, Dad, I have good news. My score is Qi Strength 201. 36 and Qi Control at 36.1. I'm all set for the Martial Arts University. His father, filled with excitement, responded with a trembling voice. Well done, my boy. I'll prepare the best private room, the finest dishes, and the most expensive drinks. Just bring your friends over. After hanging up, Li Muqiang turned to his classmates, pride radiating from him. All set. My dad said he'll handle everything. We just need to show up. Teachers Hong Wu and Lin Lin stood nearby, their faces reflecting satisfaction as they observed the jubilant students. Teacher Lin nodded, her voice gentle yet affirming. Since everyone has decided, let's arrange a shuttle to take us back. She took out her phone and began calling for transportation. As the shuttle arrived, students boarded one by one, their faces alight with anticipation and excitement, laughter and cheer filling the vehicle. As the setting sun cast its golden rays upon the gates of Lin Yi County No. 1 High School, the shuttle gradually entered the campus. 2 students approached Li Muqiang, proposing the idea of bringing Tang Ren along for dinner. Li Muqiang immediately grasped Han Zheng and the portly student's intentions and readily agreed. No problem. They arranged to meet at the school gate at 6:30, then dispersed to prepare for the evening's celebration. Teachers Hong and Lin proceeded directly to the principal's office to report on the results of the martial arts examination. Upon learning that possibly 2 to 3 dozen students might gain admission to martial arts universities this year, the principal beamed with joy, rising from his seat to enthusiastically declare, "Fantastic! This is a historic moment for Lin Yi County No. 1 High School. We must reward them, double the bonuses." Han Zheng and the portly student made their way to Class 1, where Tang Ren sat immersed in books, his desk piled high with review materials. Upon noticing their entrance, he looked up with a faint smile that have the results come out? Tang Ren, everyone did well. Let us all gather tonight, Han Zheng stated, his tone leaving no room for refusal. Tang Ren congratulated Han Zheng and the portly student but declined to join, citing the need to continue studying and acknowledging his withdrawal from the martial arts training program. His voice carried a hint of self-deprecation and acceptance. Ignoring Tang Ren's refusal, Han Zheng and the portly student ushered him along. Stop talking nonsense. As the portly individual spoke, he energetically patted the head of the candy figurine. The candy figurine, upon witnessing the resolute gazes of the two, ultimately smiled with resignation, saying, all right, I shall go by 6:30. A considerable number of students had gathered at the school gate, their faces adorned with expressions of excitement. Li Muqiang stood at the forefront, holding his mobile phone as he communicated with his family regarding the plans for the evening. Has everyone arrived? We are preparing to set off, he inquired loudly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Wait, there are still a few individuals yet to arrive, came the voice of teacher Lin Lin, who was standing at the school entrance. Counting the attendees, teacher Hong, standing nearby, wore a satisfied smile. As the last few students arrived, the group set off in a grand procession. They walked through the streets of Lin Yi County, capturing the attention of many passers-by. Upon reaching the Mu family's Muxiang restaurant, they were ushered into a spacious private room. The room was lavishly decorated, adorned with several landscape paintings, while the table was laden with a variety of exquisite dishes and beverages. The students cheered in unison and took their seats. The table was a veritable feast, featuring dishes such as braised turtle, chopped pepper fish head, and chicken pot, each dish a delightful harmony of color, aroma, and flavor. After the group had sampled a few dishes to whet their appetites, Han Zheng rose, raising his wine glass. His gaze swept across each of his classmates before finally settling on teachers Hong and Lin. Teacher Hong. Teacher Lin, I dedicate this first cup to you, in gratitude for your guidance. The classmates promptly stood, raising their glasses in response. Teachers Hong and Lin also stood, their faces reflecting pride and joy, with tears shimmering in teacher Lin's eyes. As the glasses clinked, the wine swirled within, and upon downing the first cup, the atmosphere grew even more spirited. Teacher Hong stood, his gaze resolute and warm. For this second cup, first, I congratulate you all on your commendable achievements in the Martial Arts College entrance examination. You have truly earned the fruits of your labor. Secondly, I remind you that the martial arts examination is not an end, but rather a new beginning. From this day forth, the martial arts training program remains open to you. Thirdly, I wish you success in your future endeavors. May you excel in martial arts and protect your realms. As this cup was downed, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. Students erupted in applause, cheers rising in waves. The male students began to take their turns, while the female students were equally tenacious. Even the usually dignified teacher Lin Lin, amidst the students' teasing, shared a cup with teacher Hong, intensifying the festive atmosphere within the room. In the midst of it all, Li Muqiang's father entered to raise a toast to the two teachers, joining the students in a drink before departing the private room. Within the room, the students continued to indulge in their drinks. Laughter and chatter echoing throughout. They chose not to dwell on the past or future, but rather sought to revel in the present night. The inebriated candy figurine, embracing Han Zheng and the portly individual, spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Damn, I truly envy you all. My dream of becoming a martial artist has ended before it even began. Han Zheng smirked mischievously, replying, quit your nonsense. When the time comes, with two godfathers watching over you, I assure no one will dare to bully you. The portly individual shot Han Zheng a teasing glance, saying, Old Han, don't lower the status of the candy figurine for no reason. I don't ask for much, just let me hear you call me big brother. His words carried a hint of jest. Nearby, Li Muqiang sat beside Huang Chuiying, their heads leaning closely, as if sharing secrets meant solely for their ears. Li Qingyue's cheeks flushed a rosy hue due to the alcohol, her gaze becoming somewhat dazed, and ultimately, unable to withstand the effects, she rested her head on Huang Yuxi's shoulder, on the other side. Zhou Xianchu and Li Yu had already begun to address one another as big brother and little brother. Their arms were draped over each other, as if partaking in a ritual understood only by them. Teacher Lin Lin's cheeks were tinged with a faint blush from the alcohol, propping her face up with one hand as she gazed dreamily at Teacher Hong. Teacher Hong, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, stood up and cleared his throat, announcing an unexpected piece of news. Students, Teacher Hong's voice resonated. You are likely to be my last cohort of martial arts students. He paused. Indeed. You are also the finest group. After this semester, I shall be departing from Lini County No. 1 Middle School. Upon hearing this, the students, who had been slightly tipsy, suddenly became alert. Their eyes filled with surprise and confusion, the atmosphere shifted to one of gravity. The portly individual was the first to speak. Teacher Hong, why must you leave? Isn't everything well at the school? Han Zheng also inquired. Yes, Teacher Hong. Why are you leaving? Teacher Hong took a deep breath, a flicker of determination crossing his gaze. Recently, I have made breakthroughs in martial arts, and I need to find a place to seclude myself and advance my qi refining. Teacher Hong, you can certainly do it, the portly individual exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his tone. Filled with admiration and trust in his teacher, he raised his wine glass, and others followed suit, lifting their glasses in a toast, wishing Teacher Hong success in his martial arts endeavors. Ha ha ha, courage and diligence. Let us all encourage one another. He raised his glass, clinking it with each student's glass, the crisp sounds resonating like blessings for their futures. Chapter 42. Introduction to Wu University. The morning sun streamed through the windows of the martial arts classroom, casting mottled shadows upon the smooth floor. 30 students, as per usual, arrived punctually at the classroom. Their biological clocks had long since adapted, and even the previous night's indulgence could not easily disrupt their routine. Shortly thereafter, Teachers Hong and Lin Lin entered the classroom in succession. Teacher Hong was his usual self, while Teacher Lin Lin appeared somewhat haggard, as though the effects of last night's alcohol still lingered. Good morning, everyone is here. It seems you have not become complacent now that the martial arts examination is over. Teacher Hong's voice echoed in the classroom, shattering the morning tranquility. Today, we will first conduct our routine training, followed by an introduction to some information regarding Wu University. The students promptly began their training, while Teacher Hong quietly observed from the side, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. After the training concluded, he gathered the students together, preparing to introduce them to Wu University. There are 100 martial arts universities across the country, distributed among various provincial administrative regions. Teacher Hong's voice was calm and powerful as he began detailing the situation of Wu University. Initially, these universities all started from the same starting line, but as time passed, due to competition, resources, regions, and student sources, gaps began to emerge, leading to rankings. He continued. The higher the ranking of a martial arts university, The more resources it attracts, and consequently, it becomes more appealing to new students. However, the admission standards are also higher. Currently, the top 3 ranked martial arts universities are Longxing University in the capital, Longhua Wu University in the Magic City, and Shuiyuan Wu University in the Tibetan Sea. Each of these has its unique characteristics. Longqing is known for its fervor, Magic City for its pride, and Shuiyuan for its fierceness. However, the admission standards are stringent, requiring applicants to already be martial artists by the time they take the entrance examination. These 3 are universally acknowledged as the premier tier of martial arts universities. He paused before adding, some exceptionally gifted individuals with extraordinary blood strength or talent in blood control may also be specially recruited. The second tier comprises martial arts universities ranked 4th to 10th, namely Shouwu, Linhai, Yuehai, Chang'an, Jiangnan, Xingchen, and Jiangbei. The admission standard for these universities is to achieve the maximum blood strength, specifically, over 200 in blood strength and over 50 in blood control. Teacher Hong's gaze swept across the faces of the students. Finally resting on Hanjiang.as, it stands. Only Hanjiang from our class meets this standard. If you apply to these 7 martial arts universities, you should be accepted. However, prior to applying, you will likely receive an invitation from Xingchen Wu University in our province. This invitation system pertains to the first batch of admissions, and upon accepting the invitation, you can bypass the college entrance examination and enroll directly. Additionally, you will have bargaining rights regarding the resources allocated for your training until both parties are satisfied. This is primarily a strategy employed by local martial arts universities to retain outstanding local talent, limited to this administrative region. Upon hearing this, the surrounding classmates cast envious glances at Hanjiang. The portly individual even gave Hanjiang a playful squeeze and a couple of friendly jabs, yet everyone remained silent, continuing to listen to Teacher Hong's introduction of Wu University. Teacher Hong continued. In our province of Xiangnan, there are 3 martial arts universities. Xingchen Wu University, as previously mentioned, along with Taoyuan Wu University located in Wuling City and Nanhua Wu University situated in Nanhua City. These 2 martial arts universities are neither ranked high nor low. The province's martial arts universities will conduct limited admissions for local students, so I advise everyone to prioritize selecting universities within the province, especially this year, as a portal has recently opened near Xingqing, which will undoubtedly provide our province's martial arts university with more resources, benefiting your growth. He glanced at the students before continuing. As for the other martial arts universities, I will not detail them all. Materials will be distributed to you later, so you can familiarize yourselves and choose your preferred martial arts university based on the admission standards from previous years. Of course, if you have any questions, feel free to approach me or Teacher Lin.as. Teacher Hong's words concluded. The students in the martial arts classroom seemed to have been triggered by an unseen switch. Engaging in fervent discussions amongst themselves, Li Muqiang stood up and posed a question to Teacher Hong. Teacher Hong, which martial arts university did you graduate from? His voice carried a hint of curiosity and respect. Teacher Hongwu smiled faintly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he retorted to Li Muqiang. What, do you wish to enter the same martial arts university as I and become my junior? His words were laced with jest, yet they brimmed with encouragement and anticipation. However, it is unfortunate that I did not graduate from a martial arts university. I am an alumnus of a military academy. Teacher Hongwu's voice resonated with a touch of pride as he turned his gaze toward Teacher Lin Lin. It seems that your Teacher Lin Lin graduated from Taoyuan Martial University. You may inquire about it with her if you wish. Han Zheng followed closely, pressing on with his inquiry. So, Teacher Hong, which military academy did you graduate from? What are the requirements for entering a military academy? Teacher Hongwu regarded Han Zheng with a playful glint in his eyes, revealing a hint of admiration. What, Han Zheng, do you wish to join the military academy? He paused momentarily before continuing. If you truly desire it, I could provide you with a recommendation. There are indeed martial arts programs available in military academies. Hee, I haven't made up my mind yet. I just wanted to ask. Han Zheng chuckled lightly. His gaze swept across the faces of his fellow students before he continued. The admission standards for military academies differ from those of martial arts universities. The recruitment sources primarily fall into 2 categories, one directly from the military and the other targeting fresh high school graduates like yourselves. However, they mainly recruit regular high school graduates, and direct admission for martial arts candidates is rare. Although recommendations may create exceptions, yet, Attending a military academy is undoubtedly more arduous and demanding than a typical martial arts university with stricter requirements. After graduation, one must serve in the military for at least 5 years. If you genuinely have the ambition and determination, I can also offer my recommendation. On another note, several girls, Li Qingyue, Huang Yuqi, and Huang Xiaoying, were incessantly seeking insights from teacher Lin Lin about Taoyuan Martial University. Teacher Lin Lin, what is Taoyuan Martial University like? Li Qingyue was the first to speak, her voice tinged with yearning. Teacher Lin Lin smiled gently, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Taoyuan Martial University, what a beautiful institution. According to ancient legends, the peach blossom spring lies adjacent to the university campus, where every spring, the peach blossoms bloom profusely, a sight to behold. Her voice was soft and warm, as if capable of transporting one into an ambience filled with scholarly pursuits and the essence of martial arts. What are the admission standards? Huang Yuqi promptly inquired. Last year, the admission standard for Taoyuan Martial University was a vitality level of 165, with a control rate of over 30%. This year, it may be raised slightly. Teacher Lin Lin patiently explained. The girls began to compare their own results, sighing when they realized they fell short of the standards, while those who met the criteria grew increasingly enthusiastic, bombarding Teacher Lin Lin with various questions. Is the food in the cafeteria good? Huang Xiaoying blinked innocently, her question more down to earth. Teacher Lin Lin couldn't help but laugh. There are nearly 10 student cafeterias on campus, and the food is quite good, offering a variety of local specialties as well as dedicated martial arts meals. She reminisced about her days at Taoyuan Martial University, recalling the moments spent sharing lunch with classmates in the cafeteria. Huang Yuqi mischievously winked. Are there many handsome guys? Her question elicited a wave of light laughter from the other girls. Teacher Lin Lin's smile brightened even further. Taoyuan Martial University traditionally has a higher proportion of female students. So it's a case of more monks than rice porridge, she teased. Teacher Hongwu and Teacher Lin Lin stood to the side, quietly observing the students' discussions. Time slipped by unnoticed until the students finally concluded their inquiries. Teacher Hongwu glanced at his watch and announced, "All right, class, that will be all for today. We must wait until early June, when various martial arts universities will announce their minimum admission standards, allowing students to begin selecting their applications. There is no need to rush at this moment. More than a month ago, Han Zheng's life was governed by the rigorous schedule of the martial arts training class, spending each day immersed in practice. Now, he found himself once again enveloped in that intense and fulfilling rhythm of life. The martial arts training class, the classroom of Class 3 in his senior year, weekend volunteer work at the Martyrs Cemetery, and activities to care for lonely, elderly individuals. All these formed the core of his daily existence. In the martial arts training class, he diligently practiced the refining essence into blood's secret technique until his vitality surged, after which he began the blood tempering the body's secret technique, refining muscles, bones, and skin. Although he had been training for several months, the pain of destruction and reconstruction during the tempering process still caused Han Zheng to grit his teeth and break into a sweat. In the classroom, he remained focused, as he had yet to receive an invitation from a martial arts university. He was uncertain whether he would need to participate in the regular college entrance examination. If he did not receive an invitation and his exam results were unsatisfactory, it would be quite troublesome. He attentively listened to the teacher's explanations and participated in various mock exams, seeking help from the student next to him. Tang Run. Whenever he encountered difficulties on weekends, the air at the Martyrs Cemetery was filled with the scent of fresh grass. Han Zheng, along with Pongzi and Tang Run, wielded weeding tools diligently to clear the weeds from the cemetery, wiping dust from the gravestones and statues. The old man Mu sat in a corner of the cemetery, smoking a pipe, observing their busy figures with a satisfied smile. Occasionally, Han Zheng and the others would share a few drinks with the old man Mu and engage in casual conversation. Amidst this tranquil daily life, Han Zheng would occasionally check his progress in body tempering using his monitoring watch. Currently, the refinement of his fascia had reached 56%, while his bones were at 18%, with the skin refinement lagging slightly behind at only 9%. Following this pace, Han Zheng estimated that he should be able to complete the refinement of his fascia before the start of classes at the Martial Arts University, after which he would concentrate on hastening the progress of his bone and skin refinement. This year, he was on track to become a formal martial artist. Chapter 43. The invitation from the Martial Arts University sunlight poured onto the tree-lined pathways of the campus. the dappled shadows swaying gently with the breeze. Han Jing, Pengzi, Tang Run, and Xiao Chong sat comfortably beneath the shade, exchanging playful banter and relishing the rare moments of leisure. Their laughter echoed in the air, shattering the tranquility of the campus. Just as their conversation reached a crescendo, the figure of Teacher Hongwu appeared in the distance. His gaze swept through the crowd, landing squarely on Han Jing. Han Jing? Come here for a moment. Teacher Hongwu's voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient for Han Jing to hear. Rising to his feet, Han Jing approached Teacher Hongwu. Teacher Hong, is there something you need? His voice carried a note of curiosity. Teacher Hongwu smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Someone is here to see you, from Xingchen Martial University. Han Jing's heart raced. He realized that this moment could represent a pivotal turning point in his life. The two walked through the campus and arrived at Teacher Hongwu's office. Upon gently pushing open the door, Han Jing immediately spotted a man and a woman seated within. The man was a slender, middle-aged individual who occasionally coughed, while the woman appeared to be in her 20s, exuding vigor with her high ponytail. Upon seeing Teacher Hongwu and Han Jing enter, both stood up. The frail man smiled and said, "Thank you, Teacher Hongwu." Teacher Hongwu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was a trivial matter. The frail man then turned to Han Jing. "You must be Han Jing, right? I am from the admissions office of Xingchen Martial University. You may call me Teacher Wu. This is my daughter, Wu Tingfang. She is a sophomore at Xingchen Martial University. You can call her Senior if you wish." Han Jing politely greeted them. "Teacher Wu, Senior." His voice held a tinge of nervousness, yet predominantly conveyed respect. Teacher Hongwu interjected, "Everyone, please don't stand. Let's sit and talk." The four took their seats, and after a couple of coughs, Teacher Wu began. "I believe you might have guessed my purpose for coming. Han Jing, that I am here on behalf of Xingchen Martial University to extend an invitation for you to enroll in our institution. If you have any requests or concerns, feel free to share them with me." For a moment, Han Jing felt bewildered, casting a glance at Teacher Hongwu, who shot him a somewhat exasperated look. "What are you looking at me for? It's you who wishes to attend the martial arts university?" "Not me." Scratching his head, Han Jing couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Teacher Wu and his daughter to join in with friendly laughter. "Well then, Han Jing, let me first introduce you to our university and the resources and benefits available to you once you enroll," Teacher Wu suggested. Han Jing nodded. "All right, Teacher Wu, please go ahead. It's my first time dealing with martial arts university admissions, and I'm a bit overwhelmed." Teacher Wu proceeded to outline some fundamental details about Xingchen Martial University. Located in Xingchen, covering over 12,000 acres, with more than 5,000 students and over 1,000 faculty members. More than half of the faculty consists of martial artists at the Qi refining stage, and the principal is a divine refined martial artist. In the rankings of hundreds of martial arts universities, Xingchen consistently places within the top 10. Han Jing listened intently, his focus unwavering. Sunlight streamed through the office windows, casting a warm glow on the four of them, enriching this crucial conversation. Teacher Wu's voice resonated within the office as he continued to elaborate on the benefits offered by Xingchen Martial University. Each statement felt like a bombshell, shaking Han Jing's heart. As a new student, one would receive a body-tempering potion upon enrollment, a potion that retails for 300,000 per vial on the market. Teacher Wu's tone remained calm, yet the content was undeniably enticing. This body-tempering potion could accelerate the tempering process without any side effects. Han Jing's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. The price of this potion reached an astonishing 300,000 per vial. For an ordinary family, this was no trivial sum, and he could not help but feel astonished at the generosity of Xingchen Martial University. As an exceptional freshman invited to the school, not only was his tuition fully waived, but he was also entitled to receive 3 vials of body refinement potion. Teacher Wu's words resonated with a hint of pride. Han Jing's heart raced. 1 vial cost 300,000, which meant 3 vials totaled 900,000, enough to purchase 2 apartments in Linie County. Teacher Wu continued to elaborate, stating that these were merely the basic benefits. For those invited to enroll, 3 tiers of treatment had been established. His voice carried an alluring tone, each sentence painting a picture of a promising future. The 3rd tier allowed students to choose 1 martial art technique to study for free, and upon becoming a martial artist in the first semester, they would receive a vial of blood essence potion and a vial of spirit potion each month. Teacher Wu explained in detail that these 2 potions could be used simultaneously for recovery of vitality and spirit, but would not enhance the strength or control of one's blood essence. The second tier offered the same opportunity to select one martial art technique for free, and upon becoming a martial artist, students would receive one free customized blood essence weapon. Additionally, each month in the first semester, they would receive a vial of blood essence potion, a vial of spirit potion, and a vial of body refinement potion. Teacher Wu continued to expound. The first tier permitted the selection of 2 martial art techniques for free study, and upon becoming a martial artist, students would have one opportunity for a free customized blood essence weapon. During the first semester, they would receive 2 vials each of blood essence potion, spirit potion, and body refinement potion. Teacher Wu's words were laced with temptation. Unable to contain his curiosity, Han Jing asked, "Which tier am I in?" His voice carried a note of tension. Teacher Wu's daughter, Wu Tingfang, shook her head with a smile. "You don't belong to any tier yet. The classification depends on your test scores before enrollment. The better your scores, the higher your classification." Her tone was playful. Teacher Wu nodded in agreement, affirming that the classification indeed depended on their pre-enrollment test results. His voice taking on a serious tone. Han Jing inquired further, "What does the entrance test assess?" His voice was tinged with curiosity. Teacher Wu replied, "The strength and control of one's blood essence are mandatory assessments, primarily to evaluate how much progress you have made since the martial arts examination. After all, some individuals become complacent after the martial arts test. Such individuals are unlikely to thrive in the martial path, and the school will not waste resources on them. A martial artist must possess endurance. Mere talent is insufficient." Han Jing nodded earnestly, recalling that Teacher Hong had also emphasized that one must not relax after the martial arts examination. It was not the end, but rather a new beginning. As for other test items, I am not certain. They vary each year. However, even if I knew, I could not disclose that to you. I hope you understand. Teacher Wu elucidated. "Rest assured, they are merely minor assessments. Quite intriguing." Wu Tingfang playfully winked at Han Jing. Han Jing cleared his throat, addressing Wu Tingfang. "Senior, what was your entrance test like? Could you share it with me?" Wu Tingfang chuckled, her tone teasing. "If you want me to tell you, you must first promise to enroll in Xingshan Martial University and become my junior. Otherwise." Her words trailed off, the implication unmistakable. Han Jing awkwardly rubbed his nose. I still need to discuss it with my family." Teacher Wu coughed nearby, his cough growing louder. Han Jing and Teacher Hong exchanged worried glances, concerned that Teacher Wu was struggling to catch his breath. Wu Tingfang hurriedly patted her father's back to help him breathe easier, then retrieved a medicinal pill for him to take. After a while, Teacher Wu's cough subsided somewhat, and he waved his hand at his daughter, signaling that he was fine. "Apologies, an old ailment of mine. I had sustained hidden injuries from my earlier training." Teacher Wu's voice was slightly hoarse, "So, Han Jing, you may take your time to consider. Feel free to call me whenever you have made your decision. But I hope it will be soon." A glimmer of expectation shone in Teacher Wu's eyes. Subsequently, Wu Tingfang provided Han Jing with her contact information before assisting her father in leaving the office. Teacher Hong and Han Jing watched them depart, and after a moment, Teacher Hong remarked, "Xingshan Martial University truly has deep pockets." Curiosity piqued, Han Jing asked Teacher Hong, "Sir, does the military academy not offer such benefits?" His tone reflected a blend of curiosity and a desire to explore different paths. Teacher Hong explained, "When I was at the military academy, the resources available from the Shanhai realm were far less than what is available today. Moreover, military academies are generally egalitarian, without the special privileges found at Xingshan Martial University, which employs an invitation system and offers such extravagant tiered benefits." That afternoon, representatives from 2 other martial arts universities in Xiangnan Province, Nanhua Martial University and Taoyuan Martial University, arrived successively at Lini County No. 1 High School to extend invitations to Han Jing. The representative from Nanhua Martial University was a man in his 30s, impeccably dressed in a sharp suit. "Han Jing, I am Li Feng from Nanhua Martial University." His voice was steady and authoritative. "We are very interested in you and hope you will join us." Han Jing politely shook hands with Teacher Li. "Hello." Teacher Li Feng immediately got to the point, retrieving a document from his briefcase and handing it to Han Jing. "If you choose to accept our invitation, you will receive a cash reward of 1 million upon enrollment, along with 12 vials each of body refinement potion, blood essence potion, and spirit potion, and the opportunity to study 2 martial arts techniques for free, as well as a blood essence weapon." Han Jing's eyes widened slightly. Such terms were undoubtedly enticing. He neither agreed nor declined outright, simply stating that he needed time to consider and discuss it with his family. Teacher Li nodded in understanding, leaving his contact information before departing. Not long after, the representative from Taoyuan Martial University arrived. It was a young woman in her 20s, surnamed Song, dressed in a simple yet elegant dress, her face adorned with a warm smile. Unlike the previous two representatives, she had brought Teacher Lin along. Han Jiang, this is Teacher Song from Taoyuan Martial University, a fellow alumnus from my year, Teacher Lin introduced. Teacher Song smiled and nodded. Han Jiang, we at Taoyuan Martial University are very interested in you and hope you will consider studying with us. Han Jiang politely shook hands with Teacher Song. Hello, Teacher Song. She promptly laid out the conditions, matching the first tier of Xingchen Martial University. The freedom to select 2 martial arts techniques for free study. The opportunity for a free customized blood essence weapon upon becoming a martial artist, and the provision of 2 vials each of blood essence potion, spirit potion, and body refinement potion every month in the first academic year, without any entrance examination required. Teacher Song added with a knowing look, most of our students at Taoyuan Martial University are female, which is unique among the hundreds of martial universities in the country. Other martial universities are predominantly male. If you wish to explore romantic prospects, it's best to go where there are more options. Teacher Lin remained silent throughout, sipping her tea, occasionally smiling. Han Jiang found the situation amusing, yet ultimately maintained his stance of neither agreeing nor refusing, expressing the need for time to contemplate before bidding farewell to Teacher Song from Taoyuan Martial University. Once in the office, Han Jiang turned to Teacher Lin. What do you think, Teacher Lin? Teacher Lin set down her teacup and replied, Han Jiang, this is your life. The choice is yours. Chapter 44, Admission Invitation Card. The evening sun streamed through the classroom window, casting dappled shadows on the wooden desks. The chubby student squeezed his way from the back row, plopping down in the empty seat next to Han Jiang, his face brimming with excitement. Old Han? Taoyuan Martial University, now that's the dream school. His voice was tinged with envy, even more so than when he learned about Han Jiang's invitation from Xingchen Martial University. Considering your grades, you could easily get into Taoyuan Martial University. If it's your dream school, then why not go for it? Han Jiang teased, draping an arm around the chubby student's shoulder. Tang Ren leaned against the classroom door frame, arms crossed, a smirk of derision on his lips. Do you really believe what Teacher Song from Taoyuan Martial University said? If a person lacks excellence and skill, even casting a net in a school of fish won't guarantee a catch. His tone dripped with disdain. The chubby student glared at Tang Ren, retorting, you're just a well-fed guy who doesn't grasp the hunger of the starving. You're just bait yourself, even in a barren pond. You'd still attract fish. Now even old Han has love letters being sent his way, while I'm left empty-handed. Even if I can't catch anything, at least I can enjoy the view. You're hopeless, Han Jiang laughed, wrapping his arm around the chubby student. With those features of yours, if you shed a few pounds, you'd definitely be a heartthrob everywhere, with girls flocking to you. His voice was playful. Don't call me foster father in the future. A foster father will not protect you. The chubby student shot back at Tang Ren, who merely scoffed, eyes glinting with challenge. With my assets, I don't need a chubby guy like you for protection. As long as I desire it, many spiritual master girls would be willing to look after me. Both Han Jiang and the chubby student retorted with a collective pfft, while even the passing Xiao Chong pretended to spit, prompting Tang Ren to leap up and chase Xiao Chong out of the classroom. Xiao Chong, don't run. Only a fool would refrain from running. After circling the classroom extensively, Xiao Chong shouted help and sought refuge behind Pongzi and Han Jiang. Tang Ren attempted to bypass Pongzi to see Xiao Chong, but was thwarted by his ally, Pongzi, who blocked him. Han Jiang swiftly delivered a backstab, while Pongzi restrained him. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chong unleashed a flurry of playful attacks on Tang Ren's hair, taunting him relentlessly. Do you concede? Do you concede? Xiao Chong, you're as good as dead. Old Han, Pongzi, release me at once, or you 3 shall face dire consequences. Tang Ren continued to bellow defiantly. Is Tang Ren so brazen now? Come on, get him. Incapacitate him. Han Jiang grinned wickedly, joining the fray. After a bout of playful chaos, Pongzi suddenly released Tang Ren, prompting Xiao Chong to dart away in an instant. Tang Ren stood up, ready to retaliate, only to find Han Jiang and Pongzi advancing towards him, their gazes fixed intently. Ultimately, Tang Ren relented, understanding that a wise man does not court unnecessary trouble, and, cursing under his breath, he set off to chase after Xiao Chong. Once the playfulness subsided, Pongzi and Tang Ren settled around Han Jiang's desk, adopting serious expressions as they began to question him. Have you thought carefully about your choices? Han Jing, with no hesitation, revealed a glimmer of determination in his eyes. At present, the first option seems to be Xingchen Wuda. Both Tang Rin and Pengzi nodded in agreement. Han Jing continued, however, I should discuss this with my family first, even though they will likely let me decide for myself. A hint of mirth laced his voice. Tang Rin and Pengzi continued to nod in understanding. With a playful smile, Han Jing mysteriously announced, and I have another piece of good news for you. His eyes sparkled with mischief, as if he were deliberately teasing them. Tang Rin and Pengzi, filled with curiosity, inquired, what good news? Their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Han Jing chuckled, the good news is, I won't be taking the college entrance exam. Do you need me to wear a qipao and hold an umbrella to escort you two on exam day? His words dripped with cheekiness. Upon hearing Han Jing's audacious remarks, Tang Rin and Pengzi exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, let's get him. Let's teach this show-off a lesson. With that, they each seized Han Jing from either side. As per their usual custom, Pengzi took the dominant position, forcefully pinning Han Jing to the desk, while Tang Rin began his playful retaliation. Let us see you gloat now, he taunted, fingers dancing under Han Jing's ribs, eliciting peals of laughter from him. Ha ha ha, stop tickling. I was wrong. I was wrong. Han Jing cried out between fits of laughter, his voice echoing throughout the classroom, drawing the attention of other students. Upon witnessing Han Jing's pleas for mercy, Pengzi and Tang Rin finally relented. Teacher Huang. Han Jing called out. Yes, Han Jing, is there something you need? Teacher Huang's voice was warm and familiar. I would like to request a leave of absence. I wish to return home tonight. Han Jing stated his reason for the request clearly. Teacher Huang agreed. Then chuckled softly, congratulations, Han Jing, on receiving an invitation from Wuke University. Are you still considering participating in the regular entrance exam? There was a hint of expectation in Teacher Huang's voice. Han Jing replied candidly, I will not be participating, Teacher Huang. Given my grades, even if I were to take the exam, I wouldn't be able to bring you honor. I might even embarrass myself. Teacher Huang chuckled very well, with a spring in his step. Han Jing exited the school gates. By the time he returned home, the sky had already darkened. He pushed open the door to find his parents, Han Chu and Li Xiaoping, waiting for him. Their eyes radiated anticipation and concern. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Han Jing's voice carried warmth. It's good to have you back. Please sit down and tell us all about it. Li Xiaoping urged gently yet eagerly. Han Jing settled onto the sofa, sharing details about the 3 Wuda options and the conditions they had offered him. Currently, the first choice appears to be Xingchen Wuda, he concluded. Upon hearing that a single body refinement elixir was worth 300,000, Li Xiaoping gasped in astonishment. That's far too expensive. As Han Jing had anticipated, they expressed no objections and respected his choice. However, let's call Chon'er and inform her, while also inquiring if she has any opinions. Han Chu added. Han Jing obediently video called his sister Han Chan, reiterating the details. Han Chan listened intently on the other end, stating, I have no objections. Xingchen Wuda sounds excellent. After a brief pause, she continued, you might want to ask the teachers at Xingchen Wuka if you can receive those 3 elixirs in advance. Since you're currently in the refinement process, having those elixirs will significantly enhance your results. After hanging up, Han Jing called Teacher Wu. Upon receiving Han Jing's call, Teacher Wu sounded genuinely pleased. Han Jing, is there something you need? Teacher Wu, I would like to ask if I could receive those 3 body refinement elixirs in advance. Han Jing's voice was tinged with anticipation. Teacher Wu chuckled on the other end. Principally, that's not permissible. But I can make an exception for you. Thank you, Teacher Wu. However, to preemptively secure the elixirs, we'll need your consent to lock in your file in advance. Does that sound acceptable? I have no objections. Great. Then in a couple of days, I will visit your school again to deliver your invitation card and the body refinement elixirs, while also locking in your file. You will officially be one of us at Xingchen Wuda. Understood. 2 days later, on a sunny afternoon, Teacher Wu arrived as promised, his figure appearing on the campus of Lini County No. 1 High School. His steps were steady. Although he occasionally coughed, he appeared notably better than during his last visit. Carrying a delicate wooden box containing the long-awaited 3 body refinement elixirs and the invitation card from Xingchen Wuda. Unlike before, Wu Tingfang was not accompanying him. Hello, Han Jing, Teacher Wu greeted with a smile, his eyes radiating warmth. This box is for you. He handed the wooden box to Han Jing. Han Jing accepted it, his fingers gently tracing the box's surface, his heart brimming with anticipation. "Teacher Wu, why isn't my senior sister here this time?" he inquired curiously. Teacher Wu chuckled, his eyes reflecting affection. "I sent her back to school. After all, Wuda hasn't yet broken for the holidays. She came mainly out of concern for my health. Now that I'm better, she need not look after me. It's merely a minor injury." His tone conveyed a sense of ease, coupled with a palpable fatherly love. Han Zheng nodded, his eyes filled with understanding. "Teacher Wu, please take care of yourself as well." After handing over the items to Han Zheng, Teacher Wu instructed Teacher Hong Wu to assist him with the formalities regarding Han Zheng's file. Teacher Hong Wu led Teacher Wu and Han Zheng across the campus to the Academic Affairs office. Along the way, the trio engaged in lighthearted conversation, the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. Once the paperwork was completed, Teacher Wu shook Han Zheng's hand. "See you at Xingchen Wuda. During this time, do not slack off. I hope you will achieve excellent results in the entrance assessment." There was a glimmer of expectation in his voice. Han Zheng nodded affirmatively. "Sure, Teacher Wu.at Xingchen Wuda. Please reserve a spot for me in the first tier." His voice was filled with determination. Listening to Han Zheng's words, Teacher Wu left with a smile. As Teacher Wu's figure gradually faded from view, Han Zheng stood still, tightly clutching the wooden box containing the invitation card from Xingchen Wuda and the body refinement elixirs. Chapter 45. The diligent shall not be forsaken. The elixirs arrive ahead of schedule in the training room of the gymnasium. The lighting was soft yet bright, with the mirrors on the walls reflecting a gentle glow. Han Zheng stood alone in the center of the room, holding the exquisite small wooden box gifted by Teacher Wu. Taking a deep breath, he carefully opened the box. The first thing that caught his eye was a shimmering metallic invitation card. Resting quietly on the red velvet lining of the box, the card was lightweight, hardly heavier than paper, yet it possessed an unusual metallic texture. Han Zheng tested it and found that even when folded, it would automatically return to its original form without leaving a trace. Gently picking up the card, he noticed that the front was imprinted with his admission invitation details, while the back contained a plethora of enrollment instructions. Meticulously arranged, Han Zheng set the invitation card aside and turned his gaze back to the exquisite wooden box, his heart racing slightly as he continued to unpack. As he gently unveiled the inner compartments of the box, 3 light purple elixirs came into view, nestled within soft, shock-absorbent material, resembling precious artworks. Han Zheng carefully lifted one, inspecting it closely. The elixir glimmered softly under the light, beautiful and mysterious. To think that such a single elixir would cost 300,000. Its appearance seemed less impressive than the foundational elixir his sister had given him. He mused to himself, wondering if he should ask his sister how much the foundational elixir was worth next time. He recalled Teacher Wu mentioning that the effects of the body refinement elixirs would last 3 days, and that they could be taken internally or applied externally, with better results when taken internally. "I wonder how this works," Han Zheng pondered aloud before uncorking the body refinement elixir and swallowing it in one gulp, smacking his lips afterward. Bitter, and no sweetness to follow. This flavor deserves a low rating. With words spilling forth from his lips and his body equally engaged, Han Zheng commenced the posture of blood refining body, a technique for the cultivation of fascia. The vital energy within him began to circulate, nourishing, damaging, and reconstructing the fascia. As the effects of the medicinal concoction gradually took hold, Han Zheng felt a searing heat in every fiber of the fascia he had refined with his vital energy. Coupled with the inherent sensations of soreness, swelling, and cramping from the refining process, these two conflicting sensations melded into one, transporting Han Zheng back to the initial stages of his practice of blood refining body. His expression faltered, and tears escaped his eyes unbidden, his entire being trembling. This agony was, for Han Zheng, both a challenge and a tempering experience. Time ticked away, and beads of sweat adorned his face. His lips were pressed tightly together, and his brow furrowed, clearly enduring immense suffering. Each breath became increasingly labored. Each heartbeat felt like a battle against pain. Amidst this torment, Han Zheng sensed his fascia gradually becoming more resilient with each refining session. Each bout of suffering marking a tangible step forward in the vast, silent training chamber of the gymnasium. Only the sound of Han Zheng's heavy breathing echoed. After undergoing the fascia refining, his body lay curled on the floor, akin to a shrimp cooked in steam. Sweat drenched his attire, and his muscles quivered involuntarily, a natural response to extreme pain. the experience of combining the medicinal refinement with his physical suffering exceeded his limits. Time seemed to stretch, each second elongating painfully. After a considerable while, the sensations of soreness and swelling from the refining began to fade, yet the fiery feeling within the fascia persisted, akin to flames burning beneath his skin. Struggling to rise from the ground, Han Zheng settled into a cross-legged position, his right hand propping up his upper body. Gradually regaining some composure, he thought he was on the verge of collapse. His voice was hoarse, tinged with exhaustion. He then raised his left hand to check the data on his monitoring watch, astonished to find that the refining progress of his fascia had improved by 0.5 percentage points since the beginning of this session. A smile crept across Han Zheng's face, despite the lingering pain. Indeed, pain yields reward. Typically, refining body would garner only a 0.2 to 0.3 percentage point increase, but with the aid of the refining potion, the speed had doubled. A sense of accomplishment filled his heart. Despite the suffering, witnessing palpable progress rendered everything worthwhile. Han Zheng settled back into a cross-legged position to recuperate. Closing his eyes, he breathed deeply, striving to lengthen each inhalation and exhalation to calm the flow of vital energy within. After a while, he stood once more to practice the secret method of refining essence into blood, adopting a stance to cultivate the essence of life and a seated posture to refine it into vital energy. Now, Han Zheng could maintain his standing posture for over 40 minutes before feeling any slight discomfort. Once his vital energy peaked, he engaged in considerable mental fortification. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly, adjusting his state to prepare for another round of fascia refining. Assuming the posture of blood refining body once more, his vital energy resumed its circulation. This time, he was mentally prepared. Though the pain remained excruciating, his determination to persevere burned bright, as the effects of the potion continued. Han Zheng felt his fascia growing increasingly robust through each session of refinement. In the following days, Han Zheng refrained from attending classes in the third year. After all, he had received an invitation card from Xingshan Martial University, exempting him from the regular college entrance examination. His homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang, and the other instructors turned a blind eye, imposing no further demands on Han Zheng. Instead, he immersed himself alone in the training room, utilizing the refining potion to tirelessly practice blood refining body on his fascia, followed by refining essence into blood to enhance his recovery of vital energy, continuously cycling through the process. Occasionally, Mr. Hong and Ms. Lin would come to check on Han Zheng. His somewhat frenzied state of cultivation was indeed alarming, prompting even Mr. Wei to take time to assess his condition. However, they merely observed without interrupting Han Zheng's fervent pursuits. The only moments of respite came during mealtimes, when he could jest with Tang Ren, Fatty, and Xiao Chong, providing a brief diversion from his relentless training. For Han Zheng, these 9 days of frenzied cultivation resembled a race against time, a tug-of-war with his physiological limits. Throughout this period, he nearly forgot the outside world, fully dedicating himself to the refinement of the potion. His painstaking efforts were not in vain. The progress of his fascia refinement reached an impressive 96%, a figure that satisfied him. However, there was little change in the refinement of his bones and flesh, leading Han Zheng to realize that perhaps it was time to shift focus from fascia to accelerating the refinement of bones and flesh. His vitality and control over it had also seen significant enhancements, with vitality strength now soaring to 268 and control surpassing 70%, reaching 71% one day. Han Zheng returned to the third-year classroom. A rare occurrence. As he settled in, Fatty approached with a mysterious smile, exclaiming, "Old Han, I have some good news for you." Turning to Fatty with curiosity, Han Zheng inquired, "What good news?" With a triumphant grin, Fatty replied, "I no longer have to take the regular college entrance examination." Taken aback, Han Zheng asked, "Wait, did you receive an invitation from a martial university?" Fatty shyly shook his head. "No, it's a military academy." Han Zheng gaped at Fatty. "What? Did you ask Teacher Hong to recommend you?" Fatty shook his head again. "No, my dad arranged for the military academy to transfer my records. Although I haven't mentioned my parents much, you can probably guess their profession from where I live." Han Zheng and Tang Ren nodded in understanding. Living in a military family compound, it was no surprise they rarely saw their parents. Han Zheng chuckled. "Your parents really pulled a trump card. So, it's just you." Tang Ren, who has to take the exam. "When the time comes, we'll accompany you to the examination." If you don't get into Huaqing University, it would be a disservice to us. Tang Ren shot them a glare. You two traitors to our class solidarity, Fatty, attempting to console but actually digging deeper, said to Tang Ren. Come on, the college entrance examination is a rare life experience. Old Han and I won't have the chance to experience it, so we can only rely on you to share your insights. Tang Ren, flustered and furious, retorted, Get lost, you two scoundrels. I don't want to see you. The laughter of Han Jing and Fatty echoed in the classroom, drawing glances from classmates engrossed in their studies. Fortunately, the bell for evening self-study had yet to ring. Otherwise, they would have surely been expelled from the room. Seated in the back row, Han Jing and Fatty's laughter felt jarringly out of place amidst the tense atmosphere of impending exams. Tang Ren, sitting in front of them, suddenly stood up, turning to the entire class and proclaiming, Classmates, while we toil away in this sea of books, Han Jing and Zhu Fugui are over there showing off, boasting about not having to take the regular entrance exam, looking down on us who must take it. Can you tolerate this? As these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the classroom froze, followed by an uproar of indignation. Teach them a lesson. Show no mercy. How dare they look down on us? Our class won't tolerate such arrogance. Just then, a particularly vexing math problem arose, fueling a need for revenge. In the midst of this uproar, Han Jing and Fatty instinctively attempted to flee, only to be restrained by Tang Ren. A swarm of male classmates surged forward, launching a playful onslaught. Fatty's muscular frame trembled as he was playfully pummeled, his expression shifting from shock to pain and ultimately to a pleading for mercy. Brothers, have mercy. I was wrong. I truly was. With a higher tolerance for pain due to his advanced cultivation, Han Jing felt little discomfort, but the relentless teasing from his classmates, rubbing his head, pinching his face and tickling, was quite unbearable. His body writhed in response to the tickling, and his expression became increasingly comical. Ha ha, stop tickling me. I admit my fault. Not to mention, a group of female classmates watched eagerly, cheering on the boys and even offering suggestions. Yes, just like that. Pull their nose hairs, let them know our might. Such raucous encouragement sent chills down Han Jing and Fatty's spines, prompting them to clutch their waistbands protectively. The cheers from the girls only fueled the boys' enthusiasm, intensifying the playful punishment. This unexpected classroom turmoil persisted for quite some time, only settling down when the class bell rang, prompting students to reluctantly return to their seats. Han Jing and Fatty slumped back into their seats, looking quite disheveled. Tang Ren returned to his spot with a triumphant smile plastered across his face. How are you both faring, my friends? Has the service you've received been to your satisfaction? Impressive. Isn't it? Do you realize your errors now? Han Jing rubbed his reddened face, smiling as he remarked, Indeed, it was profoundly impactful. We shall certainly adopt a more modest demeanor in the future and refrain from our previous ostentation. The portly fellow chimed in, Yes, we were wrong. We were wrong. Chapter 46. Hesitation in the ensuing days. The training room was no longer the sole domain of Han Jing, as the portly individual consistently accompanied him, transforming the once monotonous practice into a more engaging endeavor. The portly man's vitality had now surpassed 200, reaching his current limit. Occasionally, his palms bore the marks of ruptured capillaries, and Master Hongwu had imparted to him the secret technique, blood refinement. During their initial practice, Han Jing demonstrated the process for his companion, maintaining an expression of serene nonchalance as he completed the refinement of his flesh. Each of his movements appeared so effortless, as if the process were devoid of pain. However, when the portly man commenced his own refinement, the scenario was entirely different. The moment he began, he emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Han Jing, standing nearby, could hardly contain his amusement, stabilizing the portly man as he jested. It's merely a bit of pain. A true man should endure this. Hold on, grit your teeth and push through. The portly man continued to endure the refinement. He cursed Han Jing for his lack of humanity and for not forewarning him, allowing him to prepare mentally. His face was contorted in agony, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead and splattering onto the floor. You beast! Had you known it would be this painful, why didn't you tell me? His voice quivered with a hint of sobbing. His body trembled violently. Each step of the refinement felt like a battle against his very limits. Han Jing, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Brother, without enduring the storms, how can one behold the rainbow?" Ultimately, the portly man gritted his teeth and, fueled by sheer determination, completed the first round of flesh refinement. He then collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat that soaked the ground beneath him. His body continued to twitch sporadically, resembling a shrimp that had just leapt from a boiling pot. Han Zheng sat beside him, observing, "You did remarkably, my friend." There was a note of admiration in his voice. The portly man lay there, panting heavily, his voice weak. "You've learned well from the sugar figurines, so devious." Han Zheng chuckled lightly. Training can be rather dull. One must find moments of levity. This is part of the martial path. If you cannot withstand this modicum of pain, how can you aspire to be a true warrior? The portly man shut his eyes, ignoring Han Zheng, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly, as if this would expedite the alleviation of his pain. Within the training room, Han Zheng's monitoring watch suddenly vibrated, disrupting his focus. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his sister, Han Chan, requesting to speak with him. Han Zheng pressed the answer button, and her familiar voice resonated through the line. "Han Zheng, I have some wonderful news to share." "Sister, what is this good news? Have you perhaps found me a brother-in-law?" "Ha ha ha. You're in deep trouble. No one can save you now." "Mark my words," Han Chan replied, her tone laced with mock severity. Wait, wait. Sister, I was wrong. I'll discipline my own mouth. Did you hear that? I just slapped myself. Calm down, sister. What is the good news?" Han Zheng exclaimed, smacking his thigh for emphasis. Han Chan's voice carried a hint of excitement. "Recently, our research group has secured a batch of body refinement potions to expedite our experimental progress. Each volunteer will receive 3 vials. The psychological contrast between the speed experienced after utilizing the body refinement potions and the subsequent return to training without them was significant for anyone, Han Zheng included. Upon hearing this news, he was overjoyed. "Really? You're amazing, sister. Now then, how should you express your gratitude?" Without a hint of modesty, he began to extol his sister's virtues, from the north to the south. "My sister is the most beautiful. That's more like it." Han Chan chuckled softly, her voice imbued with affection. "Will I need to pick up the potions myself, or can they be mailed directly to me?" Han Chan replied that either option was feasible, her tone relaxed. "Choose what is most convenient for you. Then please send them to me. The college entrance examinations are just around the corner, and I need to accompany my classmates to the test. I want to have time to visit Xingqing." Han Zheng ultimately opted for his sister to mail the potions. "All right, enjoy your final days of high school." Subsequently, Han Chan mentioned, "Given your current progress in body refinement, using these 3 potions should enable you to reach the brink of becoming a warrior. I will monitor your progress closely and notify you when the time is right. When you receive the notification, remember to come to Xingqing Military Academy." Her tone turned serious. Han Zheng nodded in agreement, promising, "Understood, sister. Rest assured, as soon as I receive the notification, I will promptly head to Xingqing Military Academy. I want to require a second reminder. By the way, when do you anticipate your project will yield results and reveal the new body refinement pathway?" The portly fellow has already commenced his refinement, and I cannot divulge this to him. Han Zheng inquired with a hint of concern. "That depends on you. Among all the volunteers, your body refinement progress is the fastest. I am eagerly awaiting you to become my first successful case. Once you succeed, I will invite your friend to join as the second batch of volunteers." "All right, sister, it's settled then." "Very well, that's enough for now. I'll hang up." Time seemed to slip away like a fleeting shadow. And before long, the day of the college entrance examination quietly arrived. The atmosphere on campus was tense and somber, yet for Han Zheng and the portly man, their fates were already decoupled from this examination. Nevertheless, their desire to accompany the sugar figurine to the test remained unfulfilled. Although the exam venue was within their campus, the sugar figurine would head straight from the dormitory to the examination hall. In the 2 days leading up to the exams, the school, in an effort to maintain order, designated all non-examinees as irrelevant personnel and sent them home. The portly man was quite displeased, feeling as though he had been treated as an outsider before even graduating. Han Zheng harbored no grievances, utilizing this time to consume the body refinement potion once more, ardently striving to catch up on the progress of his bone and flesh refinement. Upon returning home, Han Zheng immediately sequestered himself in his room, beginning his practice of blood refinement. Fully aware of the agony associated with bone refinement, He instructed his mother, Li Xiaoping, not to disturb him regardless of any sound she might hear. Han Jing sat cross-legged in the center of his room, taking a deep breath as he opened a new vial of body refinement potion. The moment the liquid flowed down his throat, he felt a surge of warmth radiating throughout his body, akin to a raging fire igniting within. He began to circulate the blood refinement technique in conjunction with the 30 movements designed for bone refinement, guiding his vitality towards his bones and embarking on a new round of refinement. The pain of bone refinement surpassed that of the fascia and flesh. Each surge of vitality felt as though a hammer was striking his bones. The excruciating sensation nearly unbearable. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his muscles tensed, and his teeth clenched. Despite his best efforts to suppress any sounds, he ultimately could not endure the searing agony. And a heart-wrenching wail erupted from behind the closed door. Li Xiaoping, hearing her son's cries from the living room, felt her heart wrench in anguish. She stood up and approached Han Jing's door, her hand resting on the doorknob, yet hesitating. She knew her son was training and that she should not interrupt, but as a mother, how could she remain indifferent to her son's anguished cries? Ultimately, she could not restrain herself and forcefully opened Han Jing's door. The sight within the room shattered her heart. Han Jing lay curled on the floor, drenched in sweat, his skin flushed as if he were a newborn in amniotic fluid. Trembling all over, Li Xiaoping's eyes instantly filled with tears, her heart aching. Didn't I tell you not to enter, regardless of the sounds? This is merely normal training. I'm fine, Han Jing's voice, though weak, maintained a calm demeanor. Li Xiaoping knelt beside her son, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead. Her voice choked with emotion. You are the flesh of my flesh. Hearing you wail in such pain, how could I not come in to check on you? As Han Jing gazed at his mother's tear-filled eyes and her hesitance, warmth surged within him. He inhaled deeply, striving to calm his internal vitality, forcibly suppressing the pain's impact on him, and spoke slowly, Mother, I'm all right, truly. This is merely part of the training. There is no danger, just considerable pain. You know, only by enduring hardship can one rise above others. Seeing the determination in her son's eyes eased Li Xiaoping's worries somewhat. She gently nodded, but couldn't he help but caution. If it becomes too much, stop. Don't push yourself. Han Jing nodded, assuring her, Don't worry, Mother. I know my limits. After this incident, Han Jing refrained from refining his bones at home, opting instead to focus on refining his flesh. Though the pain of flesh refinement was also considerable, he could manage to endure it without crying out, sparing his mother further worry. Thus, Han Jing dedicated 3 days and 1 vial of body refinement potion to successfully elevate his flesh refinement progress to a commendable 38.2%. On the final day of the college entrance examination, Han Jing refrained from continuing his practice of blood refinement, instead opting to complete the daily routine of refining essence into blood. Today, Han Jing and his portly friend had made plans to gather at the school gate to welcome Tang Ren, Xiao Chong, and their classmates after the examination. Chapter 47. Just asking if you're handsome. The summer sun blazed fiercely upon the earth, and the atmosphere at the entrance of Lin-Yi County No. 1 high school was imbued with tension and anticipation. On this concluding day of the college entrance examination, the school gates were thronged with a sea of parents anxiously awaiting their children, hoping for them to achieve outstanding results and secure a place on the honor roll. Amidst this cacophony, 2 young faces clad in school uniforms appeared strikingly out of place. They were Han Jing and his friend. After a midday meal and a brief nap, Han Jing met up with his friend, and together they arrived at the school entrance. The sight before them left them momentarily dumbfounded. The gates were utterly congested with parents, making entry seem nearly impossible. With a flicker of inspiration, Han Jing devised a clever ruse. Clearing his throat, he called out, Excuse me, uncles and aunts, please make way. I'm a candidate who overslept and am late for the exam. His voice carried a note of urgency and helplessness, resembling that of a genuine latecomer. The crowd turned to glance at Han Jing and his friend, murmuring quietly, yet they quickly parted to create a narrow passageway through which the two could squeeze. The gatekeeper cast a cursory glance at them before allowing entry, as the primary purpose of the gate was to deter parents and outsiders, while a secondary gate would intercept anyone without an examination permit. Teachers inside the classrooms would verify that candidates were indeed from the designated examination hall. Han Jing and his friend successfully reached the inner gate, where they found a shaded spot beneath a tree to await their classmates. During this time, not only did patrolling teachers approach to inquire about their presence, but even reporters with cameras mistook them for late candidates and posed a few questions. "Are you candidates? What brings you here?" One reporter asked with curiosity. Exchanging a glance, Han Jing and his friend candidly explained their situation. "We are martial arts candidates who have already been accepted by Wu University, so we do not need to participate in the regular college entrance examination. We are here to welcome our classmates after their exams." A flicker of surprise crossed the reporter's eyes before he resumed his professional demeanor. "What are your thoughts on not needing to take the college entrance examination?" Han Jing pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. The college entrance examination is a significant milestone in life, but it is not the sole path. Everyone has their own journey, whether through the college entrance exam or martial arts examination. Both are avenues to realize one's dreams. His friend added, "Though we do not need to take the exam, we are here to cheer for our classmates and wish them all the best." The reporter nodded, noting their remarks before turning to the camera to report, "We are live at the college entrance examination site, having just interviewed 2 unique candidates. Although they are not participating in the exam, they have come to support their classmates." Han Jing and his friend, seated in the shade, found the wait tedious while enduring the sweltering summer heat. Han Jing fared better, but his friend soon found himself drenched in sweat. His shirt clinging heavily to his back. "MD, this wretched weather is unbearable," his friend grumbled, tugging at his collar in search of relief. "Calmness brings coolness," Han Jing quipped, playfully patting his friend's belly, as the bell signaling the end of the examination rang. The gates of Linyi County No. 1 High School slowly swung open, and parents surged forward like a tide, their faces etched with anticipation. Han Jing, his friend, and the camera-carrying reporter sprang to their feet. Vying for prime positions at the inner gate, their eyes fixated on the entrance, eager to greet the emerging candidates. Before long, the first candidate burst forth, and both Han Jing and his friend immediately recognized Tang Ren. They waved excitedly, yet Tang Ren seemed oblivious to their presence. Propelled by his momentum, he executed a mid-air flip, landing gracefully before performing a perfect somersault down the several steps of the inner gate, concluding with an impeccably poised landing, his movements exuding elegance. The entire scene was flawlessly captured by the camera, leaving Han Jing and his friend in awe, while the surrounding parents erupted into gasps of astonishment, some even applauding. Han Jing instinctively exclaimed, "Holy cow!" followed closely by his friend's identical reaction. Turning to his friend, Han Jing noted the envy etched across his face. Who would have thought one could show off like this even after the examination? Han Jing sighed. "That Tang Ren really knows how to steal the spotlight, putting us to shame," his friend added. "That little rascal must be taught a lesson later," Han Jing declared through gritted teeth. "We must teach him a lesson," his friend concurred. "When did he come up with such a stunt? He never mentioned it to us." Han Jing queried, puzzled. Having landed steadily, Tang Ren surveyed the area and spotted Han Jing and his friend, striding over to them. However, he was intercepted by the reporter who eagerly began an interview. "Hello, can I ask you a few questions?" Tang Ren paused, replying, "Sure. What shall I call you?" The reporter inquired. "My name is Tang Ren." "All right, Tang Ren, do you find this year's college entrance examination difficult?" Tang Ren confidently replied, "Not at all. It was quite simple. If I could have submitted my paper early, I would have been out much sooner." "And how do you feel about your performance?" The reporter continued, "Fairly average, but I have no doubt about being accepted into Huaqing University." Tang Ren's words carried an air of subtle arrogance, leaving the reporter unable to maintain composure as he hurriedly concluded the interview and moved on to the next candidate. Once the interview was over, Han Jing and his friend quickly surrounded Tang Ren, escorting him away while playfully mocking him. "MD, I've never seen someone so showy. Tang Ren, how do you manage to flaunt so effortlessly?" His friend teased as they continued to jest. Tang Ren began to evade their playful jabs, laughing as he sprinted away. "You two just wait. Was that not a stylish entrance?" he called back, grinning. "Crafty show-off. I shall refer to you as the king of flaunt." Han Jing chuckled in reprimand. "Clearly someone who has planned this for a long time," his friend retorted. Despite Han Jing and his friend's banter, Tang Ren maintained his cheerful demeanor, replying, "Just admit it. Was I not handsome?" With no retort, Han Jing and his friend reluctantly conceded, Fine, you're handsome. Handsome to the point of being ridiculous. Is it acceptable to say Tang Ren is the most handsome?" his friend added with resignation. Upon hearing their reluctant acknowledgement, Tang Ren mischievously leaned in closer, saying, feeling regret for not participating in the college entrance exam. I stole all the limelight during that entrance. I had been planning that moment for quite some time. I even noticed reporters lurking by the school gate during lunchtime, and I managed to sleep through my nap just to devise how to make the most dazzling debut possible. Han Zheng and his friend exchanged disdainful glances. Isn't that just pure showboating? Indeed, clearly premeditated. His friend chimed in. Tang Ren countered, Isn't this world merely a grand stage? Just tell me, was my entrance not spectacular? Han Zheng chuckled. It was indeed impressive. Yet one fears that when results are released, if you don't get into Huaqing University, it will be quite embarrassing. Indeed, flaunting too much may backfire, his friend cautioned. Tang Ren grinned, confidence radiating from him. Rest assured, I am confident. I have the skills to back it up. On the campus, students clustered in groups, animatedly discussing the recently concluded examination. Their voices brimmed with excitement and uncertainty, each one seeking solace in the answers of others. Those who performed well found themselves surrounded by admirers, their responses becoming the focal point of discussions. Whenever someone discovered their answers matched those of the high achievers, they would cheer in delight. Conversely, those with differing answers displayed disappointment. Han Zheng and his friends stood on the periphery, their figures appearing somewhat isolated. Having not participated in the examination, they felt entirely excluded from the ongoing discourse. Observing the lively crowd, Han Zheng was suddenly struck by a wave of inexplicable sentiment. He began to feel that perhaps not taking the college entrance exam was not as splendid as he had imagined. His voice tinged with a hint of despondency, he remarked, I suppose not participating isn't as glamorous as I thought. His friend nodded in agreement, his eyes revealing a glimmer of envy. It feels as though we've detached ourselves from the masses, missing out on a significant life experience. Their words carried a note of regret as they quietly stood by, watching the animated discussions and emotional expressions of their peers. Suddenly, someone from a dormitory began tearing apart textbooks. Tossing the remnants from the windows above, in an instant, countless pieces of paper cascaded down upon the senior dormitory area, resembling a flurry of snowflakes in the sweltering summer. The ground was soon blanketed with paper fragments. Creating a spectacular scene, One intervened to halt this spontaneous paper shower, not even the dormitory supervisor, who watched the spectacle with a bemused expression. This may have been the student's way of releasing pent-up emotions. A farewell to the high school life that was drawing to a close. After a brief catharsis, the students ultimately regrouped by class and exited the school to celebrate, releasing their emotions into the world. Han Zheng and Pengzi joined their classmates for a night of revelry. In a private room, the students indulged in eating, drinking, singing, and dancing, liberating themselves from the pressures brought on by the college entrance examination. Some huddled together in tears, while others laughed with arms draped over each other. Some sat quietly in corners, while others engaged in conversation with their homeroom teacher, Mr. Huang. A few pairs of boys and girls suddenly found themselves drawn together. On this sleepless night, they cast aside their previous disappointments and regrets, immersing themselves wholeheartedly in the festivities. Thus, their high school life reached a concluding chapter. Chapter 48. The train diverts. The smoke of the college entrance examination had dissipated, leaving the senior building and dormitory of Lin Yi County No. 1 High School eerily silent. Once bustling corridors stood empty, classrooms arranged with desks and chairs, yet the sound of spirited reading was no longer heard. The martial arts classroom in the gymnasium remained open. Over the past few days, Han Zheng had been visiting the martial arts classroom daily. After alarming his mother with his bone tempering at home, he dared not practice at home any longer, opting instead to arrive early at the training room and return late at night. Today, he was not alone. Pengzi, Li Muqiang, Huang Yuqi, and others arrived in succession. Even Tang Ren, who had been idly lounging at home, shamelessly joined the training group, unwilling to miss out. Occasionally, Mr. Hongwu and Ms. Lin Lin would come by, but they said little upon witnessing the scene. This moment. Li Muqiang and the others received their admission letters from Wu University. Those who met the admission thresholds for Taoyuan Wu University and Nanhua Wu University primarily chose to remain in their home province. Among the first batch of students advancing to the martial arts class, Zhou Xianchu and Li Yu headed to Nanhua Wu University, while Li Qingyue, Huang Yuqi, and Huang Chuiying all went to Taoyuan Wu University. Yes. Li Muqiang also went to Taoyuan Wu University. As for those who fell short of the admission standards, They opted for lower-ranked martial arts universities in other provinces. All 30 students in the martial arts training class were accepted by Wu University. You clearly could have gone to Nanhua Wu University, so why did you end up at Taoyuan Wu University? Pengzi remarked, wrapping an arm around Li Muqiang, his tone tinged with envy, for Taoyuan Wu University was his dream school. Had his records not been taken by the military academy, it would have undoubtedly been his first choice as well, isn't it obvious? Wherever Chuying goes, Muqiang must follow. Otherwise, wouldn't he risk losing his partner? Tang Ren interjected knowingly. Ha ha ha. Huang Yuqi excitedly approached, exclaiming, when I came over today, I saw that our school had posted the honor roll for Wu University at the entrance. All 30 of us from the martial arts training class made the list. And Han Jing, you're ranked first? Li Muqiang nodded. Yes, I saw it too. I heard the school and the authorities are discussing what rewards to prepare for us aspiring Wu University students. Money would be the most practical reward? Han Jing said, his eyes sparkling. The principal has been grinning from ear to ear lately, and even Mr. Hongwu and Ms. Linlin's bonuses are making their hands cramp from counting. Tang Ren teased. Han Jing chuckled. That's only natural. This year's admissions to Wu University have nearly tripled, a sure sign of achievement. I heard the principal tried every trick in the book to persuade Mr. Hongwu to stay when he learned he was leaving. Even Ms. Huang Wanning was brought in to convince him, but ultimately, Mr. Hongwu politely declined. Pengzi added, Mr. Hongwu plans to teach through this semester, coinciding with the end of his 3-year contract, before departing to pursue his own cultivation. Han Jing supplemented, a hint of reluctance in his gaze. The allure of becoming a qi refining warrior is evidently stronger than the charm of Ms. Huang. Truly, a heart devoid of distractions allows for focused mastery. Tang Ren mused that that's because Ms. Huang's allure hasn't been directed at Mr. Hongwu. Otherwise, all she would need to do is beckon, and he would eagerly remain, Pengzi quipped. Indeed, our dormitory girls can hardly resist Ms. Huang's charm. Many are quite taken with her, Huang Yuqi concurred. Isn't that what they call being a heartthrob to both genders? Li Muqiang chimed in, eager to gossip. However, it was evident that Ms. Huang held no particular interest in Mr. Hongwu. The attention he attracted seemed to be from other female teachers, such as Ms. Linlin. Tang Ren joined in the gossip. Han Jing, Pengzi, Tang Ren, Li Muqiang, and Huang Yuqi sat in a row, their voices low yet animated as they speculated about the relationships between Ms. Huang, Mr. Hongwu, and Ms. Linlin. Oh, you think there's really something going on between Mr. Hongwu and Ms. Linlin? Li Muqiang asked, chuckling. Han Jing grinned mischievously. I suspect there might be. Did you see the way Ms. Linlin looks at Mr. Hongwu? Her gaze is tender enough to melt ice. They remained oblivious to the figures of Mr. Hongwu and Ms. Linlin appearing behind them. Upon hearing Tang Ren and Han Jing's words, Ms. Linlin's face flushed, and she sneaked a glance at Mr. Hongwu, who coughed twice, seemingly trying to remind them. The group of Han Jing scattered like startled birds, hastily pretending to engage in training. Mr. Hongwu watched their panicked expressions and couldn't help but chuckle. These kids rarely exhibited such enthusiasm for training, yet they were all too eager to gossip. Ms. Linlin stood in place, her cheeks reddening further. As night fell, the martial arts classroom remained brightly lit around 10 o'clock. The atmosphere in the training room was serene yet tense. Han Jing had just completed a session of bone tempering and slumped exhaustedly onto the floor, breathing heavily. Sweat soaked his clothes, fatigue evident on his face. Tang Ren and Pengzi continued their training nearby, occasionally glancing at Han Jing, who resembled a lifeless figure. They had long grown accustomed to this sight. Han Jing checked his monitoring watch. His bone tempering progress had reached 57%, the flesh still at 38.2%, and the fascia at 96%. His blood vitality had reached 282, with control at 73%. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his gaze. That moment. The monitoring watch vibrated, signaling an incoming call from his sister. Han Jing answered promptly and stepped outside the training room. Hello, sister, he said, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Han Jing, come to the laboratory in the next couple of days. Your progress data is nearing the critical threshold, Han Shan replied, her voice tinged with fatigue. All right, sister, I'll head to Xingqing tomorrow, Han Jing responded, his heartbeat quickening slightly. Sure, I'll arrange a ticket for you shortly. Wei Yuan will pick you up at the station, Han Shan's voice conveyed concern. Okay, no problem, Han Jing nodded. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. See you tomorrow. After saying this, Han Shan ended the call. Standing in the corridor outside the training room, Han Jing gazed distantly into the horizon. Upon returning to the training room, he gathered his belongings, preparing to head home. Where Tang Ren and Peng Zi were resting nearby, as Han Jing, Peng Zi, and Tang Ren walked home. Their shadows stretched long beneath the streetlights. I'll be going to Xingqing to see my sister tomorrow, Han Jing stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Tang Ren and Peng Zi eagerly insisted on accompanying him for a few days. We regretted missing the opportunity to experience the boundary gate up close last time. We can't let that happen again, Tang Ren lamented. Peng Zi chimed in, who knows, we might even catch a glimpse of the boundary gate on the way to Xingqing. Han Jing did not outright refuse, but simply replied, I might stay for a while this time, primarily for training. The place I'm going to is not accessible to you, and I want to be able to come out, so I may not have time to hang out with you too. Tang Ren and Peng Zi insisted it was fine, with Tang Ren saying, just focus on finding your sister and training. Peng Zi and I can entertain ourselves. Don't feel envious that we're not bringing you along. Peng Zi patted his chest, assuring, once we had enough fun, we'll head home first. Just point out where the boundary gate is on the way. Don't let us miss it. Han Jing nodded. Sharing his train details with Tang Ren and Peng Zi, instructing them to buy their tickets and meet at Linyi County Station early the next morning to travel to Lin City Station together. See you tomorrow, Han Jing said, turning toward home. The following morning, as sunlight bathed the streets of Linyi County, Han Jing, Peng Zi, and Tang Ren gathered at the agreed station. All right, let us go, Han Jing announced, leading the way toward the station. The station bustled with people, and the three navigated through the crowd, purchasing tickets for the direct train to Lin City Station before boarding. Han Jing even switched seats to sit with Tang Ren and Peng Zi. Throughout the journey, the trio bantered and laughed, the train speeding along the tracks, the scenery outside resembling rapidly flipping pages of a book. Han Jing, are you sure the boundary gate is really beside the train tracks? We almost at Xingqing Station, Tang Ren asked, his eyes fixed on the window. Han Jing shook his head. His instincts told him that a section of the route felt unfamiliar, possibly indicating a diversion in the train's path. After all, the boundary gate posed dangers, and at one point, its straight-line distance from the train tracks was less than a kilometer. To ensure safety, the train tracks may have been rerouted. His voice remained calm. Yet a trace of disappointment flickered in his eyes. Peng Zi sighed, leaning back in his seat, appearing somewhat dejected. Alas, expectations have been dashed. The sugar man and the fatty are left with no choice but to accept the reality. The mystery and peril of the Gate of Realms are not something ordinary individuals like them can easily approach. As the train slowly pulled into the Star City Station, Han Jing, along with his companions, gathered their luggage and disembarked. The station was bustling with activity, the cacophony of voices rising and falling like waves. Indeed, waiting to greet them was Wei Yuan, whose figure stood out distinctly amidst the throng. Han Jing, over here, Wei Yuan waved. Han Jing approached with the sugar man and the fatty, greeting, Wei Yuan, it's been a while. Wei Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the sugar man and the fatty. And who might these two be? These are my friends, the sugar man and the fatty, Han Jing introduced. Wei Yuan smiled and nodded, welcome to Star City. During the ride, Han Jing couldn't resist inquiring about Guanwan's situation. How has brother Guanwan been lately? Wei Yuan replied while driving. He has gone to the vicinity of the Gate of Realms to cultivate and break through the Qi refinement stage. The natural energy there is abundant, making it ideal for breakthroughs. The sugar man and the fatty's eyes lit up with excitement. The Gate of Realms is still there? How come we didn't see it on our way to Star City? The fatty asked curiously. Wei Yuan chuckled. Shortly after the gate was discovered, the train tracks were rerouted. The area within a 10-kilometer radius has been designated as a restricted zone, inaccessible to ordinary people. Midway, Wei Yuan drove the sugar man and the fatty to the hotel they had previously booked. We arrived at the hotel. Wei Yuan's voice interrupted their conversation. The sugar man and the fatty got out of the car, expressing their gratitude to Wei Yuan. Thank you, brother Wei Yuan. Han Jing turned to his two friends. You two stay safe, and call me if you need anything. The sugar man and the fatty breezily reassured him. Don't worry about us. We're just here to wander around Star City. Nothing will happen. The fatty patted his chest in assurance. Yes, we'll call you before we head back, they promised. Subsequently, Wei Yuan took Han Jing to the Star City Military Academy. The imposing gate of the academy exuded an air of authority and solemnity. Han Jing had to acquire a temporary pass before being granted entry. Chapter 49. The astonishing first stage of tuning inside the Military Academy's laboratory. High-tech equipment and cold metallic walls formed a space brimming with a futuristic ambience. Wei Yuan guided Han Jing through a series of corridors, their footsteps echoing in the spacious hall. They skillfully navigated their way to the core area of the laboratory, where a massive data screen displayed the progress of each volunteer's body refinement. Han Jing stood before the screen, his eyes swiftly scanning the data in search of his name and progress. Sister, Han Jing's voice resonated in the laboratory as he shifted his gaze from the screen to his sister. Han Chan, upon hearing his voice, Han Chan turned to look at her brother, a smile gracing her face. Our little guinea pig has arrived, she teased. Could you perhaps use a more flattering term? I am your beloved brother. After all, Han Jing retorted, a hint of discontent flickering in his eyes. The laboratory staff chuckled at the sibling banter, providing a light-hearted diversion. Han Chan playfully twisted Han Jing's ear. I say what I say. Dare you to retort? Do you think I can't handle you? Ouch, ouch, sister. Let go. If you say I'm a guinea pig, then fine, just let go. There are people watching. Do I not have any pride? Han Jing pleaded, eliciting laughter from those around them. Han Chan released him, then began to instruct Han Jing. From now on, your cultivation will take place within the testing chamber until you complete the body refinement transformation. Han Jing nodded immediately, not daring to challenge or refute her. Let us begin now. You may enter. I just got here, and I haven't even had a drink. Can I have a moment to rest? Hearing his voice, Han Chan turned back to look at her brother. Han Jing caught her gaze and quickly swallowed his unfinished words, obediently opening the monitoring chamber door and stepping inside to commence his cultivation. For the next few days, he would be almost completely isolated from the world, fully immersed in his training. The techniques refining essence into blood and blood, cleansing the body were alternately practiced by Han Jing, continuously restoring his vital energy and refining his bones and fascia. With a deep exhale, Han Jing expelled a breath of turbid air, concluding a round of cultivation. Just then, a phone rang outside the testing chamber. He raised his left hand to glance at the monitoring watch. The screen displayed the Sugarman's name, and he pressed to answer. Hello, Sugarman. What's up? Han Jing's voice carried a note of fatigue. The Sugarman's voice came through. The fatty and I have been playing for 3 days and are ready to head back. Just wanted to let you know, are you finished there? Want to return with us? I'm not quite done yet. You two go ahead and be careful on the road. All right, let me share some good news. The Sugarman's voice brimmed with excitement. The college entrance exam results are out. I ranked first in the county. Hucking University is a sure thing. I aced the exam without a hitch. The Sugarman's tone was filled with pride. Wow, that's impressive. You managed to pull that off without a hitch. Han Jing chuckled in amazement. Okay, the fatty and I will head back first. Say hi to our sister for us. The Sugarman chimed, still unable to conceal his excitement. Got it, Han Jing replied, hanging up the phone. He re-entered the testing chamber, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to begin another round of cultivation. His mind once again delved into the techniques of refining essence into blood and blood, cleansing the body. As the external world faded into insignificance, time slipped away quietly in the midst of his training, and Han Jing was entirely absorbed in his own realm. Within the laboratory, the lights shone brightly. The hum of instruments mingled with the soft whispers of researchers, creating a tense atmosphere. Han Jing stood within the testing chamber, his body having reached a critical point after days of refinement. The progress of his flesh, bones, and fascia had reached 38.2, 61.8, and 99.8, respectively. He was just one step away from completing the fascia refinement. Han Chan stood at the control console, her gaze resolute as her voice rang clearly throughout the laboratory. Positions everyone. Prepare to begin. The research team members swiftly responded, each returning to their posts, checking their equipment with a sense of urgency and order. Even Han Chan's mentor, Teacher Yu, took a moment from his busy schedule to sit beside her. His eyes keenly focused on the impending refining process. Han Jing took a deep breath, sensors affixed to various parts of his body, ready to monitor his physiological data in real time, providing invaluable first-hand information to the research team. The entire testing chamber powered up, emitting a soft buzzing sound as if warming up for the forthcoming refining process. Begin. Han Chan's voice echoed in the laboratory. Han Jing's form began to move. He commenced the practice of the 36 movements of fascia refinement, each action precise and powerful, synchronized with the flow of his vital energy. Upon completing a set of body-refining movements, Han Jing firmly sat cross-legged. Enduring various discomforts, His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, yet his eyes remained tightly shut, his mind wholly immersed in sensing the changes within his body. At that moment, the data display screen indicated that Han Zheng's fascia refinement progress had reached 100. Seated on the ground, Han Zheng closed his eyes, completely absorbed in the sensations of his body. He could perceive every inch of his fascia undergoing subtle transformations, becoming more resilient and elastic, akin to a taut bowstring, ready to unleash incredible power at any moment. Inside the testing chamber, his heartbeat thundered like a war drum. All eyes in the laboratory were fixated on Han Zheng as the numbers on the data screen began to fluctuate, recording the changes in his internal vital energy strength. Initially, the strength value stood at 289, but upon completing the fascia refinement, it plummeted to 169. Yet immediately afterward, it was as if a long-suppressed volcano had erupted, causing the vital energy strength to surge wildly. 300, 310, 320. The members of the research team found themselves murmuring in unison, their eyes glued to the screen. Han Zheng closed his eyes, feeling as though his vital energy was like boiling magma, crashing through every corner of his body, seeking expansion. His fascia began to tremble under the impact of the vital energy, followed by his bones, muscles, and skin, all vibrating in synchrony, as if his body had transformed into a massive resonance chamber. 330.350.380.390. The numbers continued to climb. Han Zheng's skin began to change. The redness from the influx of vital energy gave way to a deep blue hue as his fascia expanded fully. 400. The vital energy strength ultimately stabilized at 412. The explosive surge of vital energy left Han Zheng feeling as though his entire being was quaking, as if his body no longer belonged to him but was instead controlled by a formidable force. This sensation was fleeting, yet it felt as though it lasted an eternity to Han Zheng. After a few seconds, the bluish tint receded from his skin, and his body ceased to tremble. The control over his vital energy returned. Han Zheng opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, rising to his feet and gazing outside the chamber. With a satisfied smile, Wei Yuan stepped into the testing chamber, methodically removing the sensors affixed to Han Zheng's body. With each sensor he detached, he conducted a meticulous examination. Han Zheng stood there, acutely aware of the subtle transformations occurring within him. His fascia, bones, muscles, and skin were all undergoing delicate adjustments. "All right, Han Zheng, we can leave now." Wei Yuan's voice interrupted Han Zheng's contemplation. The two exited the chamber together and entered the experimental hall. As soon as Han Zheng appeared, all eyes turned towards him. The crowd rose with smiles, erupting into enthusiastic applause. The applause surged like a tidal wave, evoking a mix of exhilaration and bewilderment in Han Zheng. He quietly inquired of Wei Yuan beside him, "Brother Yuan, does this mean I've succeeded?" Wei Yuan tilted his head and replied, "Indeed, at least in your case, it has been a success." Hearing this, a smile broke across Han Zheng's face as he approached his sister, Han Chan, who stood at the center of the crowd. "Congratulations, you've become a first-grade Jingxian realm warrior," Han Chan said, her face beaming with joy as she addressed her brother. Han Zheng was taken aback. What is the Jingxian realm? He was intrigued by this new term. At that moment, Teacher Yu, standing beside Han Chan, chimed in to enlighten Han Zheng. The three realms of refinement consist of Jingxian, Legu, and Mingdi, corresponding to the perfected states of fascia, bones, and skin after refinement. You are the first to complete the fascia refinement and thus have officially become a first-grade Jingxian realm warrior. Teacher Yu's tone was gentle. "I see. Thank you for the guidance, Teacher Yu." Han Zheng nodded appreciatively. "Then, Teacher Yu, what would one who simultaneously refines the bones and skin be called?" He continued to inquire. "They would be referred to as third-grade Pajun realm warriors." Teacher Yu answered. "Pajun. What a formidable name. What a pity," Han Zheng chuckled, glancing at the data displayed on the large screen, where his personal metrics were laid bare. Vitality strength, 412, vitality control, 75, fascia refinement progress, 100, strength, 1.5, bone refinement progress, 61.8, strength, 0.81, skin refinement progress, 38.2, strength, 0.42. Standing before the screen, Han Zheng's gaze flitted across the figures. In the midst of the crowd, Han Chan's expression was resolute. She had already formulated her next plans. Turning to Teacher Yu, she said, "Teacher, now that we have our first successful case, I would like to apply for a second batch of volunteers to expand the experimental sample and gather more data. Teacher Yu, listening to Han Chan's proposal, displayed a glimmer of approval in his eyes and nodded in agreement. With Teacher Yu's support, Han Chan felt emboldened. She continued, moreover, to expedite the experimental process, I wish to reapply for a batch of body-refining potions for the volunteers. Teacher Yu pondered for a moment before responding, that is permissible, but the application for body-refining potions must undergo a rigorous approval process, which takes considerable time. Prepare a detailed application report, and I will endorse it. Han Chan's smile blossomed once more. Thank you, teacher. Chapter 50. The Gate Riot. As night fell, the laboratory remained brightly lit. Han Chan had completed a day's worth of work. After organizing all the data and ensuring each record was accurate, she left the laboratory. Han Zheng followed her back to their dormitory upstairs, once again sleeping in Han Chan's small study. He headed straight to the bathroom to wash up. Standing before the mirror, Han Zheng scrutinized his reflection. He felt as though his face had changed slightly, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly how. Each feature, when examined individually, resembled its former self. Yet collectively, they seemed to have transformed in subtle ways. If his previous appearance could be rated a 7, he believed his current visage warranted a score of 7.5. Sister, come take a look. Han Zheng called out to the door. A weary Han Chan emerged from her room, rubbing her sleepy eyes and grumbled. What is it? What do you want me to see at this hour? Sister, look closely at me. Don't you think I look handsomer than before? Han Zheng asked confidently, convinced of his own perception. Han Chan approached the bathroom door, gave him a once-over, then rolled her eyes, replying curtly, handsome? You called me over just to ask if you look handsome? Han Chan sighed but patiently explained. It's common knowledge. A realm warrior who has refined their bones and skin will achieve a relatively perfect state. While it doesn't directly alter one's features, it does adjust the overall harmony of the face to a more aesthetically pleasing form. So, it's quite normal to look more handsome, isn't it? Third-grade warriors, barring any unforeseen circumstances, typically possess robust vitality and balanced physiques, all conforming to the golden ratio. There's not a single ugly one among them. In summary, even if one wishes to be unattractive, their strength simply does not allow for it. Standing before the mirror, Han Zheng felt a pang of frustration. He had never heard such common sense before. Han Chan paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. Oh, I forgot. This is common knowledge for me, but not for you. After saying this, she returned to her room, leaving Han Zheng speechless. Reflecting on it, he realized that all the warriors he knew were indeed not unattractive. His sister Han Chan, Wei Yuan, Su Guanwen, teacher Lin Lin, and even teacher Hong Wu, who may have been disheveled but certainly not ugly. Coming to this realization, Han Zheng continued his ablutions, concluding that an increase in attractiveness was hardly a bad thing. As the morning sun filtered through the gaps in the curtains, it illuminated Han Zheng's bedside. Awakening from his slumber, he rubbed his eyes and reached for his phone on the bedside. The screen was inundated with news alerts, each bearing an air of urgency and shock. Han Zheng furrowed his brow slightly as he opened a headline that captivated his attention. Mecha suffers catastrophic volcanic eruption, level 6 gate opens, nation declared extinct. The headline loomed large. He quickly skimmed the article, learning about Mecha, an overseas island nation he had never heard of, which faced utter devastation due to a sudden volcanic eruption. The video footage displayed volcanic ash blanketing several of Mecha's islands. The sky shrouded in a murky haze, and the air thick with sulfur and ash. The eruption resulted in countless casualties, and to make matters worse, a level 6 gate with the designation 1019 had opened nearby, unleashing a torrent of creatures from the Mountain Sea realm, causing the gate to expand rapidly. By 6 a.m. that day, the level 6 gate had officially transformed into a permanent level 7 gate, with the island's inhabitants being slaughtered and devoured by the creatures, leaving only a few to escape. Mecha had been declared extinct. Those capable of providing aid to Mecha dispatched support, for although lives had been lost, the gate still required fortification to fend off the creatures emerging from it, which needed to be eradicated as swiftly as possible. By noon, the news reported the latest developments in Mecha once more. The screen showed missiles and artillery raining down on several of Mecha's islands, particularly near the gate, where layers of earth had been stripped away by several meters. A towering cylindrical gate, exceeding a kilometer in both diameter and height, loomed in the air, with creatures occasionally bursting forth. Han Chan had approached Han Zheng's side at some point, her tone grave as she remarked, "Another permanent gate has emerged. Whenever a permanent gate appears, all gates on Blue Star experience turmoil, and the creatures from the Mountain Sea realm rush out recklessly. Those already on Blue Star, which haven't been completely eradicated, also become agitated and significantly more aggressive." As Han Chan finished speaking, the sounds of cannon fire roared from the southern part of Star City. Startled, Han Zheng sprang from his bed and looked out the window. "Don't worry, the gate south of Star City is only a level 3 gate at the moment, and it has been fortified into a large base, guarded by numerous military personnel and warriors. The creatures from the Mountain Sea realm cannot break through," Han Chan reassured him. "This world is becoming increasingly perilous. Han Zheng, you must seize the time to cultivate and grow, acquiring the ability to protect yourself as swiftly as possible." Han Chan encouraged her brother. "Sister, I will," Han Zheng replied, filled with determination. "Then hurry up and wash up. Go to the cafeteria and bring me back breakfast. After we eat, you need to rush to the testing chamber for more training. We still need to continue collecting your bodily and training data today." Han Chan suddenly erupted, her tone stern, startling Han Zheng, who was still half asleep. Han Chan's morning grumpiness prompted Han Zheng to hastily rush to the bathroom, wash up, and then head to the cafeteria to grab breakfast. Having grown accustomed to this routine, he refrained from grumbling, knowing it would be futile. Should his sister hear him, he might still face repercussions. With Han Chan's meal card in hand, Han Zheng skillfully queued at the breakfast window, his gaze wandering among the various offerings. Ultimately, he chose to pack 2 servings of Han Chan's favorite rice noodles and a few steaming buns, ensuring a hearty portion. After securing the breakfast, he jogged back to the dormitory and placed the meal on the table, waiting for his sister to join him. After finishing breakfast, Han Zheng returned to the laboratory and entered the testing chamber, where sensors were affixed to various parts of his body. These sensors would monitor his bodily data in real time, providing invaluable first-hand information for the research team. For the entire morning, Han Zheng cooperated in various data evaluations. By noon, he finally concluded the morning's testing. He stood up, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs, and then followed Han Chan and Wei Yuan to the cafeteria. The bustling cafeteria was filled with the lively chatter of researchers who clustered together in small groups, engrossed in discussions about their respective work and the latest news. They found a corner table to settle down, where the screen displayed unfolding events. All the portals on Blue Star had erupted into chaos, with a multitude of creatures from the mountain and sea realms surging forth, flying in the skies and prowling on the ground, each more peculiar than the last. Some defensive lines of the portals had even been breached, resulting in significant casualties. The footage had been heavily edited, avoiding any graphic depictions of bloodshed, predominantly showcasing distant views or satellite images. Among the scenes, colossal creatures rampaged through the ruins of cities, their immense size and formidable strength wreaking havoc with every strike. The world was growing increasingly perilous, Wei Yuan remarked quietly, a hint of concern flickering in his eyes. Han Chan nodded, her expression turning grave. Indeed, the portals within Huagua had also experienced upheaval, yet they had been quelled. However, there still existed some mountain and sea creatures that had evaded extermination, as well as secondary beings spawned from the intermingling of creatures from the mountain and sea realms and those of this world, which had become agitated and began attacking humans during this wave of portal unrest. Han Zheng listened intently to their conversation, a surge of inexplicable tension rising within him. The news report urged officials everywhere to enhance patrols and remain vigilant, advising the populace to exercise caution and flee swiftly while reporting any signs of danger in the afternoon. Han Chan sat before the experimental station, meticulously organizing the collected data. Just then, the lab door was gently pushed open, and Teacher Yu entered. Her face bore a serious expression, yet her gaze hinted at a glimmer of anticipation. Noticing Teacher Yu's demeanor, Han Chan felt a twinge of curiosity. She set down her work and stood respectfully, inquiring, "Teacher Yu, is there something you need?" Teacher Yu approached Han Chan, halting beside her. Taking a deep breath, she slowly spoke. "Han Chan, the application report you submitted has been approved. Tomorrow, the body tempering agents will be distributed, and the quantity has been doubled. The authorities require swift advancement on this research topic, necessitating at least the verification of the new body tempering route's safety." Han Chan was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated the swift approval of her application. A wave of confusion washed over her. Why has this become so urgent? Has the global situation changed? Why is the government so determined to push the new body tempering route? Teacher Yu patted Han Chan, who was lost in her speculations, bringing her back to clarity. Why the sudden urgency? Han Chan asked, somewhat bewildered. Teacher Yu raised her hand, cutting off Han Chan's inquiry. Do not ask. I cannot disclose anything. Just tell me, can you accomplish this? With over 2 months remaining until the commencement of Wu University, you must validate the safety of the new body tempering route before the semester begins. During this period, all your project requirements, provided they are reasonable, will be met. Han Chan inhaled deeply, her tone resolute as she replied, Yes, I will ensure the task is completed. Teacher Yu nodded, a flicker of approval in her eyes. Good. I trust you. You must strive to succeed. As Han Chan watched Teacher Yu leave the lab, her mind was awash with thoughts. The following day, Han Chan held a box containing 6 brand new body tempering agents. This was the second batch that had been approved, with 6 allocated for each volunteer. She handed the box to Han Jing, stating, There's nothing pressing here in the lab for now, so you need not linger. IVE purchased your train ticket for the afternoon. Wei Yuan will take you to the station. Han Jing accepted the agents with joy, unfazed by Han Chan's words, and remarked, It's perfect timing as the college entrance examination is approaching. I can catch up with my classmates and teachers when I return. Han Chan smiled slightly and nodded. Once you're back, continue your training diligently. Do not become complacent. I will notify you when it's time for you to return for the breakthrough. Han Jing nodded, excitement bubbling within him. Sister, will you be back for my graduation banquet? He suddenly asked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Han Chan shook her head, her tone tinged with regret. I truly am very busy at the moment and cannot spare the time to return. After all, the Wu University you'll be attending is also in Xingqing. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Han Jing nodded in understanding. He had indeed observed Han Chan's busyness during his time in the lab. Han Chan reminded him, You are now an official martial artist. Upon your return, promptly register at the county's Armed Forces Department for martial artist certification and obtain your credentials and rewards. Han Jing's eyes were clear yet perplexed. He scratched his head and asked, Why must I register at the County Armed Forces Department to become an official martial artist? Han Chan patiently explained, Aside from the military, all official martial artists must register at the Armed Forces Department in their registered residence. The department will conduct the certification and issue martial artist credentials. With these credentials, you will be able to carry bladed weapons in public, possess modern firearms, and enjoy various benefits and privileges. Han Jing nodded in comprehension. Han Chan continued, Of course, rights come with responsibilities. In the event of an emergency, the local Armed Forces Department has the authority to summon local martial artists. And martial artists cannot refuse unless under special circumstances. Once summoned, the department will grant martial artists temporary law enforcement powers to manage the emergency until the situation is controlled, after which the powers will be revoked. Han Jing was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't realized the extent of responsibilities and obligations that came with being an official martial artist. Upon registration, you become the first in line for summons. Han Chan's voice held a note of seriousness, yet you need not worry too much. Generally, summons will not target martial artists of your caliber, as they are deemed too weak. Feeling slighted, Han Jing pouted but refrained from retorting, as he recognized he truly could not match Han Chan's strength. The disparity between third tier and first tier was overwhelming. However, he consoled himself with the fact that he could now exert a force of 700 to 800 kilograms with a punch. Was that truly weak? In the afternoon, Han Jing bid farewell to Han Chan and accompanied Wei Yuan to the station. The station was bustling with activity, filled with the ebb and flow of travelers. Wei Yuan escorted Han Jing to the station, exchanged pleasantries, and then returned to the lab, not accompanying Han Jing inside as he had done previously. As the train slowly departed the station, Han Jing leaned back in his seat, gazing out at the changing scenery. The train glided through vast fields, the views shifting from the clamor of the city to the tranquility of the countryside. Allowing Han Jing's heart to relax in tandem, he retrieved his phone and dialed Tang Ren's number. On the other end, Tang Ren's familiar voice greeted him. Hello, Lao Han. Are you back? I'm currently on the train and will arrive in the afternoon, Han Jing replied, excitement lacing his voice. Make sure you and Pangzi are ready to pick me up. Pick you up? Tang Ren paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Sure, I'll notify Pangzi right away. By the way, your timing is perfect. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination, and all the classmates will return to school, so we can gather together. All right, see you then. Han Jing concluded the call. Around 3 in the afternoon, Han Zheng finally returned to the familiar Linyi County. Tang Ren and Pang Zi had been waiting at the bus station, and upon spotting Han Zheng, they rushed over. Pang Zi scrutinized Han Zheng from head to toe, curiously asking, "Lao Han, do you have any good news to share with us since your return? It feels like you've grown more handsome in just a few days." "Heh? Haven't I always been this handsome?" Han Zheng responded with a mysterious smile, turning to Pang Zi. "Pang Zi, take me to the Armed Forces Department. I remember you know some people there." Pang Zi hesitated for a moment. "I know them? But why are we going there? Just take me. Don't worry about it," Han Zheng insisted. Pang Zi led Han Zheng and Tang Ren through the familiar corridors of the County Armed Forces Department building. He was well acquainted with the place, having interacted with nearly everyone there. Along the way, Pang Zi greeted everyone enthusiastically, addressing them with titles ranging from Big Brother to Uncle and Aunt. "Lao Han, why did you want me to bring you to the Armed Forces Department? Can you tell me now?" Pang Zi inquired as they walked. Han Zheng no longer concealed his intentions, placing his hands on his hips and feigning an air of superiority, declaring to Tang Ren and Pang Zi, "From this moment onward, you may refer to me as a first-tier Jing Xian realm martial artist." Tang Ren and Pang Zi exchanged astonished glances. Tang Ren exclaimed in disbelief, "What? How did you become an official martial artist so quickly? You didn't go to Xingqing to break through, did you?" Pang Zi also caught on, looking at Han Zheng with confusion. Han Zheng nodded, a proud smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, during my trip to Xingqing, I successfully broke through and became an official martial artist." Pang Zi immediately understood Han Zheng's purpose for the visit and clapped him on the shoulder. "So you've come to the Armed Forces Department for registration and certification, right?" Han Zheng chuckled and nodded. "Exactly. I certainly haven't forgotten you too during this momentous occasion." Tang Ren rolled his eyes, replying with exasperation, "I'd rather you forgot about me." Pang Zi shook his head in resignation. "All right. I'll take you to find Uncle Wang. This matter should fall under his purview." Han Zheng patted Pang Zi's shoulder, grinning. "I knew calling you was a good choice." The trio shared jokes and laughter as they arrived at an office door. After knocking, they walked straight in. Pang Zi led Han Zheng and Tang Ren into the office, and Han Zheng instantly recognized the individual seated at the desk, the very leader who had come to their aid during the Mid-Autumn Festival last year. Upon hearing the sound of knocking, Wang Jiqiang lifted his head and glanced over. Upon seeing the portly figure, a warm smile spread across his face as he stood up and said, "Fuguwei, what brings you here? How have your grandparents been lately?" The rotund youth chuckled lightly and replied, "Uncle Wang, my grandparents are in better health than I am. I came today to bring my classmates for the registration of formal warriors. I recall this matter is under your purview, so I brought them directly." Wang Jiqiang nodded, his gaze shifting to Han Zheng and Tang Ren, who stood behind Fuguwei. "Ah, your classmates. It seems you just graduated from high school this year. How swiftly you have become formal warriors. I wonder who among you it might be." His gaze finally settled upon Han Zheng. "I presume it is you. May I know your name?" Stepping forward, Han Zheng politely introduced himself. "Hello, Uncle Wang. I am Han Zheng. I just broke through yesterday." Wang Jiqiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached and shook Han Zheng's hand, his tone imbued with enthusiasm. "What a promising young man. Han Zheng, I remember that name. You must be the exceptional student from number 1 high school who was admitted to Xingqin Martial University this year. I never imagined you would become a formal warrior so quickly. In comparison, I feel like I've aged like an old dog." Feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, Han Zheng humbly responded, "Uncle Wang, you flatter me." Wang Jiqiang then turned back to Fuguwei. "Well, Fuguwei, please sit with this classmate in my office for a moment. Help yourselves to water. I shall take Han Zheng to complete the registration." With that, he pulled Han Zheng out of the office, leaving Fuguwei and Tang Ren behind. Fuguwei leisurely reclined on the sofa, appearing quite at ease, while Tang Ren sat beside him, feeling a bit dejected and thinking to himself, "Why did I not get acknowledged as a classmate? Not even my name was asked." Wang Jiqiang led Han Zheng downstairs to an office marked with a sign reading Warrior Registration Office. The spacious and well-lit room housed a testing chamber that Han Zheng recognized from his college entrance examinations, along with various other testing equipment. 3 individuals stood upon Wang Jiqiang's arrival. A tall, middle-aged man inquired, "Director Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Jiqiang replied cheerfully, "I brought someone to register as a warrior. This is the only genius from Linyi County admitted to Xingqin Martial University this year. He has yet to enroll but has already become a formal warrior." Han Zheng quickly waved his hands, a hint of bashfulness on his face. No, Uncle Wang is exaggerating. I am no genius, merely fortunate. Wang Jiqiang patted Han Zheng's shoulder, his tone encouraging. Han Zheng, there is no need for modesty. One cannot achieve the status of a formal warrior so swiftly by mere luck. Warriors attain their heights through relentless effort and perseverance, having become a formal warrior at such a young age. Your future is boundless. Upon hearing this, the others chimed in. A bespectacled middle-aged woman remarked, so this is Han Zheng. Another slender middle-aged man added, he is the only student from our county invited to Xingchen Martial University this year. The bespectacled woman continued, not just this year. I believe he is the only new student to enter Xingchen Martial University in the past 5 years. Notably, this is an invitation to enroll. In nearly a decade, there has been no other, corrected the slender man. Truly a genius. He became a formal warrior in less than 2 months following the martial examination, the bespectacled woman exclaimed. If he had broken through even earlier, our county could have produced its first student accepted by Longqing Martial University, added the tall man, joining the conversation. Their enthusiastic praises made Han Zheng feel somewhat bashful. He scratched his head, a shy smile gracing his face. Though he had to admit that being lauded in such a manner was quite delightful. Please, continue. All right, enough of the idle chatter. Let us get to work. Wang Jiqiang interjected, bringing an end to their discussion. As the 52nd chapter unfolds, Wang Jiqiang began guiding Han Zheng through the registration process, starting with a basic information form. Han Zheng took the form, which was densely filled with various fields, and began to fill it out meticulously, the pen scratching softly against the paper. Wang Jiqiang stood by patiently, occasionally offering guidance on how to complete the form. After finishing the form, Wang Jiqiang took Han Zheng to the testing area, where advanced testing equipment was displayed, including a blood energy testing chamber for measuring vitality and control, which Han Zheng had used during the martial examination, as well as an electronic dynamometer for strength testing, high-speed cameras, and laser speedometers for measuring velocity, among others. Once all the testing data was collected, Wang Jiqiang curiously inquired, by the way, Han Zheng, what rank of warrior are you? Instead of answering directly, Han Zheng smiled slightly, closed his eyes, and began to channel his vitality. His left hand's fascia rapidly engorged, the surface of his skin turning a deep shade of blue, causing his left palm to appear 1.5 times larger than his right. He slowly raised his left hand to show Wang Jiqiang. Upon witnessing this, Wang Jiqiang's eyes lit up with surprise. You are a first-tier Jingxian realm warrior. I did not expect you to choose the more challenging path of fascia refinement instead of the easier option of physical enhancement. He could not help but express his admiration. Han Zheng smiled faintly without elaborating further. Shortly thereafter, a staff member approached with a black credential. The exterior of the credential was made of high-quality leather, embossed with the words Warrior Certificate in gold, shimmering under the light. Wang Jiqiang took the Warrior Certificate and handed it to Han Zheng, saying, Here, take a look. This is your Warrior Certificate. From this moment on, your information has been registered in the Warrior database, and you are now a formal warrior. Han Zheng accepted the Warrior Certificate and opened it to find a beautifully stylized character for warrior on the left side, with his photo and basic information on the right, impressively stamped with a seal, exuding a sense of solemnity. Wang Jiqiang continued, after you return, keep an eye on the bank account you provided. As a formal warrior, there will be a reward of 300,000, which should be credited to your account within the next couple of days. Hearing this news, Han Zheng's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated such a generous reward for becoming a formal warrior, and a broad grin spread across his face. However, upon reflection, he realized that 300,000 would only suffice to purchase a single body enhancement potion, and having already consumed 6 such potions, with 6 more still in his backpack, worth a total of 1.8 million. He had also ingested an unspecified Martial Foundation potion. It suddenly struck him that he had forgotten to inquire about the price of the Martial Foundation potion from his sister, Han Shan, when he returned to Xingqing, and he playfully patted his head. Wang Jiqiang, observing Han Zheng's gesture, assumed he was dissatisfied with the reward amount and offered reassurance. This reward is standardized nationwide. While it may seem a bit meager, I have no control over it. The county is currently discussing what rewards to provide for this batch of new martial students. I will do my best to advocate for you. How does that sound? Realizing Wang Jiqiang had misunderstood him, Han Zheng chose not to clarify but instead smiled and replied, Thank you, Uncle Wang. By the way, I have this for you as well. Wang Jiqiang pulled out a copper plaque embossed with the words Warrior Home. Han Zheng accepted the plaque and examined it closely. Wang Jiqiang explained, "If you wish, you can affix this plaque to your home door. If not, it can be kept inside your home. It serves as a symbol of honor for warrior families." Han Zheng nodded and placed the plaque into his backpack. Wang Jiqiang and Han Zheng returned to the office, chatting and laughing. Upon their arrival, they found Tang Ren and Fu Guwei lounging on the sofa in a rather unrefined manner. Upon seeing them enter, they quickly straightened up. After the trio reconvened, they bid farewell to Wang Jiqiang. As they left, Wang Jiqiang called out to Fu Guwei and Han Zheng, "In the future, feel free to drop by any time if you have nothing on your agenda. Oh, and Han Zheng, if you have time, you can come by to enjoy some shooting practice." New warrior students have a quota for ammunition and can familiarize themselves with firearms at the armament department. Upon hearing this, not only Han Zheng but also Fu Guwei and Tang Ren were visibly excited, and no man can resist the simple joy of shooting. Han Zheng readily replied, "I will definitely come by in a couple of days when I have the chance." Fu Guwei gazed at Han Zheng with envy, while Tang Ren wore a dejected expression, feeling completely overlooked that day. After leaving the armament department building, Fu Guwei and Tang Ren, like two curious children, surrounded Han Zheng, eager to glimpse the splendor of his warrior certificate and the plaque of the warrior home. Fu Guwei rubbed his hands together, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Han Zheng, let me see your warrior certificate." Tang Ren also leaned in with eager anticipation. Han Zheng could not help but chuckle at their enthusiasm. He retrieved the warrior certificate and the plaque from his bag and handed them to them. Fu Guwei held the warrior certificate and mused, "I wonder when I will receive my own warrior certificate." Tang Ren examined the plaque of the warrior home closely. It was made of copper, embossed with the words warrior home. The lettering bold and precise. Upon hearing Fu Guwei's words, Tang Ren's expression dimmed a little. Noticing Tang Ren's disappointment, Han Zheng wrapped his arms around both of their shoulders and cheerfully said, "Cheer up from now on. You too will also have a warrior looking out for you." Subsequently, the trio engaged in a spirited bout of playful antics. As they frolicked along, they unwittingly found themselves back at Han Zheng's residence. Upon entering, they were greeted by Han's mother, Li Xiaoping, who was seated on the living room sofa, her face adorned with a warm and benevolent smile. Upon spotting the three of them, she immediately welcomed them with enthusiasm. "Fu Guwei and Tang Ren are here. Stay for dinner tonight. I shall go buy some ingredients and prepare a few extra dishes." Han Zheng did not object, instead smiling at Fatty and Tang Ren, proposing, "What do you say? Shall we stay for dinner?" Fatty and Tang Ren exchanged glances, nodding in agreement, both eager to accept the invitation. Observing their response, Han's mother, Li Xiaoping, remarked, "Very well, I shall go buy the groceries. You three can sit in the living room for a while." With that, she picked up her wallet and keys and exited the house. Once Li Xiaoping had left to procure the ingredients, Han Zheng, Fatty, and Tang Ren moved some stools to the entrance and commenced the installation of the warrior's abode sign. Han Zheng stood atop a stool, one hand gripping the sign while the other held a hammer and nails, preparing to affix it above the doorframe. Tang Ren, stationed nearby, directed him with precision, meticulously observing the placement of the sign to ensure it was perfectly aligned. "A tad to the left, now a touch more to the left," he instructed. Moments later, he added, "Now up a bit, yes, just like that." Following Tang Ren's guidance, Han Zheng carefully adjusted the position of the sign. Fatty, meanwhile, supported the stool and interjected with light-hearted banter, "Han Zheng, do be cautious. You wouldn't want to accidentally hammer your hand." After considerable effort, they finally secured the warrior's abode sign firmly above the doorframe. The three stood at the entrance, gazing up at the pristine new sign, nodding in satisfaction. Just then, Li Xiaoping returned with the groceries. Upon entering, she spotted the trio standing at the door, their eyes fixed on the sign above. A look of contentment spread across her face as she approached and inquired, "What are you all looking at?" Han Zheng turned around, smiling at his mother. "Mom, come take a look. We just finished installing it." Li Xiaoping lifted her gaze to the newly affixed sign, "Warrior's Abode." Both Tang Ren and Fatty promptly congratulated her, informing her that Han Zheng had officially become a warrior. A flicker of surprise and disbelief crossed Li Xiaoping's face as she stared at Han Zheng. Her eyes filled with uncertainty. "Really, Zheng, you have truly become a warrior?" Seeing the incredulous expression on his mother's face, Han Zheng nodded with a smile and produced his brand new warrior certificate from his pocket. Presenting it to her, "Mom, look, this is my warrior certificate." Li Xiaoping accepted the certificate, carefully flipping it open to scrutinize every detail. tears welling in her eyes as a proud smile illuminated her face. Han Jiang continued, "Mom, there's more good news. In a couple of days, the authorities will reward me with 300,000 directly deposited into my account." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoping froze, almost dropping the certificate in her hands. Her eyes widened as she stared at Han Jiang, seemingly verifying if she had misheard. 300,000? Zheng'er, you're not joking, are you? Han Jiang shook his head, replying earnestly, "It's true. The authorities reward all newly appointed warriors." For a moment, Li Xiaoping felt lightheaded, as if ensnared in a dream. The figure of 300,000 echoed in her mind, a staggering sum for an ordinary housewife. She spent the entire evening in a daze, repeatedly mulling over Han Jiang's ascension to warrior status and the promised reward. Occasionally, she pinched her own cheek, as if to confirm this was not a mere fantasy. Despite her excitement, the evening meal remained unaffected. Exquisitely prepared as always, without a hint of mishap, Li Xiaoping's culinary skills were exceptional, her dishes bursting with flavor and aroma, leaving everyone salivating. Han Jiang, Tang Ren, and Fatty devoured their meals heartily, offering compliments that brought a radiant smile to Li Xiaoping's face. The following morning, Han Jiang and Fatty rose early as usual to attend the martial arts classroom at school for their training, with Tang Ren joining them to exercise. After their training session, noting the time, the trio made their way towards the classroom of their former senior class. It was a day designated for all students of the senior class to return to school. Although Han Jiang and Fatty were not required to fill out college applications, they seized the opportunity, knowing it might be the last occasion for their entire class to gather in such unison. Before long, they arrived at the senior building and entered their former classroom. The room was already filled with classmates, congregated in small groups, chatting and laughing. The conversations revolved around college entrance exam scores and inquiries about which universities they intended to apply to. Laughter echoed as girls huddled together, as did boys, while many mixed in groups, creating an atmosphere vibrant with youthful exuberance and the pulsating energy of adolescence. That moment, a whirlwind named Xiao Chong dashed in, shouting, "Help, 3 big brothers," as he ran. He deftly evaded the girls in the class who were overly affectionate, always eager to surround him, pinch his cheeks, and ruffle his hair. Much to Xiao Chong's dismay, Han Jiang, Fatty, and Tang Ren exchanged knowing smiles and instinctively formed a protective barrier for Xiao Chong. Standing in a line, they created an impromptu wall, effectively separating Xiao Chong from the girls. Fatty shamelessly quipped to the girls, "Xiao Chong is almost bald from your incessant fussing. Why not come at me instead?" Instantly, the girls retreated. Soon after, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Huang Wanting, entered the classroom. As she stepped inside, warm sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a gentle glow upon her, as if adorning her with a soft golden halo. Ms. Huang, unadorned by makeup, wore a white chiffon blouse with a slightly open collar that revealed an elegant collarbone. The blouse casually tucked into high-waisted black wide-leg trousers, accentuating her slender figure. Her long hair was loosely gathered at the back, with a few wisps gently framing her face, swaying softly with her movements since last year. Han Jiang, Pengzi, and Tang Ren have been persistently seeking the guidance of teacher Hongwu, hoping that he would impart to them the art of dual-wielding swordsmanship. At long last, teacher Hongwu could no longer withstand Han Jiang's incessant pleading and agreed to teach him. The primary reason for his acquiescence was that Han Jiang had presented his martial artist certificate, proving himself to be a legitimate practitioner qualified to train with cold weapons. Teacher Hongwu, wielding a matte dual-handed longsword, its blade sharp and radiating a chilling gleam, stood opposite Han Jiang, demonstrating sword techniques while elucidating the fundamental skills and principles of dual-wielding. Han Jiang, grasping a blunt longsword purchased online, mimicked teacher Hongwu's movements. Meanwhile, Pengzi, Li Muqiang, and others observed enviously from the sidelines. Suddenly, Tang Ren burst into the martial arts classroom, exclaiming, "Teacher Hong, Teacher Hong." His arrival instantly captivated everyone's attention. He hurried to the group, urgently informing teacher Hongwu, "Teacher, a student on their way home encountered an attack by a secondary ferocious beast. I met teacher Huang on my way here. She asked me to summon you, as she has already gone ahead alone." His face was etched with anxiety and concern. Upon hearing this, teacher Hongwu's expression turned grave, and he inquired, "What? Where did this occur?" "Quickly, speak as we walk." Tang Ren promptly replied, "It was on the national road south of the county. where a secondary ferocious beast attacked a coach. Han Zheng felt a surge of tension within him. He immediately stowed away the longsword and followed closely behind teacher Hongwu and Tangren. Pengzi, Li Muqiang, and the others quickly reacted, trailing closely behind. When teacher Hongwu, Han Zheng, and their companions arrived, they were met with a horrific scene. As if the apocalypse had descended, instilling a sense of despair. Numerous vehicles lay overturned in the thoroughfare, their bodies contorted and deformed, shards of glass littering the ground, while seats, steering wheels, and other components were scattered about, as if an invisible giant hand had violently torn through. Severed limbs and broken arms were visible everywhere, some still adorned with tattered clothing, the wounds on wrists a gruesome mess of blood and flesh, with blood having congealed into a dark purple hue. Exposed bones protruded from severed legs, surrounded by vast pools of blood, a sight both shocking and harrowing. Internal organs were strewn across the area, bright red blood flowing on the ground, forming ghastly rivulets, while organs lay nearby, with some hearts still faintly pulsating. The cries of the injured, their sobs, and pleas for help intermingled, wrenching at the heart. Some victims lay on the ground, their bodies crushed and twisted, faces contorted in agony, emitting faint groans. Others sat nearby, clutching their injuries tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably from their eyes, their bodies trembling as they let out piercing wails. Still others shouted desperately for their loved ones. Li Qingyue and several other girls, upon catching sight of this scene, collapsed to the ground, retching violently as their stomachs churned, a mix of bile and undigested food erupting from their mouths, their faces pale, foreheads slick with cold sweat, their bodies racked with dry heaves, unable to expel anything further. Han Zheng, Pengzi, Li Muqiang, and Tangren struggled to suppress their discomfort, trailing behind teacher Hongwu, their expressions grim, their stomachs roiling as if beset by countless hands. Their throats constricted as if something were rising within. It was not until teacher Hongwu suddenly halted that Han Zheng and the others looked ahead, stunned by the sight before them. A secondary creature, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, lay prone on the ground. This creature bore a resemblance to a tiger, possessing a powerful physique and sharp claws, yet its body was covered in hard, rough scales akin to those of a crocodile, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Even in repose, it stood over a meter tall, its massive form and fierce visage instilling a sense of dread, as if it could spring to life at any moment and rend them to shreds. Meanwhile, the usually fragile-seeming teacher Huang, who exuded an air of scholarly gentility, was now perched atop the neck of this secondary creature. Her fists clenched tightly as she rained blow after blow upon its head. Each strike resonated with a thunderous sound, like a heavy hammer striking iron, followed by a shower of flesh and blood as her fists sank into the creature's tough scales, churning its insides into a gruesome pulp, causing the colossal beast to shudder. Teacher Huang's fair visage was splattered with droplets of blood, her white attire marred by crimson stains, transforming what was once pure white into a chaotic tapestry. Reminiscent of a tragic painting, her expression was resolute and merciless, devoid of any fear or hesitation, filled only with rage and vengeance. Han Zheng could discern that the secondary beast was already lifeless. Its body lay stiff and devoid of any signs of life, yet teacher Huang continued her relentless assault, as though determined to obliterate it completely. Tangren tugged at Han Zheng, his voice trembling as he pointed to a corpse lying on the ground, saying, "Look, isn't that Xiao Chong?" Han Zheng and the others followed Tangren's gesture, their hearts sinking as they beheld the lifeless body, its chest and abdomen torn open, a significant portion missing, exposing internal organs. Despite the abrasions on his face, they could still recognize him as their beloved classmate, Xiao Chong. This young lad, not yet 13, was so vibrant and charming, always wearing a radiant smile, embodying the carefree spirit of youth. Yet now, he lay there, a cold and broken corpse, silently resting on the ground, his face still bearing the marks of pain and fear, as if he had endured immense suffering and terror in his final moments. Tangren was the first to succumb to his emotions, collapsing to the ground to retch, a mixture of food remnants and bile erupting from his mouth, his body trembling violently, tears streaming from his eyes. This triggered a chain reaction, as Li Muqiang and Pengzi soon followed suit, crouching down to vomit. Only Han Zheng managed to maintain control over his physiological revulsion, standing firm, though he tossed aside his longsword with his left hand. Already tasting the bitterness rising in his throat, quickly covering his mouth and nose, desperately suppressing his physical reaction. His right hand clenched into a fist, his nails digging into his palm, veins bulging as he gazed at the beast sprawled on the ground. His eyes shining with a cold intensity. Chapter 54. There's no escape. Ultimately, it was Teacher Hongwu who stepped forward, addressing Teacher Huang. Huang wanting, cease your assault. This female subjugation tiger is already dead. His voice carried a note of helplessness and sorrow, attempting to persuade her to halt this futile attack. However, Teacher Huang appeared oblivious to Teacher Hongwu's words, her gaze fixed intently on the tiger's head. Her eyes alight with a frenzied glow, her fists raining down upon it like a torrential downpour, as if she aimed to shatter its skull completely, unable to bear the sight any longer. Teacher Hongwu seized her arm, striving to pull her away. Yet Teacher Huang, seemingly possessed, violently broke free from his grasp and struck him squarely on the shoulder. Teacher Hongwu was sent flying several meters, crashing into an overturned coach before finally coming to a halt, the tremendous impact causing his body to tremble violently, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Is Teacher Hongwu all right? Han Jing was left in a state of shock by this sudden turn of events. He had not anticipated that Teacher Huang possessed such strength, capable of sending Teacher Hongwu flying with a single punch. Teacher Hongwu, clutching his shoulder with one hand, bore an expression of pain, his face turning a shade of dark purple, yet he forced himself to say, I'm fine. You must go and persuade your teacher. If she continues this way, I fear she might lose control of her qi and descend into madness. Han Jing nodded, cautiously approaching Teacher Huang, wary of receiving a punch himself. His slender frame would not withstand such force. He spoke softly, Teacher Huang, it's me, Han Jing, from Class 3, your student. Do you still recognize me? His voice was laced with both trepidation and determination. Teacher Huang glanced at Han Jing without replying, but she ceased her furious punches. Sitting quietly upon the neck of the subjugation tiger, a poignant contrast of beauty in her shattered state. Her once white attire was now drenched in blood, her face marred with crimson, yet her eyes, once gentle, were filled with profound sorrow and despair. Gathering his courage, Han Jing delivered 2 forceful kicks to the tiger's head, producing a dull thud, and called out, Teacher Huang, look, it is already dead. You have avenged Xiao Chong. Let us descend and pay our respects to him. Upon hearing Xiao Chong's name, Teacher Huang's expression shifted to one of frenzied clarity, and she murmured, Xiao Chong, my brother, Xiao Chong. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks, like pearls released from a broken string. Han Jing approached her gently, offering his support as she trembled, seemingly devoid of all strength. Then, unsteadily, Teacher Huang staggered toward Xiao Chong's lifeless body, each step appearing excruciatingly heavy. As if burdened by an immense weight. At that moment, Tangren produced a piece of fabric from somewhere, covering Xiao Chong's gaping chest and abdomen, concealing the horrific wounds. Teacher Huang knelt beside Xiao Chong, silently caressing his face, her fingers gliding gently over his cheek, as if attempting to wipe away the pain and fear etched upon it, granting him peace as he departed from this world. Tears continued to stream down Teacher Huang's face, falling onto Xiao Chong's. Han Jing, Tangren, and Pengzi stood nearby, silently observing Teacher Huang and Xiao Chong's body, their hearts heavy with sorrow and rage in Han Jing's mind. A myriad of images related to Xiao Chong flashed by involuntarily, depicting playful antics among himself, Tang Ren, and the chubby boy, moments of tearful grievance after being bullied, displays of arrogance when supported by others, and the disdainful expressions when teased by female classmates. When Teacher Huang held his hand, it felt as if an older sister was guiding her younger brother. Yet, this vibrant little life ended so abruptly. His most splendid years had not even begun, the bud had withered before it could bloom. Han Jing turned back to glance at the secondary female behind him, realizing it was all because of it. However, the image of the boundary gate soon resurfaced in his mind, ultimately tracing back to the same cause. That evening, Teacher Huang and Han Jing's group returned to school. The campus was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects, breaking the tranquility of the night. Li Qingyue and Huang Yuqi, along with several other girls, carefully supported the day's teacher Huang back to the staff dormitory. Cautious not to let her stumble at that moment, Teacher Huang resembled a puppet devoid of a soul, allowing them to guide her, her eyes vacant as if the entire world was inconsequential to her. Teacher Huang, on the other hand, found a spot in the stairwell to sit down. Retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, he lit one, taking a deep drag before exhaling a cloud of smoke. As if releasing the burdens of his heart along with it, a third of the cigarette was consumed in this manner. Han Jing and the others had never seen Teacher Huang smoke before, and they quietly sat beside him, watching with curiosity. After finishing the cigarette, Teacher Huang crushed the butt underfoot and slowly spoke. "If you have questions, feel free to ask." His voice was deep and hoarse, laced with fatigue and resignation. The chubby boy was the first to break the silence, inquiring, "Teacher Huang, what was that creature that attacked us?" Teacher Huang sighed, responding, "That was a secondary creature of the 3rd grade warrior level. A type of being from the Mountain Sea realm, born from the mating of a local tiger with an alien species. Due to its origins, it has been colloquially dubbed the female." Tang Ren then asked, "Is Teacher Huang also a warrior?" He had always been curious about how Teacher Huang, who appeared so gentle and frail, possessed such formidable strength. Teacher Huang nodded, confirming his speculation. "Indeed, your Teacher Huang is also a warrior. And she is stronger than I." Han Jing followed up with a question. "Teacher Huang, have you known Teacher Huang for a long time? Could you share her story?" Teacher Huang lit another cigarette and began to recount. "Our families have been close for generations, having grown up together, although she never took a liking to me from a young age." He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head as if reminiscing about their youthful days. "Our families belong to a lineage of ancient martial artists who embraced progress. Our parents were also warriors, members of the first sequence exploring the Mountain Sea realm. Unfortunately, they entered the Boundary Gate and never returned. Back then, Teacher Huang was not yet 10 years old. Years later, during a Boundary Gate upheaval, Teacher Huang's mother sacrificed herself, leaving her and her younger brother to fend for themselves. Interestingly, her brother's nickname was also Xiao Chong, a hint of sorrow tinged Teacher Huang's voice. Afterward, both Teacher Huang and her brother enrolled in the Martial University, showcasing exceptional talent, far surpassing mine. However, with great talent comes greater exposure to danger. During one mission, her brother met with a tragic fate, falling victim to a tiger-like creature right before our eyes. We watched helplessly, unable to render aid, and in the aftermath, we could only flee. I knocked her unconscious and carried her away." As Teacher Huang recounted this, pain and guilt flickered in his eyes, as if that memory was an everlasting wound within him. After that incident, Teacher Huang changed, abandoning her identity as a warrior and retreating into seclusion. She transferred from Martial University to Normal University, spent a year there, and then became a teacher at your school. Perhaps in an attempt to forget her past. Yet, I could never fully trust her. I followed her here 3 years ago. After finishing his cigarette, Teacher Huang stood up, extinguishing the butt underfoot, and said to Han Jing and the others, "Having watched over her for 3 years, I was planning to leave, but unexpectedly, this incident occurred today. It seems that hiding is futile." Han Jing and the others, upon hearing Teacher Huang's words, were filled with shock and contemplation, momentarily at a loss for words. In this world, in this era, one could not escape the tide of fate. "All right, I will go check on Teacher Huang. You should carry on with your tasks." With that, Teacher Huang shouldered his dual swords and ascended the staircase. After his departure, Tang Ren suddenly remarked, "Let us not allow the sorrows of the times to become our own." Chapter 55. Opportunities falling from the sky are not for us. The shadow of the female attack had yet to dissipate, leaving Lin Yi County enveloped in a stifling atmosphere. Following an investigation, the authorities reported that the attack resulted in 41 casualties, including 8 students from Lin Yi County No. 1 High School. Upon this news, the entire county was akin to a stone striking a tranquil pond, sending ripples of grief, panic, and anger throughout the populace. The lives lost had once been pillars of their families, cherished jewels to their parents, sources of joy for their friends, now forever frozen in the tragic moment of calamity. After the incident was reported, the authorities swiftly mobilized teams to conduct a thorough search in Lin Yi County. In an instant, the city was under tight security. The county's armed forces and public security bureau organized personnel, as if casting a vast protective net to ensnare potential threats. However, after meticulous searching, no other secondary creatures were found apart from the subdued female. Experts speculated that this creature might have been a lone wanderer from elsewhere. Nevertheless, the residents of Lin Yi County remained on edge, fearful that another unknown terror might emerge at any moment to shatter their quiet lives once more. Amidst this backdrop, Linny County No. 1 High School welcomed the summer vacation. Teacher Hong and Teacher Huang discreetly left, their whereabouts unknown. This news was relayed to Han Jing and the others by Tang Ren. For the past few days, they had immersed themselves in the martial arts classroom or training room, fervently honing their skills. Just as they poured their hearts into training, the county announced rewards for Han Jing and his fellow martial arts freshmen. While Han Jing was unaware of the rewards granted to others, his account saw an increase of 300,000, combined with the previous warrior reward of 300,000, bringing his balance to just over 600,000. This sum was undoubtedly a significant fortune for Han Jing. Ultimately, he transferred 500,000 to his mother, keeping 100,000 for himself. Initially planning to host a grand celebration for his academic advancement, he had to settle for a simple gathering due to his preoccupation with training. He invited relatives from his uncle and aunt's families, as well as familiar classmates like Tang Ren and the chubby boy, along with a few teachers, hosting a modest meal at a restaurant where they could enjoy each other's company. Notably, Han Zheng's father, Han Chu, also benefited from Han Zheng's achievements. Upon learning that his son was not only a new student at Xingshan Martial University but also a formal warrior, the mine management began to regard him with newfound respect and decided to promote him to the position of deputy mine manager in charge of safety. This role not only offered better compensation but also ensured a safer work environment. Han Chu no longer had to inspect safety conditions in the mines daily but could instead oversee safety arrangements in the mine. The July sun was scorching and dazzling. After the break began at Linny County No. 1 High School, the martial arts classroom was no longer accessible, leaving Han Jing with no choice but to train at Tang Ren's house daily. With a spacious home and numerous vacant rooms, Tang Ren's residence was perfect for practice. Tang Ren, the chubby boy, and Han Jing arrived early each day at Tang Ren's house. Tang Ren's mother, Li Yuhong, always warmly welcomed them, often insisting they stay for dinner. Han Jing, Gue, please stay for lunch today. I made braised pork, Li Yuhong said with a smile. Auntie, you are too kind. We feel bad for constantly imposing on you. Han Jing replied, somewhat embarrassed. Yes, Auntie, if this continues, my weight will surely surpass 200 pounds again, the chubby boy joked, patting his belly. Han Jing playfully patted the chubby boy, retorting, as if you aren't already over 200 pounds. You two kids, don't be polite. Go practice, I'll have Tang Ren call you when it's time to eat, Li Yuhong said with a smile. The 6 body-tempering potions Han Jing had brought back from Xingshan had long been consumed. And later, Han Shan sent 3 more back. She mentioned these were from the 3rd batch of body-tempering potions obtained through an application, temporarily providing Han Jing with 3, according to Han Shan's estimation. Once these 3 were used up, Han Jing would likely be ready to cultivate to the next breakthrough, necessitating a return to the Xingshan Military Academy for the transition.at that time. The remaining body-tempering potions would be given to Han Jing. Han Jing also intended to give a body-tempering potion to the chubby boy, but the latter declined, shaking his head. Throughout July, Han Jing, the chubby boy, and Tang Ren attended several other classmates' celebrations for their academic advancement. Nevertheless, the most grand and vibrant celebration was undoubtedly Tang Ren's. Tang Ren has been accepted into the esteemed Huqing University, the best in the nation. Now, his name proudly adorns the honor roll displayed at the entrance of Yizhong High School, where he ranks first. Across the entire Lin City, he stands 5th in academic achievement. On the day of the celebration banquet for his admission, Tang Ren's father reserved an entire hotel, setting up hundreds of tables for a lavish feast. Anyone who uttered a few kind words was welcome to partake in the festivities. Friends and family of Tang Ren's parents, along with his classmates and teachers, gathered to extend their congratulations. At one table sat Tang Ren, Han Jing, Pang Zi, Li Muqiang, Li Qingyue, and Huang Yuqi, all beaming with joy. The table was adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes, the tantalizing aromas making everyone's mouths water. Congratulations on your acceptance to Huqing University. All the classmates raised their glasses in a toast. It's merely Huqing University. I exerted a little effort and it came easily. Nevertheless, I appreciate everyone's support, Tang Ren replied modestly. After taking their seats, the conversation shifted to discussions about Teacher Hong and Teacher Huang, as well as their future plans. Han Jing intended to go to Xingshan, Tang Ren to Longqing, Pang Zi to Tianfu, and Li Muqiang and others to Wuling, each heading off in different directions. However, we can gather during holidays or weekends. Tang Ren suddenly exclaimed, a spark of excitement gleaming in his eyes. Indeed. We can visit each other's cities, Li Qingyue chimed in enthusiastically. How about we create a study tour plan? Tang Ren proposed. A study tour plan? Everyone looked at Tang Ren in confusion, unsure of what he was suggesting. Here's the idea. During the holidays or weekends, I will take the initiative to reach out to various schools for a study tour. Anyone who is available can join the group, and we can keep seeking out more classmates. If someone has other commitments, they can exit and rejoin at any time until we've gathered everyone. What do you think? Tang Ren excitedly explained. That's a splendid idea. Han Zheng's eyes lit up. Yes, it sounds quite intriguing. Pang Zi nodded in agreement. I think this plan is excellent. Count me in, Li Muqiang said, his eyes reflecting visions of the future. I'll join too. Li Qingyue smiled, her gaze filled with anticipation. All right, it's settled. We shall embark on a study tour, Huang Yuqi exclaimed, her face radiating with a brilliant smile. Absolutely, let's do it. Everyone concurred in unison, their expressions brimming with excitement. Tang Ren's proposal received enthusiastic approval from all the students at nearby tables, each eager to sign up, and Tang Ren even initiated a study tour group chat. In early August, the body tempering potion had been exhausted once more. Han Zheng checked his data on his monitoring watch. Vitality strength at 458, vitality control at 81, fascia tempering progress at 100, bone tempering progress at 98.8, and flesh tempering progress at 61.2. Just then, his watch vibrated, and the screen displayed a call from his sister. Han Zheng hurriedly answered the phone, listening as Han Chan said, Xiao Zheng, tomorrow we follow the usual routine. Come to the laboratory. All right, sister, Han Zheng replied. Sister, may I stay in the laboratory to train until school starts? It's rather inconvenient to train at home. Han Chan quickly responded. No problem. Pack your things and come over tomorrow. You needn't return home afterward. When the time comes, head straight to Xingqianwu University for registration. Thank you, sister. Truly, from the south to the north, my sister is the most beautiful. Enough with the flattery. Hang up. Meanwhile, in the laboratory at Xingqing Military Academy, after hanging up the phone, Han Chan smiled slightly. Tio have such labor willingly offered to me, and for him to express gratitude, perhaps I do have the potential to be a capitalist. She mused self-deprecatingly. Han Zheng, oblivious to his sister's view of him as an expendable resource, entered the kitchen later that evening and said softly, Mom, I'm heading to Xingqing to see my sister tomorrow and will stay there until school starts. Where I will register at Wu University. Li Shoping paused her tasks and turned to Han Zheng. All right, I don't understand your affairs, so go ahead, I'll prepare some things for you to take to your sister. Hearing this, Han Ting, with keen ears, rushed into the living room. Brother, can I go with you to see sister in Xingqing? Li Shoping shot Han Ting a disapproving glance. What do you want to go for? To cause trouble for your sister? I don't care. I'm going. When my brother went the first time, he promised to take me next time, but he didn't take me last time. Han Ting whined. Bringing up past grievances. Weren't you still in school last time? Han Zheng replied with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I don't care. You must take me this time. Han Ting insisted stubbornly, leaving Han Zheng with no choice but to verbally agree. The next morning, Han Zheng quietly packed his belongings and tiptoed out of his room. He glanced at the clock. It was just past 5. And his sister Han Ting was likely still asleep. He successfully slipped out of the house and set off towards Xingqing. Meanwhile, Han Ting remained fast asleep. When she finally awoke, it was already past 8 in the morning. Rubbing her sleepy eyes and stretching, she dashed to her brother's room. However, upon opening the door, she found the room empty, save for a neatly made bed. She paused, an ominous feeling creeping into her heart. Mom, where's my brother? Han Ting hurried to the living room. Your brother? He left, Li Xioping replied without looking up. What? Why didn't he wait for me? Han Ting exploded, feeling a mix of disappointment and grievance. You sleep in every day? Don't he even think about Xingqing? Even if a pie fell from the sky, it wouldn't he come to you? Li Xioping retorted sharply. Mom, why didn't he you wake me? Han Ting said, her voice tinged with hurt. Tears brimming in her eyes. I did wake you, but you didn't he stir. You slept like a log, Li Xioping sighed, shaking her head. Han Ting bowed her head, filled with regret. Meanwhile, Han Zheng was already aboard the train to Xingqing. Chapter 56. The third-grade greedy wolf. As Han Zheng stepped into the laboratory at Xingqing Military Academy, he heard Han Chan's urgent voice coming from the testing chamber. Hurry up and come in. She stood at the control panel, intently focused on the data displayed on the screen. Before Han Zheng could catch his breath, Han Chan pushed him into the testing chamber. Sister, I just arrived. I haven't even had a sip of water. You can't be so cruel, Han Jing protested, sounding somewhat helpless. No time for nonsense. We're pressed for progress. Focus on your training. Han Shan's voice came from the control panel. If you keep talking back, you can sleep under the overpass tonight, she added, shooting him a warning look. Hearing his sister's threat, Han Jing felt a chill run down his spine and dared not complain further. He obediently closed his eyes and began to operate the blood refinement body secret technique. As time passed, Han Jing became completely immersed in his training, oblivious to everything outside. By the afternoon, he completed his third session of blood refinement body for the day. The monitoring screen instantly showed that his data had reached 100. Subsequently, his vitality surged rapidly, recovering from 280 to 460, and then skyrocketing to 712, with the experience from the last time. Han Jing did not deliberately try to control the surge of vitality. Instead, he simply closed his eyes and allowed the vitality to flood through his muscles and skin, inducing a resonance throughout his body. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Han Jing felt his entire body begin to tremble slightly. A faint red glow shimmered on the surface of his skin, a sign of his vitality reaching its peak. His bones emitted soft cracking sounds, a result of being reinforced by the vitality's impact. In just a matter of seconds, the surge came swiftly and departed just as quickly. Han Jing opened his eyes. Exhaling deeply and stood up, he felt an overwhelming surge of power, as if he could punch through a mountain, a sensation that accompanied each breakthrough. Wei Yuan immediately approached him, skillfully removing the sensors from Han Jing's body. Congratulations, you've broken through to become a second-grade drumming realm warrior. Hee, Brother Wei, why does it feel like my sister is particularly irritable today? Han Jing whispered to Wei Yuan. It's just that the pressure from above is immense. The timeline is tight and the tasks heavy. You should understand your sister, Wei Yuan replied with a hint of resignation. The other volunteers have yet to fully break through to become formal warriors. Only your progress is swift, and you have the potential to be our first successful sample data. You shouldn't slack off. For now, we can only depend on you for this project. How are you feeling now? Wei Yuan inquired. Pretty good, just a bit hungry. Han Jing smiled slightly. As they exited the testing chamber, Han Shan stood before a central control screen, meticulously reviewing and organizing the previously collected data. Sister, upon hearing Han Jing's call, she turned her head, her gaze stern. Why are you out? Get back in and continue your training. Sister, I just finished training. You can't do this to me, I haven't even had lunch yet. Han Jing lamented, feeling a sense of helplessness. Then hurry and eat. Once you're done, come back quickly. From today onward, as long as you don't die from it, you will train until you can't anymore. We have plenty of body tempering potions. My only requirement is speed. You must break through again before school starts, Han Shan commanded decisively. After speaking, she exchanged a knowing glance with Wei Yuan. Understanding her cue, Wei Yuan promptly brought over a box filled with 24 body tempering potions. Han Jing, look, there are plenty of body refining potions, so go for it. Wei Yuan patted Han Jing on the shoulder. A hint of sympathy gracing his expression. In the days to come, Han Jing was destined to endure a grueling regimen of training. Han Jing gazed at the body refining potions before him, swallowing hard. Are all these for me? Wei Yuan chuckled. For you? Dream on, they are merely for your use. Take as much as you can, but you think you can have both to eat and take home? Hee, no way. How could that be? Han Jing scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. In the ensuing days, Han Jing's life seemed to have been pressed into fast forward, each day resembling a race against time. His sister, Han Shan, treated him like a beast of burden, demanding his service from dawn till dusk, leaving him with scarcely a moment of respite. Every morning, Han Jing would rise early to fetch breakfast from the cafeteria for his sister. After breakfast, he would be urged by Han Shan to train incessantly, striving to meet the requirements and produce the first successful sample data. Upon returning home in the evening, he was also tasked with cleaning the room, as Han Shan would collapse into bed the moment she returned. During this period, Han Jing consumed the body refining potions as if they were mere water, as if they cost only 3 yuan instead of 300,000. If not for the fact that the potion's effects lasted 3 days and that consuming 2 bottles simultaneously could be detrimental to his health, Han Shan would have eagerly given him 2 potions a day. Under such intense training, Han Jing's progress in body refinement surged swiftly. In just over 10 days, his refinement progress reached an impressive 99.2. With just one more day, the research team would be able to validate their first successful sample. All the members of the research team, including Han Chan and even Han Jing himself, breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere, once taut with despair, gradually relaxed. During Han Jing's time there, the research members, who had previously appeared haggard and unkempt, now looked revitalized and presentable. Most notably, smiles began to emerge on Han Chan's face. The following day, Han Jing stood inside the testing chamber, taking a deep breath to adjust his state. His body was adorned with an array of sensors. These tiny devices clinging to his skin like a spider's web, capable of capturing even the slightest changes in his body. "Are you ready?" Han Chan's voice came from the control panel, her gaze fixed intently on the display screen, where a flurry of data flickered like musical notes, documenting every subtle shift in Han Jing's physique. "Yes, I'm ready," Han Jing nodded, his voice resolute and calm. He slowly stepped into the testing chamber, the door closing behind him and isolating him from the outside world. Han Jing sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the secret method of blood refinement body. The 36 refining movements flashed continuously in his mind, and his body mirrored the intricate motions. Qi and blood flowed ceaselessly between his skin and muscles, nourishing, damaging, and rebuilding in a relentless cycle. His skin felt slightly warm, a testament to the peak of his qi and blood. His muscles were taut and powerful, brimming with latent strength, ready to unleash astonishing might at any moment. Time ticked away, and Han Jing was completely immersed in his training, oblivious to the world outside. Only the sound of flowing qi and blood echoed in his mind, alongside the exhilarating sensation of his body growing stronger. Eventually, after completing a round of refining, the sensation of boiling qi and blood surged once more. Han Jing instinctively sat down, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to the changes within. His body trembled slightly, a sign of his qi and blood reaching their zenith. A faint red glow flickered across his skin, a manifestation of his heightened vitality. At the data control panel, Han Chan and Teacher Yu stood before the large display screen, closely monitoring Han Jing's bodily data changes. The most pronounced change was in the intensity of his qi and blood, which surged to 891 before stabilizing. It seems this breakthrough was remarkably successful, Teacher Yu remarked with a smile. However, it appears there has been no change in the data for fascia and bones. Sitting cross-legged, Han Jing too sensed that this experience differed from the previous two. The boiling qi and blood did not simultaneously infuse the fascia and bones, entering a state of resonance as before. This time, the surging qi and blood flowed solely into his flesh, causing his muscles to swell and throb. His once streamlined physique now appeared somewhat exaggerated, muscles bulging and skin flushed. The muscles and skin trembled uncontrollably, as if eager to unleash all the power contained within. Finally, as the qi and blood subsided, his muscles and skin gradually returned to normal. Han Jing exhaled a long breath of warm air, rising to his feet, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength, as if he could punch through a mountain. Shortly thereafter, Wei Yuan entered to assist him in removing the sensors. Han Jing was the first to exit the testing chamber, approaching his sister. At this moment, Han Chan was intently gazing at the large screen, absorbed in the data, her face reflecting a blend of focus and excitement. Teacher Yu turned to Han Jing with a beaming smile, congratulating him. "Han Jing, congratulations on breaking through to the third rank." Han Jing scratched his head, feeling a bit bashful as he replied, "Teacher Yu, what brings you here? Why can't I come?" Teacher Yu replied playfully, then sighed. Our Star City Military Academy has expended so many resources to help you break through to the third rank. And not just any third rank, however, in a few days, you will be heading to Starry Marshall University. We have truly lost out. Had we known, we should have recruited you to our military academy sooner." In a moment of oversight, Old Peng reaped the rewards. Next time I encounter him, I must remind him of this favor, for he has cultivated a fine student. Han Jing smiled, hesitant to respond. The Old Peng mentioned by Teacher Yu was presumably the principal of Starry Marshall University, whose signature adorned the admission card he received, a formidable warrior at the spirit refinement stage. Han Jing glanced at his data, qi intensity soaring to 891, qi control at 85, and the refinement progress for fascia, bones, and skin all at 100, albeit with varying strengths. Fascia strength at 2, bone strength at 1.6, and flesh strength at 1.2. This data surpassed the average total value of 3 for third ranks by half, yet fell short of the prodigies who had broken through with a unified refinement of fascia, bones, and skin, whose combined values could reach 6, leaving a gap of 1.2. Moreover, his data was unevenly distributed, but still quite commendable. Observing this new path of body refinement, while the data did not match that of the breaking army realm, it certainly surpassed that of an ordinary third-ranked. I believe those who break through along this new path of body refinement ought to have a new realm named for them. Teacher Yu suddenly declared, his tone earnest. Han Jing, Han Chan, and the research team members turned their eyes toward Teacher Yu, filled with anticipation and curiosity. Teacher Yu, somewhat surprised, asked, "What? Do you all think my words are unfounded?" "No, not at all," Han Chan interjected, asking Teacher Yu, "What do you think we should name it?" "How about Greedy Wolf?" Teacher Yu proposed without hesitation. The Greedy Wolf realm of the third rank sounds appealing. Far more imposing than the Whistle realm of the third rank. Han Jing nodded in agreement. Chapter 57. To enter Martial University, first conquer the trial of courage. The school season arrived as anticipated, with the morning sun casting its golden rays upon the earth, filling the air with a refreshing aroma. Han Jing stood not far from the entrance of Starry Martial University, pushing his luggage, his gaze firmly fixed on the gates ahead. The entrance to Starry Martial University was uniquely designed, resembling the character for ferocity from a distance. The overall structure was a combination of swords and blades, with 2 gate pavilions on either side, resembling 2 Tang Dynasty sabers, their tips pointing skyward and blades facing outward. 2 long swords intersected above, their blades resting upon the saber's edge, creating a colossal archway. At the intersection of the swords hung a large plaque inscribed with the 6 gilded characters, Starry Martial University. The sunlight shimmered on the plaque, radiating a golden brilliance, the characters bold and powerful. Standing at the entrance, Han Jing gazed up at the magnificent gates. A wave of reverence washed over him. Pushing through the bustling crowd, Han Jing approached the entrance. The main gates were not fully opened. Only a small side entrance was available for new students to enter. The side entrance, senior students were busy checking each new student's admission notice. Many newcomers were accompanied by their parents, whereas those like Han Jing, who came alone to enroll, were few and far between. Once 4 or 5 new students gathered, a senior student would lead them into the campus. Han Jing reached the entrance and produced his admission invitation card. The 2 senior students at the welcoming desk scrutinized the card before sizing him up. The senior girl, smiling warmly, assessed Han Jing and then said, "Han Jing, right? You are the first new student to check in today with an admission invitation." Han Jing smiled slightly but said nothing. The senior girl stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, "Follow me, I'll take you to register." Han Jing nodded eagerly and followed. The senior girl then asked, "Han Jing, did you come here alone to register? Why didn't your family accompany you? Are you from Star City?" "No, I'm from Lin City, but I've been staying in Star City for a while, and it just happened to be the right time for me to come alone to enroll." Han Jing replied. "What should I call you?" he inquired. The senior girl nodded lightly. "My name is Su Qing, and I'm a year ahead of you. It's a tradition at the Martial University for second-year students to be responsible for welcoming newcomers." Under the guidance of Su Qing, Han Jing arrived at a gathering place filled with numerous freshmen and their parents. With a hint of confusion, he inquired, "Senior sister, what is this?" Su Qing chuckled softly and explained, "Have you ever heard the saying, to enter Wuda, one must first traverse the trial of courage? Receiving an admission notice or even an invitation card does not signify that one has officially become a member of Wuda." Han Jing shook his head, indicating he had not heard that phrase before. Su Qing led him forward, pointing to a narrow path as she continued her explanation. The trial of courage, as the name suggests, is a path that measures one's bravery. This 30-meter-long path is strewn with courage stones, designed to evoke one's deepest fears and conjure phantoms in the mind, compelling individuals to instinctively wish to flee from it. This is Wuda's first test for newcomers, a means of selection. Each freshman is granted 3 attempts. As long as they remain on the path and complete it within 10 minutes, they pass. Should they fail all 3 attempts, Wuda reserves the right to decline their admission. So, Han Jing, do you have confidence? Su Qing asked. Han Jing did not respond to her question immediately. Instead, he took a glance at the so-called trial of courage. Before the trial stood a towering stone, over a person's height, with 3 blood-red characters inscribed upon it, Trial of Courage. The path itself was 30 meters long and 3 meters wide, entirely paved with black pebbles. Uniform in size, which he presumed were the courage stones. Taking a couple of steps forward, he focused intently on one of the courage stones for a moment, feeling his vision blur and his mind clouded. He decisively withdrew his gaze and stepped back to observe the path. At that moment, several freshmen were already traversing the path, some with eyes wide open, others with eyes shut tight, some hesitating while others cautiously moved forward. Some walked in straight lines, while others veered off course, their feet nearly brushing the edges of the path. Just moments ago, a freshman had assumed a starting position for a 100-meter dash in front of the trial, only to dash a few steps in, panic overtaking him as he stumbled out, eliciting laughter from the surrounding crowd. Others boasted confidently that they had watched 100 horror films over the summer in preparation for this test and were absolutely unfazed. Yet moments later, they froze in fear, trembling visibly. Standing before the trial of courage, Han Zheng took a deep breath, silently observing the attempts of the other freshmen. He noticed that some displayed a myriad of expressions, as if they were genuinely witnessing something terrifying. Yet there were a few, albeit pale-faced, who resolutely pressed onward, step by step. Han Zheng, are you ready? Su Qing asked from the side, her tone laced with anticipation. She was eager to see how this newly admitted student would fare on the trial of courage, and whether he truly deserved the invitation from Xingchen Wuda. In previous years, many invited students had made fools of themselves on this path, with incidents of fright leading to loss of control not being uncommon. Failure to pass the trial would result in outright rejection from Wuda. Su Qing herself had been invited the previous year and received a second-tier admission reward. Yet she had not succeeded on her first attempt at the trial, only managing to pass on her second try, taking over 3 minutes to do so. Han Zheng nodded, his gaze resolute as he faced the trial of courage. After Su Qing registered his admission invitation card with a fellow student at the entrance, Han Zheng stood before the path, inhaled deeply, and exhaled slowly. He closed his eyes, feeling his vital energy coursing through his body, enveloping him entirely. When he opened his eyes, he stepped onto the trial of courage. Instantly, a vivid image materialized in his mind. It was as if he found himself in a dense jungle under the cover of night. Towering trees loomed overhead, their foliage thick, blocking out the light. Dim moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows in this shadowy wilderness. A pair of glowing green eyes watched him intently. The eyes of an unknown beast, shimmering with a deep and eerie light. Han Zheng's heart raced, feeling as though it had been gripped by some unseen force, momentarily constricted. Goosebumps erupted across his skin, as if countless tiny insects were crawling upon him. Yet, he did not falter. After all, he had encountered many daunting situations before. He had faced the bizarre during the Zhongwen festival, dealt with malevolent spirits from distant islands, experienced the arrival of otherworldly portals, and witnessed the aftermath of a tiger's attack, even having kicked a dying third-tier martial artist-level tiger. Though it had been deceased, its residual power was still formidable. Han Zheng took a second step forward, and suddenly a horde of pale-faced malevolent spirits appeared before him, seemingly intent on devouring him. One spirit with hollow eye sockets leaned closer, scrutinizing his face, its empty gaze seemingly harboring boundless resentment and greed. Han Zheng could almost smell a foul stench, an odor that induced profound discomfort. Nevertheless, this scene did not frighten him. He merely furrowed his brow and continued forward. With the next step, he felt as if he had entered a den of snakes. Surrounding him were snakes of various sizes, slimy and venomous, writhing in a chaotic dance, the hissing of their flicking tongues filling his ears. Suddenly, several snakes coiled and lunged at him, baring their fangs. To be honest, the impact of this scene was far greater than the previous two. Han Zheng genuinely felt a wave of nausea and fear wash over him, a strong urge to retreat. However, he forcibly restrained the instinct to flee. After all, his sister, Han Chan, had taught him to control his instincts, using his willpower to dictate his movements. He had practiced this method for over a year, and it was now proving invaluable. Ultimately, he suppressed the nausea and the sensation of goosebumps cascading over him, forcing himself to take another step forward. The subsequent segments of the trial of courage unfolded before him, each step revealing a new scene. Venomous insects, ferocious beasts, explosions, gunfire, the arrival of otherworldly portals, incursions from beings of the mountain and sea realms. All manner of scenarios bombarded him. Each step seemed to challenge the limits of his psyche. Yet none shattered his mental defenses or undermined his control over his body. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Han Jing's stride was unwavering, moving at a steady pace of 1 meter for every 2 steps. 2 steps for every meter. His eyes remained open, his expression composed, as he walked in a straight line to the end. He appeared so relaxed, as if simply taking a leisurely stroll, though the goosebumps on his arms and the cold sweat trickling down his back betrayed the reality that he was indeed traversing the trial of courage. Rather than enjoying a casual post-meal walk, Su Qing watched in astonishment as Han Jing progressed steadily without pause, as he crossed the 10-meter mark, the very spot where she had faltered during her first attempt. Her astonishment deepened. At 15 meters, he showed no signs of stopping, and a look of approval spread across her face. At 20 meters. All the way to the final meter, Han Jing even turned back to Su Qing, waving and calling out, "Su Qing, senior sister." Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, muttering under her breath, "What a freak! Where did this bold fool come from?" The students responsible for recording at the entrance of the trial of courage were equally stunned, with some who recognized Su Qing asking her, "Qing Jia, where did this audacious newcomer come from? Is he really a freshman? He can turn back and speak while walking the trial of courage." "Indeed, he is a freshman. I'll go ahead," Su Qing replied, hastily grabbing Han Jing's belongings and maneuvering past the trial of courage to the finish line. Chapter 58. No technology, just grit. Su Qing hurried to the end of the trial of courage, spotting Han Jing animatedly engaged in conversation with the senior students responsible for registration. However, it was a one-sided exchange, as the seniors seemed utterly fascinated and intrigued by Han Jing, eagerly bombarding him with questions. They surrounded him, each taking turns to inquire about various matters. "Junior, what's your name?" asked a bespectacled senior. "Where are you from?" Another senior in a floral dress chimed in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "What was your score on the Wuda entrance exam?" a burly senior queried, leaning in closer. "How did you pass the trial of courage so quickly? Any tips?" A short-haired senior pressed on, her gaze filled with anticipation. "What's your vital energy level? Are you already a martial artist?" A sporty senior scrutinized Han Jing with keen interest. One particularly bold senior even asked, "Do you have a girlfriend? How about considering a senior like me? I not only know a lot, but can also be quite caring." Her playful smile left everyone uncertain whether she was joking or serious. Han Jing found himself overwhelmed, a shy smile creeping onto his face as he struggled to respond to the barrage of inquiries. A blush crept onto his cheeks, and he averted his gaze, unsure where to look. He thought to himself, "These seniors are far too enthusiastic, especially the senior sisters. They dive straight into bold propositions." Just then, Su Qing approached, lightly clearing her throat. The lively group of seniors finally quieted down, turning their attention to her. "Senior Sister Su," one of the bolder senior sisters remarked, "let's tone it down a bit. We wouldn't want to scare the junior away. Is it really necessary to be so eager? Don't you know that there's plenty of time ahead?" Another audacious senior retorted, "Qing Jia, the early bird catches the worm. If we wait too long, we might only get soup." Another senior jokingly remarked, "Can't you see? Qing Tian has already made her move. This time, she personally brought the new students, as soon as the words left her lips. She hurriedly scampered away with a cheerful laugh, as if fearing that Su Qing might pursue her. Su Qing, however, showed no signs of shyness. Instead, she shot a fierce glare at a few individuals and warned, "I'll settle the score with you all later tonight." Her words carried a hint of threat, yet also an undertone of helplessness. "Han Jing, don't pay any attention to these rascally girls. They all want to take advantage of you." Su Qing turned to hand Han Jing his enrollment card, which she submitted to the classmate in charge of registration, while Han Jing stood to the side, smiling awkwardly as he held his luggage. Indeed, Han Jing's appearance had improved remarkably. His delicate skin glowed healthily in the sunlight, and his gaze was steadfast and confident. After breaking through to the third rank of martial artists, his entire physique had achieved a relatively perfect state. Standing at 181 centimeters tall, he possessed broad shoulders and a narrow waist, with a physique reminiscent of a mantis, robust and full of vitality. His facial features were sharp and well-proportioned, adhering to the golden ratio. Coupled with his naturally handsome features, he could undoubtedly be described as a striking young man, though all his charm was the result of his own diligent training. "All right, let us go. Han Jing, I'll take you to register." Su Qing said after Han Zheng completed his registration. Sure, Senior Su, Han Zheng replied, nodding as he took his enrollment invitation card and pushed his luggage, following Su Qing. Shortly after their departure, the students stationed at the end of the courage test began to discuss amongst themselves. A bespectacled senior sighed, 30 seconds to complete the courage test? This new student is just too abnormal. Doesn't he know fear? A burly senior nodded in agreement, 30 seconds. Although it didn't break the record. Even if we second-year students attempted it, we'd be lucky to achieve that time, a senior in a floral dress scoffed, provocatively saying, Heh, let us see you walk it in 30 seconds. I'll wager 10 credits. If I win, you owe me 10 credits, and if you win, I'll give you 10 credits. What do you say? A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. The burly senior immediately turned crimson. Chuckling nervously, unable to respond, a short-haired senior tugged at the floral-dressed senior's sleeve, advising, All right, enough of that. There are so many new students and their parents around. Let us give them some face. The floral-dressed senior pouted dismissively. Fine, fine. Meanwhile, Han Zheng and Su Qing continued along the campus path. Su Qing first congratulated Han Zheng on passing the courage test. Congratulations, Han Zheng, completing the courage test in 30 seconds is quite an impressive achievement. Her tone was laced with admiration, avoiding the direct implication that Han Zheng was foolishly brave. Intrigued, Han Zheng asked, Senior Su, what was your score on the courage test? Su Qing smiled slightly but did not respond directly. Instead, she said, as an invited student, the admissions officer must have informed you that your enrollment requires passing an entrance assessment to determine the level of benefits you will receive. Han Zheng nodded. Acknowledging that he had heard about it, Su Qing continued, the courage test you just completed is the first stage of the entrance assessment. While you may not have broken the record, achieving a good evaluation should be well within your grasp. Just perform well from here on out and aim for the highest tier. Han Zheng, curious, inquired, what is the record for the courage test? What other assessments are there? His mind brimmed with curiosity about these evaluations and the challenges he would soon face. Su Qing replied enigmatically, the fastest record for the courage test at Xingshan Martial University is 21 seconds. As for the entrance assessments, I'll take you to test the other two, vitality strength and vitality control. As for the others, I'm not sure, and even if I knew, I wouldn't be able to say. Han Zheng, feeling helpless, could only nod in understanding. Next, as they walked, Su Qing introduced various buildings and facilities on campus. Over here is our school's teaching building, and over there is the library. Further on is the cafeteria, she explained patiently, pointing toward the structures. Han Zheng listened intently, filled with curiosity about this new environment. Under Su Qing's guidance, Han Zheng arrived in front of a large building. Su Qing pointed to the structure and explained, this is the Academic Affairs Building of Xingshan Martial University, where you will handle your registration matters. With that, she led the way toward the building, explaining the registration steps as they went. Here, you'll need to verify your enrollment invitation card and identification. Then, a teacher will guide you through the test for your vitality strength and control. The primary goal is to compare your performance with your martial arts college entrance exam results to see how much you have progressed during this period and whether you have been diligent in your training. The admissions officer should have mentioned this to you as well, Su Qing stated with a serious tone. Han Zheng nodded. Recalling that teacher Wu had indeed mentioned it, Su Qing continued, after the vitality test, a teacher will take you to the registration hall, where dozens of teachers will be waiting. You can choose any one of them. They will assist you in registering. However, the teacher you choose will become your advisor. And you will join the class they manage, so choose wisely. The difference between an average advisor and an excellent, responsible one can be quite significant. Although you will have opportunities to change classes and advisors in the future, that won't happen until next semester at the earliest. Han Zheng pondered for a moment before asking Su Qing, Senior Su, with so many advisors, I don't know them, and they don't know me. How should I choose? I can't just pick randomly, can I? Do you have any suggestions or insider information? Su Qing smiled at Han Zheng and replied directly, while you may not know the advisors, they certainly know your profiles. You invitees are the coveted prizes they are vying for. The more outstanding students they recruit, the better their evaluation metrics will be. Most of these advisors are excellent graduates from either our school or other institutions, with each of them possessing skills generally at the Qi refinement stage or above. However, to officially remain at Xingshan Martial University as teachers, their performance will largely depend on how well the students they mentor perform this year. So, you have two options. Either choose someone powerful or someone diligent and responsible. I can't tell you who is particularly responsible, but I do know who possesses strong capabilities. Would you like to know? Su Qing looked at Han Jing with a playful smile. Han Jing nodded. Please tell me, Senior Su. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? You choose the place and the time, and just send me the location when the time comes. Su Qing patted Han Jing, praising him for being astute, and they exchanged contact information. Su Qing said, My task for welcoming you is to bring you here. I'll send you the advisor's details later. Don't forget about dinner tonight. With that, Su Qing left gracefully. After she departed, Han Jing entered the Academic Affairs building alone. The building's exterior was solemn and elegant, constructed from deep gray marble, exuding an air of dignity and seriousness. Pushing his luggage, Han Jing traversed the spacious lobby, following the signs until he found the entrance to the entrance assessment area. The entrance assessment area was located on one side of the building, marked by a prominent sign displaying the words Entrance Assessment Area. Several staff members in uniform stood there, smiling warmly as they greeted each new student arriving for testing. Han Jing approached and presented his enrollment invitation card and identification. The staff member took Han Jing's documents, carefully verified them, and upon confirming their accuracy, smiled and said, Welcome, Han Jing. Xingshan Martial University is glad to have you. Please follow me. With that, the staff member led Han Jing toward the testing chamber. These vitality testing chambers appeared similar to those used during the martial arts college entrance exam, yet they seemed newer and more advanced. Following the staff member's instructions, Han Jing temporarily set his luggage aside and stepped into the testing chamber. Chapter 59. Choosing a school versus choosing a teacher. The registration hall was spacious and bright, with dozens of tables neatly arranged in 2 rows, leaving a wide aisle in the center. Behind each table sat or stood a faculty advisor. Each table displayed a nameplate for the respective teacher, along with registration forms and writing instruments. Many teachers even prepared their personal resumes as brochures or banners, placed on the tables or nearby to attract the new students' attention. Some tables were bustling with activity, students crowding around to inquire about various issues, creating a lively scene, while others remained eerily empty. Among these advisors, one particularly caught the eye, a young woman in a white dress. She sat quietly behind her table, with nothing on it except her nameplate, forms, and a writing instrument. When no students approached, she would often rest one hand on her fair cheek, her gaze seemingly penetrating the air before her. Lost in her own world, exuding an aura of solitude that discouraged intrusions, she appeared to be completely out of sync with the surrounding commotion, like a solitary white lotus blooming amidst a noisy flower bed. Evoking a desire to draw closer yet instilling a reluctance to disturb her tranquility, in front of a desk adorned with a nameplate reading Su Feng, a young and handsome male counselor patiently guides a female student in completing her registration form. Su Feng possesses a head of jet-black short hair, and his brows hint at a touch of heroism. His lips are perpetually curved into a gentle smile, imparting a sense of warmth and reliability. Suddenly, Su Feng's phone rings. He glances at the screen, gestures to the female student that he needs to take a call, and steps aside to answer. Hello, sister, what's up? On the other end, Su Qing's voice chimes in. Bro, I have a new student to recommend to you. His name is Han Jing. He cleared the trial route in just 30 seconds and is an invitee. I personally welcomed him. When he asked how to choose a counselor, I put you first on the list. If it works out, remember to treat me to a week's worth of meals. All right, as long as your recommendation of Han Jing holds true. Not just a week. But a month is no issue. Su Feng readily agrees. Great. I'll recommend you to him now. He's off to take the entrance assessment and should be here shortly. Bye. With that, Su Qing quickly adjusts a text template and sends it to Han Jing. At Xingshan Wuda, every year, new counselors provide various advantages to second-year students, encouraging them to promote themselves and distribute their brochures, particularly to those who arrive with enrollment invitation cards. Some new counselors even establish connections with the staff at the entrance assessment station, receiving early notices about students with outstanding test results, allowing them to gain an upper hand. As long as things don't go too far, Wuda tends to turn a blind eye to such practices. Following the staff's guidance, Han Jing steps into the Qi blood chamber. Han Jing, please stand at this position, relax your body, and maintain steady breathing, the staff instructs. Time ticks away as the instruments inside the chamber emit soft buzzing sounds. Before long, the results emerge. Qi blood strength at 912 and Qi blood control at 87. The staff member responsible for recording the results rubs his eyes, unsure if he is mistaken. After confirming the numbers remain unchanged, He hesitantly calls over a colleague, who, upon seeing the results, suspects a malfunction in the testing equipment. After some deliberation, they decide to have Han Jing retest in another chamber. Although perplexed, Han Jing complies with the staff's instructions and moves to the second chamber. This time, the results are identical: Qi blood strength at 912 and Qi blood control at 87. Several staff members quickly send discreet messages to connected counselors. One staff member cheerfully approaches Han Jing, saying, "Apologies, Han Jing, but your Qi blood data is unusually high. Even some fourth-year students who come here for testing don't reach your level. We initially thought there was a malfunction." Han Jing nods, indicating that it's fine, though he finds the situation somewhat amusing. He has long been aware of his Qi blood data, having seen the same figures on his testing watch that morning. Remaining calm, he is not at all surprised. The staff shows him the test data, which matches what he saw earlier. "Are you a natural talent with remarkably strong Qi blood?" the staff inquires, hesitating to label him a Qi blood anomaly. Han Jing shakes his head in denial, and the staff refrains from further probing, instructing him to proceed straight ahead to the registration hall. Before departing, a staff member discreetly shares a few names, suggesting some capable counselors for Han Jing to consider. Han Jing smiles and assures them he will take their advice into account, then continues forward, checking his phone. He has just received a message from Senior Su Qing, which he now has time to read. The counselor she recommended is named Su Feng, a fifth-tier martial artist, a graduate of Longqing Wuda, who previously entered the boundary gates to explore the Shanhai realm as part of the first sequence. Su Qing also notes that Su Feng is her elder brother, a candid revelation. Han Jing chuckles, stows his phone back in his pocket, and proceeds onward. As Han Jing exits the entrance assessment area, pushing his luggage, he steps into the registration hall. The atmosphere is lively, with numerous desks arranged in 2 neat rows, each manned by an enthusiastic counselor presenting their advantages to the incoming students. Upon entering, a few counselors quickly surround him, startling Han Jing. "Excuse me, are you Han Jing?" one counselor inquires, urgency evident in their tone. Han Jing shakes his head, and the counselors swiftly move past him, turning their attention to the next newcomer. Pushing his luggage forward, Han Jing can't help but chuckle at the situation. He strolls along the row of desks, occasionally receiving brochures from counselors or being asked if he has registered yet. He accepts the brochures and answers the usual questions. As he observes, he spots Su Qing's brother, Su Feng, patiently assisting a male student in filling out an enrollment form. Han Jing decides against interrupting, but temporarily considers him a top candidate, planning to continue his exploration before making a decision. Choosing a school is less important than choosing a teacher, and selecting a teacher is akin to choosing a father. Han Jing silently reflects, understanding that a good teacher is crucial for his growth. Previously, he had no options, but now that he does, he intends to be thorough and judicious in his choices. As he walks, Han Jing suddenly spots a familiar figure quietly seated behind a desk. He approaches excitedly, his voice tinged with enthusiasm. "Teacher Huang, what brings you here?" Han Jing's greeting seems to pull Teacher Huang wanting from her reverie. Her face lights up at the sight of him, and she smiles. "Han Jing, what a pleasant surprise. I was just lost in thought. It's no wonder to see you here after being admitted to Xingchen Wuda. And what about you, Teacher Huang? What are you doing here?" Han Jing continues, curiosity and intrigue evident in his tone. Huang Wanting smiles softly and replies, "As you can see, I am one of the counselors for this year's new students." Her gaze warm with kindness. "Then could you please hand me a form?" Han Jing playfully requests, filled with delight at unexpectedly encountering Teacher Huang. She chuckles at him, a hint of teasing in her eyes. "You do realize that since I managed you for 3 years in high school, if you take my form now, you'll be under my guidance for another 4 years. Han Jing grins sheepishly, scratching his head in jest. "Teacher Huang, you wouldn't really hold that against me? Would you?" His smile carries a playful edge. At this, Huang Wanting refrains from further comment, simply smiling as she retrieves a pristine enrollment form from her folder and hands it to Han Jing. "All right, let us begin filling it out," she says, her tone serious now. She picks up a pen and gently taps it against Han Jing's form, signaling him to start, evoking a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of high school days. Han Jing nods and takes the pen, diligently filling out the form as Huang Wanting stands by, patiently guiding him. After completing the form, she leads Han Jing directly to the adjacent academic affairs office. Upon arrival, she hands over Han Jing's form and enrollment invitation card to the staff. The staff meticulously verifies the documents and, upon confirming everything is in order, smiles at Han Jing. Welcome, Han Jing, to Xingchen University. May your martial arts flourish and your path remain unimpeded. Subsequently, the staff presents Han Jing with a brand new student card. Thank you, teacher. Accepting the student card, Han Jing feels a surge of excitement and joy as his 4-year journey at Xingchen Wuda officially commences. Following this, Huang Wanting guides Han Jing to the dormitory area to assist him in selecting a room. As they walk, Han Jing walks alongside Teacher Huang. Teacher Huang, I remember Teacher Huang Wu left with you. Where is he now? Han Jing inquires, his voice laced with curiosity and concern. Huang Wanting smiles gently. Teacher Huang Wu has now broken through to Qi training and become a 4th-tier martial artist. He has joined the first sequence of Xiqing, fulfilling his aspirations. Han Jing nods, genuinely pleased for Teacher Huang Wu. And how did you become a counselor at Xingchen Wuda? Han Jing asks, aware of Huang Wanting's remarkable abilities. Having the strength to defeat a female tiger equivalent to a 3rd-tier martial artist with her bare hands. However, he knows that securing a position as a counselor at Xingchen Wuda must not have been straightforward. Huang Wanting smiles softly, her tone calm. I came simply because I needed a job after leaving Lin Yi County No. 1 middle school. Having been a homeroom teacher for 3 years, I found I preferred guiding students. So I decided to join. Moreover, my brother graduated from Xingchen Wuda, and I wanted to see it for myself. She pauses before continuing. Teacher Huang will likely mention my past to you. Han Jing nods in acknowledgement. No need to be so tense. You need not shy away from discussing it. The past is behind us. I'm not that fragile. Han Jing breathes a sigh of relief and presses on with his inquiry. Why did you and Teacher Huang Wu leave without saying goodbye? They offer no opportunities for us students, not even a toast at our graduation banquet. Huang Wanting fell silent for a moment, her eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. She slowly spoke. Perhaps it was because I wanted to avoid it back then. Her voice carried a trace of helplessness and bitterness. Chapter 60. The battle for dormitory. Teacher Huang led Han Jing to the dormitory area, which resembled a luxurious residential complex, boasting an elegant environment and picturesque scenery. Every few steps revealed a new view, with lush trees and blooming flowers, as if they had stepped into a paradise. Han Jing could not help but marvel at how this place contrasted starkly with his preconceived notions of school dormitories. It felt more like an upscale housing district. The two strolled along the spacious pathways and eventually stopped at Building 7. Teacher Huang smiled as she introduced, this building is designated for our class. It consists of 12 floors, with 2 households per elevator, all exquisitely furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. As your advisor. I also serve as the dormitory supervisor, residing on the 1st floor, so you can approach me anytime with any concerns. Subsequently, Teacher Huang led Han Jing to the management office on the 1st floor, pointing to a row of keys. Currently, you are the first new student in your class, so you can freely choose your floor and room. There are both 3-bedroom and 4-bedroom options, with each room accommodating 1 person. Moreover, Teacher Huang deliberately paused. The school permits cohabitation of both genders. She cast a playful glance at Han Jing. Is the school really that open-minded? Han Jing was taken aback. During my training, did Huang Wu not mention the risks associated with the refining essence into blood technique? Yes, he did. Han Jing replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice as he scratched his head. There's no need for embarrassment in front of a teacher. We are all martial artists. In the words of our predecessors, we are all children of the rivers and lakes, unconcerned with trifles. The school has its considerations. Officially, there is a stance that acknowledges your age, a time when hormones are rampant and energy needs an outlet. Forcing suppression would be ineffective, so it is better to guide you properly and allow for some freedom. Furthermore, there are indeed issues with refining essence into blood. Warriors who have advanced to the Qi refining stage often have few offspring, making the essence refining stage the optimal period for procreation. Moreover, when both parents are martial artists, their children tend to possess greater innate talent in martial arts. If you happen to encounter a girl you fancy at school, marrying and starting a family during your time here is entirely feasible. In fact, should a child be born, not only is there a reward from the authorities, but the school also has comprehensive facilities such as hospitals, nurseries, and kindergartens, ensuring no concerns whatsoever. Upon hearing Teacher Huang's words, Han Jing was left utterly astonished. The authorities were so humane, and the school was so indulgent. It was no wonder the senior sisters he had encountered were all so formidable. Let's not dwell on that for now. If anything arises, feel free to consult me later. Now, let me explain the rules of Xingchen Martial University, Teacher Huang said earnestly. Those residing in the same dormitory automatically form a small team, which can consist of 3 or 4 members. Of course, if you are confident in your abilities, you may opt to occupy an entire dormitory alone. Han Zheng nodded, feeling quite satisfied with this flexible arrangement, which not only catered to the diverse needs of students but also fostered interaction and camaraderie among dormitory members. However, according to the rules of Xingshan Martial University, the school encourages students to compete for dormitories. A month after the semester begins, the dormitory competition will commence. Teams may challenge other dormitory teams they prefer. And under the witness of the advisory teacher, competitions will be held, with the victors gaining the right to choose first. Teacher Huang's tone held a hint of amusement, clearly intrigued by the impending dormitory competition. Additionally, at any time, students may change rooms and form teams with individuals they trust, provided they obtain consent from all current residents of the desired dormitory. Teacher Huang added, "Now, go ahead and select a key." She smiled, her eyes filled with anticipation. Standing before the key rack, Han Zheng's gaze swept over the multitude of keys. Ultimately, he chose the key labeled 10th floor, room 1001. The 10th floor was neither too high nor too low, perfectly suiting his needs. Teacher Huang accompanied Han Zheng in the elevator, and as they ascended, they engaged in light conversation about the various facilities in the dormitory area and the surrounding environment. Before long, they arrived on the 10th floor. Teacher Huang unlocked the door to room 1001 and smiled at Han Zheng, saying, "This is your dormitory. Feel free to take a look inside." As Han Zheng stepped inside, he was greeted by a spacious, luxuriously decorated room, bright and clean, equipped with all necessary appliances. Only a few daily necessities were needed for him to move in. This was a standard 3-bedroom, 2-living room, 1 kitchen, 2-bathroom layout, airy and well-lit, with sunlight streaming through the windows, imparting a warm and comfortable ambience. According to the rules of Xingshan Martial University, the occupant of the master bedroom automatically becomes the captain of the dormitory team. If any dormitory members are dissatisfied, they may challenge the captain at any time, and the contest must be witnessed by the advisory teacher, with the victor gaining the right of first choice. Teacher Huang's voice echoed in the room. Upon hearing Teacher Huang's question, Han Zheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he pushed his luggage into the master bedroom. Teacher Huang smiled slightly and nodded. This choice did not surprise her. After Han Zheng organized his belongings, he turned to Teacher Huang and asked, "Is there a supermarket nearby? I would like to buy some daily necessities." However, Teacher Huang simply smiled and waved her hand gently, saying, "Let's wait until evening to shop, Han Zheng. Now, I must summon you as the first student to report. You wouldn't want to see your teacher struggling alone in the registration hall, would you? Come with me to the registration hall. I will handle the admissions, and you will assist in escorting the newly registered students back to the dormitory. As for compensation, I'll treat you to lunch, enough to fill you up. What do you say?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Understanding Teacher Huang's request, Han Zheng realized this was not merely a simple task, but also an opportunity for him to prioritize selecting teammates, seeking out those he found agreeable and amiable. Inviting them to reside in his room 1001, "I must go then. A teacher's affairs must be attended to by their students, and make sure to include an extra chicken leg for me at lunch." Han Zheng cheerfully agreed. Teacher Huang nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging his respectful demeanor in the first part of his response. While choosing to overlook the latter part, in the registration hall, the atmosphere was bustling with noise. As other advisory teachers employed various strategies to attract new students, some stood at tables, enthusiastically introducing themselves while brandishing exquisite brochures, with eye-catching pull-up banners beside them. Others had even recruited sophomore students to recommend their advisory teachers during the welcoming process. Seizing an early advantage, Teacher Huang and Han Zheng sat quietly behind a table, seemingly out of sync with the surrounding clamor. Their position was somewhat secluded and quiet, located in a corner of the registration hall. Han Zheng cast a furtive glance at Teacher Huang, feeling a mix of confusion and concern. He quietly asked, "Teacher, don't you worry that with others having brochures and pull-up banners, along with the support of sophomore students, we might just end up being overlooked here?" Teacher Huang shot him an exasperated look, her eyes filled with a blend of helplessness and sarcasm. "What do you expect me to do? I can't just jump in and snatch students like they do. You think I brought you over to help for no reason? Surely you don't believe your teacher's meals come without cost. Now that you're here, you must work. I'll oversee the command. You're in charge of the front line. As for your approach, that's up to you. Whether you directly engage or take another route, Anything not prohibited by law is permissible. Han Zheng shrugged, a wry smile on his face as he realized the absurdity of the situation. He whispered, "Teacher, you're too dignified to stoop to such means, and as a student, I can't possibly do that either." Teacher Huang smiled slightly, her eyes glinting with mischief. "Haven't you and Tang Ren and Zhu Fugui been quite the characters over these 3 years of high school? Don't you have any clever ideas?" Han Zheng sighed, feeling a sense of resignation. "You know very well that the three of us have always relied on Tang Ren for ideas, with Fatty as the main force. I was merely the support." Teacher Huang rolled her eyes at him, her tone teasing. "Well, do as you see fit. Just remember, for lunch, I'll only ensure you're full. Plain rice with water will fill your stomach just as well." As anticipated, neither Teacher Huang nor Han Zheng managed to attract a single new student throughout the morning. Firstly, there were not many new students registering that morning. The peak registration time was in the afternoon. Secondly, other advisory teachers were exceedingly enthusiastic, effectively dividing the new students at the entrance of the registration hall. Lastly, Han Zheng and Teacher Huang were simply unable to muster the courage to engage, remaining seated without any promotional materials or geographical advantages. Although both were reasonably attractive, Xingshan Martial University was not a place that judged solely on appearances. "Teacher, we can't continue like this. We need to come up with a plan. If we sit here in isolation as we did this morning, our class might end up with just me as the sole student," Han Zheng lamented during lunch. "Have I not entrusted everything to you? You are now the senior brother of our class. As long as you can recruit students, the position of class leader will be handed over to you. Should you fail to attract students, it is likely that the school will be compelled to expel me, and at that point, you will have to seek assistance from other instructors." Teacher Huang has exhibited a complete lack of concern regarding recruitment, adopting a wholly laid-back attitude. "Press on. I have faith in you. After finishing my meal, I must return to catch up on some much-needed sleep, as the recent pressures have left me unable to rest properly. The recruitment hall is now in your capable hands." Teacher Huang is truly generous, unreservedly directing Han Zheng's efforts. "Teacher, you cannot do this." After the meal, Han Zheng helplessly watched Teacher Huang's retreating figure as he made his way back to the dormitory. And with no other option, Han Zheng began to call for external assistance. "Hello, Lao Han. What is going on? Why the sudden call? Is there something amiss?" came Tang Ren's voice. Han Zheng cleared his throat and began to recount his experiences at Xingshan Wuda to Tang Ren. Upon hearing this, Tang Ren could not help but exclaim, "Is Xingshan Wuda really that entertaining? Such a pity." His voice was tinged with a hint of envy and regret. Han Zheng understood well what Tang Ren lamented. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Ren began to offer Han Zheng some advice. Han Zheng questioned in confusion, "Is that truly feasible? Wouldn't it be too embarrassing? I, an I person, cannot even utter such humiliating words." Tang Ren chuckled and replied, "No worries, you can unfurl a banner, purchase a loudspeaker, and record your words. There's no need for you to speak." Chapter 61. The freshman's first challenge. After listening to Tang Ren's suggestion, Han Zheng did not linger in indecision and promptly decided to follow his advice. He rushed to procure some brush and ink, ordered a large blank banner, and a few empty roll-up banners. He downloaded several photographs of Teacher Huang from their high school class group and printed them out, bought a loudspeaker, and discreetly found a secluded spot to record a speech. As he prepared, Han Zheng repeatedly muttered to himself that he would need to have Teacher Huang reimburse him for this later. Once all preparations were complete, Han Zheng, clutching a pile of items, dashed towards the challenge road. Ultimately locating a circular platform beneath a statue, raised several steps above the ground, with a diameter of over 10 meters. Standing on the circular platform beneath the statue, not far from the end of the challenge road, Han Zheng surveyed his surroundings with a sense of smug satisfaction. The area was spacious and bustling with foot traffic, making it an ideal location to showcase himself. He set down his belongings and began to busily prepare. First unfurling the large blank banner, which measured several meters in length, he picked up the brush, dipped it in the ink, and with a flourish, wrote the words "First Freshman of Xingshan Wuda." The calligraphy was robust and vigorous. While Han Zheng's academic performance was lacking, his penmanship was commendable. After securing the banner, he opened the blank roll-up banners, affixed one of the printed photos of Teacher Huang onto one, and beside it, added a fabricated illustrious resume, graduated from Longhua Wuda, a 6th-rank warrior, and retired from the first sequence of the military, making it seem as if Teacher Huang were indeed a formidable instructor. On the remaining roll-up banners, He inscribed the challenge rules and some scathing remarks, such as only those who can withstand my 3 punches may qualify to join Class 7. Class 7 does not accept the inept. Laden with a provocative tone. With everything in place, Han Jing pressed the play button on the loudspeaker, and the recording began with a serious slogan. Martial arts first, I aim to be the best. Suddenly, the tone shifted, dripping with derision. All present freshmen are trash. A bunch of waste of vitality. The final boast was audacious to the extreme. Should anyone take issue, feel free to step up for a duel. I, Han Jing, a third-rank greedy wolf, will strike with restraint and ensure you are not harmed. These words immediately stirred a commotion. The crowd of onlookers grew increasingly larger. There were newly admitted students who had just completed the challenge road, accompanying parents and numerous passing senior students. They whispered among themselves, pointing and murmuring in a cacophony of speculation. Standing on the platform, Han Jing felt a rush of embarrassment, his toes curling in shame. Some senior students observed with keen interest, while others expressed their surprise. Are this year's freshmen so bold? Setting up a challenge on the very first day of school. A senior sister gazed at Han Jing with admiration, stating, "How intriguing. This junior named Han Jing has piqued my interest." Yet, there were those who harbored skepticism regarding Han Jing's so-called third-rank greedy wolf status, questioning if the new student was merely spouting nonsense. Most parents, however, approached the scene with a sense of curiosity, discussing the spectacle as if it were a novelty. The freshmen, witnessing the challenge platform and hearing the taunts from the loudspeaker, found their spirits ignited. With some eager to step up and challenge Han Jing. Standing at the center of the platform, Han Jing's gaze was sharp and penetrating. Scanning the crowd around him, he felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. The anxiety stemmed from the possibility that his audacious challenge would go unanswered, leading to his own humiliation, while the anticipation arose from the desire to gauge the caliber of the freshman at Xingchen Wuda. At that moment, a burly freshman pushed through the crowd and ascended the platform, his face flushed with anger, clearly incensed by Han Jing's provocations. Upon reaching the stage, he bellowed, "Han Jing, I challenge you. Let me show you I am not trash. How shall we proceed?" Han Jing smiled slightly and replied directly to the burly newcomer, "I will stand still and allow you to strike me 3 times, as long as you avoid my face. Throat and groin. You may hit me anywhere else. If you can knock me down, I shall concede. Should I remain standing after your 3 strikes, then it will be my turn to strike you 3 times." The burly newcomer, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of surprise, quickly replaced by a surge of fury. He stepped within 2 meters of Han Jing, preparing to throw a punch. Before he struck, he inquired, "Are you ready?" "I am about to punch." Han Jing stood firm, a smile on his face. Though his body was tense, he deftly controlled his vital energy, allowing it to flow throughout his body, causing his muscles and skin to swell with blood. His previously loose clothing suddenly felt somewhat constricting. The moment Han Jing nodded, the burly freshman lunged forward, halting abruptly, twisting his waist and delivering a powerful blow to Han Jing's left chest. The impact was substantial, causing a resounding thud akin to a drum being struck. Yet, Han Jing remained steadfast, his feet unmoving, and his expression unchanged, until the instant the punch landed. Han Jing precisely gauged its impact. His skin, muscles, fascia, and bones all momentarily engorged with blood. The vital energy vibrating slightly. Employing the blood-refining technique, Han Jing felt no pain from the first strike. The first punch delivered, Han Jing then shrugged his shoulder, sending the burly freshman staggering back 2 steps, his fist reddening and tingling from the force of the impact. "Second punch, please continue," Han Jing invited once more. The burly freshman roared again, this time launching both fists simultaneously towards Han Jing's chest with the force of a bull charging. Another resounding thud echoed, yet Han Jing remained rooted in place, his body vibrating as he sent the burly freshman recoiling yet again. The burly newcomer began to question his own existence. "Third punch? Please continue, little trash," Han Jing taunted. These words enraged the burly freshman further. His gaze fixated on Han Jing as if he wished to pierce him with his eyes. He charged forward once more, delivering a punch to Han Jing's abdomen. Yet again, Han Jing stood unyielding, not budging an inch. "Now it is my turn. Please prepare yourself," Han Jing announced. The burly freshman's face reddened slightly, but he replicated Han Jing's earlier stance, declaring, "I am ready. You may strike." Without hesitation, Han Zheng stepped forward, closing the distance to an arm's length, extending his palm to rest against the newcomer's chest. Having watched too many martial arts films in his youth, Han Zheng decided to attempt the inch punch he had seen on screen. Without twisting or shifting his body, he simply thrust his palm forward, producing two thuds that elicited gasps from the crowd. One sound was the impact against the chest, while the other resonated as the burly freshman was propelled 15 meters back, crashing to the ground. The astonished cries came from both students and parents alike in the audience. The burly freshman clutched his chest, his face flushed as he curled up on the ground. Han Zheng rushed forward to assist him, asking, "Are you all right?" After a moment, the burly freshman regained his breath, assuring Han Zheng that he was fine, merely having the wind knocked out of him. Hearing this, Han Zheng let out a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the burly freshman's parents supported him down from the platform, while Han Zheng returned to the center, no longer feeling embarrassed but rather invigorated and triumphant. "Is there any other freshman who dares to challenge? Come forth and measure my strength." Upon hearing Han Zheng's somewhat domineering invitation, the surrounding seniors erupted in excitement. Some began to encourage the freshmen to take the stage. "Junior students, don't be timid. Life and death are trivial matters. If you're not convinced, just fight." Their tones dripped with mockery. A senior sister, her eyes sparkling, turned to her companions and declared, "I like this junior. Within 3 minutes, I want all his information. Whoever brings it to me will earn a credit." Some senior brothers pulled out their phones, calling friends to join the spectacle, while reminding, "Don't forget to bring peanuts, sunflower seeds, and drinks." Indeed, it appeared to be a delightful spectacle. Some senior students have begun seeking out their teachers, while the freshmen, unaware of the rules, grasped that the school encourages the establishment of a challenge arena, provided there is a teacher present to ensure safety. One by one, the freshmen are eager to test their skills. Indeed, it isn't long before another freshman, unable to contain his excitement, steps onto the stage. He is tall and slender, yet his eyes radiate a resolute determination. He approaches Han Zheng and issues a challenge. After 3 strikes, the freshman's arms feel numb, while Han Zheng remains unfazed, as if he had not been struck at all. He slowly walks beside the freshman and delivers a powerful punch to his shoulder with a swift motion of his forearm. The freshman is immediately overwhelmed by a tremendous force, losing his balance and landing on the ground, eliciting a wave of laughter from the onlookers. The seniors laugh heartily, unable to stand upright from their mirth. Subsequently, more than 10 freshmen take the stage to challenge Han Zheng, but the outcome remains consistently the same. Some attempt to outmaneuver Han Zheng with agile tactics, sneaking behind him for a surprise attack. Yet they still fail to trouble him in the slightest. With his third-tier greedy wolf realm, Han Zheng's body has been thoroughly tempered, making it exceedingly unfair to face these freshmen who have yet to become formal martial artists. Standing still, they cannot even manage to break through his defenses. After enduring several challenges, Han Zheng realizes that against these freshmen, who are still at their physical limits and have not yet transcended to become formal martial artists, he merely needs to control his vital energy, engorging his muscles and skin to withstand their punches. To avoid any mishaps, he ensures that his fascia also receives a rush of blood during the process. At this moment, Han Zheng does not forget his original purpose, which is to recruit outstanding freshmen for Teacher Huang, rather than simply bullying his peers. However, he perceives the previous freshmen as somewhat lacking. As the admission standard for Xingchen Martial Arts University requires a score of 200, with an entire summer having passed, those who have not broken through to become formal martial artists must either have been lax or lack the necessary talent. He does not consider that not everyone has had the same fortunate opportunities as he has had, having encountered the threshold of the realm and consumed body tempering potions as if they were water in the laboratory at Xingqing Military Academy. He suddenly thinks that perhaps his previous standards were too high and decides to lower them. Now, anyone who can force him back a step within 3 punches will be deemed worthy of joining the 7th class under Teacher Huang Wanning. Are there any other students willing to step up and try their luck? Han Zheng strides to the center of the circular platform and speaks again, igniting a fervor among the gathered crowd. In the duty office at the Martial Arts University, several teachers are bustling about with their respective tasks, some engrossed in piles of paperwork while others chat idly. Suddenly, 2 second-year students rush in, interrupting the tranquility of the office. They approach a teacher they know and excitedly say, "Teacher Lee, there's a freshman setting up a challenge arena near the Courage Trial Path. You should go take a look. The crowd is growing larger by the minute. Upon hearing this, the teachers in the office are taken aback. Teacher Lee stands up, incredulous, and asks, "What? A freshman dares to set up a challenge arena on their first day?" His tone carries an air of disbelief. The other teachers, having overheard the commotion, gather curiously around. One of them asks the two students, "Are you sure it's a freshman? It can't be that second-year students are unaware of the rules, right?" The two students quickly shake their heads in denial. No, it's definitely a freshman. We even asked the student in charge of registration at the Courage trial. This freshman just registered in the morning and passed the trial in 30 seconds. They remember him. Fearing the teachers might doubt them, they hastily add to validate their claims. What? He passed the Courage trial in 30 seconds? On the first attempt? One teacher exclaims in astonishment. The student answers. Somewhat uncertain, "It seems so." He scratches his head in confusion. The mention of this piques the interest of the teachers. One suggests, "Let us go take a look," just as he stands up to head outside. Another teacher pulls him back, saying oldly, "Are you going or not? If you're not, we'll go without you. You can continue your work." Another teacher teases, "Don't think I don't know what you're up to." Teacher Lee shoots a disgruntled glance at them. "You all think you're clever. Don't think I can't see through your intentions." The other teachers show no signs of embarrassment. Chuckling, "What bad intentions could we have? We just heard there's a promising talent, and we're eager to see." "Exactly. Let us all go together for some fair competition." Another teacher agrees. With that, they all begin to move toward the door, their eyes darting around in anticipation. Just then, Teacher Lee suddenly looks out the window and exclaims, "Hey, the principal." As soon as he finishes, the other teachers and the two students turn to look out the window. Teacher Lee bolts from the office, slamming the door behind him. The remaining teachers react with exclamations of frustration. That old Lee is cunning. He is even willing to sacrifice his dignity. Is it really necessary to play dirty? Before the words have fully left their mouths, the teachers spring into action, the first one crashing through the office door and rushing outside, followed by the others imitating him. By the time the two students finally process what has happened, they find themselves alone in the office, staring at each other in disbelief. Then, a loud crash resonates as the door, having been broken off its hinges, falls to the ground, startling them. "Teachers, wait for us!" they shout in unison as they dash out of the office. In the registration hall, the atmosphere is vibrant and bustling. A.S. Huang Wanting settles at her desk. She surveys the surroundings with a sense of resignation. Her desk, situated in a corner of the hall, appears rather lonely compared to the bustling stations of her colleagues, and she has yet to catch sight of Han Jing. Nearby, another teacher, Yang, notices Huang Wanting's arrival and greets her with a smile. "Teacher Huang, why did you arrive so late? Aren't you afraid the students will all be snatched up by the other teachers?" Huang Wanting offers a slight smile, her tone calm. "I took a short nap and just woke up. It's not like any students have come to my desk anyway." Her words convey a sense of acceptance of the situation. Yang's brow furrows slightly, and her voice takes on a note of concern. "Teacher Huang, it's not that I think you're overly proud, but you should consider being more proactive. If you just wait around like this, you might not attract many freshmen, and if your numbers are insufficient, the school may directly dismiss you." Huang Wanting nods, understanding the truth in Yang's words. She sighs softly. "Well, I suppose it's all about fate. I can't force it." Yang, sensing the conversation's conclusion, shifts the topic. "What about that freshman who came with you earlier? You two must know each other. Why haven't you seen him since noon?" Her eyes spark with curiosity, clearly intrigued by the freshman's identity and whereabouts. Huang Wanting furrows her brow in puzzlement. "Oh, he was one of my former students. Did he not come by during lunch?" Yang shakes her head, affirming, "No." At that moment, a pair of freshmen nearby are discussing how one of their peers has set up a challenge arena near the Courage trial path and has already defeated several newcomers. Huang Wanting remains unfazed by this news, still lounging behind her desk, still feeling drowsy from her recent nap. However, Yang's curiosity is piqued. On the very first day of registration, a freshman dares to set up a challenge arena at the school gate. She is eager to see which newcomer possesses such boldness. On the circular platform near the Courage trial path within the campus of Xingchen Martial Arts University, Han Jing's challenge matches have been ongoing for some time. Following his defeats of several freshmen, the platform has momentarily fallen into a tranquil lull. Under the blazing sun, the temperature on the platform rises, causing the surrounding air to shimmer slightly. Han Zheng stands at the center of the stage, quietly observing the growing crowd around him, awaiting the next challenger. The onlookers are increasingly numerous, some whispering about Han Zheng's performance while others eagerly anticipate the upcoming matches. Just then, a commotion arises from a distance. Shattering the platform Serenity. Su Qing, accompanied by a group of second-year seniors and 20 or so freshmen, approaches, laughing and chatting, infusing new energy into the challenge. Su Qing immediately recognizes Han Zheng on the platform. Her eyes sparkling with surprise, she waves at him and calls out, "Han Zheng." Her voice is clear and melodious, drawing attention from the crowd. Han Zheng, noticing Su Qing waving at him, smiles and walks over. "Sister, are you bringing the freshmen to register again?" he inquires. Su Qing nods, a gentle smile lighting her face. "I saw so many people gathered here. They said a freshman was setting up a challenge arena. I didn't believe it until I came over and found out it was you making such a stir." Her words carry a teasing tone. Su Qing did not mention the rules for challenging on the arena at Xingchen Martial University, which require prior application and the presence of a teacher for supervision, especially since they are freshmen. As long as nothing untoward occurs, there shouldn't be any major issues. Moreover, with so many second-year students gathered here, someone must have already informed the teacher on duty at the arena. By the way, have you completed your enrollment procedures? Who is your assigned counselor? Is it my brother whom I recommended to you? Su Qing continued to inquire. Han Zheng scratched his head a bit awkwardly, a hint of apologetic smile gracing his face. "I'm sorry, senior sister. I didn't choose your brother. Among the counselors, there happened to be one who was my former teacher. So I selected her as my advisor." Su Qing waved her hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. "It's all right. Having your own teacher is certainly preferable. It's just a pity that if you had chosen my brother, I could have extorted a month's worth of sumptuous meals from him. Now, I can only look forward to that dinner you promised tonight." Her words carried a playful tone. Han Zheng nodded in agreement. "Then, senior sister, you must choose a good place for dinner tonight and order plenty of delicious dishes, so I can adequately make up for your loss." Su Qing responded with a satisfied smile. "Rest assured, I will not hold back tonight. Be prepared for a significant expenditure." "Very well, senior sister. Once you've selected the place for tonight, let me know and I will be responsible for bringing my appetite and sufficient funds. For now, I will guard the arena. We can chat more later this evening," Han Zheng stated. Su Qing nodded, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. "All right, I am eager to see if you can indeed maintain your position as the top freshman. Among the group of newcomers I brought, several are just like you, entering with invitation cards. You must be cautious." Han Zheng smiled faintly, determination sparkling in his eyes as he turned to observe the group of freshmen brought by Su Qing. Soon enough, someone from this batch leaped onto the circular platform, challenging Han Zheng. The challenger introduced himself immediately. "My name is Zhao Qinxing. I just heard senior sister Su Qing mention that you are a freshman who received an invitation card. I am a regular enrolled student and I find it hard to accept the status of invited freshman. I believe I am no less capable than you. Currently, I am a formal martial artist at the first-class whistleblowing realm. I don't require you to allow me 3 punches first. Let us engage in a direct exchange. Whoever falls first loses. How does that sound?" Han Zheng touched his nose and smiled slightly. "I think not. Classmate Zhao, let us adhere to my rules. You may strike me 3 times first and I fear that in a direct exchange, I might misjudge my strength and inadvertently injure you." "You?" Zhao Qinxing was somewhat irked by Han Zheng's response. "Very well, prepare to take my punches." Han Zheng remained steadfast in his stance. "I am ready." Upon hearing this, Zhao Qinxing swiftly closed the distance, delivering 3 consecutive punches to Han Zheng's right chest at the same spot, the sound of impact resonating as if it were a single blow. Han Zheng felt the force of the punches intensify with each strike, dispersing some of the vitality within his flesh.